Ding! The host encounters the female lead, Yu Wan'er, pilfering examination materials, triggering a choice for the antagonist. Choice 1. Pretend I've seen nothing, Yu Wan'ers. Favorability at 1. Choice 2. Scold loudly, attracting a crowd. Reward Yu Wan'er's clothing piece. Choice 3. My dear girl, you wouldn't want your act of stealing examination materials to be exposed, would you? Gain 10 points to allocate freely. Jiang Che maintained a calm demeanor after his arrival in this world. He had become bound to such an antagonist system. Favorability? Did he truly require Yu Wan'er's admiration? Although Yu Wan'er was undeniably stunning, with a beauty score starting at a solid 95, any ordinary man might have succumbed to infatuation. However, a sycophant ultimately ends up with nothing. As for the second option, it was rather absurd. Yu Wan'er's undergarment? Only a pervert would be intrigued by such a thing. Moreover, it was merely claimed to be hers whether it had been worn or not remained uncertain. What if it turned out to be unworn? That would be a significant loss. I choose 3. Jiang Che slowly stepped into the resource room, surveying his surroundings. His gaze finally settled behind Yu Wan'er. Oh dear, what have I uncovered? This cannot be the examination papers for tomorrow's joint test, can it? Jiang Che feigned the discovery of a monumental secret while discreetly activating his phone's camera. Yu Wan'er panicked, attempting to shield the thick stack of sealed examination papers behind her with her diminutive frame, but she was far too small. The pile towered over her. TSK, TSK, TSK. It appears our esteemed Yu, the perennial top student, has maintained her stellar grades. By resorting to cheating? Jiang Chi's words flustered Yu Wan'er. Absolutely not. You are the one who would cheat. At that moment, she was immensely regretful for having attempted to steal the examination papers. Truth be told, even without resorting to such underhanded tactics, her capabilities would place her among the top 5 students in the school. Her vanity, however, had driven her to preserve her facade of being number 1. Huh, do you truly believe I would buy that? Please, brother Jiang Che, can you just pretend you didn't see anything? I can speak favorably of you in front of Sister Yi. How about that? The little girl invoked the name of Yiming Yao. Oh, Yiming Yao? Yes, yes. Brother Jiang Che, haven't you always been pursuing Sister Yao Yao? We are quite close. I could certainly speak well of you to her. Who in Sherlon Academy was unaware that Jiang Che, the son of the richest man in Hangcheng, was enamored with the school flower, Yiming Yao? What if I refuse? Jiang Chi's smile grew increasingly frigid. You. A myriad of emotions flickered across Yu Wan'er's small, palm-sized face, as if she were contemplating a decision. Then, the little girl's expression shifted dramatically. Even if you have discovered my secret, what can you do? How could you possibly prove that I came here to steal the examination papers? Besides, you're here as well. Worst case, I could just accuse you of being the thief. Do you think the school authorities would believe that I am the top student, or would they trust you, the one at the bottom? Yu Wan'er displayed a mischievous grin, her 2 small canines exuding a hint of menace. Jiang Che merely scoffed. You little imp. What? Yu Wan'er was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend Jiang Che's earlier remark. I meant to say, you are adorably foolish. Jiang Che approached Yu Wan'er, towering over her with an air of superiority. Indeed, such a little imp ought to be taught a lesson to ensure compliance. Look at this. Jiang Che conjured a mobile phone as if performing a magic trick that a voice emanated from the device. Even if you discover it, what can you do? How can you prove that I entered to steal the exam papers? Yu Wan'er was left dumbfounded. When did you record this video? If this footage were to be made public, her situation would be utterly dire. The accusation of stealing exam papers at Sherlon School could lead to expulsion, and even with her excellent grades, she might still face severe repercussions. Moreover, her scholarship would be revoked, her reputation tarnished, and with graduation approaching, cheating might be permanently inscribed in her records. She could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences, and fear began to envelop Yu Wan'er. Give me the phone. Hand it over. Please, just give it to me, wah wah wah. The petite girl hopped around Jiang Che, her height of 1 meter 50 starkly contrasting with his towering 1 meter 80. Despite her frantic jumps, she could not reach him, leaving her in a state of anxious desperation. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Large droplets plopped onto the ground, her eyes swollen and red, painting a truly pitiful picture. However, Jiang Che was unmoved by her theatrics he saw through her facade. After a spell of crying, The young girl realized her tears and pleas were ineffective and wiped her face clean of tears. Her expression gradually turned serious. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Jiang Che revealed a sinister smile. Ah. Returning readers might grasp the nuances of this situation, understanding the implications at play. Yu Wan'er was thoroughly frightened by Jiang Che's expression. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back, her clever mind vaguely discerning his intentions. I warn you, do not act recklessly. I will tell Sister Yi, and then you can completely forget about pursuing her. Jiang Che, however, wore an indifferent expression. He shook the phone and then leaned down, revealing a smile. Why you want her? Surely you wouldn't want your act of stealing exam papers to become common knowledge, would you? In truth, this was merely a reflection of his true nature in his previous life. Jiang Che was no saint, but rather a seasoned driver for the higher-ups. With his exceptional eloquence and personal charm, he won the affection of numerous affluent ladies, living a life of carefree indulgence. Alas, fate took a grim turn. He met with an accident. Dead, do you threaten me? Yu Wan'er's expression shifted. Was Jiang Che not supposed to be Yiming Yao's devoted admirer? Why did invoking Yiming Yao's name yield no results? You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward. Jiang Che laughed with a wild and reckless abandon, resembling a peculiar figure. No, more like a quirky pigeon. What do you desire? I know you wish to pursue Sister Yiming Yao. I can offer you some strategies. I am privy to many of her little secrets. Plastic friends. No. I find you even more intriguing now. Jiang Che cornered Yu Wan'er, gazing down at her like a predator surveying its prey, that a sense of dread washed over Yu Wan'er. This is the end. He's coming for me. Please calm down. What do you intend to do? Jiang Che chuckled lightly. What do you think? You. The little girl's face turned crimson in an instant. An indescribable sense of shame engulfed her. Oh, you believe I won't shout it out? At worst, we could both face the consequences. Yu Wan'er bit her lip, adopting a defiant stance. Then I shall have no choice but to hand the video over to the school authorities. Jiang Che shrugged. Go ahead. At worst, we both go down together. They'll tell them you attempted to bully me here. I lose my reputation, and you end up in jail. Come on, let's mutually destroy each other. All right then, I just recorded that little speech of yours. Hee. Jiang Che wore a devilish grin. They'll tell them you attempted to bully me here. I lose my reputation, and you end up in jail. His manipulation of Yu Wan'er's words was cunning. He understood the art of misrepresentation. Once released, the context would shift entirely. Yu Wan'er was infuriated. You cannot do this. Despite her cunning, she remained merely a student untouched by the harsh realities of society. Faced with a wily fox like Jiang Che, fear began to creep in. Jiang Che sighed, slightly exasperated as he rubbed his forehead. Very well, I shall not press you further. Jiang Che smiled. Kiss me, and I shall pretend to forget everything from today. What do you think? His proposition caused Yu Wan'er's complexion to shift again, as she shook her head vigorously. Then do not blame me. Please, no. Tears glimmered in Yu Wan'er's beautiful eyes as she rose on her tiptoes. Yet, due to her height, she could only manage to touch the tip of her nose against Jiang Che's chest. Could you lower your head and bring your face closer? Her voice was as delicate as a whisper. Noblemen ought not to lower their heads, save for moments of kissing or picking up money. The girl widened her eyes, a mist rising in her expressive, watery gaze. 2 minutes later. Is it done? You must give me your phone. Delete everything on it. Yu Wan'er's face flushed crimson, yet she remained unyielding. All right, just watch. He'll delete everything. In Yu Wan'er's presence, Jiang Che proceeded to erase all video files, allowing the young girl to finally exhale, her countenance visibly relaxing. You scoundrel, you shall never win the affection of Sister Yiming Yao in this lifetime. Yu Wan'er vehemently uttered a few harsh words before departing in disarray. Observing her retreating figure, Jiang Che chuckled softly. The young girl, despite her serious demeanor, remains so easily deceived. Clicking through settings, file recovery successful. This is akin to deleting files on your computer while merely removing the desktop icon. Utterly pointless. Jiang Che's gaze morphed gradually, a wicked smile gracing his lips. That secret of yours, I shall savor for a year. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the selection. Reward acquired. 10 free attribute points. The prospect of free attribute points invigorated Jiang Che. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Speed, 10. Intelligence, 15. Intelligence, debuff nullified. Charm, 20. Allocate all points to strength. Without formidable prowess, would he not be left dangling from a tree when encountering that formidable protagonist? As he understood, the protagonist Lin Yu possessed terrifying combat abilities, capable of single-handedly defeating a dozen well-trained bodyguards. Soon, Jiang Che felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. Strength 10, current strength 18 points. A strength of 10 is typical for an average adult male, while 18 points is akin to that of a lightweight boxer. Though still falling short compared to Lin Yu, progress is a gradual affair. A.S. the son of a billionaire, with a fortune nearing 100 billion and a system to assist him, failing to eliminate a descending master would be somewhat unreasonable. As Jiang Che exited the school, twilight had settled, and few students remained on the path. Jiang Che. A melodious voice echoed from behind, prompting Jiang Che to turn. It was a girl clad in a soft yellow long-sleeve top, paired with white trousers and pristine white shoes. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, cascading down her back. Tall and statuesque, her slender legs were flawless, comparable to those of a comic book character. Jiang Che glanced back, his expression slightly stirred. What a striking beauty. The fateful heroine, Yiming Yao. Chapter 3. Yiming Yao's bewilderment, triggering the villain's choice once again. Yiming Yao. Jiang Che observed the young lady with keen interest. The little princess of the Yi family in Hangzhou, a childhood friend, yet the boy harbored feelings while the girl remained indifferent. The crux of the matter lay in Yiming Yao's aversion to men. Truly a classic case. A quintessential disdain for men. A proud flower on a lofty peak. Yet upon encountering the protagonist, she readily gave in. Ugh, Jiang Che. Yiming Yao spoke again, as a number of students gathered at the school gate. After all, Yiming Yao was the school belle, the object of affection for many boys, and even some girls harbored secret feelings for her. Jiang Che glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "What is it?" His tone left Yiming Yao momentarily taken aback. "Well, something happened at home, and the butler cannot pick me up. Would you accompany me home?" Yiming Yao's tone was not one of inquiry, but rather a statement of certainty. In her mind, Jiang Che had always been compliant with her wishes, and he would undoubtedly not refuse to take her home. "Huh." Jiang Che chuckled lightly, re-evaluating this enchanting girl. "Why should I? What reason do I have to take you home?" This. Yiming Yao found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Che's response was entirely unexpected. Throughout their lives, he had never once declined her. "We live quite close, in the same district. It will be a simple favor." Beep. The host encounters Yiming Yao's plea, triggering the villain's choice. Option 1. Agree immediately. Transform into a devoted admirer and escort Yiming Yao home. Reward. 1 point of Yiming Yao's favor. Option 2. Knock her out and take her away, triggering a special plot. Reward. A set of silver bracelets. Option 3. Firmly refuse and walk away. Reward. Master-level comprehensive combat skills. Hiss. Wow, you mischievous system. This second option is truly tempting. It sounds exhilarating. However, one would merely receive a set of silver bracelets. I choose option 3. Jiang Che's expression turned slightly cold. That's not acceptable. You can take a taxi home or ride the bus. After saying this, Jiang Che turned on his heel and walked toward the Maybach. Butler Li Ming had been waiting beside the car for quite some time. "Young master, are we not taking Missy along?" "Not taking her. Let's go." Jiang Che settled into the back seat, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the still-dazed Yiming Yao outside the window. What a thrill! At that moment, Yiming Yao finally regained her senses. Her face flushed crimson, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Moreover, with so many classmates watching her, as the esteemed young lady of the Yi family, she had always been the center of attention. Publicly rejected, his face was left in tatters. Goodness, has young Master Jiang changed his ways? No longer a sycophant? Truly impressive. With someone as beautiful as Yiming Yao, that if she were to make any requests of me, I would gladly give my life for her. Huh? You think the school beauty would ride her bicycle? Were you even imagining? Master Jiang is indeed a paragon for us all. I surmise young Master Jiang has come to terms with his feelings and no longer wishes to pursue Yiming Yao. If I had his wealth, I would have long since been living life to the fullest. Of course, many of Yiming Yao's admirers sprang forth. Mengyao, allow me to escort you home. My family chauffeur is driving a Rolls-Royce today. Let me take you back. Mengyao, Jiang Che doesn't truly care for you. My feelings run deeper. With Jiang Che, the foremost sycophant, no longer vying for her affection, the remaining admirers hastily scrambled for position. Yet, Yiming Yao's expression was far from pleasant. Leave? The young lady's temper flared, and she furiously dismissed her throng of admirers. Feeling utterly wronged, she wondered when she had ever endured such indignity. At that moment, Yu Wan'er stepped forward. Mengyao, do not be upset. Jiang Che is simply a bounder. Let's ignore him. Upon seeing Yu Wan'er, Yiming Yao's mood lifted considerably. Indeed, you are right. Wan'er Jiang Che is a cad. Mengyao, shall we call Uncle Yi? It is concerning for you to take a taxi alone. Yiming Yao grasped the little girl's hand. But you're here. Wan'er, why not accompany me home tonight? But, Sister Yi, there's an exam tomorrow. What is there to fear? As a mediocre student, I could use your brilliance for some last-minute guidance. Mengyao, you tease me. Didn't you rank in the top 10 during the last mock exam? As they walked, the two girls continued to recount Jiang Che's numerous transgressions. Of course, Yu Wan'er refrained from mentioning the events of the day. Such matters must remain locked within the confines of her heart. Ding! Congratulations, host! On making a choice, you have received the reward of master-level mixed martial arts. Splendid. Having just enhanced his strength, he was now gifted with skills. Fusion of skills. With Jiang Che's command, a wealth of knowledge and techniques regarding various martial arts filled his mind. From Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, Wing Chun, Karate, Judo, and Sanzho, to even traditional Chinese martial arts like Tai Chi and Baguazhang, all were now at his disposal. It was as though enlightenment had struck him, instantly transforming Jiang Che into a formidable warrior. Remarkable, he brimmed with confidence, feeling as though he could take on 10 opponents at once. Forget the lack of practical experience or mere theoretical knowledge. Now, an array of combat techniques had completely fused with Jiang Che, forming a muscle memory that was second nature. Crafted by the system, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Given my current capabilities, even if I cannot defeat the protagonist, I should not be left dangling from a tree, should I? Young master, we have arrived home. Upon returning home, Jiang Che found a beautiful woman seated on the sofa, her hair elegantly arranged to one side, cradling a white plush cat in her arms, reclining on the couch. While engrossed in a television drama, her slender jade-like legs casually resting upon a coffee table. Has my son returned from school? Jiang Yunli, upon seeing Jiang Che, was filled with excitement, placing the cat down. She rushed over barefoot, without even slipping on her slippers, to envelop him in a warm embrace filled with maternal affection. An abundance of maternal love. Jiang Che, madam, although I am your son, could you please be mindful of your image? A touch of embarrassment washed over him. For a fleeting moment, he even doubted whether he had traversed into a contemporary narrative or had inadvertently entered a realm beyond comprehension. Is this truly how it is? At that moment, the kitchen was alive with the sizzling sounds of stir-frying, accompanied by a robust male voice. Xiao Che has returned. Come and savor the culinary skills I have recently acquired. Soon, Jiang Yuan emerged, carrying 2 plates of dishes. Despite his crew cut, his handsome visage remained undeniable. These two are my adoptive parents in this world. According to Jiang Che's understanding of the narrative, he is an only child, leading to their extreme indulgence towards him, transforming them into mindless antagonists who oppose the protagonist, ultimately resulting in their downfall. Oh dear, it has been quite some time since our family has dined together. Despite being a billionaire, Jiang Yuan displayed no airs at this moment. Come, try my spicy chicken nuggets, dear wife. You should have taste. Absolutely, oh my, it's delicious. Thank you, darling. Jiang Che felt a wave of profound malice directed towards him. This cursed display of affection. After casually shoveling a few bites of rice, he prepared to ascend the stairs. Son, I have something to ask you. Jiang Che paused, a look of curiosity in his eyes. Jiang Yuan scratched his head. Your Uncle Yi called earlier. Have you had a disagreement with Mengyao? Chapter 4. The Lost Leaf. Yiming Yao, and the dragon descending the mountain, Lin Yu. This does not quite qualify as a conflict. Rather, I have come to terms with it. With a vast river of 3,000 streams, why must one only take a single ladle to drink? Jiang Che chuckled lightly, appearing somewhat magnanimous. However, as a villain, how could he possibly let Yiming Yao off the hook? Excellent, Jiang Yunli exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his gaze toward his son brimming with approval. I have long discerned the nature of that daughter from the Yi family, perpetually dangling my son. A true paragon of a refined lady? I see her more as an elevated version of a manipulative vixen. Jiang Yuan nodded in silence, though he secretly wished for the young lady from the Yi family to become his daughter-in-law. After all, childhood sweethearts make for a beautiful tale. Yet, since Jiang Che harbored no affection for her, the doors of the Jiang family would remain closed to her. Within the Yi family's villa, Yiming Yao's spirits were far from high. In fact, she felt rather despondent. She struggled to even write her exam paper, her mind often drifting back to Jiang Che's distant gaze from earlier in the day. Sister Yao, why are you thinking about that insufferable man? Yu Wan'er, clad in bear-themed pajamas with damp, cascading hair, appeared utterly adorable. Being astute, she immediately perceived Yiming Yao's troubled thoughts. She understood well that this was not love, but rather a matter of habit. Accustomed to Jiang Che's presence and the special treatment he afforded her, perhaps Yiming Yao initially harbored feelings for him. However, such affection inevitably morphed into something taken for granted. Thus, when Jiang Che began to ignore her, a profound sense of loss ensued. Jiang Che is such a scoundrel, Yu Wan'er exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. The mere thought that this scoundrel had taken her first kiss left her on the verge of tears. Thankfully, he deleted those videos. Otherwise, had he continued to threaten her into more egregious actions, she could scarcely fathom the consequences. Yiming Yao furrowed her brow. Wan'er, do you really seem to dislike Jiang Che? She was somewhat puzzled. It appeared that Jiang Che bore no particular animosity towards Yu Wan'er. In fact, as her close friend, Yu Wan'er had always received a share of the milk tea and snacks Jiang Che brought for her. Sister Yao, I am simply exasperated. Even if we are not in a romantic relationship, isn't it a matter of camaraderie for him to escort a classmate home? Yu Wan'er hastily concocted an excuse. Actually, I don't dislike him that much. It's just that I have a bit of a distaste for men, Yiming Yao murmured softly. At that moment, her phone rang unexpectedly. With a heart full of anticipation, she opened it, only to feel a pang of disappointment upon seeing the name displayed. She was unsure why she felt this way. Hello, Dad, what's the matter? A resonant voice came from across the room. Yao Yao, if you do not harbor any feelings for Jiang Che, then so be it. After all, a forced affection is never sweet. Allow me to share something with you. Our family has many adversaries in business. To ensure your safety, I am prepared to invest significantly in hiring a bodyguard to provide you with close protection. Yiming Yao's beautiful eyes slightly furrowed. A bodyguard? Is it a male or female? Ye's father paused for a moment before replying, a male. Without hesitation, Yiming Yao retorted, I don't want one. Her disdain for men was well known. The thought of a man protecting her, especially in close quarters, was revolting. Dear, your safety is of utmost importance. This bodyguard is an expert I have gone to great lengths to secure. Ye's father implored earnestly. Is the emphasis really on the bodyguard? It is close protection. Yiming Yao's voice sharpened. Yet, without such proximity, how can he effectively ensure your safety? Yi Changfeng replied helplessly. If he cannot protect me without being close, then is he truly a skilled protector? My precious daughter, how can he safeguard you without being in close proximity? Why must he be close to protect me? Yiming Yao coldly scoffed. Had it been before today, she might have consented to the notion of a male bodyguard. She needed a shield to fend off Jiang Che's relentless pursuit. However, it seemed that was no longer necessary. Jiang Che appeared to have lost interest in her. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. Hello, daughter. The call was abruptly terminated. Haha, Mr. Yi Changfeng. It seems your daughter is not particularly fond of me, commented a somewhat arrogant young man standing beside Ye's father. It was none other than Lin Yu, the son of fortune, who had descended like a dragon. He was indeed rather audacious. Though his features were quite ordinary, there was an alluring charm about him. Yi Changfeng, feeling helpless, remarked, my daughter's temperament is such, she lacks discipline. Not to worry. I am usually quite lenient with girls, Lin Yu said, hands in his pockets, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, pretending to be profound. Since Yao Yao does not wish for you to be her personal bodyguard, It seems I must express my apologies. Yi Chongfeng's words instantly shattered Lin Yu's confidence. Wait, Mr. Yi, I believe I can still fulfill the role of a bodyguard. He had seen Yiming Yao's photograph, and, truth be told, he had never encountered such a beautiful girl. The moment he laid eyes on her, he had already deemed her as his destined partner, willing to protect her even at his own expense. My daughter has a disdain for men. Close protection is simply out of the question. Then I can only arrange for you to attend the same school as Yao Yao, ensuring her safety as her classmate during commutes. In the evening, I will provide you with alternate accommodation. Yi Chongfeng's words plunged Lin Yu's spirits into despair. He had initially hoped for the opportunity to provide close protection, sharing meals and living quarters, and igniting some spark. Now, it appeared that the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Indeed, he remains undeterred in his clandestine ambitions. Very well. If proximity is not permitted, then I shall take it upon myself to ensure Yao Yao's safety. Lin Yu patted his chest, exuding an air of self-assurance. Chapter 5. The Arrogance of Lin Yu. A choice revisited the following morning. Jiang Che rose at the break of dawn. Zhang Yuan had long since departed for the office, leaving an exquisitely arranged breakfast on the coffee table. A card rested atop the meal, inscribed with the words, "Good morning, my dear wife. I have prepared a heartwarming breakfast for you." Jiang Che mused. Ah, true love resides in parents, while children are mere accidents. Once you both have passed, one will be buried in the Antarctic and the other in the Arctic. He sighed, contemplating his slumbering mother, shaking his head as he descended the stairs. Though the Zhang family was among the wealthiest, they did not employ an abundance of servants. Only Aunt Shun, who was responsible for cooking, while cleaning was managed by a designated team. "Young master, breakfast is ready for you." Aunt Chen emerged, appearing to be around 40 years old. She bore a resemblance to his mother in age, yet lacked her refined upkeep, resembling more of an aunt. Jiang Che acknowledged with a nod. He casually consumed a bit of breakfast before departing. Jiang Che and Yiming Yao were classmates, with Yiming Yao seated next to Yu Wan'er. Upon Jiang Che's arrival at the classroom entrance, many were taken aback. Jiang Che had come in remarkably early. It was not uncommon for him to skip the first 2 classes, or even an entire day. The school often turned a blind eye to his absences, considering that his family was one of the institution's stakeholders. Yiming Yao and Yu Wan'er also directed their gazes towards Jiang Che. Yu Wan'er's eyes reflected a hint of hostility, while Yiming Yao appeared somewhat bewildered. She sensed a change in Jiang Che, yet could not articulate the reason. So she buried her head in her book. Soon, the first class commenced as the homeroom teacher entered. "Hello, students. Today, we welcome a new classmate, Lin Yu," he announced. As a figure materialized at the classroom door, a young man with a buzz cut stepped in, clad in tattered jeans with a significant tear, and a shirt that had faded with wear. However, his expression bore an air of defiance. "I am Lin Yu," he declared, standing at the podium and surveying the classroom until his gaze settled on Yiming Yao. In an instant, his eyes lit up, and he swallowed hard. This girl was even more beautiful than in the photographs, radiating youthful vitality. She was the very target he was assigned to protect. Yet Yi Chongkong had instructed him to conceal his identity and provide clandestine protection for Yiming Yao. At that moment, his attention was also captivated by the little girl beside Yiming Yao, leaving him utterly mesmerized. What an adorable little girl. If only I could embrace her on both sides, my life would be complete. He then surveyed the other girls in the classroom. The students attending this prestigious institution, Shirlan School, were predominantly from affluent families, and the girls were dressed in vibrant finery. Lin Yu, a novice freshly descended from the mountains, was exhilarated to be amidst such company, having spent most of his days in solitude with only his fingers for companionship. After introducing himself, Lin Yu stepped down from the podium. Awkwardly, he realized that there were no vacant seats in the classroom. After scanning the room for some time, his gaze finally settled on Jiang Che. Jiang Che occupied a desk to himself, conveniently situated close to Yiming Yao, separated only by an aisle. At that moment, Jiang Che noticed Lin Yu's stare and couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain. Was he being singled out by the protagonist? Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Yu approached him. "Hey, get up and let me take your seat." Lin Yu loomed over Jiang Che, his tone dripping with arrogance. As his words echoed, an abrupt silence enveloped the classroom, where even the drop of a pin could be heard. Whispers erupted among the students. "Wow, does this new guy have a death wish? He dares to tell Jiang Che to move? Doesn't he realize Jiang Che is the son of a billionaire? What a fool. To demand someone vacate their seat right off the bat?" Such audacity is either sheer stupidity or madness. This is going to be entertaining. I predict Jiang Xiao will make him regret this. Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed by the opinions of others. To him, nothing mattered more than posturing. Besides women, flaunting was of the utmost importance. Jiang Che was utterly speechless. Was he the villain, or was it Lin Yu? Such brazen words should have been his. Ding. The host has encountered Lin Yu's provocation, triggering the villain's choice. Choice 1. Shout, "I will be back," and then sheepishly vacate the seat, earning a green slave hat. Choice 2. Slam the desk, lose one's temper publicly, confront Lin Yu, and subsequently get beaten up, gaining 5 favorability points with Yiming Yao. Choice 3. Use sarcasm and mockery to infuriate Lin Yu, earning the skill of comprehensive knowledge across all subjects. A mindless selection of the third option. There was no way he would become a green slave. He was always the one doing the enslaving. However, the second option hinted that he was likely not Lin Yu's match at present. In the original storyline, Lin Yu's strength upon descending from the mountains was at the early stage of dark energy, easily capable of taking on 10 opponents. Indeed, this world operated on a lower martial level, with some formidable martial artists, yet no cultivators of the immortal variety. Bright energy, dark energy, transformative energy, he was barely a bright energy martial artist at this point. Nevertheless, Jiang Che was not worried, with the system and his knowledge of the script. If he couldn't deal with Lin Yu, he would be utterly humiliated. I choose 3, and as the air crackled with tension, Lin Yu's fury flared. Sometimes, the power of words can wound more deeply than physical blows. Are you truly this foolish? With a swift glance at Lin Yu, Jiang Che unleashed a torrent of scorn. Lin Yu's eyes blazed with anger as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. What? Do you wish to fight? I shall be the one to strike you. Just as Lin Yu prepared to retaliate, their homeroom teacher intervened, visibly alarmed. Is this a joke? If Jiang Che suffers any harm in this classroom, my tenure as a teacher would be in jeopardy. Lin Yu, what are you doing? As a transfer student from a humble background, you should strive for improvement, not resort to violence. The teacher's admonition drew a wave of murmurs from the class. Ah, so he is merely a poor student? How dare he lay a hand on young Master Jiang? I expected someone of influence, but he is just a destitute nobody. The disdain was palpable, and Lin Yu's resolve began to waver. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, his fist froze midair. The teacher's authority still held some sway, especially as Lin Yu pondered his aspirations of winning over the school's beauties. The thought of expulsion loomed ominously. Ah, indeed, a pitiful wretch. Look at your attire. Did you just emerge from a refuse heap? Keep your distance. Your presence is repugnant. Jiang Che's taunts incited laughter throughout the room, further provoking Lin Yu's temper. Lin Yu's anger boiled over, tears brimming in his eyes as he prepared to confront Jiang Che. The rules of Sherlan School were clear: violence meant expulsion, and a person like him likely paid a hefty price to enroll. Come at me. If you strike me, I'll just lie here and call the police. I won't hesitate to claim you assaulted me, even if you were unarmed. Jiang Che's insolent remarks not only drew ire from Lin Yu, but left both students and teachers in shock. Even Yiming Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was her first encounter with Jiang Che's audacity. Lin Yu's hands trembled with rage, aching to land a punch on Jiang Che's face. Yet, a voice of reason whispered for restraint. One wrong move could lead to his expulsion, jeopardizing his chances with the numerous vibrant and beautiful girls at school. He must endure. However, little did he know that Jiang Che would only escalate the situation further. Chapter 6. The Art of Provocation, the Ultimate Delight. Jiang Che had nearly deciphered Lin Yu's current mindset. As long as he refrained from initiating any physical confrontation, Lin Yu would remain hesitant to retaliate, particularly with his aspirations of courting girls in mind. A blow against him would surely seal Lin Yu's fate. Thus, Jiang Che unleashed a barrage of sharp wit. My friend, I understand that your lack of charm is not by choice. It is merely a jest from the heavens. Lies are not the sharpest blades. It is the truth that cuts most deeply. Jiang Che's words pierced Lin Yu's heart like a sharp dagger. Renowned for his good looks, Jiang Che was often hailed as the school heartthrob. With a visage as exquisite as jade and eyes that sparkled like the brightest stars, an object of affection for many female students at Sherlan School. In stark contrast, Lin Yu belonged to that category of individuals who would remain unrecognized even in a crowd. Fury coursed through Lin Yu, causing his shoulders to tremble as he slammed his palm onto the table with such force that it nearly splintered. Go on, strike me. Jiang Che. fully aware that Lin Yu lacked the courage to retaliate, reveled in his torment, dancing on the brink of Lin Yu's breaking point. Lin Yu raised his hand, ready to retaliate. Hit me? You lack the resolve. Or perhaps you might insult me instead. Speak, if you can. Jiang Chei's taunts sent a shiver down Lin Yu's spine. His clenched fist suspended in midair, his facial muscles twitching in agitation. The mischievous expression on Jiang Chei's face stirred within Lin Yu a desire to land a punch. However, Jiang Chei's earlier remarks sparked a flicker of realization. Was this individual deliberately attempting to provoke him? If he were to strike back, expulsion would surely follow. Oh, how naive, Lin Yu thought, slowly lowering his fist, striving to suppress the fury boiling within him. He pointed towards Yiming Yao, declaring, I refuse to let a lovely girl witness violence. Consider yourself spared for today. Yiming Yao, upon being pointed at, furrowed her delicate brows, finding Lin Yu exceedingly irksome. Jiang Chei, rendered speechless, pondered. Who understands the plight of the family? Today, I've encountered a witless fool. How is it that Lin Yu, the one who instigated this, can still maintain such an air of superiority? Seriously, my friend, have you lost your mind? I am seated here peacefully, and yet you seek conflict. Do you not wish to draw closer to Yiming Yao and her friends? We are all men. Surely I can discern your intentions. Perhaps you should take a good look at yourself. You resemble a grotesque frog. The biting sarcasm was a source of great amusement. Judging by Lin Yu's murderous expression, it appeared Jiang Chei had successfully roused his ire. Lin Yu's fists were clenched tightly. To his surprise, a soft chuckle escaped Yiming Yao's lips. She was not alone. Many students in the classroom stifled their laughter, observing him as one might watch a jester. Yiming Yao's enchanting eyes turned towards Jiang Chei, realizing only now that he possessed a rather amusing side. And could it be that Jiang Chei's tone earlier hinted at jealousy? Surely. He must have felt a pang of envy upon witnessing Lin Yu's attempt to sit beside her. With a slight bite of her delicate lip, Yiming Yao felt her mood lift considerably. Meanwhile, the petite Yu Wan'er seethed with frustration, inwardly cursing why this scoundrel was not dealt with more harshly. The individual surnamed Lin indeed proves to be a mere blabbering fool. Lin Yu, upon witnessing Yiming Yao covering her mouth in laughter, found himself momentarily lost in a daze. How beautiful! This foolish demeanor instantly provoked the disdain of numerous classmates. Lin Yu, there's a small table beside the trash can. Go sit there. The homeroom teacher, Zhu Yong, was inherently a snob, and it was evident to anyone, even a fool, whom he favored, the son of the wealthiest man or a newly enrolled arrogant impoverished student. Lin Yu glanced at the table beside the trash can, which was missing a leg. How could he be made to sit in such a place? Absolutely not. Huh. A homeroom teacher, indeed. Zhu Yong glared. What did you say? Insulting a teacher? Do you believe I can expel you? Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, but had a sudden epiphany. You are merely a teacher, not the dean or the principal. By what right do you expel me? His words incited an uproarious laughter throughout the classroom. Even Jiang Chei could hardly contain himself. Zhu Yong felt his authority challenged. I am the dean, Lin Yu retorted. Return and write a 10,000-word reflection. Submit it to me tomorrow. Otherwise, prepare to be expelled. Lin Yu, infuriated yet compelled to relent, walked over to the table beside the trash can and sat down. His gaze remained fixated on Yiming Yao, his mind wandering into romantic fantasies with the lovely girl. As for the teacher's lecture, having descended from the heights of expertise, Lin Yu naturally excelled in his academic pursuits, capable of achieving commendable grades without attending classes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the choice, rewarded with knowledge points across all subjects. Ding! Critical reward triggered. The host receives an additional 5 attribute points. To have triggered a critical reward, 5 attributes? How delightful. System, allocate the points. Ding! Enhancement successful. In an instant, a powerful force surged into Jiang Chei's body, augmenting not only his strength but also his intellect, speed, and even his charm considerably. Following the events of yesterday, Yiming Yao's perception of Jiang Chei seemed to have undergone a transformation. She occasionally stole glances at Jiang Chei, her eyes widening in disbelief, blinking twice as if trying to comprehend. Had Jiang Chei become considerably more handsome? The girl nudged her companion. Yu Wan'er, quickly look. Has Jiang Chei become more attractive? Yu Wan'er, upon hearing Jiang Chei's name, felt a surge of irritation, yet she glanced over. Despite her disdain for Jiang Chei, she had to concede that he was indeed handsome. But so what? He was merely a superficial individual, a villain beneath a polished exterior. Yao Yao, weren't you the one who despised Jiang Che the most? Yu Wan'er's words rendered Yiming Yao momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had previously harbored a strong aversion towards Jiang Che. Disliking his demeanor and his approach, his debauched appearance repulsed her. Being pursued by such a man instilled in her a sense of terror. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Jiang Che now seemed entirely transformed. Just moments ago, Lin Yu had provoked him so brazenly, had it been the Jiang Che of his usual disposition. A physical confrontation would have been inevitable. Do you not sense that Jiang Che has become somewhat intriguing? Yiming Yao mused, resting her chin in her hand. Not in the slightest. Yu Wan'er retorted, a wave of annoyance washing over her. The thought of annihilating Jiang Che crossed her mind. Who would find him fascinating? Chapter 7. Lin Yu assaults, call the police. Abruptly, an influx of knowledge from various disciplines flooded Jiang Che's mind, akin to a divine epiphany. He absorbed insights from numerous subjects, including languages and mathematics, and even possessed a rudimentary understanding of computer programming. This was indeed formidable. He had mastered all pertinent academic knowledge. To put it mildly, scoring 740 out of a possible 750 on an exam would pose little challenge for him. The system was astonishing. In his day-to-day life, Jiang Che had consistently ranked at the bottom of his class, a dismal existence where his cumulative scores paled in comparison to his grandfather's blood pressure. Yet now, he was soaring to new heights. In truth, as the son of a wealthy magnate, his academic performance held little significance. Some individuals are born far from Rome, others at its periphery, while some are born at its very heart. Indeed, there are those who, in celebration of a notable birth, name the place Rome itself. Jiang Che had no need to toil in his studies, yet the thrill of effortless acquisition was undeniably delightful. He was aware that Lin Yu, despite being a rustic recently emerged from the mountains, boasted exceptional academic prowess, a means through which he could flaunt his superiority. One might wonder how a newcomer from the mountains, devoid of formal education or even textbooks, could excel academically. This was the absurdity of a favored child of fortune. Afterward, Jiang Che selectively tackled a few particularly challenging problems, arriving at the answers with a mere glance. Bored, he promptly retired to slumber. At this juncture, Lin Yu cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Che, already convinced of his status as an uneducated scion of wealth, possessing little more than slightly greater affluence and charm than himself. Dare you to embarrass me? You have already sealed your fate. In Lin Yu's eyes, Jiang Che had become a mere shadow of a man. As a formidable martial artist, he had myriad means to subdue a worthless rich heir. When class concluded, Lin Yu intended to confront Jiang Che. However, as he rose, his expression darkened in an instant. Wow, Jiang Che, how have you grown even more handsome? Exclaimed a throng of admirers, their beauty not insignificant. Lin Yu's eyes nearly sparked with fury as jealousy surged within him. By what right? He is merely a debauched scion. Apart from his handsome appearance, what else does he possess? Lin Yu, however, is a person of remarkable capability. When Yiming Yao witnessed this scene, an inexplicable discomfort enveloped her heart, akin to a cherished toy being snatched away. Humph, Sister Yao Yao, I told you this man is a notorious flirt. Yu Wan'er fanned the flames from the sidelines, astutely discerning Yiming Yao's subtle feelings. Indeed, Wan'er, you are absolutely right. He is nothing but a philanderer, Yiming Yao retorted, turning her head resolutely away. At that moment, a figure approached her table. Miss Yiming Yao, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Yu. He tousled his hair, presenting a self-assured expression he deemed attractive. Yiming Yao cast him a sidelong glance, dismissing the desire to make his acquaintance. Lin Yu felt a pang of awkwardness. This encounter was not unfolding as he had imagined. Was it perhaps the posture? Contemplating this, he shifted into a pose he believed to be even more charming. Could you kindly move aside? You are quite bothersome. Yiming Yao's beautiful eyes narrowed, her mood already fraught with irritation, compounded by her aversion to men. Raising her voice several notches, she caught the attention of many in the classroom. Even Jiang Che glanced over with mild curiosity. Oh, is this the first meeting between the fated one and his little heroine? Why are they arguing? Did you hear that? I told you to get lost. The young lady never deigned to spare anyone's feelings. Lin Yu's face darkened with a flicker of anger, aside from his master. No one had dared to insult him so brazenly. Yet, his ire dissipated quickly. After all, she was a beauty. When a beauty is angry, can it truly be called wrath? It is but a playful pout. With renewed confidence, he wore a self-assured expression, believing Trust me, even if you do not wish to know me now. Soon my name will echo throughout the entirety of Sherlon Academy as the archetype of an average man. Yiming Yao's perception of Lin Yu plummeted to an all-time low, arrogant, egotistical, and mediocre yet self-assured. Get lost, fool. It astonished everyone. This lofty flower of the high peak had actually resorted to cursing? Jiang Che was left in bewilderment. System. What is happening? Shouldn't Yiming Yao capitulate immediately upon encountering the fated child? Shouldn't she instantly submit to Lin Yu's overpowering presence? Dear host, your existence as a villain has caused the intelligence-diminishing aura that was originally exclusive to the fated child to become ineffective. Hence the heroines will not experience a decline in wits. Jiang Che exclaimed. Well. So it turns out Lin Yu's diminishing aura has vanished. After his embarrassing display before Yiming Yao, Lin Yu felt his spirit wane, redirecting all his resentment towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che, right? A fleeting glint of coldness flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. The morning swiftly slipped away. At noon, as school was dismissed, Yiming Yao took the initiative to approach Jiang Che. It was rare for her to engage in conversation with him, or indeed with any boy. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Do you have confidence for the mock exam this afternoon? The moment she spoke, she regretted it. What a foolish line of inquiry. She was among the top 10 students in the school, while Jiang Che was notoriously at the bottom, with his scores in all subjects failing to surpass even her English grade. Wasn't this a blatant mockery? Indeed it was. Jiang Che maintained an indifferent expression. Haha. You must be confident about coming in last in the school, Yu Wan'er interjected derisively from the side. Jiang Che cast a sidelong glance at the now animated Yu Wan'er, licking his back teeth, a fleeting glimmer of danger flashing in his eyes. Lin Yu, witnessing the scene, stood up as well. How could he miss such a splendid opportunity to show off? Haha, I heard that Jiang Shao's grades are particularly outstanding. Lin Yu clapped his hands. His eyes filled with scorn. The classroom was still populated with students, the atmosphere suddenly charged with tension. Jiang Che shrugged. Grades mean little to me. If I don't perform well, I can always return home to inherit a fortune of billions. A display of ostentation. Unquestionably ostentatious. Although most students at Sherlon School came from relatively affluent families, the majority were of the middle class. Jiang Che, being the sole heir of Hangzhou's wealthiest family with assets in the billions, was in a league of his own. Besides being wealthy, what else do you possess? Lin Yu sneered. I'm quite handsome as well. If I run out of money, I could always become a gigolo. There are plenty of wealthy women waiting to support me. Jiang Che, with his thick skin, was unfazed. Unlike you, you ugly fool, with neither money nor looks. No one would want you even if you resorted to selling yourself. For someone like Lin Yu, a personal attack was quite effective. Lin Yu took rapid strides, closing the distance to Jiang Che and grasping his collar forcefully. A few of Jiang Che's followers rushed forward. Let go of Jiang Shao. Do you dare to touch him? Don't you believe that we can make your life miserable in this school? Clearly, these followers were merely fodder for Lin Yu. With a few swift kicks, he sent them flying. A smile played at the corners of Jiang Che's mouth as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Hello, officer. I trust you heard the gist of what transpired during our call. There's been an incident of school violence here at Sherlon School. Someone is attempting to assault us. And now 3 of my classmates are missing. Chapter 8. Lin Yu ends up in trouble. Yiming Yao becomes jealous. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. What the hell? Why is this guy not following the script? When did he call the police? He felt a twinge of apprehension, still contemplating snatching the phone. Officer, hurry over. He is going to hit me. Calm him down first. We'll be there immediately. The call ended with a beep. Jiang Che gazed calmly at Lin Yu, who was still gripping his collar tightly. Let go. Lin Yu, though somewhat frightened, complied. He never expected Jiang Che would actually call the police. Not only he, but even the other students in the classroom could hardly fathom such a direct action. Wow, Jiang Shao is impressive, thought the lackey who had been kicked away by Lin Yu, now wearing a sycophantic expression. Yet, Jiang Che merely cast him a glance. And he obediently lay still. Jiang Che straightened his disheveled collar, surveying the classroom. The surveillance cameras had captured everything, and numerous witnesses were present. Lin Yu began to panic. Jiang Che, you. Jiang Che raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Shoo, whatever you wish to say, do so at the station with the officers. You want to be out for at least half a month for suspected intentional injury and brawling, and you'll have a criminal record. Though Lin Yu was not afraid of the police, the thought of being expelled from school terrified him. Being expelled would mean he could no longer serve as Yiming Yao's bodyguard, which would ruin his chances with her. Before long, the police arrived at the campus, stirring concern among the higher-ups at Sherlon School. What is going on? Why are the police here? What happened? Soon, the entrance to Jiang Che's classroom was surrounded. The head teacher, Zhu Yong, was infuriated upon learning the full story. His discontent with the impoverished transfer student Lin Yu had escalated beyond mere dislike. You brought the police here for fighting? This could jeopardize my position as the disciplinary head this year. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yu. You pest. I should never have let you into my class. Officer, Lin Yu just joined our class this morning, and he immediately clashed with the other students. Zhu Yong explained to the police. Lin Yu felt a surge of panic at the officer's presence. Officer, it was Jiang Che who insulted me first. His words are vile. But you can't resort to violence. Look at what you've done. Zhu Yong rushed to the two injured students. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai, Jiang Che's most loyal followers, lay on the ground, unable to rise. Cough, cough. Teacher Zhu, I think my rib might be broken, Wang Zheng gasped. Can you stand? Only if I walk as per regulations, he replied, his legs flailing as he attempted to move. Lin Yu, exasperated, exclaimed, I only kicked you twice. It wasn't even hard. If I had put in any effort, you would have been finished. Wang Zheng and another individual clutched the trousers of the police officer in terror, exclaiming, he still intends to kill us. You must take charge. The officers, discerning the situation, realized it was merely a brawl that had escalated. You all need to accompany us, commanded two officers who emerged to escort Lin Yu and his companions away. The leading officer, Captain Li, approached Jiang Che and inquired, You are Master Jiang, correct? Jiang Che glanced at him and nodded. Director Wang often speaks of you. It is indeed a pleasure to meet such a talented young man. Director Wang? Jiang Che swiftly recalled the name, Wang Liuyun, his father's sworn brother and the head of the Hangqing Public Security Bureau, wielding considerable influence. In the original narrative, he played a significant role primarily due to his daughter, who served at a police station in the Hangqing New District. Those in the know understood, a charming police flower. Lin Yu had leveraged his connection to Wang Liuyun's daughter, which had ultimately led to a rift between the two families. However, now that Lin Yu's aura of fortune had faded, any hope of rekindling that connection seemed as unlikely as the sun rising from the west. Captain Li, please extend my regards to Uncle Wang, Jiang Che requested. Li Ming's eyes lit up, certainly. Well, Mr. Jiang, there is no need for you to visit the police station. Given Lin Yu's situation, it falls under the category of brawling, and if deemed severe, it could be classified as school bullying, likely resulting in a stay at the detention center for about half a month. Jiang Che nodded lightly. You may handle it as you see fit. In just a few exchanges, Lin Yu, the favored child of fortune, was destined for detention. Once Lin Yu was taken away, the other students gradually exited the classroom. Yiming Yao, carrying a small backpack, approached Jiang Che with a hint of shyness. Are you all right? The proud young lady appeared rather reserved in Jiang Che's presence. He cast a sidelong glance at her before shifting his gaze elsewhere. The young girl's thoughts were exceedingly transparent, her intentions written plainly on her face. With Lin Yu's influence waning, Yiming Yao seemed to regain her composure, and coupled with Jiang Che's previous indifference, a sense of urgency brewed within her. Such is the nature of women. The more one fawns over them, the more distant they become, while a lack of attention often draws them closer. Many manipulative individuals evolve from this dynamic. The push and pull can deceive inexperienced suitors. Jiang Che, Yiming Yao felt a twinge of panic as Jiang Che ignored her. Instead, he focused on Yu Wan'er. Yiming Yao's feelings were not rooted in love or even fondness, but rather a vague sense of possessiveness. The notion of losing control over him stirred jealousy, creating an ambiguous boundary between them. Jiang Che approached Yu Wan'er and leaned down. Sister Wan'er, you have an exam this afternoon. How prepared are you? The mention of the exam caused Yu Wan'er to tense up, as she had indeed resorted to stealing the answers. And although only Jiang Che had discovered her secret, she was filled with trepidation. I'm somewhat prepared. I shouldn't regress. Yu Wan'er had no desire to converse with this unpleasant individual. Yet, she was also anxious that he might speak indiscreetly, casting a furtive glare at Jiang Che. Alas, I fear I might flounder in this exam. You are aware of my grades. Would you perhaps consider tutoring me? Jiang Che's tone was laced with flippancy. Yiming Yao, left to the side, felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Jiang Che had disregarded her in favor of engaging with her closest friend, which stirred her inner turmoil. Wan'er, Let us go. Yiming Yao promptly grasped Yu Wan'er's arm, intent on departing, while Jiang Che remained silent. He merely produced his phone, waving it before Yu Wan'er. Others might not grasp Jiang Che's intentions, but how could Yu Wan'er possibly remain oblivious? Her greatest fear had materialized. This man intended to continue his intimidation. Chapter 9. The distress of Lin Yu and Yu Wan'er's subtle machinations. After being brought to the police station, Lin Yu found himself facing interrogation. A male and a female officer were questioning him. What is your name? Officer Wang Yanran, arms crossed, scrutinized Lin Yu. Clad in her police uniform with shoulder-length hair. Her figure was striking, exuding an aura of competence. The protagonist's treatment, a captivating policewoman. Lin Yu's eyes nearly bulged out. The city was indeed splendid, filled with beautiful women. I'm asking you a question. Lin Yu's lewd demeanor significantly tarnished Wang Yanran's first impression of him. Huh, your personality is quite fiery. I like that. Lin Yu smirked, flashing a mischievous grin. Lin Yu age? 19. Gender? Can't you see for yourself? Or would you like to feel? Come see if I'm male or female. Lin Yu attempted to flirt with the policewoman. Upon hearing his words, the male officer's gaze flickered slightly. Did he dare to flirt with the fierce female officer? Was he courting disaster? Surprisingly, Wang Yanran did not react with anger. She merely cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Yu. Without Lin Yu's dimming charm, she seemed transformed. Obstructing police work incurs an additional detention of 5 to 10 days, she stated, rising to leave, leaving Lin Yu in a state of bewilderment. How is this so different from what I anticipated? This alluring policewoman should have been flustered, engaging in a debate with me, allowing me to leave a lasting impression in her mind. Yet, why is it so different now? The remaining male officer wore a serious expression. According to our surveillance investigation, it was you who initiated the assault. The injured parties, Wang Zheng and Lu Tai, are adamant about holding you accountable. You are facing a minimum of half a month's detention and potential compensation claims amounting to hundreds of thousands for emotional distress. Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. The anger within him had no outlet, for he indeed had resorted to violence. The evidence and witnesses were indisputable. He had no desire to be detained. As a practitioner of the dark strength martial arts, capable of effortlessly handling 10 opponents, to find himself confined upon his descent from the mountains would be a source of ridicule. His elderly relatives would surely find it laughable. Yet, in this unfamiliar place, he had no connections. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Changkong. Lin Yu's employer would undoubtedly assist him in securing his release. I need to call someone to arrange for my bail. How could this Lin Yu have assaulted someone on the very first day of school? Upon receiving the call from the police station, Yi Changkong was somewhat perplexed. While he had tasked Lin Yu with discreetly protecting his daughter, he certainly had not instructed him to resort to violence without cause. This Lin Yu was a skilled individual he had procured through connections. Reports suggested he was a disciple of a master, possessing both wisdom and prowess. Yet this was the outcome. Nevertheless, he had hired Lin Yu, and thus had to find a way to extricate him from this predicament. Lin Yu, in the future, do not act recklessly. I entrusted you to protect Yao discreetly. What will happen if you attract undue attention? Yi Changkong's tone held a hint of displeasure. Lin Yu felt a wave of irritation. How dare this old man lecture him? What was his standing? If not for the sake of the beautiful Yiming Yao, would he, a formidable practitioner of dark strength, stoop to being a mere bodyguard on campus? Yet, he found himself in need, and could only temper his tone. Uncle Yi, I only intervened because I witnessed a male student attempting to harm Miss Yao. Yi Changkong furrowed his brow. Upon bailing Lin Yu out, he had already uncovered the full context of the incident. It was Lin Yu who had struck first. His feeble excuse held no weight before Yi Changkong. Are you referring to Xiao Che? I have watched him grow up. I know exactly what kind of person he is. Our families are preparing for a union. I advise you to refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts. You are merely a bodyguard. Yi Changkong was not oblivious to the underlying intentions Lin Yu harbored. The Yi and Zhang families were both prominent aristocracies, with assets beginning in the hundreds of millions. They valued compatibility and social standing. And although Lin Yu had a powerful ally, it did not diminish Yi Changkong's disdain for him. Yi Changkong's words caused Lin Yu to lose his composure entirely. A union? The stunning Yiming Yao was to be wed to a wastrel? What a farcical notion. A fine cabbage should never be devoured by a pig. Moreover, do I sense a hint of disdain directed towards me? Uncle Yi, although I currently serve merely as a humble bodyguard, I am no ordinary being. After all, the tides of fortune shift, Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Lin Yu, filled with indignation, abruptly severed the call. Humph, blind to the truth. During the afternoon mock examination, Zhang Che performed admirably. Despite recently acquiring the skill of comprehensive knowledge across subjects, such an exam felt akin to a mere walk in the park. However, Zhang Che did not achieve a remarkable score, managing only a little over 400 points, having left many questions unanswered. What use is a score when one has already embraced the role of a villain, particularly a super-rich second-generation heir? What took Zhang Che by surprise was that Yu Wan'er approached him of her own accord. The petite girl chose a secluded spot for their conversation. What did you mean by your actions this morning? Her tone was resolute, yet betrayed a subtle hint of trepidation. What? Zhang Che feigned ignorance. Yu Wan'er pursed her lips. Stop pretending. Hand over your phone so I can inspect it. I suspect you haven't deleted all of the videos from last time. Zhang Che chuckled. Hey, you're not my girlfriend. What gives you the right to inspect my phone? Do you really think that a single kiss would grant you free reign over me? However, you needn't bother checking. I indeed have not deleted the videos. He flashed a mischievous grin. If you think you can use this matter to coerce me into doing something more outrageous, you are sorely mistaken. In the face of Zhang Che's veiled threat, Yu Wan'er appeared unfazed, exuding a sense of calm. Now that the joint examination is over, feel free to expose me if you wish. Attempting to leverage this to compel me into further indiscretions is futile. Despite her petite stature, Yu Wan'er possessed a sharp intellect. It was evident that she had intentionally kept her exam scores low. Even if she were to be exposed for cheating, few would pursue the matter further, likely resulting only in verbal reprimands. She was astute, with her 80-pound frame housing 79 pounds of cunning, in stark contrast to her naive and sweet friend, Yiming Yao. Zhang Che, on the other hand, simply gazed at Yu Wan'er, lightly licking his lips. How intriguing. How very intriguing. He let out a cackling laugh. Chapter 10. The Green Tea Yu Wan'er. Clever. Zhang Che nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Wan'er's ability to adapt was commendable, rather than yielding in the face of being caught. She stood her ground. Yu Wan'er felt a twinge of anxiety. With no one around, if this fellow chose to act forcefully, she would find herself in a most lamentable predicament. Do you believe I want to call the police? No. I am a model student. I shun any involvement in illegal activities. Yu Wan'er was at a loss for words. You refrain from committing crimes? You might as well have rascal tattooed on your forehead. Let us reach a compromise. I shall keep your secret undisclosed, but I have a condition. Yu Wan'er found herself at a loss for words. How about I help you pursue Sister Yao Yao? I am aware of your fondness for her, and I can assist you. In truth, she harbors many embarrassing personal secrets about Yiming Yao. However, she dares not voice them, fearing that Zhang Che might secretly record her again. After being threatened by Zhang Che last time, she has become cautious in her interactions with him. She does not wish for her private matters to create a rift in her relationship with Yiming Yao. Haha. You truly are a sister who leads her sibling into a pit. Zhang Che looked down upon her from a height, their proximity less than a fist's distance apart. He could even catch a whiff of the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Yu Wan'er, an alluring blend of gardenia and a hint of milk. This seemingly harmless little girl, however, possessed a cunning nature and a depth of scheming that was remarkable. He was already aware of the unfolding narrative. Yu Wan'er's family background was not particularly affluent. Her friendship with Yiming Yao was motivated by the allure of wealth. She spent her days eating, drinking, and sleeping alongside Yiming Yao, who was a wealthy heiress with a family fortune in the hundreds of billions. Money flowed like water, and she knew not the meaning of restraint. Even the presence of a small leech upon her would not faze her. Zhang Che, I am not taking advantage of Sister Yao Yao. Do not speak carelessly. Yu Wan'er exclaimed. Ha. Do you even believe that yourself? Zhang Che laughed heartily. Do you truly think I cannot see through this? You, a poor girl, constantly in the company of a wealthy young lady, consuming her resources, living under her roof. What would you call that if not parasitism? A flicker of shock and fear crossed Yu Wan'er's almond-shaped eyes. How did Zhang Che know? You are the real vampire. Sister Yao Yao and I share the closest bond. You shall not sow discord between us. Yu Wan'er retorted, resembling a fox whose tail had been stepped upon, her agitation palpable. If I'm not mistaken, that outfit you wear likely starts at a 4-digit price, does it not? And your shoes? Along with daily necessities, Yiming Yao must spend over 100,000 each year on you, her dear friend. What else could you be if not a vampire? Jiang Che's blunt words pierced the fragile heart of the girl like a sharpened sword. Yu Wan'er's precious tears began to fall, the corners of her eyes reddening, rendering her a pitiful sight. In truth, Jiang Che's assertions held merit. Her bond with Yiming Yao was indeed extraordinary. Yiming Yao often summoned her to the Yi residence at night, treating her as a living pillow. She was not interested in romantic entanglements. The excessive intimacy between girls left her feeling suffocated. Jiang Che pinched Yu Wan'er's small face, as there exists within humans an inexplicable urge to destroy that which is adorable, especially when faced with a tearful little girl. Indeed, if I so desired, I could effortlessly sow discord between you and Yiming Yao, revealing the truth that your seemingly innocent demeanor conceals a heart driven by materialism, akin to a parasitic tick feeding off her. Yu Wan'er was brought to tears by Jiang Che's words, her eyes reddened like a small rabbit cruelly bullied. His remarks belittled her to a mere trifle. Yet she found herself unable to retort, as she was indeed subservient to another. Rest assured, I shall refrain from such actions. Simply heed my words, and I shall not place you in undue distress. Circling back to the matter at hand, Jiang Che continued, while Yu Wan'er sobbed intermittently. Her pitiable appearance might cause any onlooker, particularly those with a penchant for youthful charm, to immediately capitulate and become infatuated. Yet Jiang Che was no ordinary individual. He merely chuckled lightly. You recall Lin Yu, who recently joined our class, do you not? Indeed. Yu Wan'er nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Do you wish for me to direct my focus towards him? The clever girl swiftly discerned Jiang Che's intentions. Astute. Jiang Che snapped his fingers and affectionately ruffled Yu Wan'er's hair, which was soft and fluffy, reminiscent of petting a cat. Yu Wan'er, sigh once Lin Yu returns. You are to take it upon yourself to make his life difficult, understood? Just ensure he feels discomfort. Yu Wan'er pouted. Her impression of Lin Yu was far from favorable. He was unattractive and arrogant, a quintessentially foolish character. Jiang Che, Lin Yu is merely a student of modest means. Given his current predicament, why not simply find an excuse to have him expelled? Jiang Che shook his head, asserting that while he could manage him within the confines of the school, once outside, who could tell if Lin Yu would not resort to unsavory means to advance? Initially, the plan was to subtly navigate the narrative, thwarting his pretensions and seizing his opportunities, gradually leading to his downfall. Chapter 11. The diminishing aura of intelligence on the way home from school. Jiang Gu, Jiang Xiao, Wang Zheng, and Lu Tai approached Jiang Che with obsequious grins. Jiang Che paused, casting a glance at the two. Lu Tai was tall and slender, while Wang Zheng was shorter and stockier. Naturally, the sycophants of the wealthy heir were also second-generation affluent individuals. Wang Zheng's family was involved in the restaurant industry, though that was merely a facade, as they were entangled in various underhanded enterprises, such as underground gambling and illicit fight rings. Lu Tai's father was in the clothing business, with a fortune in the billions. The two were essentially early-game experience fodder for the protagonist, Lin Yu. Thankfully, after a severe thrashing from Lin Yu, they had not turned against him. In truth, they were rather foolish. Jiang Xiao, it was truly satisfying to deal with that Lin Yu today. Had he not ambushed me, he would have been lying on the ground by now. Jiang Che was at a loss for words. It seemed the diminishing aura of intelligence surrounding the protagonist Lin Yu had failed to affect them, as their intellect had already reached its nadir. In the future, avoid physical confrontation with Lin Yu. Merely irritating him will suffice. With Jiang Che's words, the two were enlightened, as if struck by a sudden revelation. I understand. Young Master Jiang, I want to lay a hand on him. The next time I see him, I'll just give that fat fool a good kick, exclaimed one, his fury evident. Is your brain not functioning? Jiang Gu reminded them. We're not supposed to resort to violence. We need to humiliate him, understand? For instance, we could urinate in his water cup. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai exchanged sly smiles. Jiang Che remarked, if it weren't for their potential usefulness, I would have already kicked them out. Get lost. Don't bother me unless necessary, he added, yet the two simply chuckled. Their social standings differed, despite both being second-generation wealthy. Those born in the heart of Rome naturally enjoyed a vastly different existence than those from its peripheries. That evening, at the Yi family residence in Hangzhou, Lin Xuan noticed her daughter, Yiming Yao, seemed preoccupied. Yao Yao, do you have something on your mind? At the dining table, Yiming Yao, poking at the meat in her bowl with her chopsticks, displayed her emotions openly. Lin Shui sighed softly. I heard you had a disagreement with Xiao Che, is that true? The mere mention of Jiang Che ignited a flicker of inexplicable annoyance within Yiming Yao. This guy had been pursuing her, and now he had seemingly shifted his affections towards Wan'er, even inviting her to be his tutor. The thought stirred discomfort within her. Mom, there's no disagreement. Yet, Lin Shui understood her daughter all too well. Oh, your expression gives it away. Lin Shui tucked her hair behind her ear and took Yiming Yao's hand gently. Yao Yao, while I may not know the specifics of your conflict with Xiao Che, I've watched him grow up. His character and looks are commendable. I've heard a bit about your situation. You shouldn't keep him hanging. Yiming Yao bit her lip, feeling shy. Mom, don't you remember? I don't like interacting with boys. Lin Shui, feeling a headache coming on, spoke earnestly. Isn't it just a matter of getting used to it? The more you interact, the less aversion you'll feel. Yiming Yao lowered her head, remaining silent. I don't oppose young love. After all, I was pregnant with you at 18. Lin Shui declared, only to be met with an annoyed expression from Ye's father. What? Are you saying my situation can't be discussed? Not at all. My point is to ensure Yao Yao doesn't go astray. Early romance is fine, but early pregnancy is not. He replied, I can whisk away someone else's daughter. But when someone wants to take mine, that's a double standard. Ultimately, Lin Yu was detained, although Yi Chong Kong intended to intervene on his behalf. Upon learning that Lin Yu had offended Jiang Che, he decided against it. After all, one is a colossal entity worth hundreds of billions, while the other is merely a bodyguard he hired himself, and it was this very bodyguard who instigated the trouble. Even a fool would know whom to choose. At this moment, Lin Yu sat in the detention center on a hard wooden bed, lost in thought. This shouldn't be happening. Why is it so different from what I imagined? How could he possibly be in jail? He is a master of internal strength. Moreover, he possesses divine medical skills capable of reviving the dead and mending broken bones. How could he be detained before even having the chance to showcase his prowess? Something must be amiss. Just then, several other young men in the detention room slowly rose from their beds. The leader, sporting dyed yellow hair and a crooked neck adorned with tattoos, inquired, What trouble have you gotten yourself into? Lin Yu remained silent. I'm talking to you. The other young men surged forward. A slight smirk crept across Lin Yu's lips. Finally, it was time for him to put on a show. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu. Why did you hit someone again? And this time, you've seriously injured them. Young Master Zhang was right. You ought to be confined to a solitary cell. If you keep this up, it won't just be a civil dispute. You could end up in prison. Lin Yu mused. The detention period has been extended by another week. This inevitably led him to question the very essence of life. When he descended the mountain, his assassin mentor had once said, be bold in your pursuits. Forge your own path with these fists and feet. Yet the reality was that using fists and feet only led him to the police station. In the following days, Jiang Che could distinctly sense that Yiming Yao seemed to have changed. She often sought him out to chat, whether intentionally or not. For instance, at this moment, Jiang Che, you performed quite well on this exam. Congratulations. Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. It pales in comparison to your academic prowess. Yiming Yao felt a twinge of discomfort at Jiang Che's sarcastic tone. Didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to find a tutor? As the class monitor, it is my duty to assist you. Yiming Yao had mustered considerable courage to approach Jiang Che. Are you here to flaunt your success? Jiang Che's words left Yiming Yao momentarily speechless, her lips pressed tightly together. The proud young lady had always been self-absorbed. Expecting her to care about others' feelings was nearly impossible. With such a haughty demeanor, one could not coddle her. In his past life, Jiang Che, as the chauffeur of a high-ranking official, often faced disdain from the official's wife and their spoiled daughter. Yet, in the end, both began to see him in a different light. All right, I know you're among the top 10 in the school. Fine, I'm just a straggler. Unable to even get into a decent school. How could I possibly compare to you? Jiang Che's words only deepened Yiming Yao's sense of frustration, leaving her with a hollow feeling. Chapter 12. Yiming Yao's regret, an epic-level anomaly. Yiming Yao's previous disdain for Jiang Che primarily stemmed from his status as an exceptionally poor student. As an academic achiever herself, she harbored a sense of superiority. Statistics reveal that nearly half of high achievers possess a certain pride and often regard underperformers with disdain or even contempt. While the more astute among them may temper their arrogance, the innate sense of superiority is difficult to conceal. The young lady's emotional intelligence evidently fell short, as her words frequently left others feeling uncomfortable, unmistakably tinged with disdain. I do not mean it that way. I merely wish to assist you with your studies. Yiming Yao bit her lip, realizing upon reflection that her aversion to Jiang Che was not as profound as she had assumed. Jiang Che smirked slightly, retorting, "Hey, Yiming Yao, your attitude has always been one of arrogance. A student like me does not deserve your attention. I am weary. You need not concern yourself with my studies." His words left Yiming Yao momentarily stunned. Observing Jiang Che's despondent demeanor stirred discomfort within her. At that moment, Jiang Che unexpectedly strode toward Yu Wan'er. "Help!" Yu Wan'er thought. Having endured Jiang Che's bullying twice, he had indelibly marked her psyche. Naturally, it was fear that gripped her. She had no desire to engage with this man. Jiang Che approached her with a playful grin. "Teacher Yu, I hope to count on your guidance in the future." His smile bore an undercurrent of danger. Yu Wan'er, ever perceptive, quickly discerned Jiang Che's ulterior motive. This scoundrel. He intends to sow discord between me and Yiming Yao. It was evident to any observer that Yiming Yao harbored some feelings for Jiang Che, yet he was now attempting to draw attention to himself. If Jiang Che were to ruin her relationship with Yiming Yao, how could she continue to benefit from her friendship? After weighing her options, Yu Wan'er displayed a hint of reluctance. "Well, my English and Chinese are quite proficient. I could assist you with the humanities." Jiang Che's expression turned indifferent as he suddenly shot a glance at Yu Wan'er, a clear warning. How audacious of her to attempt cleverness. Yu Wan'er found herself at a loss for words, genuinely intimidated by the prospect of him humiliating her in front of so many people. That would spell disaster for her. "Ahem, I am also quite adept in the sciences and could teach you as well." Jiang Che's demeanor softened gradually. "Then I shall rely on Teacher Yu's guidance in the future." Yiming Yao stood frozen, watching Jiang Che flirt with her best friend, her fists clenched tightly. For reasons she could not fathom, the scene was particularly striking. A wave of bitterness surged within her, yet Wan'er was her closest confidant. "Jiang Che." It seemed Yiming Yao had made a decision, summoning her courage to speak. "If you can get into the same school as me, I will agree to date you." Jiang Che cast a sidelong glance at Yiming Yao. Ding. The female protagonist has extended an invitation for the future, triggering the antagonist's choice. Choice 1. Accept with delight and publicly vow to study diligently, gaining Yiming Yao's favor of 10. Choice 2. Remain silent, feigning ignorance, earning a reward of strength 5. Choice 3. Decisively refuse, instilling regret in her, earning the reward of mastery in ancient martial Tai Chi. Why hesitate? A moment's delay would be a disservice to Tai Chi, a revered ancient martial art. It is readily apparent what I lack: strength. Without power, I am merely a talker. What if Lin Yu, in a fit of rage, decides to confront me? I choose 3. Jiang Che glanced at Yiming Yao. Does this young lady lack common sense? Why would I forsake the current girl I have? Why would I labor to enter the same school as you? Have you read too many romance novels? A promise for a year from now? Ridiculous. Jiang Che chuckled to himself, observing that, at heart, Yiming Yao still looked down upon him, the underachiever. She is well aware of my poor academic performance, yet still wishes to attend the same school? Huh. Yiming Yao's demeanor faltered at Jiang Che's words. Momentarily, she found herself at a loss for words. Regret surged within her, feeling increasingly distanced from Jiang Che. "Teacher Yu, I have a math problem I struggle with. Could you assist me?" Jiang Che ignored Yiming Yao entirely. At that moment, it felt as if a crow had flown overhead, leaving an awkward silence in its wake. The atmosphere grew palpably uncomfortable. Yiming Yao clenched her fists and bit her lip before hastily retreating. Once everyone had departed, Yu Wan'er extended a small hand. "Pay up." The little girl seemed to muster her courage. "Pay for what?" "My tutoring fee. After teaching you for so long, you won't even offer me a reward?" Yu Wan'er was evidently a little money-obsessed. For her, nothing was more important than wealth. Besides, Jiang Che was not truly seeking her guidance. He was merely using this as an excuse to take advantage of her. What a complete pervert. As an exemplary scholar, isn't it a matter of course to assist a struggling student? Jiang Che sniffed again, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips, his expression embodying epic absurdity. "You won't morally bind me. Hurry up and pay. I don't ask for much. 300, no, 500. The thought of being taken advantage of left the little girl feeling indignant. "I have no money." Jiang Che spread his hands, feigning poverty. Yu Wan'er was nearly driven to laughter. How could the son of Hangzhou's wealthiest man claim to be broke? Let us not linger on trivialities. "Grant me a kiss for today." Yu Wan'er lamented her plight, pondering the sins of her past life. She was acutely aware that she could never outplay this man. With a delicate rise on her toes, she planted a gentle kiss on Jiang Che's cheek. Now pay up. Of course, he replied, pulling out his phone and transferring 700 yuan to her. To him, money had lost its significance. His bank account received a steady influx of 1 million each month as pocket money. A mere few hundred was inconsequential. Yu Wan'er felt utterly exasperated. You scoundrel. The little girl puffed her cheeks in indignation, glaring fiercely at Jiang Che. Chapter 13. Lin Yu's Cave Adventure. A direct interception. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the selection and receiving the reward. Ancient Martial Tai Chi. Ancient Martial Tai Chi. A formidable ancient martial art, belonging to the internal family of martial arts, which, once mastered, will elevate your proficiency in Tai Chi to an exceptional level. Note: upon usage, you will attain the initial strength of dark energy. Jiang Che snapped his fingers. Nice. With the initial strength of dark energy, Lin Yu, who also possessed ancient martial Tai Chi, would certainly not be able to dominate him completely. He would not end up hanging from a tree after all. Activating the skill. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully comprehending ancient martial Tai Chi. In an instant, a torrent of memories related to Tai Chi flooded his mind, encompassing various styles such as Chun, Yang, Wudong, and Linkong Tai Chi, all intertwining seamlessly. These were authentic techniques, far superior to the likes of mixed martial arts. Moreover, transformations were occurring within him. A mysterious energy gradually pervaded his limbs and bones, imperceptible yet undeniably real. The sensation was profound. Jiang Che recognized it as the famed qi. With a subtle accumulation of power, he delivered a gentle punch against the wall. Bang! A clear imprint of his fist was left on the concrete wall, with cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. Unbelievable. If such force were to strike a person, they would surely be left bruised and battered. As a villain, I must grow stronger, Jiang Che mused. Although he wielded considerable power, his personal combat prowess was lacking. According to the narrative, Lin Yu had two formidable masters behind him, one a reclusive divine doctor, the other a former top assassin. Both possessed immense strength, with Lin Yu's assassin master reaching the pinnacle of transformative strength. However, these two elders would not make their appearances until much later in the story, around 200 chapters in, and seemed to be trapped in some forbidden domain. Thus, I can gradually deal with Lin Yu, and by the time these two old fellows make their appearance, I should be able to dispatch them with a single strike. During my idle moments, Jiang Che began to peruse the novel's script. Knowing thyself and thy enemy, one will never be defeated. Oh, around the 30th chapter, Lin Yu encounters a fortuitous adventure in a cave. Jiang Che's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He hurriedly read through this chapter word by word, not daring to miss a single syllable. Beneath a ravine on the outskirts of Hangzhou, there exists a cave. Within it lies the legacy of a master. The cave only opens once every 6 years. Clearly, this cave was a serendipitous opportunity left for Lin Yu by his mentors. The treasures within are quite plentiful. A spatial jade pendant and a manual on lightness skills. Jiang Che licked his lips. I must seize this opportunity. Lin Yu must be in quite a rush since the cave opens only once every 6 years, lasting for 7 days. Given Lin Yu's current sentence, he will undoubtedly miss this chance. A wicked smile spread across Jiang Che's face. I shall gladly accept your fortune. Upon returning home, Jiang Che was once again enveloped in a warm embrace from his doting mother. In his previous life, he had always been favored by wealthy ladies. My little Che has grown even more handsome. Jiang Yunli beamed, unabashedly displaying her affection for Jiang Che. Jiang Che was speechless, wiping the drool from his face with a tissue. His mother, originally a wealthy young lady from a prominent family in the capital, had always been pure and kind-hearted. After marrying Jiang Yuan, they enjoyed a blissful and loving relationship, facing little adversity in life. Perhaps the only hardship she encountered was during childbirth. In a romance novel, she would undoubtedly fit the mold of a quintessential Mary Sue heroine. Jiang Che felt indifferent towards his mother. Though somewhat peculiar, he was not inherently so. At that moment, Jiang Yuan also emerged, a smile gracing his face. Let me tell you, our Jiang family will not only be a billion-dollar enterprise in the future. Jiang Yuan spoke with pride. Darling, are we on the brink of bankruptcy? Jiang Yunli's complexion paled slightly. Jiang Yuan chuckled helplessly. How could we be facing bankruptcy? What I mean is that our Jiang family is destined for greater heights. Do you remember I mentioned the new drug developed by our Yuan Che pharmaceutical company? Has it been successfully developed? Jiang Yunli's eyes widened slightly in realization. Indeed, The anti-cancer miracle drug we invested over 10 billion and has made significant progress. The results of the first phase of clinical trials are exceptionally promising. Wow, that's incredible. Jiang Che fell silent, absorbing his father's words. His father's company was a pharmaceutical entity. And even among all pharmaceutical companies in the Dragon Kingdom, the Yuanqing Group ranked within the top 10. In the original narrative, the Yuanqing Group invested billions to develop a groundbreaking anti-cancer drug, which, if successful, would yield immense profits. Indeed, the Yuanqing Group has successfully created an anti-cancer medication capable of inhibiting over 90 of cancers, even extending the lives of terminal patients. The efficacy is remarkable upon its release. The company's market value is likely to double. However, as the antagonist, it is improbable that any benefits would accrue to him. A faction within the company, comprising the second-largest shareholder and several researchers, conspired to abscond with the drug's formula, ultimately rendering the Yuanqing Group's colossal investment futile. This incident marked the beginning of the Jiang family's decline. In order to maintain his identity as a wealthy heir, Jiang Che resolved to take action. Father, are you certain there are no traitors within the company? Jiang Che's inquiry left Jiang Yuan momentarily speechless. Traitors? Are you suggesting? Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The anti-cancer drug is a closely guarded secret. If it were to leak, Jiang Yuan shook his head. The identities of the researchers are highly confidential, with stringent security measures in place. Nothing is entirely secure. I suggest you conduct a discreet investigation into everyone in the company, especially the major shareholders. Jiang Che's insinuation was unmistakable, and after a brief contemplation, Jiang Yuan solemnly nodded. Very well, I shall proceed with this. His demeanor was earnest. He too felt a sense of vigilance. Having built a billion-dollar company from the ground up in just over a decade, he could not afford to be naive. He certainly had his own informants within the organization. The protagonist Lin Yu's aura of diminished intelligence does not only affect this antagonist, but rather casts a shadow over all characters throughout the narrative. However, this principal antagonist has been particularly diminished, rendered almost foolish. Xiao Che, I believe you should consider studying finance. After graduation, you could join our family business. I am aging and cannot leave it without a successor. Jiang Yuan's expression turned grave as he began to voice his concerns. I look forward to your taking over so that I can enjoy some quality time with your mother. Jiang Che shrugged. He merely wished to revel in the privileges of being a wealthy heir, not to toil. Why would anyone desire to inherit a company when it is far more pleasurable to be a villain, manipulating fate and charming women? He had no intention of taking on such a responsibility. No worries, you can still have more children. A brother or sister for me would be splendid. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan was left utterly stunned. A major failure? Am I truly expected to raise a younger version? Chapter 14, Navigating the Electronic Realm, Experiencing Cyber Life. Jiang Yuan is a prudent individual. Following Jiang Che's warning, he instructed his trusted confidants to commence a discreet inquiry within the company that very night. As the chairman, his network of informants spanned the entire corporation. It was not long before he uncovered some intriguing clues. Li Changyu, what does this woman intend to do? Li Changyu is the company's second-largest shareholder and one of the founding members. This investigation has revealed an alarming truth. Several shareholders harbor rebellious intentions. A sinister smile crept onto Jiang Yuan's face, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor of grace and composure in front of Jiang Che. It appears that a significant upheaval within the company is imminent. In the dead of night, Lin Yu sat on the toilet in the detention center, gazing out at the night sky when his eyes caught a glimpse of the crimson glow above. The red moon has risen? Damn, how could I have forgotten this? Tomorrow marks the opening of the cave. Lin Yu's heart raced with urgency. The arrival of the red moon. The time for the cave's opening. This was knowledge imparted to him by his master, who spoke of extraordinary treasures within that could enhance his strength. Most crucially, his master mentioned a pendant of immense significance hidden inside. It is said that this pendant symbolizes a marriage contract with a certain reclusive family. The thought of the marriage contract sent Lin Yu into a frenzy. If he fails to enter the cave this time, the next opportunity won't arise for another 6 years. By then, he would be 25, and his betrothed would likely be married to someone else. What a cruel joke. Officer, I have an urgent matter. Please let me out. I beg you, I need to leave. My mother has passed away, and I must return to attend the funeral. However, no one paid him any heed. 7 days. Only 7 days remain, and I must find a way out. But escaping is out of the question. Thus, I have to devise a plan. The following morning, Jiang Che prepared to set off, intent on seizing Lin Yu's opportunity ahead of him. Of course, Jiang Che was cautious. He would not venture alone. Who knows what traps might await? Thus, he assembled a substantial entourage, primarily hired from a security firm, including several experts in demolition. A throng of dozens surged into the small forest. Jiang Che was unaware of the precise location, only knowing it lay beneath a mountain spring. But that was of little consequence. They began a thorough search of the mountain. While they scoured the area, Jiang Che reclined in a lounge chair, leisurely munching on potato chips. Oh, a message from Yiming Yao? Curiously, Jiang Che opened the text. Heh, is she inviting me out? Sorry, but I must decline. Jiang Che was well aware of Yiming Yao's subtle intentions. Sometimes, when a girl is rebuffed, she becomes even more proactive. In plain terms, this is quite pitiful. On the other side, the rejected Yiming Yao stared blankly at her phone. Her beautiful eyes clouded with a hint of mist. She bit her lip to suppress her dismay. Having faced repeated refusals, her composure began to waver. She had resolved to overcome her aversion to men and was willing to attempt a relationship with Jiang Che. But why are you unwilling to grant me this opportunity? Yu Wan'er, upon witnessing Yiming Yao's demeanor, felt a surge of complexity within her heart. Yiming Yao indeed harbored feelings for Jiang Che. If Jiang Che was truly intervening, causing Yiming Yao to develop affections for him while exposing her materialistic side, it was utterly unfair. All she yearned for was to survive. Why did Jiang Che persistently target her? That villain. Sister Yao Yao, do not dwell on that detestable man any longer. Let us go watch a movie together. Yu Wan'er eagerly linked her arm with Yiming Yao's. The sudden shift in Yiming Yao's attitude filled Yu Wan'er with trepidation. What if she grew to despise her, leading to a rift in their relationship? If that were to happen, she would have to seek employment, a prospect she dreaded. She simply wished to be a carefree parasite. Yiming Yao nodded and smiled gently at Yu Wan'er. Subsequently, she enveloped the little girl in a warm embrace, relishing the sweet, milky fragrance that lingered on her. Young master, we have discovered a colossal stone door. A few subordinates reported to Jiang Che. However, it cannot be opened, and there is no key in sight. What is the issue? Simply use explosives to blast the door open, Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. Indeed, although the cave opened once every 6 years, it was a challenge for someone like him, who was not the protagonist, to access the stone door. Damn it! Why is it that when the protagonist arrives, the stone door opens automatically? Yet when I, the antagonist, appear, it remains tightly shut. Just like those female leads in novels who readily yield to the protagonist, but treat me, the villain, with disdain. Therefore, one must adopt a more forceful approach. Boom. With the expertise of a professional demolition team, the stone door was obliterated. A hidden cave emerged from the rubble. You all go in and scout ahead. If you see any jade pendants or scrolls, bring them to me, Jiang Che instructed, gesturing to several bodyguards, who, as professionals, unconditionally complied with their employer's commands. Before long, the bodyguards rushed out, wailing in terror. Snakes. There are venomous snakes inside, and poisonous insects, a half-meter-long centipede. One disheveled bodyguard approached Jiang Che, presenting a tattered scroll and a pale yellow dragon symbol jade pendant. Boss, I retrieved these. Very good. Jiang Che immediately rewarded each of the bodyguards who entered with a sum of 100,000 yuan. After all, he was not short on funds. It brought him joy to bestow a little reward. Good thing I didn't go in. Jiang Che smirked slightly, having anticipated this very scene. As a villain, attempting to seize opportunities meant for the protagonist would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Is there nothing left inside? The bitten bodyguards shook their heads repeatedly, declaring that there was nothing left. I just checked the floor meticulously, and aside from venomous insects and snakes, only these 2 items remained. Jiang Che nodded, then retrieved a pre-prepared plastic jade pendant and a book titled 5 Years of Research, 3 Years of Simulation from his pocket. Please return these 2 items and remember to repair the stone door before you leave. Perhaps consider replacing it with an electronic door, Jiang Che mused, stroking his chin with a hint of anticipation. Surely, Lin Yu would eventually return here. I wonder what thoughts would occupy his mind at that moment. Breaking through the electronic secret realm, indulging in a cybernetic life. He must feel quite elated, I suppose. With this thought, Jiang Che let out a sinister chuckle. Chapter 15. Yiming Yao's birthday gift, the incredibly insecure girl. On the way back from the cave, Jiang Che sat in the back seat of a Maybach. toying with the jade pendant. This pale yellow dragon symbol jade pendant was exquisitely crafted, clearly a priceless antique. Its warm touch evoked a strong sense of affinity. Blood must be drawn to recognize its master. Jiang Che learned from the narrative that the pendant required a drop of blood to activate its storage space. He gently bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the pendant. A moment of disorientation ensued, followed by a clear sensation of an unusual connection between himself and the pendant. It felt as if the pendant was akin to a backpack, allowing him to transfer items into its space merely through his thoughts. However, it seemed somewhat lacking in utility. Perhaps it could serve as a means for sleight of hand. The storage space was merely a tool for the protagonists in typical novels to amass wealth and power, but for Jiang Che, it appeared insufficient. Nevertheless, since it was Lin Yu's fortune, he intended to seize it all. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Che's mouth. Initially, he had planned to blow up the cave if he could not open the stone door. Silent as snow, an advanced lightness skill required one to possess dark energy cultivation to practice. Upon reaching mastery, one could tread upon snow without leaving a trace and walk upon water. In the narrative, Lin Yu was also referred to as the Lightness Kid. After mastering this skill, he embarked on a journey of ostentation, showcasing his prowess. Following a moderate success in lightness skills, he once encountered a child swept into a lake and demonstrated the ability to walk on water, astonishing the onlookers. However, he now found himself deprived of a significant tool for display. Jiang Che skimmed through the manual twice, committing the contents to memory. This ability to remember at a glance could be deemed a small benefit of being a transmigrator. Upon returning home, he was unexpectedly greeted by several unfamiliar faces. Xiao Che, you're back. Come see who has arrived. Son, regarding what you mentioned last night, I conducted a thorough investigation upon returning to the company, and indeed, I discovered something. Several major shareholders in the company have been conspiring behind my back. Had it not been for the early discovery, the company would have incurred severe losses. These insatiable wretches dare to defy me. Though Jiang Yuan grumbled with exasperation, his gaze towards Jiang Che betrayed a sense of affection intertwined with a subtle hint of pride. This is Uncle Wang Laiyun, and here is the precious Yinran. It has been 5 or 6 years since you two last met, hasn't it? Jiang Yunli, ever the epitome of a refined lady in the presence of guests, gracefully interjected. Wang Laiyun, upon noticing Jiang Che, nodded repeatedly. It had indeed been many years. How had that little rascal grown so much? Sitting on the sofa, Wang Yinran also lifted her gaze towards Jiang Che, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Jiang Che chuckled softly and took a seat. Wang Laiyun, the director of the Hangzhou Public Security Bureau, was a sworn brother to his late father. However, the primary reason for his visit was his daughter, Wang Yinran, one of the protagonists in the narrative, a poised and aloof policewoman. Long time no see, Sister Yinran. Jiang Che, it's been ages. The usually formidable Wang Yinran now appeared somewhat awkward. Xiao Che, I owe you my gratitude today. Uncle Wang helped me apprehend those corporate spies, she remarked. Wang Laiyun modestly declined the praise, stating, "Oh, it was merely my duty." Yet, as the conversation continued, it inevitably shifted back to Jiang Che and Wang Yinran. Jiang Yunli gently took Wang Yinran's delicate hand, her tone softening. "Yinran, my dear, you have grown far more beautiful than in your youth. I have long desired a daughter, and it has become quite the obsession." Jiang Yuan, Wang Laiyun, and Wang Yinran exchanged glances, incredulous. Could you be any more blatant? You clearly wish for a daughter-in-law. Indeed, Wang Laiyun, as a concerned father, held great importance to his daughter's marital prospects. If she were to marry into the Zhang family, it would strengthen the ties between their families. Wang Laiyun sighed. It's true, my dear Yinran is already 23. A grown woman who has yet to experience a romance. How disconcerting. In a few casual remarks, he had inadvertently put Wang Yinran on the spot, causing her cheeks to flush. Dad, what are you saying? To their astonishment, the conversation spiraled further into absurdity. I'm 5 years older than Jiang Che. So what if you are? A woman 3 years older is akin to gold. You're practically ready to embrace 2 bars of gold. Wang Yinran had never encountered such a situation before. She felt utterly flustered. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have abstained from attending. I still have work to do this afternoon. I must take my leave. With that, Wang Yinran rose abruptly. Xiao Che, please drive Yinran home, Jiang Yuan instructed. Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly. All right. The two departed Zhang's residence, walking side by side, a fitting pair, though Wang Yanran remained somewhat reserved. "Jiang Che, it's been a while," she remarked. "You just said that," he replied with a gentle laugh. Her gaze inadvertently swept over Wang Yanran, whose figure was quite striking. One couldn't help but wonder how this young lady had achieved such a physique. "What are you staring at?" Wang Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly. As a police officer, how could she fail to notice Jiang Che's gaze? She had encountered such looks from many men, yet Jiang Che's gaze was surprisingly not unappealing. In truth, Wang Yanran felt a twinge of nostalgia, her impression of Jiang Che still lingering on that of a mischievous little boy. Yiming Yao, clutching an invitation, approached the Jiang family villa with a complex expression. "Would Jiang Che attend my birthday party? He seems to harbor some disdain for me." Biting her lower lip, she contemplated the relationship between the Yi and Jiang families, hoping Jiang Che would honor her with his presence. After all, she had attended his birthday celebrations in the past. Surely he would not dismiss her. Currently, her feelings towards Jiang Che had become exceedingly intricate. She wished to regard him as an older brother. Yet his indifference left her feeling hollow and desolate. Jiang Che must still be upset with her, and she resolved to muster the courage to address her feelings during her birthday celebration. As this thought crossed her mind, a blush crept onto her fair cheeks. How embarrassing. But soon, a familiar voice reached her ears. She looked up, her expression freezing in place. Jiang Che emerged from the villa, laughing and chatting with a woman. Though the distance was considerable, she could easily discern that the woman was truly beautiful, a mature elegance that seemed beyond her years. The stunning figure of the woman ignited a wave of insecurity within Yiming Yao. For reasons unknown, witnessing that scene was jarring. It felt as though her jealousy had been unleashed. Thus, she stealthily followed the pair until they entered Jiang Che's Maybach. Beep. Detected Yiming Yao is spying. Triggering villain selection. Option 1. Be incredibly straightforward and immediately dismiss Wang Yanran from the car. Wang Yanran's favorability. 10. Yiming Yao's favorability. 10. Option 2. Remain silent and obediently return Wang Yanran to the police station. Wang Yanran's favorability. 5. Option 3. Approach them. Wang Yanran's favorability. 10. Reward. 10 years of internal strength. Chapter 16. Fast forward to the husband-chasing inferno as a master of the dark energy. Jiang Che's senses had been heightened to an extraordinary level. He was well aware that a little wildcat was spying on him. However, he chose not to make a fuss about it. Let her spy, for it was bound to provoke her. He had a firm grasp on Yiming Yao's subtle thoughts. And as for the villain selection, was there any need for deliberation? Option 3 was the obvious choice. Dismissing Wang Yanran outright? She was hardly a difficult princess. And being compliant? That was out of the question. Take a look at the third option. Upon engaging, my favorability actually increased. Do you understand now? This is the essence of women, and a decade of inner strength as a reward. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Yanran, I just overheard Uncle Wang mention that you have never been in a relationship. Jiang Che's words instantly left Wang Yanran in an awkward state. What do you intend to do? You cannot possibly want to be my boyfriend, can you? Silly little brother. Wang Yanran revealed a playful smile. To her, Jiang Che was merely a boy yet to mature. Do you remember our childhood games of house? Jiang Che's sudden remark caused Wang Yanran's expression to stiffen, and her face flushed crimson. How do you still remember that? Jiang Che feigned innocence. How could I forget? After all, I was only 7 at that time. You must not remember. Forget it. Wang Yanran's composure vanished, replaced by overwhelming embarrassment. In their youth, it was common for children to play pretend. Acting as parents was nothing out of the ordinary, especially since Wang Yanran was at the precipice of adolescence. Curious about the opposite sex. Those who understand, understand. Wang Yanran had no significant blemishes in her life, save for this incident, which always left her wanting to slap herself and bury her head in the sand when recalled. But how could I forget? I was only 7, still a mere child. Do not speak. I have done nothing to you. Wang Yanran had never felt so mortified. Yet, you have left a psychological scar on me. Observing Jiang Che's pitiful expression, Wang Yanran felt a strong urge to slap him. You are such a nuisance. Even her dialect slipped out. A classic case of anger leading to insults. How about this? Yanran, you give me a kiss. Kiss you? Absolutely not. You must be dreaming. The window of the Maybach remained open, and this scene was clearly visible to Yiming Yao from a distance. The girl's mind buzzed, overwhelmed with chaos. Even the invitation in her hand fell to the ground. A feeling that was indescribably sour began to spread from her heart. Tears filled her almond-shaped eyes without her noticing. In an instant, she realized her true feelings for Jiang Che. It was not the brother-sister bond she had imagined, but rather affection. However, Jiang Che was now entangled with another woman, their bodies trembling in proximity, biting his thin lips as his nails dug into his flesh. Had she lost her chance entirely? Fast-forwarding to the end of her pursuit felt imminent. The scenes unfolding before her were too piercing, leading Yiming Yao to run away in tears. Before leaving, she picked up the invitation from the ground, as if gathering the fragments of her shattered heart. Drive faster. I'm going to be late for work. Wang Yinren shot a glare at Jiang Che. This guy was utterly infuriating. Jiang Che, in a good mood, chose not to respond directly to her inquiry. Where is your police station? Wang Yinren retorted, her irritation palpable as she discreetly pinched Jiang Che's thigh. Has your station recently detained someone named Lin Yu? Wang Yinren furrowed her brow. How do you know that? He was arrested for fighting. Is he perhaps your classmate? Ranyan, don't call me Ranyan. I'll call you whatever I like. Wang Yinren responded, exasperated. Jiang Che chuckled lightly. One trick suffices for myriad successes. That Lin Yu even dared to challenge me. On his very first day in class, he singled me out for no reason. I wonder where he finds his confidence. Wang Yinren couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, when Lin Yu first arrived at the police station, he even flirted with me. His behavior in recent days has been nothing short of arrogant and utterly detestable. Ugh, what a scoundrel. As such, the two continued their tirade against Lin Yu all the way to the police station, enumerating his flaws. Achoo, what was happening? Lin Yu, confined in the detention center, sneezed repeatedly for over 10 minutes, nearly ruining his nose. With his formidable constitution, he should never have caught a cold. Someone must be cursing me. It's definitely that scoundrel Jiang Che. To be fair, the intuition of a child of destiny is quite precise, and he guessed correctly in an instant. However, he had no time to dwell on this, for the cave was opening. The 6-year cycle of the cave was upon him, and missing this opportunity would mean an indefinite wait for the next. Lately, he had been increasingly restless, sensing that something which belonged to him was lost. Damn it! I must escape. Suddenly, he recalled someone. His master was a divine physician who, in his youth, had spread goodwill far and wide, employing miraculous medical skills to save countless affluent individuals. If memory served him right, there was a powerful old man residing in Hangqing. I need to make a call. I must find someone. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement once more. Chapter 17. The Deceived Lin Yu. Being a child of destiny, Lin Yu possessed numerous means at his disposal. Remarkably, he managed to secure his release on bail. After inhaling a few breaths of fresh air, Lin Yu's resolve gradually solidified. School could wait. The cave was of paramount importance. With that thought, Lin Yu hurriedly made his way towards the mountainous region his master had entrusted to him. Indeed, he was running. Now, Lin Yu found himself utterly destitute, having lost his wallet without any recollection of when it occurred. In this era, where payment systems predominantly revolve around QR codes, he, a master who had honed his skills for over a decade in the mountains, was still trapped in a perception of the city from a decade prior, no different from a wild man. He had originally intended to contact Yi Changkong to arrange for a ride, yet the expedition to the cave must remain discreet. This was a chance he could not afford to jeopardize. He had been running since the afternoon, and as night fell, he estimated he had covered a distance equivalent to 2 marathons, enough to bring tears to the eyes of world champion marathoner Kipchoge. Damn it! At long last he had arrived. Given such a distance, perhaps he should have simply called Yi Changkong. Cursing under his breath, Lin Yu glanced down at his shoes, which were worn to the point where his big toe was exposed. Even though he was a practitioner of profound internal strength, he was thoroughly exhausted. Upon reaching the mountain stream, he leaped down from a height of over 10 meters. For someone of his caliber, this height was considerable yet not particularly daunting. He landed smoothly, even striking a pose, despite the absence of an audience. What the hell? Which fool discarded a nail? Damn it! Lin Yu winced in pain as he clutched his foot. The long nail had nearly pierced through his soul. Nevertheless, with remarkable determination, he staggered to his feet and made his way toward the stone door. Where was the stone door? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the electronic gate before him, his mind flooded with questions. He leaned against the electronic door, scrutinizing it, even daring to tap it with his fingers. Please enter the password. The synthetic mechanical voice startled Lin Yu. What the hell, old Lin, are you messing with my mind? An electronic door? You create this secret realm and still say it's once every 6 years. Bah. Clearly. Lin Yu dismissed the electronic door with disdain and clenched his fists, launching a powerful punch at it. Ah. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed. Why was this door so sturdy? I am a practitioner of profound internal strength. It was utterly impervious. His fingers were left numb from the impact. Unable to overpower it, he resolved to employ cunning instead. What password? Lin Yu begrudgingly accepted the challenge of deciphering this so-called password. Beep. Please answer 3 questions. Upon completion, the door will automatically open. Lin Yu chuckled, brimming with confidence and arrogance. Don't be deceived by his years of rigorous training in the mountains. In terms of knowledge, he was undoubtedly a scholar. Ask away. Question 1. Loudly declare, I am a dog 3 times and imitate a dog's bark 3 times. What the hell? Lin Yu cursed aloud. Such torturous and trivial questions were indeed the sort of thing old Lin would devise. Old Lin, I know this is your doing. You can surely hear me. Can't you? Do not toy with me. I shall never bow down, Lin Yu declared, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. He engaged in a battle of wits with the silence for several minutes. However, Lin Yu began to falter. Hey, old man Lin, you can't be serious about making me bark like a dog, can you? Could you at least respond to me? Fine, fine, I shall remember this grudge. I am a dog. I am a dog. I am a dog. Woof, 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 Lin Yu uttered through gritted teeth. In his mind, it was still his master who was playing tricks on him. Beep. Please listen to the second question. Reveal the deepest secret hidden within your heart. Lin Yu shrugged. This was not a challenge. You, old man Lin, surely you know? We both spied on Widow Wang from the neighboring village while she bathed. And now you are playing this game with me? Beep. Please listen to the third question. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth lifted in a wild grin. Was that all? Old man, you are not as clever as you think. You believe this can stump me? Question 3. Please recite the digits of pi to 10,000 decimal places. Lin Yu. What? Can you be any more unreasonable? Recite 10,000 decimal places? Have you no humanity? Yet, ultimately, Lin Yu succumbed to reality. He opened his phone and began reciting the lengthy sequence of pi. Huh, a mere 10,000 digits. It's reciting, not memorizing. Is it not a walk in the park? Though he found the question absurd, he knew that reciting 10,000 digits was quite simple. At a rate of 2 digits per second, it would take just over an hour, nothing too challenging. As he reached 400 digits, he suddenly misread one. Beep. Incorrect. Please read again. Lin Yu frowned, instinctively sensing something was amiss. Nevertheless, he resumed, this time slowing his pace and focusing more intently. However, upon surpassing 1,000 digits, he stumbled again. Damn it. Must I start over? He continued, reaching 2,000, then 3,000, then 5,000 digits. After countless attempts, 2 nights had passed, and he found himself in the midst of the 3rd day, still reciting. He conserved his phone's battery, eventually managing to recite over 5,000 digits from memory. His mind was heavily burdened, fatigue setting in, his vision blurring. Beep. Congratulations on successfully completing all trials. Beep. The door is now open. The electronic door swung wide, and Lin Yu burst into tears. Imagine, the formidable dragon descending from the mountain, a hardened warrior who shed blood but not tears, now weeping. The torment had been unbearable. His mind was consumed by numbers, everything he saw morphing into digits, as if he were on the verge of a mechanical ascension. Finally, I have made my way in. Lin shouted on, do not let our paths cross again. If they do, I shall pluck every hair from your face. Lin Yu nearly crawled into the cave. Inside, it was remarkably tidy, with only a stone table adorned with a golden jade pendant and a tome of deep blue and violet hues. Wait, blue and violet? Lin Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. As he approached, he gasped in astonishment. 5 years of research and 3 years of simulations. What is this? Some new guise of an ancient martial arts manual? Lin Yu's lips twitched as he grasped the thick volume. Is this truly just material? What in the world? Is it mathematics? Or perhaps this year's revised edition? Even Lin Yu, with his simple mind, recognized he had been played. That old rascal, Lin. Is it just me you are targeting? This so-called 6-year secret realm is nothing but a deception. Indeed, such trickery is well within Lin Xiaoyan's capabilities. Nevertheless, he stubbornly flipped to the last page. There, he found a message inscribed. Child, knowledge alters fate. I know your temperament is hasty and your disposition fierce. You must have suffered, haven't you? Heed my advice. Set aside your martial pursuits and invest time in learning. It will benefit you immensely as you descend the mountain. Your masters wish for you to temper your heart in the mortal realm. Advancing too swiftly in strength is not in your favor. Moreover, do not become infatuated with women. Only through study can you progress, for women will only hinder your swiftness in drawing your blade. Chapter 18. Next, I shall declare myself a dog. I am a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Yu stood frozen. For some reason, the earnest teachings woven into those words stirred within him an urge to weep. He had indeed faced repercussions for his violent actions, and the discomfort made him want to cry. To abandon martial arts in favor of heartfelt study? Yet, how could he grow stronger without cultivation? Though Lin Xiaodian often proved unreliable, he took Lin Yu's training seriously, since it was his master's counsel. He naturally felt compelled to comply. After some contemplation, Lin Yu acknowledged that his temper was indeed quite fierce, and his habit of resorting to violence needed to change. Although something felt amiss, the wisdom imparted by his master had proven invaluable. For now, he would set aside his internal martial arts training. Cultivation must begin with the heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Che sat cross-legged on his bed, reflecting on the lightness he had just acquired. His innate talent was commendable within a single night. He had already grasped this skill. He had achieved a state of agility akin to that of a swallow, capable of running effortlessly, even ascending 18 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Moments later, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. The inscriptions left for Lin Yu in the cave, of course, were his own handiwork. Cultivation? Enough of this competition. Let me indulge in it a while longer. It resembled the frenzied study sessions of university students cramming for finals in their dormitories. At that moment, Jiang Che received a message on his phone. Oh, Lin Yu has actually been bailed out? How absurd. Is he truly barking like a dog? Huh. Peeking at Widow Wang while she bathes? How amusing. The instigator of the electronic door incident, of course, was Jiang Che himself. After indulging in laughter, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a contemplative depth. He had already devised a plan to deal with Lin Yu. He returned to school, noticing that Yiming Yao was buried in her assignments all morning. Could it be that this girl was feeling the pressure? Just then, their homeroom teacher, Zhu Yong, entered the room. There would be no class for the next period. The entire school was to gather on the playground for a meeting, a review of Lin Yu's conduct. Zhu Yong's expression was clearly not pleasant. After this incident escalated, his position as the grade director was hanging by a thread. Whispers erupted throughout the classroom. After Zhu Yong left, Jiang Che stroked his chin, revealing a mischievous grin. He then summoned Lu Tai and Wang Zheng. Young Master Jiang, is there something you need? Young Master Jiang. Monkey, and I will always follow your lead. Jiang Che's gaze was unruffled as he produced a disc. Take this with you. When Lin Yu stands before the entire school to apologize, you two should head to the broadcasting room and play what's on this disc. It contains recordings of Lin Yu barking like a dog. Understand? Wang Zheng and Lu Tai exchanged increasingly lewd glances. Hee, we excel at mischief. You can count on us. Young Master Jiang, we will execute this flawlessly. As Jiang Che watched them depart, he chuckled softly, not anticipating that this scheme would come to fruition so swiftly. Soon, a meeting commenced on the playground of Shirlan School. The purpose of this gathering was explicitly to criticize Lin Yu. In truth, if Lin Yu had merely engaged in a fistfight, it would not have warranted such a spectacle. However, the involvement of the police had significantly tarnished the reputation of Shirlan School. Coincidentally, on that very day, higher authorities were conducting inspections. Thus, Lin Yu had become the scapegoat. Were it not for Yi Zhangkong providing him with some cover, he would have already faced expulsion. As Lin Yu took the stage, his countenance mirrored that of someone who had just consumed something repugnant. The humiliation of apologizing in front of the entire student body was unbearable. Yet, he had no choice. Failing to comply could lead to his expulsion. After all, there were numerous beautiful female students at Shirlan School whom he wished to pursue, and he was unwilling to forfeit that opportunity. Meanwhile, Yiming Yao, standing at the front as class monitor, occasionally glanced at Jiang Che. Every time she saw him, memories of him with that unfamiliar woman resurfaced, disrupting her sleep for days. Her heart brimmed with jealousy, a tempestuous wave of emotions overwhelming her. After that day, upon encountering the strikingly voluptuous beauty, Wang Yanran, she felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. Compared to Wang Yanran, she seemed like a mere sprout, consumed by self-doubt. She even took the trouble to enhance her appearance that day. Yet, Jiang Che, in his current demeanor, wouldn't even spare her a glance. Could it be that the Jiang Che who had pursued her for 6 years truly no longer harbored feelings for her? It was a bitter pill to swallow. Lin Yu slowly ascended the podium, limping slightly. Before the entire faculty and student body, he was subjected to public humiliation. A proud character like Lin Yu found it nearly impossible to accept such a reality. However, he soon recalled the teachings of his master, who had sent him down the mountain to refine his spirit amidst the mundane world. Yes, he mustn't succumb to anger. After all, how could a golden dragon be confined to a mere pond? He then grasped his speech and began to recite, "My name is Lin Yu. I recently transferred to Sherlon School, but due to my involvement in a physical altercation, I found myself in detention. I now fully recognize my mistakes." It was a textbook apology. Meanwhile, in the school's broadcasting room, the original broadcasting student was bound and gagged. Lu Tai and Wang Zheng wore lewd grins on their faces. "Listen, little classmate, we're just borrowing your broadcasting room for a bit. Once we're done, we'll let you go, and you can pretend nothing happened. If the school authorities ask, just say you urgently needed to use the restroom. You know who we are, right? Unless you want to make life difficult for yourself and Hangqing." The broadcasting student nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Soon, the loudspeakers across the schoolyard blared to life. Lin Yu continued his speech. "I sincerely apologize to Lu Tai and Wang Zheng. I swear I will never resort to violence again. Henceforth, I shall declare, I am a dog, I am a dog, I am a dog. Woof, woof, woof." Lin Yu was abruptly interrupted by the loudspeakers, which echoed his own voice. In an instant, the entire campus fell silent, as his voice seamlessly filled the air. Lin Yu's expression stiffened. Why did this sound so much like his own? Wait, it was indeed his voice. He suddenly recalled the words he had spoken in front of the electronic door of his cave yesterday. But how could that be happening here? Chapter 19. The Collapse of Lin Yu. Yiming Yao's coming-of-age ceremony. Lin Yu was utterly bewildered, standing on the stage, unsure of how to proceed. The loudspeaker continued to broadcast. "I am a dog. I am a dog. Woof, woof, woof. I once spied on Widow Wang from the neighboring village while she bathed." The students below could no longer contain themselves, their faces betraying their amusement. What on earth is going on? Isn't this supposed to be a reflection meeting? Why is it turning into a dog show? Peeking at Widow Wang from next door while she bathes? I must commend this fellow. He certainly stirs up quite the spectacle. It is evident that he has been set up, though it remains a mystery against whom he has crossed paths. Is there any need for conjecture? It must undoubtedly be Jiang Xiao. I have heard that Lin Yu offended Jiang Che shortly after transferring schools, and given Jiang Xiao's temperament, he would surely go to great lengths to make Lin Yu's life miserable. Lin Yu is likely on the brink of social annihilation. If I were in his position, I would wish to ascend into the heavens from sheer embarrassment. Standing on that stage, Lin Yu was engulfed in profound awkwardness, the gaze of thousands piercing into him with mockery, making him wish to vanish into the ground. His pride, once unyielding, had become intolerable under such circumstances. Meanwhile, the school administrators, belatedly grasping the situation, sent a man clad in a suit to the podium. He seized the microphone from Lin Yu's hands. "Lin Yu, what on earth are you babbling about? This is your reflection meeting, not a stage for your antics." The abrupt criticism left Lin Yu utterly bewildered. "Can you not see? Someone is trying to frame me. This is a clear setup." Lin Yu desperately attempted to explain, yet the indifferent gaze of the school official merely deepened his despair. He knew that Lin Yu had been pranked, but in this moment, Lin Yu must bear the burden of blame, for he had indeed erred. "Do you think you have a leg to stand on? Return and write a 10,000-word reflection." Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. His rebellious spirit, already humiliated, was on the verge of boiling over. If he endured any longer, he would become a mere shell of himself. Just as he prepared to unleash his fury, a single remark from the school leader silenced him. "Do you wish to forfeit your studies?" Lin Yu trembled with rage, stripped of power and influence. He was left with formidable strength that found no outlet. The tension was unbearable. The sound of his clenched fists echoed in the stillness. He had been set up. In that moment, clarity struck him. He realized that the secret chamber he had entered was a ruse. How could he have thought his master would employ an electronic door with a book titled 5 Years of Research, 3 years of simulations, and such absurd password challenges? Clearly, someone had orchestrated this scheme against him. The treasures within that chamber had undoubtedly fallen into another's hands. Cursed be the one who has conspired against me. Suddenly, the figure of Jiang Che loomed in his mind. Could it be him? But that seemed impossible. How could he have known about my venture into the secret realm? It must not be him. Yet, He certainly resided within the school. Lin Yu racked his brain, but could not fathom whom else he might have offended. But Jiang Che remained at the forefront of his thoughts. Ah, Jiang Che, you have paved your path to destruction. Regardless of whether Jiang Che was indeed behind this, Lin Yu was determined to make him pay. Throughout the morning, Yiming Yao engaged in a battle of self-encouragement. Ultimately, she summoned the courage to confront the situation. As she approached Jiang Che, she placed an invitation on his desk. Jiang Che, I am hosting a birthday celebration at the end of the month. And this is your invitation. I attended your birthday last year. You wouldn't dare to decline, would you? Yiming Yao's words nearly left Jiang Che with no avenue for retreat. A birthday banquet? Jiang Che examined the invitation she had presented, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, such a scenario existed in the narrative, Yiming Yao's birthday celebration. It marked a pivotal moment in the story, a subtle rapprochement between Yiming Yao and Lin Yu. During the festivities, a young lady from a lesser-known family, consumed by envy towards the seemingly perfect Yiming Yao, sought to humiliate her by tampering with her drink. After Yiming Yao succumbed to the effects, feeling utterly unwell, Lin Yu emerged heroically, employing his extraordinary medical skills to remedy her condition with swift acupuncture. Consequently, the young lady's perception of Lin Yu, her personal bodyguard, underwent a significant transformation. Yet, to Jiang Che, this seemed utterly foolish. Refusing a feast served on a silver platter? Given Lin Yu's unabashed gaze upon Yiming Yao, it was evident what he was thinking, as all men could discern such thoughts. Jiang Che, Yiming Yao softly called, fearful that he might again reject her and plunge her into embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lin Yu observed the scene, visibly distressed, his face twitching. Yiming Yao's birthday celebration? As her bodyguard, why had Yi Changkong not sent him an invitation? Oh, his identity must remain confidential. He would undoubtedly be discreetly arranged for entry. Contemplating this possibility restored Lin Yu's confidence. Moreover, gatherings like these were rife with diverse attendees, and incidents and dangers were likely to arise. He envisioned himself descending like a divine being, astonishing everyone. As he pondered, a smirk began to curve his lips. In response to Yiming Yao's invitation, Jiang Che merely nodded, offering an ambiguous reply. Of course, he would attend her birthday celebration. Yet, as he scrutinized Yiming Yao, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Had her figure improved significantly? Jiang Che was at a loss for words. Indeed, Yiming Yao possessed the temperament of a spoiled heiress, her competitive spirit quite pronounced. She was undeniably beautiful, exuding youthful vitality, accompanied by a subtle fragrance distinct from Yu Wan'er's. If one were to rate her beauty, Yiming Yao would undoubtedly score no less than 95. To echo a popular phrase online, one could hardly fathom how delightful her scent might be. Though his thoughts were increasingly twisted, his expression remained placid, embodying the persona of a seemingly aloof yet deeply passionate individual. Leave, I shall come at the appointed time. The voice was as detached as water, exuding an air of keeping others at a distance. Yiming Yao wished to articulate something further, yet found herself at a loss for words. Her almond-shaped eyes fixated on Jiang Che. Though he had promised to come, a twinge of sadness lingered within her. Chapter 20. When I am weaker than you, I bow and acquiesce. When I am stronger, I strike with force. Upon exiting the school gates, Lin Yu followed Jiang Che out. Hey, Jiang Che. Jiang Che turned back, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Lin Yu, are you planning to hit me again after failing last time? If you dare to strike, I shall call the police. I am eager to see who can save you then. Jiang Che's audacious remarks incensed Lin Yu, who, in the past week since descending the mountain, had endured more frustration than in the previous 20 years combined. He had been forced to transform from a rebellious dragon into a ninja turtle. Jiang Che, I am not here to fight you. I merely wish to inquire if you have recently visited the West Mountain Scenic Area. Jiang Che nodded. Yes, I have. Why do you ask? The sincerity of his response left Lin Yu momentarily bewildered. Did you venture down into a ravine? Is there a cave within? Jiang Che continued to nod. Indeed, what of it? Lin Yu's mind spun in confusion. How could this be? The cave, which was supposed to be a secret sanctuary known only to them, was known to Jiang Che? Where had he gleaned such information? Was there a leak? Have you entered that cave? Lin Yu inquired anxiously. Jiang Che shrugged. Of course I did. The stone door was remarkably solid. I had to employ a professional demolition team to blast it open. Lin Yu nearly succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage upon hearing this revelation. So it was you causing all this trouble, he thought. What about the treasures inside? Are they in your possession? Treasures? What treasures? Jiang Che feigned ignorance. I mean the treasures. Did you find any scrolls, or perhaps a jade pendant? Lin Yu pressed, anxiety evident in his tone. A scroll? I did indeed see an ancient scroll. Jiang Che's words ignited a flicker of hope in Lin Yu. Where is it? That is mine. You must return it. This cave is a family heirloom. Oh, it was rather chilly inside the cave, so I used the scroll to fuel the fire, Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. Lin Yu's expression gradually froze, disbelief washing over him. What? You burned it? Of course. It was of no use to me, why wouldn't I? Lin Yu felt his blood boil with rage. He dashed towards Jiang Che, his eyes ablaze. Return my belongings. Who gave you the right to burn it? Do you have any idea how valuable it was? In a fit of madness, Lin Yu attempted to seize Jiang Che by the collar. But Jiang Che was not the same as he had been just days prior. Lin Yu was a master of dark energy, and Jiang Che was no less formidable. In a moment of sheer terror, Lin Yu realized he was utterly powerless against the individual before him. Was his strength truly greater than his own? The dark energy? Lin Yu took several steps back, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Che. Just days prior, this fellow was an ordinary person, someone he could have easily dispatched with a single slap. How could he have transformed so dramatically in less than a week? How did you achieve this? Lin Yu's palms tingled slightly, his fingers trembling. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something. The secret realm. Jiang Che had ventured into the secret realm. Could it be that the treasures within had enabled him to become a master of dark energy in mere days? The very thought sent tumultuous waves through Lin Yu's mind. Mastering dark energy was no simple feat. It belonged to the realm of internal martial arts. Even he had begun his training at the tender age of 6, dedicating over a decade to reach the initial stages of dark energy mastery. What kind of extraordinary fortune could allow someone to ascend to such heights in just a few days? It was inconceivable. What nonsense about dark energy and the 8th level? What are you rambling about? Jiang Che feigned ignorance. The scroll. You must have practiced the mysterious techniques inscribed within the scroll. Surely, you remember them now, don't you? Lin Yu became increasingly agitated. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Che brushed Lin Yu's hand away with force. Numerous students had gathered nearby, observing and whispering among themselves. Following this morning's review meeting, Lin Yu had lost all semblance of status at Sherlan School. Even students from the adjacent middle school had heard of Lin Yu's notorious reputation. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yu could hardly concern himself with that. Jiang Che, the scroll is of no use to you. You might as well hand it over to me. Oh, I did indeed burn the scroll, but all its contents remain etched in my mind. A sly smile crept across Jiang Che's lips as he pointed to his head. What does it matter if I lay my cards on the table? When my strength was inferior, I was meek. Now that I possess a slight advantage, I strike decisively. What fate's favored child? You must be a mere songstress. From what Jiang Che understood, Lin Yu's greatest reliance lay in his two masters, both ancient martial arts experts beyond the realm of dark energy, who were currently unable to appear due to being trapped in some secret realm. Jiang Che, if you write down the contents of the scroll, I swear I will no longer target you. This matter is of utmost importance to me. A relic left by my great-grandfather. Lin Yu struggled to appear humble, yet the veins bulging on his forehead betrayed the depth of his fury. Call me father, and I shall reveal it to you. Oh, but that won't do. I almost forgot you are a mere dog, Lin Yu was enraged, truly enraged. His teeth ground together audibly. How audacious. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something else. The jade pendant. Is the jade pendant in the cave also in your possession? The jade pendant? Jiang Che chuckled lightly, then with a flourish, produced an ancient jade pendant from his hand. Look, Lin Yu's eyes were instantly captivated by the pendant, and he instinctively reached out to seize it. However, Jiang Che swiftly retracted it. At the moment he laid eyes on the pendant, an inexplicable voice seemed to whisper to him that this was the jade pendant he had long sought, a crucial artifact tied to his identity. That belongs to me. Give it to me. What? Do you intend to rob me in broad daylight? Everyone, come and witness this lad's theft. With a shout from Jiang Che, Lin Yu immediately regained his composure, fixating intently on Jiang Che. More precisely, he was fixated on the jade pendant in Jiang Che's grasp. Lacking absolute certainty, he dared not make a move. Jiang Che was also a practitioner of dark energy martial arts and appeared to be his equal. If he acted recklessly, what if he found himself at a disadvantage? Moreover, given the number of onlookers, he could only bide his time. Very well, I shall remember you, Lin Yu declared with a fierce tone before turning to leave. Jiang Che mused as he toyed with the pendant in his hand, relishing its smooth and warm texture. As for whether he was concerned about Lin Yu's potential retaliation, naturally not. Lin Yu's prior reliance rested solely upon himself, and at most, he possessed a meager network of connections left by his master during his travels. Primarily, Lin Yu had been clandestinely cultivating his own strength. Therefore, there was no need to worry about any formidable elder descending from the skies. As long as he did not outright eliminate Lin Yu, there should be no significant issues. Gradually progressing through the plot, he would crush him once he grew powerful enough. Chapter 21. An invitation to dinner? Let Yu Wan'er suffer a heavy loss. This afternoon, since there are no classes, would teacher you care to come to my home to assist me with my studies? Jiang Che's persistent voice echoed behind Yu Wan'er. She was carrying her small backpack, preparing to board Yiming Yao's car. Typically, on weekends, Yu Wan'er spent her time with Yiming Yao. She aimed to save money wherever possible, taking advantage of the generosity of Yiming Yao's affluent family, which could easily afford to support her little pest. Jiang Che, I have things to attend to this afternoon. Yu Wan'er instinctively attempted to decline. Going to Jiang Che's home to help him with his studies? Wasn't that akin to a lamb entering the lair of a tiger? She had thoroughly perceived the true nature of this nefarious individual. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Jiang Che licked his lips and chuckled. Since the academic genius does not wish to assist this underachiever, so be it. The scholar cannot comprehend the plight of the struggling student. Yu Wan'er thought to herself, what a masterful act of moral coercion. Yu Wan'er was a girl of contrasts. Although inwardly she harbored a dark and materialistic disposition, she projected an image of a soft, adorable, and kind-hearted model student to those around her. Her social connections were undeniably strong. Apart from Jiang Che, no one had discerned the other side of Yu Wan'er. Caught in a dilemma, Yu Wan'er thought to herself, all right then, I only have 2 hours to tutor you. I must maintain my facade first. She felt grateful to teacher Yu, noting that she had yet to eat lunch. Shall we dine together? Yu Wan'er's nails were nearly digging into her flesh, yet she feigned an innocent demeanor, even gently nibbling her finger. Is that appropriate? A natural performer indeed. There was a newly opened Chinese restaurant across the bridge. How about dining there? Yu Wan'er found herself in a quandary. She was undeniably hungry, and the pangs of hunger were unbearable. She had long grown weary of this sensation. After deep contemplation, the little girl nodded decisively. After the meal, she could easily concoct an excuse to slip away. Even if Jiang Che were a rogue, he would not dare to seize her in public. Plus, she could enjoy a complimentary meal. How delightful. At that moment, Yiming Yao, feeling neglected, stepped forward. The relationship between Yu Wan'er and Jiang Che was evidently more than ordinary. And inexplicably, Yiming Yao felt a twinge of jealousy, despite being Yu Wan'er's closest friend. Thus, she declared, I want to go too. Jiang Che cast her a sidelong glance, finding Miss Yi rather infuriating. Both Yiming Yao and Yu Wan'er, as destined heroines, were undoubtedly stunning. Their youthful exuberance and vibrant energy wielded an irresistible charm over men. No man could refuse an 18-year-old beauty, so radiant and full of life. Though fondness existed, maintaining an aloof persona was crucial. Ah, is Miss Yi planning to mooch off us? Yiming Yao seemed resolute in her decision to join, directly linking arms with Yu Wan'er. Is it not permissible for me to dine with Wan'er? Jiang Che smiled subtly, sensing the bait had been taken. Very well, if you accompany us. Then let Yu Wan'er foot the bill. His words caused Yu Wan'er's expression to shift slightly. Foot the bill? Where would she find the means to do so? Although she was unaware of the pricing at this restaurant, it was clear that a place deemed worthy by Jiang Che would not be inexpensive. It dawned upon her, Jiang Che was deliberately setting her up for embarrassment. As expected, Yiming Yao seemed unperturbed by the notion of paying, viewing expenditures simply as a matter of swiping a card. The young lady never glanced at prices when she spent. Humph, it's just a Chinese restaurant. We can certainly afford it, right? My dear Wan'er. Yiming Yao took hold of Yu Wan'er's delicate hand. All right, Yu Wan'er replied, her voice trembling slightly. The newly opened restaurant exuded opulence, clearly indicating that its prices were not trivial. Sister Yao Yao, why don't you place the order? Yu Wan'er originally intended to hand the menu to both individuals, but with a clever twist, she only offered it to Yiming Yao. She was well aware that if she presented the menu to that despicable Jiang Che, he would undoubtedly select the most extravagant dishes. Oh, dear Wan'er, how I adore you. The young lady's thoughts were as innocent as a child's, and aside from the occasional twinge of jealousy, she was the epitome of a sweet and naive girl. Let us have a portion of the Min Nan ginger duck, scallions and oil mushrooms, stir-fried scallops with sausage, and turkey-flavored rice crust. Yiming Yao, though somewhat foolish, did not order excessively. She casually chose a few dishes that were reasonably priced. Bring it here. Are these few dishes even enough for anyone? The table next to us might think we cannot afford a proper meal, Jiang Che remarked as he took the menu, adding several substantial dishes. Yu Wan'er, glancing down at her account balance which had dwindled to a mere few thousand, felt a pang of anguish. This meal would certainly cost at least 1,000 or two. What a scoundrel! At that moment, she felt a wave of tears welling up as she gazed upon the lavish spread of delectable dishes. Nevertheless, since it was her own money being spent, she might as well indulge a little to recover some joy. The moment of checkout was excruciating. Yu Wan'er winced as she watched 700 yuan deducted from her account. She mentally cursed Jiang Che countless times. You the school belle? You seem a bit discontented. Is treating us to dinner such a burden? Jiang Che teased. No, I'm absolutely delighted. In fact, I've long wanted to treat Sister Yao Yao, especially since she has always been the one to invite me. I feel quite guilty. Yu Wan'er's acting was simply remarkable. Yiming Yao, in good spirits, chimed in. What are you saying, dear? Are we not equal? She then turned her gaze to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, about the birthday banquet I mentioned this morning, you will attend, right? Jiang Che pondered for a moment, his expression inscrutable, before quietly nodding. Yiming Yao's face lit up with joy. She contemplated inquiring about the woman who had been with Jiang Che that night, but ultimately refrained, feeling that she was not in a position to do so. Well, my math skills are quite good. I could help you with your studies, Yiming Yao attempted to offer. Jiang Che slowly rose, wiping his mouth. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, class monitor. After all, I'm just a poor student, a bottom dweller in your eyes. With that, he took Yu Wan'er by the hand and departed. As she watched Jiang Che's retreating figure, Yiming Yao was flooded with regret. In the past, she had indeed rejected Jiang Che's affections multiple times under the pretense of focusing on her studies, and her attitude had been rather haughty. Yet, those words had struck the girl's heart like a bullet, precise and unforgiving. Chapter 22. Jiang Yunli's excitement. I want her to be my daughter-in-law. Enough, Jiang Che. What exactly do you intend to do? As Yu Wan'er followed Jiang Che to the car, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, her demeanor shifted in an instant. There is no way I will return home with you. What do you think you are doing? You are nothing but a scoundrel. Her gaze was imbued with loathing, fueled by the fact that this detestable man had consumed over 1,000 yuan for a single meal. How utterly outrageous. It's hard to believe you're actually quite wealthy. You can afford a meal costing over 1,000, yet you still apply for financial aid from the school every year. Jiang Che sat in the driver's seat, a radiant smile gracing his face. Yu Wan'er, being exceptionally astute, quickly discerned his intentions. If the school were to discover that a student claiming poverty was treating someone to an extravagant meal, the consequences would be dire. What exactly do you want? Jiang Che, please stop bullying me. Why do you always fixate on me? Yu Wan'er felt overwhelmed. Having never harmed anyone, why was she subjected to such treatment? Lost in her thoughts, the young girl began to weep, her tear-filled eyes evoking deep sympathy. As her sobs intensified, tears fell like pearls, but fortunately, the soundproofing of the Maybach was remarkable. Otherwise, it would have surely attracted attention. Jiang Che observed Yu Wan'er crying with an unnerving calmness. Was she attempting to garner sympathy? Unfortunately for her, this tactic had long since lost its efficacy with him. Indeed, after a few minutes, her tears ceased. You owe me money. The meal cost 1,700. You must reimburse me 1,000. She extended her small hand, demanding her due with righteous indignation. Jiang Che chuckled softly. Want money? Earn it yourself. Yu Wan'er gritted her teeth, exasperated by his audacity. Such a handsome exterior was wasted on a scoundrel like him. For 2 hours of tutoring, it's 700. And if you require additional guidance, that will incur extra charges. She declared defiantly. Humph, you are nothing but a big jerk. Infuriated, she attempted to open the car door, only to find it locked by Jiang Che. With a swift press of the accelerator, Jiang Che drove off, one hand on the wheel and the other lighting a cigarette. The entire process executed with effortless grace. Cough, cough. Jiang Che, you actually smoke? Yu Wan'er coughed a couple of times, her opinion of him plummeting to an all-time low. How about this? After you start following me, I'll cover your expenses. What do you think? You scoundrel. How naive. Though I may be poor, I would never sell myself. Yu Wan'er grimaced, resembling a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. Huh, haven't you already sold yourself? You surely took advantage of your time with Yiming Yao. What do you know? Isn't it normal for friends to interact like that? Do you think everyone's mind is filled with crude thoughts like yours? Following Yiming Yao is nowhere near as beneficial as being with me. I am far wealthier than she is. Huh. Jiang Che, unfazed, found this feisty little cat quite endearing. Before long, the vehicle gradually entered the villa district of the Jiang family. Despite her reluctance, Yu Wan'er followed Jiang Che into the Jiang residence. What an affluent household. The young girl silently cursed, observing the vast expanse of the villa, which likely covered several thousand square meters, complete with a private garden and swimming pool. However, Yu Wan'er was not particularly astonished, as she frequently visited Yiming Yao's home, with a small backpack slung over her shoulder. Her diminutive stature gave her the appearance of a little potato, a quintessential southern potato. Yet, who could have anticipated that this was an 18-year-old legal Loli? Xiao Che, you're back? Jiang Che's mother, Jiang Yunli, reclined on the sofa, clad in a white nightgown, her face adorned with a facial mask, exuding a languid demeanor. Upon catching sight of Jiang Che, her expression transformed. The woman sprang from the sofa, hastily removing the mask from her face, her previous lethargy vanishing in an instant. She slipped into her slippers and rushed to the door, circling around Yu Wan'er several times. What a delightful young lady. Jiang Yunli then turned to Jiang Che, darling. This little girlfriend of yours is simply adorable. I like her very much. Her words prompted Yu Wan'er to shake her head repeatedly. Auntie, it's not what you think. I am not Jiang Che's girlfriend. However, Jiang Yunli was unlikely to believe her. Her gaze seemed to convey an understanding that was far from the truth. You understand nothing. Annie, I'm here to tutor Jiang Che with his homework. Yet, Yu Wan'er's explanation only deepened the intrigue on Jiang Yunli's face. Tutoring is great. Hee, just in time. My Xiao Che's grades are not up to par. You both should head upstairs. I'll prepare some fruit for you. By the way, my surname is Jiang. You can call me Sister Jiang. What is your name, little girl? Jiang Yunli's exuberance became almost overwhelming for Yu Wan'er. Yu Wan'er. Ah, precious Wan'er. You may go upstairs first. I'll get some fruit ready for you. After directing Yu Wan'er away, Jiang Yunli seized Jiang Che's arm. Son, can you win her over? What a charming girl. I would love for her to be my daughter-in-law. I've always dreamed of having such a lovely daughter, though a daughter-in-law would suffice. Jiang Yunli's expression radiated joy as she spoke to herself, clearly fixated on the idea of having a daughter, as a daughter-in-law would be akin to having a daughter. Jiang Che helplessly rubbed his head. Though he had his peculiarities, he could not reveal them in front of his mother. Yu Wan'er is genuinely here to help me with my studies. Jiang Yunli pouted. Oh, your father had poor grades as well, and he also asked me to tutor him. Look at what came of that. Go for it. Seize the moment and win her over. I really like this girl. Wan'er, my dear, is evidently a girl of simple and kind-hearted nature, easily swayed by deceit. Jiang Che, you have misjudged her. Yu Wan'er, this little Loli, possesses a profound depth of thought. Do you still wish to deceive others? Her rather naive mother is, without a doubt, akin to a version of Yiming Yao. Otherwise, it would not be so effortless for her own father to dupe her. In the study, teacher you, please. Jiang Che rubbed his hands together, his expression gradually turning peculiar. Keep your distance from me. Maintain a half-meter space. Though ostensibly engaged in learning, they were, in truth, both acquiring knowledge. Yu Wan'er indeed proved to be an excellent teacher, earnestly beginning to instruct Jiang Che. For this proof, one can derive the solution by taking the logarithm of the denominator and canceling the terms. For the next question, apply the Lagrange mean value theorem twice. Keep your distance. Chapter 23. The Origin of Yu Wan'er. Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, 2 hours had elapsed. Due to Jiang Che's rapid comprehension, the problems he initially struggled with required only a single explanation from her, allowing him to grasp the concepts immediately. This success filled the little Loli with a sense of accomplishment, despite her need to remain vigilant against Jiang Che's mischievous advances. Jiang Che, your learning speed is evidently swift. You are not foolish. Why not dedicate yourself to studying? Though Yu Wan'er harbored a strong disdain for Jiang Che, as his teacher, she felt a duty to encourage his academic pursuits. Of course, that is all due to your exceptional guidance. Jiang Che replied with a serene smile. Little did he know how challenging it was to maintain the facade of a poor student. Yet, it must be said, Yu Wan'er truly possessed an enchanting softness, resembling a delightful doll. With her twin ponytails standing at 1.50 meters, adorned in blue and white striped knee-high socks, she embodied every lowly enthusiast's dream. Naturally, So, it is time to settle the bill. Yu Wan'er extended her small hand, resembling a girl who had fallen into a pit of money. The original tutoring fee was 700, inclusive of a kiss, with additional miscellaneous charges amounting to 1,000. You simply owe me 1,700. Jiang Che chuckled lightly, having just spent 1,700, now seemingly recouping it? A perfect zero-sum game. This mere few thousand yuan meant little to Jiang Che. However, how could he allow Yu Wan'er to have her way so easily? Gradually cornering her against the wall, he lifted her chin with his hand. You dare ask me for money? Your audacity is remarkable. Yu Wan'er bit her lip, meeting Jiang Che's gaze with defiance. Why shouldn't I? This is what I deserve. Jiang Che laughed, nodding in agreement. Once the first line is crossed, there will inevitably be a second. He then promptly transferred 1,700 quite readily. As evening fell, he offered, allow me to escort you home. Yu Wan'er did not refuse, simply nodding silently. Before departing, Jiang Yunli engaged Yu Wan'er in lengthy conversation, leaving her face flushed with embarrassment. The seemingly mature and intellectual woman unexpectedly exuded a rather unrefined demeanor, harboring the audacious desire for her to become her daughter-in-law. Yet, simultaneously, the young girl found herself conjuring vivid images in her mind. If she were to truly marry into the Jiang family, her life would surely be one of perpetual comfort, sparing her mother from further suffering. However, she quickly shook her head, resolutely dismissing the notion. She understood all too well that Jiang Che's interest in her was merely a fleeting whim. If she were to surrender herself so readily, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, she harbored a strong disdain for Jiang Che. In the car, the conversation took a curious turn. It's quite strange, your mother appears so youthful. She looks barely over 20. At first, I thought she was your sister, Yu Wan'er remarked with a hint of sarcasm. How about you come over every evening to tutor me for 2 hours? I could pay you a handsome salary, over 20,000 each month. No way. Yu Wan'er scoffed, rolling her eyes. She could easily earn more by being a little helper to Yiming Yao. In truth, Yu Wan'er was unaware that her standards regarding Jiang Che were gradually lowering. Previously, even the slightest touch from him would send her into a fit of fury, yet now Yu Wan'er resided in a slum. And it was a mystery how someone from such a destitute background managed to attend the prestigious Shirlan school, even with financial aid for underprivileged students. The annual tuition at Shirlan exceeded 60 to 70,000. Logically, Yu Wan'er should not have been able to afford it. Her living conditions were bleak, with dilapidated houses, flickering streetlights, and the occasional rat scuttling out from the nearby garbage heap. Jiang Che, just stop here. I'll walk home myself, Yu Wan'er insisted, clutching her clothes tightly. What? Aren't you going to invite me in for a visit? You've already come to my house, Jiang Che teased. Well versed in the narrative, he was fully aware of Yu Wan'er's unfortunate family circumstances. While they were indeed quite tragic, he felt little concern for them. No, it's fine. My home is rather messy. I wouldn't want to dirty your shoes. Messy is just messy, Jiang Che replied with a firm tone. And the two continued until they reached the entrance of Yu Wan'er's home. The living room was still illuminated, casting a dim yellow glow. Yu Wan'er gritted her teeth and swung the door open. You wretched girl, why are you back so late? A woman's voice, laced with scorn, echoed from the bedroom. Moments later, a woman emerged, leaning heavily on a cane, limping as she walked. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, and her figure gaunt. She seemed as if a gust of wind could topple her. Her hair was a dull yellow, and her arms bore grotesque swellings. Yet, one could faintly discern the remnants of her former beauty in her features. Upon catching sight of Jiang Che, Yu Weiwei paused momentarily before a smile broke across her face. Is this a classmate of Wan'er's? Please come in. What is your name? What does your family do? Why are you bringing Wan'er home so late? Yu Weiwei possessed a keen insight, immediately discerning that Jiang Che was undeniably a scion of a wealthy family, thus treating him with utmost courtesy. Yu Weiwei, are you conducting a household registration check? Yu Wan'er bit her lip in frustration, yet the woman disregarded her words entirely. Jiang Che maintained an expression as placid as a still lake. To clarify, Yu Wan'er's mother was her adoptive mother, a former courtesan who had once toiled in a brothel. One fateful day, she discovered the infant Yu Wan'er amidst the refuse by the roadside. As Yu Weiwei had already lost her ability to bear children, she serendipitously chose to adopt the little girl. Consequently, she devoted herself to earning a living while nurturing Yu Wan'er, gradually raising her. Eventually, she retired from her previous life, as Yu Wan'er symbolized a form of redemption for her. However, fate can be cruel. Not long after, Yu Weiwei was diagnosed with uremia, with a prognosis of only 2 or 3 years left to live. In the script, the protagonist Lin Yu employed miraculous medical skills to successfully cure Yu Weiwei's ailment, thereby winning Yu Wan'er's heart. Chapter 24. My precious, how I adore you. Yu Weiwei was exceedingly slender, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. She seemed oblivious to Yu Wan'er, engaging in cheerful conversation with Jiang Che. Her words were laced with subtle attempts to glean information from him. Upon learning that Jiang Che was the heir to Hangzhou's wealth, she appeared momentarily stunned, then smiled with even greater obsequiousness. Yu Weiwei, can you not? Yu Wan'er stamped her foot, feeling a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Her mother was clearly attempting to select a son-in-law, and she despised Yu Weiwei's materialistic tendencies. Wan'er, please return to your room while I converse with young Master Jiang. Yu Wan'er, in a fit of anger, turned to leave. Young Master Jiang. My Wan'er has a good temperament. She is not usually like this, she heard Yu Weiwei say. Jiang Che merely smiled lightly, well aware of the unfolding drama, given his familiarity with the narrative. Wan'er is indeed quite charming, he replied. Yu Weiwei's eyes brightened momentarily. There was potential. Young Master Jiang. Although my Wan'er hails from humble beginnings, she is pure-hearted and virtuous. After a brief exchange, Jiang Che took his leave. No sooner had he departed than Yu Wan'er emerged from her bedroom. Yu Weiwei, what on earth do you intend to do? Do you consider me a mere commodity? The young girl confronted her directly. The woman responded with a condescending smile. Yu Wan'er, your talents are quite remarkable. I had previously suggested you pursue a wealthy match. And who would have thought you could land the heir to a fortune? I tell you, if you manage to secure Jiang Che's favor, you will be destined for a life of luxury. Infuriated, Yu Wan'er retorted, do you think everyone is like you? You have no sense of shame. As tears began to stream down her cheeks, the young girl continued, oh, what value does shame hold? In any case, I have little time left due to this uremia. If you can attach yourself to Jiang Che, I might still enjoy a couple of years of comfort. The woman smiled sweetly and limped toward Yu Wan'er, gently wiping the tears from the girl's face. Behold, how lovely my precious Wan'er is. Such charm that no man could possibly resist you. Do not touch me. Yu Wan'er stepped back, tears streaming down her cheeks. I invested so much money to enroll you in Shirlan School solely to ensure you would attract a wealthy suitor. Did I not? You remain ungrateful. Mature men are difficult to ensnare, yet young boys in their school years are easily deceived. I have imparted all my knowledge to you, and a mere boy should be within your grasp. Yu Weiwei deftly twisted her hair to the nape of her neck, revealing a gentle smile. Although the ravages of uremia had marred her appearance, traces of her youthful splendor still shone through. Jiang Che is indeed a fine young man. Though he may grow somewhat fickle in the future, at least he will not betray you. My judgment of character has always been keen. Yu Wan'er trembled, for this was her mother, a figure she deeply resented yet could not help but feel compassion for, yearning for that twisted yet tender maternal love. Since childhood, she had been indoctrinated with various notions of sycophancy. Jiang Che was right. She was indeed a green tea bitch, without a doubt. Yu Weiwei sighed softly, caressing Yu Wan'er's delicate face, leaning down to gently rest her forehead against the girl's head. My darling, I truly love you. The early morning is the optimal time for practicing ancient martial arts. Expelling the impurities from one's body greatly enhances the efficiency of internal energy cultivation compared to other times. Moreover, to his knowledge, Lin Yu practiced for an hour each morning. However, Jiang Che need not compete with him. During a previous choice as a villain, he had received a reward, 10 years of internal energy. As a player with an advantage, did he still need to compete with him? Using 10 years of internal energy, an immense power surged forth from within him, gradually radiating throughout his torso. Incredible! A glimmer of joy flickered in Jiang Che's eyes. He had originally possessed the strength of the early stage of dark strength, but now, with 10 years of internal energy, he had ascended to the mid-stage. Presently, Jiang Che was entirely confident in his ability to dominate Lin Yu. His hands itched for action, yet for the sake of caution, he decided to avoid significant conflict with Lin Yu for the time being. After all, as the child of destiny, who could know what hidden cards Lin Yu might hold? How trivial it would be for the protagonist to surpass several minor realms. Upon returning to school, Lin Yu noticeably adopted a more low-key demeanor, spending his days nestled in the corner of the classroom, seemingly plotting something. Meanwhile, Jiang Che produced a pale yellow jade pendant. Surely, Lin Yu would not relent after his previous setback. He would undoubtedly seek to reclaim the pendant by any means possible. Fear not the thief, but rather the thief's intent. Thus, Jiang Che resolved to have a counterfeit made. You wish to steal it, do you? I shall simply allow you to attempt it. Should you dare, I will promptly call the authorities. As expected, the moment Jiang Che revealed the pendant, Lin Yu's gaze was instantly captivated. Greed and envy intertwined. This should rightfully belong to him. Before descending the mountain, his master had warned him that the jade pendant was of utmost importance, containing the essence of his lineage and a marriage contract. While he held little interest in his heritage, the notion of a marriage contract piqued his curiosity. It was rumored to be associated with a deeply concealed ancient martial arts family. Generally, girls adept in ancient martial arts would have expunged impurities from their bodies, ensuring their beauty would be exceptional. The prospect of courting an enchanting maiden while securing the support of a formidable faction was undeniably alluring. Thus, this jade pendant. He must acquire it, yet forceful means would surely be ineffectual. Deception was his only recourse. However, after a morning of contemplation, he observed Lin Yu remaining passive. Until the end of school, Lin Yu stayed watchful. Jiang Che was well aware of Lin Yu's intentions. Peeking, are we? Then let me provide you with an exhilarating spectacle. With that, Jiang Che rose from his seat and sauntered over to Yu Wan'er. At that moment, the classroom was devoid of other students, and Yu Wan'er was engrossed in her homework. Wan'er, give me a kiss. Yu Wan'er, taken aback, glanced around and noted the absence of other students. A kiss costs 200. She replied softly, yet Lin Yu, lurking in the corner, overheard. What is happening? Did that girl just say it costs 200 yuan for a kiss? Jiang Che's face lit up with a mischievous grin. How money-minded. Yu Wan'er was gradually stepping into the trap set by Jiang Che. This scene left the spying Lin Yu utterly dumbfounded, and soon, a wave of intense resentment surged within him. That little Loli was the object of his affection. From the very first day of school, upon seeing Yu Wan'er, he had deemed this petite and adorable girl as his own. Yet now, right before his eyes, he felt the bitter sting of humiliation. Kissing Yu Wan'er could be had for a mere 200 yuan. Damn it, are you that cheap? Despite his indignation, Lin Yu found himself stealthily reaching into his pocket. Gazing at the meager 50 yuan remaining, he felt a sense of despair. He was now unworthy even of a kiss from Yu Wan'er. Chapter 25. Has Yiming Yao been kidnapped? Setting off again, a choice for the villain. Alright, that's enough. Yu Wan'er pushed Jiang Che away, her cheeks flushed, a faint pink hue adorning the corners of her eyes. At that moment, Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. The girl he cherished was being tormented by another man right before him. With a resounding thud, he slammed his hand on the desk. Jiang Che, if you continue to bully her, do you believe I won't inform the teacher? Lin Yu had begun to learn Jiang Che's tactics, without resorting to violence. The school's regulations served as his most effective weapon. Yu Wan'er, flustered, instinctively leaped into Jiang Che's embrace. How can there be someone? Had all the students departed? Yet, there were still individuals lingering within the classroom. If word of my affair with Jiang Che were to leak, the carefully crafted persona I had built would shatter into a million pieces. Observing Yu Wan'er in a state of panic only solidified my suspicions. Clearly, she must possess some incriminating evidence that Jiang Che has seized upon, prompting my overwhelming sense of justice to compel me to take action. Yu Wan'er, do not be afraid. I am aware that Jiang Che is threatening you. The little girl immediately burst into tears, silently weeping without uttering a word. Indeed, upon witnessing her tears, Lin Yu became even more convinced of his thoughts. The earlier conversation about $200 for a kiss was already forgotten. Clenching his fists, Lin Yu initially intended to retaliate, but he restrained himself. Engaging in a fight would undoubtedly lead to his expulsion. Wan'er, I will go fetch a teacher. Upon hearing Lin Yu address her as Wan'er, the little girl was overcome with goosebumps. No, if you dare inform the teacher, neither I nor Sister Yao Yao will ever look at you again. Yu Wan'er skillfully wielded her advantages, recognizing Lin Yu's affection for her. A novice like Lin Yu, fresh from the mountains, stood no chance against a seasoned player like Yu Wan'er. With a single sentence, she toyed with him as if he were a mere dog. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Just then, Jiang Che glanced at his watch. TSK, Lin Yu, your employer's young lady has wandered off. Can you bear the consequences if she encounters danger? Jiang Che's words caused Lin Yu's pupils to constrict. How did he know I was acting as a bodyguard for Yiming Yao? No. Something has been amiss from the very beginning. Jiang Che seems to possess an uncanny understanding of me. How did he uncover the secrets of my hidden realm? Moreover, had he already taken preemptive measures, including the embarrassing incident that transpired during the review meeting? And now, he has clearly identified my role. It felt as though an unseen net was descending upon him. And only now did he sense a hint of terror. Who are you? The implications were chilling. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation as a phone call interrupted him. Lin Yu answered the call. What are you doing? I instructed you to protect my daughter. What on earth are you doing? The voice of Yi Changkong boomed from the other end. What's wrong? Yao, I told you to protect my daughter. And now she has been kidnapped. Did I summon you here to do nothing? Panic surged through Lin Yu, and he set aside thoughts of conspiracy. Without hesitation, he turned and left. Watching Lin Yu's departing figure, Jiang Che allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. Fortunately, his interference had not overly disrupted the progression of the narrative. The plot had now advanced to around chapter 30, where Yiming Yao had been abducted by a rival company of the Yi family, demanding that Yi Changkong surrender confidential product information developed by the Yi Corporation. The Yi Group is engaged in the development of artificial intelligence, with each product potentially costing billions to create. Yi Changkong has numerous adversaries, which is why he employs bodyguards to protect Yiming Yao. In the original narrative, Lin Yu penetrates the encirclement and rescues Yiming Yao, successfully dismantling the emotional defenses erected by the aloof heiress. However, for now, Lin Yu, you must dutifully fulfill your role as a worker. Jiang Che, what has happened to Sister Yao? Has she been kidnapped? Yu Wan'er's eyes widened, her demeanor turning anxious. Even superficial friendships harbor genuine feelings. Yes, indeed. Your benefactor sister is currently in perilous captivity. Jiang Che displayed a mischievous grin, as he was entirely unconcerned about Yiming Yao's safety. After all, as the destined heroine, she was bound to be unharmed. Yu Wan'er's complexion paled slightly. We must call the police. They have surely already alerted the authorities. Otherwise, how could Yiming Yao's father have made a phone call? It was at this moment that Yu Wan'er recalled an oddity. Why would Uncle Yi contact Lin Yu? What does he mean by bodyguard? Jiang Che chuckled lightly, clarifying that Lin Yu's role was indeed that of a bodyguard, hired by Yiming Yao's father to discreetly safeguard her well-being. What? This fellow can actually be a bodyguard? Yu Wan'er's mouth fell slightly open, clearly finding it hard to believe. Is the threshold for becoming a bodyguard so low now? Even such a fool can take on that role. Who knows? I've never encountered a bodyguard with such poor capabilities. Jiang Che shrugged. Jiang Che, what about Sister Yao? Those are kidnappers. Yu Wan'er began to panic. What can we do? We shall observe the developments. Yiming Yao and I are not particularly connected, but you have pursued her before. And Sister Yao is undeniably beautiful. She? Her beauty has no bearing on me. She neither kisses me nor allows me to touch her. If it were you who were kidnapped, I might consider coming to your rescue. Unexpectedly, Jiang Che uttered a romantic line. Such flirtations, meant to deceive young girls, rolled off his tongue with ease. After all, he was all about physical pursuits, not emotional investment. One or two sweet nothings wouldn't cost him much. As anticipated, Yu Wan'er's cheeks flushed slightly. Humph, you scoundrel. If you want to go, I shall. In truth, even if Yu Wan'er went, she would merely accompany the police, awaiting the outcome. The young girl had no real capability and could not confront the criminals head-on. Jiang Che glanced at the time. It was nearly that moment. Yiming Yao had likely been taken to the designated location. According to the original plot, she was drugged and brought to a deserted construction site, serving as a bargaining chip. Presently, the police had yet to locate the criminals, but Lin Yu, as the favored child of fortune, would undoubtedly find them first. After single-handedly defeating all the kidnappers, the police would arrive just in time, only to appear completely outmatched. Yiming Yao encounters peril, prompting the host to activate a villainous choice. Option 1. Rescue Yiming Yao before Lin Yu, earning a good person card. Option 2. Remain indifferent, watching Lin Yu rescue Yiming Yao, resulting in a goodwill rating of 1 towards Lin Yu. Option 3. Stealthily infiltrate to reap the benefits, yielding a goodwill rating of 10 from Yiming Yao and acquiring the divine skill, heart communication. Chapter 26 Lin Yu. Is there a sixth option? Another choice triggered? Sighing, Jiang Che rubbed his temples. Did this even require deliberation? The narrative clearly indicated that the kidnappers wielded firearms, and Lin Yu's rescue of Yiming Yao was a Pyrrhic victory, sustaining a gunshot wound to his shoulder. In such a perilous scenario, Jiang Che would certainly not risk his life to save Yiming Yao. Thus, Lin Yu was destined to be a mere pawn. However, the reward from option 3 piqued Jiang Che's interest. Heart communication. This divine skill allows one to eavesdrop on a woman's innermost thoughts through close proximity, with a range of 50 meters, making it an indispensable tool for a rogue in romantic pursuits. Quite commendable, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. This skill was indeed impressive. Glancing at the time, he felt it was nearly the right moment. Having perused the script, he was well aware of the kidnapper's location, an abandoned building in the New City district. He could even pinpoint the exact floor and unit. Within a certain floor of the decrepit structure, a burly man furrowed his brow. Brother Dao? Why hasn't Yu Changkong responded? It's been over half an hour. 4 kidnappers were present, led by a scar-faced man who exuded menace, clearly a seasoned criminal. The ground was littered with cigarette butts, evidence of their anxious smoking. On the sofa in the center, Yiming Yao lay bound, her limbs restrained. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and she remained unconscious. After a moment of silence, Brother Dao spoke slowly. The employer requires Yu Changkong's product information. Once he delivers, we'll release her immediately. Is that scoundrel stalling for time? Hoping the police will arrive? Brother Dao scoffed. The police won't find us anytime soon. I've deliberately evaded all surveillance. If things go awry, we'll take this woman as a hostage. His words directed the gaze of the others towards the unconscious Yiming Yao, particularly the stout man, who swallowed hard. This young lady from the Yu family is absolutely stunning. Her skin must be as tender as it appears. Brother Dao, shall we indulge ourselves first? The gluttonous man nearly drooled. The abduction had been so hurried that they had merely drugged her and stuffed her into a sack, without even a moment to appreciate her. Indulge yourself? Are you out of your mind? I refuse to provoke the Yu family. Brother Dao barked angrily. Kidnapping the daughter of the Yu family could yield a fortune. But should anything happen to Yu Mengyao, there would be no room for retreat. Yi Changkong had but one precious daughter, and when he went mad, none of us would escape unscathed. Brother Dao spoke with a fierce intensity. Once this job concluded, the employer would bestow a commission of 20 million. Who could resist such a lure? For now, however, everyone needed to temper their ambitions. Upon hearing these words, the others reined in their thoughts and resumed their waiting. Unbeknownst to them, a figure sat atop a dilapidated building across from them. Jiang Che lounged on the rooftop, his legs dangling over the edge, casually smoking a cigarette while gripping a brick in his right hand. What a fool. The writer, in a bid to spare the readers from disgust, had contrived this plot. He had arrived here long before, and upon overhearing Brother Dao's words, he could hardly contain his disdain. If he were the kidnapper, he would have taken full advantage of the situation without hesitation. This bunch of cowardly ruffians dared to imitate a kidnapping? He keenly noted the cigarettes they were smoking, Huazi. Jiang Che glanced down at the cigarette in his hand. Damn it, what a lowly brand. The same brand as theirs. How unfortunate. As yet another cigarette burned away, the protagonist, Lin Yu, finally made his entrance. In a building that the police could not locate in a short time, Lin Yu had found it. One must admit, the protagonist truly enjoyed favorable treatment. Demonstrating his cunning, Lin Yu, upon discovering the unconscious Yiming Yao, did not rush out immediately. Instead, he began to bide his time. Why was Yiming Yao unconscious? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Who would he impress by showcasing his prowess if she remained in this state? The trope of the hero rescuing the damsel, though cliché, was timeless and effective. Goodness, Lin Yu was quite the schemer. Was he planning to wait until Yiming Yao awakened to flaunt his bravado? However, Jiang Che was not perturbed, for he understood that Lin Yu would soon succumb to impatience. You all stay here and keep watch. I need to relieve myself, Brother Dao announced, clutching his abdomen as he prepared to leave. Take your time, Brother Dao, the overweight man said with a sycophantic grin. Everyone, behave yourselves. Under no circumstances must you lay a hand on this woman. We understand, and we shall not touch her. Brother Dao could no longer hold it in. He hurried off to find a restroom. Once assured that Brother Dao had departed, the overweight man's face broke into a lecherous smile as he exchanged knowing glances with the other two. The three of them slowly approached the unconscious Yiming Yao. Little beauty, your pig brother is coming. Lin Yu could no longer remain seated upon witnessing this. How could he allow the girl he admired to be sullied by these wretched men before him? He could not tolerate it. He charged out. Release her. As a practitioner of the dark strength, Lin Yu possessed formidable combat prowess and exceptional speed, evidently possessing remarkable agility. He swiftly closed the distance and struck the hefty man squarely in the face with a punch infused with hidden strength, distorting the man's visage and sending several teeth flying. Collapsing to the ground, he coughed up blood, clearly indicating his defeat. "You fatso!" exclaimed the other two, who immediately grabbed iron rods from the ground and charged forward. Lin Yu, demonstrating his formidable prowess, stood his ground, contemplating multiple angles in an instant as the iron rod swung toward him. An iron rod? It cannot harm a master of hidden strength. I shall evade. However, he reconsidered. No. Currently, Yiming Yao is unconscious. If I were to feign bravery and sustain injuries while rescuing her, she would surely fall for me upon awakening. Lin Yu's resolve ignited, and he ultimately decided to withstand their blows. With a resounding crash, he cried out in pain as the two strikes nearly sent him to the brink. Although battered, he still retained his combat capability. With renewed vigor, he swiftly dispatched the two lackeys. Pathetic fools. Even when given a chance, you prove useless. Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping his lips, exuding an air of confidence. Yao. Lin Yu intended to check on Yiming Yao's condition when suddenly, alarm bells rang in his mind. Bang! The dull sound of a gunshot echoed. Chapter 27. Yiming Yao's shyness, saved by Jiang Che. You're not cut out for this. Jiang Che, seated in the opposite building, observed the scene in its entirety, internally criticizing Lin Yu. Is he really so engrossed in his bravado? A bullet struck Lin Yu's shoulder, bursting forth a spray of crimson, rendering him momentarily numb. At that moment, Brother Dao brandished a handgun, glaring menacingly at Lin Yu. Huh? A master of ancient martial arts? Brother Dao's face bore a hint of scorn, for the existence of ancient martial arts was not a particularly well-kept secret in this world. Lin Yu, clutching his chest, stared at Brother Dao with a pale countenance. He realized his miscalculation. Had he not braced himself against those two strikes, he could have evaded the bullet with his abilities. Who are you? Release Yiming Yao at once. I have already alerted the police, Lin Yu demanded. Huh? What followed was a tedious exchange of taunts. As the villain, Brother Dao, emboldened by his firearm, dismissed Lin Yu entirely. Ultimately, the villain fell victim to his own loquacity when Lin Yu retorted, I wager your gun is devoid of bullets. Remarkably, Brother Dao's gun indeed lacked ammunition. Lin Yu seized the opportunity to charge at him. Yet Brother Dao was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts, skilled in the initial stage of hidden strength. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, and Lin Yu, relying on the aura of a protagonist, narrowly triumphed. This dramatic twist was indeed captivating. Even Jiang Che in the adjacent building contemplated purchasing some seeds to snack on. Cough, cough. Yao. Lin Yu limped towards Yiming Yao, his heart swelling with self-importance, convinced that his injuries sustained in saving her would evoke profound gratitude upon her awakening. Surely, once she regained consciousness, she would be deeply moved. After all, if Mengyao were to fall for him, his scars would be deemed inconsequential. Lost in these thoughts, he involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood, rendering him even more pitiable. Just as he envisioned capturing the heart of the beautiful maiden, a sudden thud resounded. Bang! A sharp pain pierced the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him. Before losing consciousness, his lips parted slightly, murmuring, Old Six, you chatter too much. Jiang Che weighed the brick in his hand, muttering to himself, Indeed. A brick is the perfect tool for combat. Strike to the head, with force, until incapacitated, to ensure there was no chance of survival. He delivered another decisive blow to Lin Yu's unresponsive form. Lin Yu's body trembled briefly before falling completely still. Death was out of the question. The child of fortune was resilient. Jiang Che flexed his wrist and approached the other captors, checking each one for any signs of life. The portly thug, who had been knocked unconscious, awoke to find Jiang Che looming over him, terror evident in his eyes as he recalled the boy dispatching one of their own with a brick. Stop your whining. Yiming Yao is about to wake up. We cannot leave any survivors. With a swift motion, he delivered a fatal strike, shattering the thug's throat, and soon the man joined the ranks of the deceased. After ensuring each adversary was dealt with, Jiang Che bound Lin Yu and hoisted him up. As he completed his grim task, the distant wail of police sirens echoed from below. A smile crept across Jiang Che's face. The timing was impeccable. In an instant, he concealed the brick within the space of his jade pendant, ensuring no evidence of his actions remained. He smeared a few droplets of blood on himself, crafting a scene that was painfully clear. Lin Yu had come to save Yiming Yao, but had been overwhelmed and bound, while Jiang Che heroically battled the villains and ultimately rescued her. Meanwhile, Yiming Yao, still in a stupor, slowly opened her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was Jiang Che's silhouette. Struggling against a pounding headache, she propped herself up on her arms and scanned the surroundings. How could someone as astute as she be unaware of her dire predicament? She recalled leaving the school gate when someone had suddenly covered her mouth. And then darkness had claimed her. I've been kidnapped. The bodies strewn around. Did this person save me? Yet, why did that silhouette seem so familiar? Gradually, the figure began to merge with a memory she held dear. Jiang Che, is it you? Did you come to my aid? At this moment, Jiang Che slowly turned his gaze, his eyes calm and even somewhat frigid. He did not utter a word. However, the imaginative Yiming Yao had already conjured a narrative in her mind. To rescue her, he had ventured into perilous territory, confronting numerous villains. In an instant, a stream of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Jiang Che, you still care for me, don't you? She thought. Surely, it was merely to maintain the cordial relations between the Jiang and Yi families. Even if it were just a fellow student in distress, I could not stand idly by. Jiang Che's words only caused Yiming Yao's tears to flow more freely. I refuse to believe it. You must still harbor feelings for me. Saying this, Yiming Yao unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Jiang Che from behind. Her tears soaked his thin shirt. Even Yiming Yao was taken aback. Had her aversion to men truly diminished? She found herself inexplicably comfortable in Jiang Che's embrace. This realization filled her with joy. Yet, her happiness was premature. Jiang Che was acutely aware that he must maintain an aloof demeanor at this moment. To manage such a proud young lady, a mere crematorium was insufficient. Miss Yi, the police will be arriving shortly. I would prefer to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Jiang Che attempted to extricate himself from Yiming Yao's embrace, yet she refused to relent. Soon, the police began to arrive in succession, and they were momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Yiming Yao unharmed, the anxiety on the faces of Yi Changkong and his wife dissipated, especially Lin Shui, whose face was streaked with tears. Yu Wan'er, who had accompanied the police, rushed out, and, upon witnessing Yiming Yao clinging to Jiang Che, experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. A strange pang of jealousy spread within her heart. But it was merely a fleeting sensation, one she scarcely recognized herself. At this point, Jiang Che firmly broke free from Yiming Yao's grasp, having fulfilled his role. The scene was unmistakably clear. It was evident that Jiang Che had saved Yiming Yao. As for Lin Yu, who was suspended from the ceiling, very few cared for him. It was a kind-hearted officer who dialed for emergency assistance, ensuring an ambulance took him away. Yao, what happened? Are you hurt? Yu Wan'er exclaimed, embracing Yiming Yao, tears streaming down her cheeks, unsure if her concern was genuine. I'm fine, Jiang Che saved me, Yiming Yao replied, lightly biting her lip. Her slender fingers pointing toward Jiang Che, her face adorned with a hint of shyness. Chapter 28. The astonishment of the crowd. Wang Yanran reappears. The one saved by Jiang Che? All eyes in the vicinity turned toward him. The expressions of Yi Changkong and his wife transformed instantaneously. Xiao Che, I cannot thank you enough. Lin Shui rushed to Jiang Che, grasping his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Though Lin Shui had given birth to Yiming Yao, she appeared remarkably youthful, nearly indistinguishable from her own mother, epitomizing the quintessential affluent matron. With his silver tongue, Jiang Che had effortlessly charmed countless such noble women in his previous life. However, after his rebirth, he resolved to forsake his previous ways. It's all right. I would extend my aid to an ordinary person as well. Jiang Che maintained a rather aloof demeanor, projecting an air of distance. Lin Shui let out a helpless sigh, glancing at her daughter and then at Jiang Che. Dear, allow me to assist you once more. Xiao Che, our Yao has indeed been spoiled by us as parents. Yet at her core, she is not lacking. It was I who forbade her from dating before graduation. Her profound maternal love compelled her to prepare her daughter to shoulder all burdens alone. Yiming Yao cast a grateful glance at her mother. Yi Changkong looked at Jiang Che with a complex expression. He had not anticipated that the savior of his precious daughter would be Jiang Che. Xiao Che, in a few days, our Yi family shall personally express our gratitude. Yi Changkong acknowledged that Jiang Che still harbored reservations regarding his daughter, and he sensed his daughter's affections for Jiang Che as well. Dear, take Yao to the hospital for a checkup. I will remain here with Xiao Che. Yi Changkong reassured his wife and daughter, then approached Jiang Che. Several police officers squatted by the bodies of the deceased, their expressions grave. as 4 lives had been lost in this incident, one of whom had been armed. Just then, a familiar silhouette emerged. Jiang Che, what brings you here? Wang Yinran exclaimed, her shock evident as a faint blush crept across her cheeks upon seeing him. Oh, Sister Yinran? Jiang Che replied with a smile. Noting that Wang Yinran was clad in police uniform, her hair neatly tied back, projecting an air of elegance, unable to conceal her impressive figure. What Sister Yinran? Yiming Yao whispered, feeling an unsettling pang of jealousy. She instantly recognized the fierce woman who had previously been seen in close proximity to Jiang Che at the entrance of the Jiang family villa. She is a police officer? And they share such a close relationship? This revelation shattered Yiming Yao's composure. Daughter, let us go? Lin Shui, familiar with her childish temperament, promptly pulled Yiming Yao away. Yu Wan'er, too, had no intention of lingering, following them to the hospital. Though she cast a scrutinizing glance at Wang Yinran before lowering her gaze to her own unremarkable self, she harbored a disdain for the fierce woman. Did you kill all of them? Wang Yinran furrowed her brow, questioning Jiang Che. What is the matter? Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. Do you take me for a fool? You single-handedly defeated 4 trained kidnappers, one of whom was armed. Wang Yinran clearly remained skeptical. At this moment, Jiang Che let out a sigh. It seemed that they would not believe him unless he demonstrated his prowess. He directly struck a nearby stone pillar with a punch. A dull thud echoed as the reinforced concrete column bore a fist-sized indentation, several centimeters deep, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating across its surface. This single blow left the onlookers utterly astonished. An ancient martial artist? Jiang Che, are you truly an ancient martial artist? In this world, ancient martial artists were not an especially mysterious group. Many paraded under the guise of ancient martial artists, deceiving numerous individuals each year. Wang Yinran, though curious about how Jiang Che had become one, quickly suppressed her thoughts, her demeanor returning to its previous aloofness. Since he was indeed an ancient martial artist, it made sense. However, given that someone had died, Jiang Che, you still need to accompany us to the police station to review the autopsy report. Jiang Che was unperturbed. He had already tidied the scene thoroughly, and with Yiming Yao's testimony, even if Lin Yu awakened, he would hardly stir up much trouble. Upon arriving at the police station, Jiang Che appeared exceptionally composed. Director Wang Liyun personally came to receive him. Haha, I never expected you, Jiang Che, to transform into a hero. Since that night he left the Jiang family, Wang Liyun's perception of Jiang Che had grown increasingly favorable. Now, with Jiang Che's heroic act of saving someone, he seemed the perfect candidate for a son-in-law. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Liyun, Wang Yinran arrived. The report is out, Jiang Che. You may leave shortly. Wang Yinran pursed her lips, saying, I never imagined this little lecher would also play the hero. Are you smitten with that girl? Uft. How could Yiming Yao's figure compare to my sister Ranran? What did you say? This is the police station. My father is still outside. Wang Yinran's gaze turned icy as she shot a glare at Jiang Che. Jiang Che sighed lightly, seemingly a bit downcast. I was terrified while battling those thugs. They had guns, and any misstep could have cost me my life. Sister, don't you need to give me a hug? A kiss, perhaps? A little comfort for my fragile soul? The first part of his statement elicited a twinge of sympathy from Wang Yinran, but his subsequent words shattered that sentiment entirely. Indeed, the essence of a lecher remains unchanged. Very well, a hug it is, Wang Yinran conceded, her heart softening. In her eyes, Jiang Che was merely an oversized boy. Yet, she clearly underestimated the courage and audacity of a pervert. You scoundrel! Wang Yinran's face flushed as she gritted her teeth. However, as she watched Jiang Che's retreating figure, she instinctively called out to him. Jiang Che, please refrain from undertaking such dangerous tasks in the future. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Even if you are an ancient martial artist, can you withstand a bullet? A classic case of a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Jiang Che chuckled lightly, merely waving his hand without turning back. Don't forget to wipe your mouth. Scoundrel, may you perish. The fleeting moment of tenderness that Wang Yinran had managed to summon dissipated into thin air, leaving only the sound of her scolding. Sitting back in the car, Jiang Che's hand curled slightly, striking a pose that was rather striking. How absurd. Wang Yinran truly lives up to her reputation as a fiery police flower. Her feelings for him have now descended into a state of ambiguity. Perhaps she had always harbored some emotional foundation for herself, merely separated by a thin veil. It seems that Lin Yu's chances of establishing a connection with Wang Yinran are utterly futile, as most of the earlier opportunities had already been seized by him. Moreover, given the significant turmoil that had occurred, wouldn't Yi Changkong be seeking trouble with Lin Yu? Whether he could continue to remain at Sherlan School is still a question in itself. Chapter 29. The Divine Skill of Heart Connection. Lin Yu is dismissed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the villain's choice, gaining the divine skill. Heart connection. Jiang Che smiled faintly. Yet another delightful gift had arrived. The skill of fusion. In the next moment, Jiang Che distinctly felt a change within himself. As long as he wished, he could hear the thoughts of all females within a 50-meter radius. As for the thoughts of men, he could not hear them. Otherwise, why would it be called heart connection? Jiang Che rolled down the car window. Just as he was waiting for the traffic light, a convertible Ferrari pulled up alongside him. The driver, a red-haired vixen clad in alluring attire, let out a flirtatious whistle upon spotting Jiang Che. "Hello, handsome." Jiang Che silently activated his heart connection. "TSK, TSK, TSK. This pretty boy is truly handsome. I would love to give him a good scrub with a steel wool." Jiang Che, how terrifying, even more twisted than I am. Indeed, when women become twisted, there is no competition for men. "Hey, little handsome, how about tonight? Goodbye." Jiang Che pressed the accelerator and sped away. He subsequently cranked up the heart connection to its maximum. "Seriously, you can't even do this? If it's just like this, I could get out of the car right now. I'm so hungry. When can I get home for dinner? Oh my, there's a Maybach ahead. I need to keep my distance. If I crash into it, I wouldn't be able to afford the damages. Humph, this pathetic sycophant thinks he can pursue me? He doesn't even stand a chance." The cacophony of thoughts left Jiang Che with a splitting headache. He hastily disabled the heart connection. At that moment, within the Yi residence, Yiming Yao had undergone a thorough examination at the hospital and found herself in good health. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to everyone. At the dining table, the atmosphere in the Yi household felt somewhat peculiar. "Yao Yao, what are your feelings for Jiang Che?" Yi Changkong spoke first. Previously, he had regarded Jiang Che merely as a spoiled rich kid. Although he was a match for his daughter, being a doting father, he felt no one was worthy of his daughter. However, his impression of Jiang Che had drastically changed. Upon mentioning Jiang Che, Yiming Yao's cheeks involuntarily flushed a delicate shade of crimson. "Father and mother, I have come to realize that I have developed feelings for him." As Yiming Yao spoke, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and I found myself unperturbed by his touch. Lin Shui, standing nearby, sighed, recognizing the complexity of the situation. "Yao Yao, you have previously rejected Jiang Che multiple times, which may have deeply wounded his heart. Therefore, my dear, it may prove quite challenging for you to regain his affection." Lin Shui's words caused Yiming Yao to bite her lip in contemplation. She was acutely aware of the distance Jiang Che had established, and the prospect of winning him back seemed increasingly elusive. To make matters worse, the presence of that policewoman, Wang Yanran, felt like a thorn embedded in her heart. The mere thought of the woman's alluring figure only deepened her insecurities. "My precious daughter," her mother continued, "it is said that when a man pursues a woman, there is a mountain between them, while when a woman pursues a man, there is but a thin veil. If you can set aside your haughty demeanor, you might surely win Jiang Che's favor. What do you think?" After hearing her mother's words, Yiming Yao's expression grew resolute. Her mother was correct. She had indeed approached Jiang Che with an air of superiority. Clenching her delicate fists, she seemed to solidify a newfound determination. Just then, a phone call came through. The hospital? Upon answering, Yi Changkong's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of anger crossing his features. This incompetent fool, calling himself a master? He is nothing but trash. Yi Changkong cursed in frustration. "What is it, dear? What troubles you?" "It's nothing, really. I had secretly hired a bodyguard for Yao Yao. But this guy turned out to be utterly useless. He didn't even realize when Yao Yao was in danger, and instead, he was beaten up by the robbers." Yiming Yao blinked her large eyes, intrigued. "A bodyguard? When did you hire me a bodyguard?" "I had no idea. It's that Lin Yu from your class. I used some connections to secure him, as he was reputed to be quite skilled, capable of ensuring your safety. Yet, it seems he is nothing but a liability, causing trouble without being able to protect you." "What? Lin Yu? Why on earth did you hire that guy?" At the mention of Lin Yu, Yiming Yao's eyes flashed with disdain. His gaze towards her was far too brazen. "Let us set that aside for now. I will dismiss Lin Yu tomorrow. And as for those behind the kidnapping of Yao Yao, do they truly think I am an easy target?" A glint of ruthlessness crossed Yi Changkong's eyes. "It takes a formidable individual to build a company worth nearly 100 billion and take it public. There are few who are truly soft. Having suffered such a significant loss, revenge was not an option to be overlooked. Unbeknownst to Jiang Che, Yiming Yao was preparing to pursue him. Even if he were aware, he would likely only chuckle with amusement. Throughout this ordeal, the initiative remained firmly in his hands, and he possessed ample experience in dealing with such proud young ladies. Previously, you regarded me with indifference. Now, I have become someone you will regret overlooking. Of course, the primary reason for Yiming Yao's change of heart lies in Jiang Che's undeniable charm. Upon returning home, Jiang Che was greeted with a warm embrace from his mother. Both Jiang Yunli and Jiang Yuan were naturally deeply concerned for Jiang Che's safety, especially Jiang Yunli, who, while holding him, burst into tears. At over 30, he resembled a young girl in that moment. You are my only precious son. Should anything happen to you? Jiang Che felt a wave of embarrassment, wiped the sweat from his brow, and sought an excuse to slip away. Having such a mother was quite an experience. If it weren't for the villainous script he had acquired, he would have thought himself the protagonist of a Korean comic. Ahem, one may be eccentric, but one must not be born into it. I wonder how Lin Yu is faring. By now, he should be waking up, Jiang Che mused. Chapter 30. Lin Yu, I am falling apart. At this moment, Lin Yu in the hospital had awakened from his coma, as he was also involved in the case. 2 police officers were seated at his bedside. Upon seeing Lin Yu regain consciousness, they immediately began to interrogate him. The results, however, astonished the officers, as they were entirely at odds with Jiang Che's account. After consulting their superiors, they dismissed Lin Yu's statements due to a lack of concrete evidence. Mr. Lin, your assertions are rather vague and lack proof that you rescued Miss Yi. By the time we arrived at the scene, you were already suspended by the assailants. The officers remarked, their gazes filled with disdain. This was not their first encounter with Lin Yu. They had been present when he was detained for fighting. Mr. Lin, we understand your eagerness to save others, even at the cost of being shot. But the truth is, you did not rescue her, one officer stated, nearly causing Lin Yu to faint from indignation. If I didn't save her, then who did? Look at what I've endured. I was later ambushed by Lao Lu. There was Lao Lu. Wait, who saved Yiming Yao? Tell me, who saved her? Lin Yu finally grasped the situation. He realized that someone, presumably Lao Lu, had sabotaged him, usurping his heroic deeds. The officers sighed in resignation. We are unable to provide any further information. They then departed, leaving Lin Yu alone in his hospital bed. Damn it! Who was the fool that ambushed me from behind? How dare they? I took 2 blows and was shot. I nearly met my end, only for someone else to take my glory. Just moments ago, he had dreamt of Yiming Yao discovering his selfless act of saving her, leading her to fall head over heels for him, and the thought of winning her heart filled him with delight. But now, all was lost, and he had endured so much suffering for nothing. Do not let me find out who you are. Just as his anger reached its peak, the ringtone of his phone pierced through the tension. Yi Chongkong. Lin Yu grasped at this call like a lifeline, immediately answering. To his dismay, he was met with a barrage of furious accusations. I entrusted you with the protection of Yao Yao. What in the hell have you been doing? You call yourself a master? Lin Yu, flustered, replied, Uncle Yi, please listen to my explanation. I truly went to save Yao Yao. Yao Yao is someone you even dare to mention? You went to save her? You were merely delivering yourself to death. Under normal circumstances, had anyone dared to speak to Lin Yu in such a tone, he would have certainly retaliated. Yet, the situation was different now. He needed to placate Yi Chongkong. What if Yi Chongkong decided against allowing him to serve as Yiming Yao's bodyguard? That would spell disaster for his romantic pursuits. Uncle Yi, please let me explain. I actually saved Yiming Yao. Stop your nonsense. It was clearly Jiang Che who rescued her. Do you think I am blind? Starting tomorrow, you need not return to school. I refuse to have a morally corrupt individual as my daughter's protector. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Lin Yu stood frozen, filled with rage. Damn it. It was Jiang Che again. After he had defeated the kidnappers, it was Jiang Che who had ambushed him. How dare he audaciously assume the role of the hero who saved Yiming Yao? The thought of all his sacrifices ultimately leading to Jiang Che reaping the benefits filled him with fury. However, he couldn't afford to dwell on this. He had only just begun to acclimate to the school, and there were so many beautiful girls he had yet to notice. Furthermore, his precious skills and jade pendant were still in Jiang Che's possession. Departing in such a disgraceful manner was intolerable. Damn Jiang Che. I swear I will not rest until I eliminate you. Lin Yu's fists crackled with anger. He then began to contemplate, recognizing his need for power and connections. for someone to assist him in reclaiming his position at Sherlon School. As if struck by inspiration, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Healing and saving lives. His two masters, one a master of medicine and the other an unparalleled assassin, had imparted their knowledge to him. Naturally, his medical skills were formidable, and exceptional healing abilities have always been the most direct route to win the favor of the influential. Setting up a stall to heal, he would carve out a name for himself. Soon, an entrepreneurial vision took shape in his mind. Jiang Che, you better watch out. I will make you pay dearly. The following day, the story of Jiang Che saving Yiming Yao spread like wildfire throughout Sherlon School. This news detonated in everyone's hearts like a bombshell. The entire school was abuzz, and Jiang Che had almost become the epitome of the perfect boyfriend in the eyes of all the girls. Did you hear? Yiming Yao was kidnapped yesterday, and it was young Master Jiang who saved her. Of course I heard. It is rumored that the group responsible for the kidnapping of Yiming Yao is a professional mercenary team from abroad, armed with firearms. Allegedly, there were over a dozen armed thugs, and yet, Jiang Shao single-handedly ventured into the lion's den to rescue Yiming Yao. The thought alone is utterly impressive. His display of courage is nothing short of extraordinary. It baffles the mind that Yiming Yao would reject such an exceptional man. In my view, she appears to be a mere scheming vixen, a white lotus. Jiang Che fought against numerous adversaries for her sake. If it were I would have been so moved that I would have shed all pretense that very night. How could one man possibly take on so many? It seems improbable. I've heard whispers that Jiang Che is also a master of ancient martial arts, a direct disciple of a reclusive master, possessing legendary prowess. The tales grow increasingly exaggerated, to the point where one might mistake him for a superhero. Jiang Che, have you had breakfast yet? I brought you some. Yiming Yao's cheeks flushed as she approached him, holding a steaming meal in her hands. The once haughty young lady set aside her pride, and at that moment, Lin Yu entered the classroom, inadvertently witnessing this scene. He had come to handle his withdrawal from the school, a mere formality in a prestigious institution like Sherlon Academy, where a single word from the board could expel an ordinary student. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Thank you for saving me, Jiang Che. Yiming Yao's bashful demeanor pierced Lin Yu's heart like a dagger. The muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. After all, he was the one who rescued Yiming Yao. How infuriating. He still bore gunshot wounds on his shoulder. Had he not been a master of the dark arts, a bullet would have claimed his life. I risked my life to save you, and yet you turn to express gratitude to another man? This is a truth he finds utterly unacceptable. I already had breakfast, and there's no need to thank me. I've always said I would save anyone, even an ordinary classmate, Jiang Che replied with his characteristic cool detachment. A mere meal would not sway my heart. Though I must admit, I am somewhat tempted by your allure. The torment must continue. Yiming Yao bit her lip, realizing that Jiang Che was still upset with her. It was entirely her fault. Why had she been so ill-tempered before? If she had only left a sliver of goodwill, perhaps things would not have spiraled to this outcome. Lin Yu's expression was equally strained. He felt as though he might shatter. The lofty young lady had become a sycophant to Jiang Che. What did that make him? In that moment, he felt a metaphorical green hat upon his head. Chapter 31. Little girl, you're making me anxious. Lin Yu was on the verge of a breakdown. Oh, is that you, Lin Yu? Jiang Che, disregarding Yiming Yao, turned his attention to Lin Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips. The other students were unaware of the implications behind Jiang Che's smile, but Lin Yu certainly understood all too well. This is clearly a mockery of him. Jiang Che, do not take pride in this. Sooner or later, I shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. Lin Yu uttered a fierce declaration, then turned and walked away. He will undoubtedly return. Jiang Che scrutinized Lin Yu's departing silhouette, stroking his chin, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Now that Lin Yu had been driven out of the campus, many unfolding narratives within the school would inevitably be obstructed, potentially steering the plot into unpredictable realms. Yet, he began to contemplate. Lin Yu would certainly not resign himself to such a fate. In the original storyline, Lin Yu primarily relied on two strategies to cultivate connections and enhance his own prowess. The first, setting up a roadside stall to treat ailments and save lives, where he encountered numerous influential figures and forged ties with many dignitaries. The second, clandestinely participating in underground boxing matches, where he rapidly honed his skills through life and death confrontations. These two aspects could be exploited against him. You wish to heal and save lives? Do you possess a medical license to treat anyone? You wish to engage in underground boxing? I shall promptly report you and have you sent to jail. Jiang Che, well-versed in online literature over the years, had often criticized the absurd narratives found in many urban novels, and now his insights would prove invaluable. Wang Zheng, Lu Tai, come here. After class, Jiang Che summoned Wang Zheng and Lu Tai. Brother Jiang, what is the matter? You truly are remarkable, single-handedly rescuing Yiming Yao, they exclaimed. Jiang Che cast them a detached glance. Lu Tai, does your family operate a few underground boxing venues? Lu Tai chuckled nervously. Brother Jiang, what underground boxing venues? We are running a legitimate business. Underground boxing is an illegal endeavor, fraught with high-stakes gambling and sometimes resulting in fatalities. Jiang Che chose not to confront him directly. This Lin Yu is a practitioner of ancient martial arts. He may soon seek competition at your boxing venue. You should deal with him discreetly, annoy him without direct confrontation, and if necessary, report him. Furthermore, Lin Yu may venture out in the coming days to set up a stall and offer medical assistance. You are responsible for dealing with him. If he attempts to treat anyone, simply report him for practicing medicine without a license. Jiang Che meticulously instructed his two subordinates on how to handle Lin Yu. Though these two were somewhat dim-witted, they were undeniably loyal, having never betrayed him despite the harsh treatment they received from Lin Yu in the original narrative. All right, young Master Jiang, rest assured. I am absolutely professional in the art of scheming against others, they replied. However, young Master Jiang, is Lin Yu a master of hidden strength? What if he decides to strike against us? A bodyguard of a significant client of my father is also a master of hidden strength, and a single punch could be fatal. Wang Zheng's face betrayed his trepidation. Are you foolish? If we cannot defeat him, we simply lie down. Lu Tai interjected, having drawn from experience in their scheming endeavors. Very well, promising. Jiang Che nodded in approval. After the dissolution of Lin Yu's aura of diminished intelligence, Wang Zheng and Lu Tai's eyes regained their clarity, their foolish gazes vanishing as their astute intellect reclaimed dominance. The two scurried away with a certain exuberance. Jiang Che's gaze subsequently grew indifferent. If these two fellows exhibited commendable efficiency, he could indeed conserve considerable energy, for they were undoubtedly malleable talents, perfect for villainous roles. Throughout the morning, Yiming Yao sought various pretexts to curry favor with Jiang Che. The once aloof goddess had now transformed into a devoted admirer, a stark reversal of roles. Yiming Yao, what do you truly desire? Once indifferent to me, you now engage in this charade, attempting to deceive my affections? Jiang Che was well-versed in the art of fishing for compliments. If he maintained an aloof demeanor without responding to Yiming Yao, this young lady might genuinely grow disheartened. Yet, Jiang Che did not wish for such an outcome. By providing her with just a modicum of response, Yiming Yao would amplify her own interpretations, spiraling into a frenzy of imagination. Wasn't this the quintessential portrayal of many infatuated admirers? The same could be said for goddesses as well. Jiang Che, I acknowledge my previous attitude towards you was flawed. I extend my apologies. I never intended to deceive your feelings. I was merely young and naive at the time. Can you grant me another chance? A chance to truly like you? Yiming Yao even confessed directly. An unprecedented move for the typically reticent young lady when it came to matters of the heart. This revelation sent shockwaves through the classroom. The other students were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why Yiming Yao, who had been so dismissive of Jiang Che merely a month ago, was now pursuing him with fervor. Could this be the irresistible allure of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Yu Wan'er rested her chin on her desk, turning her face away as she gazed out the window, feeling an inexplicable pang in her heart at this scene. What a scoundrel! A true scoundrel! The little girl's emotions were in turmoil. Yiming Yao was her closest friend, their bond having transcended that of ordinary companionship. Though Yu Wan'er remained silent, she harbored a vague, tender sentiment towards Yiming Yao. Meanwhile, Jiang Che observed the scene, realizing that this budding camaraderie was being ruthlessly crushed by him, the formidable antagonist. Grant you a chance? Jiang Che chuckled softly, shaking his head, a hint of self-mockery in his smile. Yao Yao, did you truly think I was pursuing you back then? I was merely chasing the innocent girl of my childhood, the one who would twirl in her princess dress, calling me Brother Jiang. Yet, that little girl has grown and is now utterly vanished. Jiang Che's voice carried a sense of melancholic resignation, though he never explicitly mentioned Yiming Yao. Every word he uttered was intrinsically linked to her. Heh, little girl, don't be so hasty. Chapter 32, Yiming Yao's Astonishment. Upon encountering the clandestine connection between Jiang Che and Yu Wan'er, Yiming Yao found herself momentarily stunned. A wave of despair washed over her. She had not anticipated Jiang Che would express such sentiments. Was he, perhaps, pursuing the version of herself from their childhood? Indeed, in those halcyon days, they had been the envy of all as childhood sweethearts, with her often trailing behind him, reveling in the innocence and purity of their bond. Realization dawned upon her. Bittersweet and oppressive, stirring emotions that threatened to spill forth in tears. Jiang Che had harbored feelings for her from such an early age, yet it seemed those affections had waned with time. Her awakening had come too late, far too late. Nevertheless, she was resolute not to concede defeat. Jiang Che, you pursued me for 2 years. Now, allow me the chance to pursue you. Grant me this opportunity. Deep within, the girl bolstered her own spirit. The news of Yiming Yao's public declaration of affection for Jiang Che swiftly reverberated throughout the entire Sherlon Academy, creating quite a stir and leaving many of her secret admirers heartbroken. Meanwhile, Jiang Che, the instigator of this turmoil, remained remarkably composed. Wan'er, would you care to join me? Come to my home for some tutoring? His handsome visage broke into a mischievous grin as he cornered Yu Wan'er. Having just toyed with the young lady, he now sought to ensnare her friend, relishing the thrill of the chase. I have no desire to tutor you. I need to accompany my mother for her dialysis tomorrow. You may pay me up front, and I shall owe you the lesson, Yu Wan'er retorted, deftly slipping past him with her backpack. Her petite frame allowed her to evade his grasp with ease, standing barely taller than his shoulder. Oh, you think you can get something for nothing? Such a notion is preposterous. Tomorrow is another day. Today's lesson must be settled first, Jiang Che asserted, pulling Yu Wan'er back and ushering her into his vehicle. Yu Wan'er, accustomed to his touch, remained unfazed. You scoundrel! How dare you toy with Mengyao's feelings? As a seasoned observer of human interactions, Yu Wan'er quickly discerned Jiang Che's intentions to manipulate Yiming Yao's affections. He was, indeed, a most peculiar individual, bullying her while simultaneously attempting to deceive Mengyao. And you worry about Mengyao? Aren't you merely her superficial friend? Spare me the act. Who are you to undermine the bond one share with Mengyao? Jiang Che chuckled. What do you offer her? At least I saved her life. Her gratitude is overwhelming, and she might even begin to pursue me. What have you done for her? Beyond being a leech feeding off her kindness, what else are you capable of? The more he spun his tales, the more he seemed to convince himself of their truth. Yu Wan'er seethed, her small fangs bared, as each of Jiang Che's words struck a nerve. Humph, your act of saving Sister Yao Yao surely hides ulterior motives. Don't pretend to be a good person. How could someone as twisted as you refuse Yiming Yao? Indeed, I cannot resist Yiming Yao. What of it? Is there a fault in that? I'm so infuriated I have no words left. Although Yu Wan'er may seem like a schemer, her essence is not malevolent. At least she fulfills her duties after receiving payment. She diligently tutors Jiang Che, albeit while occasionally guarding against his wandering hands. Are you even listening? The little girl, exasperated, glared at Jiang Che. After painstakingly explaining for quite some time, it appeared he was utterly disinterested in her lessons. Of course, this question isn't difficult, is it? Jiang Che took the pen and casually wrote down the answer. Huh, it's actually correct? Jiang Che, have you encountered a similar question before? No. Humph. I don't believe you. Yu Wan'er possesses a delightful fragrance and a soft demeanor. The physique endowed upon her as a destined heroine is undoubtedly exceptional. After all, the author, in consideration of all readers, has crafted an array of characters. The adorable little girl, the proud young lady, the cool-headed policewoman, the domineering female CO, and so forth. Since I have embraced the role of the antagonist, I must seize everything surrounding the protagonist, not limited to his fortunes, but also his women. It is evident, as Jiang Che anticipated, that once the boundaries are crossed, they only become increasingly tenuous. The root of all evil stems from a mere kiss. Bah, you perverse fiend. Yu Wan'er glared fiercely at Jiang Che, wishing she could devour him. Simultaneously, the young girl felt an overwhelming terror. How did it come to this? Her boundaries were being shattered. Initially, even a simple kiss was something she vehemently rejected. At this moment, Yiming Yao's family had arrived at the entrance of the Jiang family villa. Li Butler, Jiang Che saved our Yao Yao. We have come today to express our gratitude. Yi Chong Kong stated with utmost sincerity, lowering his demeanor even before a mere steward of the Jiang family. After all, Jiang Che had done them a great favor, and the Jiang family was not to be trifled with. Being the wealthiest in Hang City is no idle boast. In truth, their visit was not solely for gratitude, as there were other intentions beneath the surface. Butler Li Ming nodded. Mr. Jiang and the others are at home. Please follow me. Yiming Yao trailed behind her parents, surveying the villa district of the Jiang family. Such standalone villas were commonplace for her as a young lady, with each costing several hundred million. She often visited during her childhood, playing hide and seek with Jiang Che in the gardens, and those memories began to crystallize vividly in her mind. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Just then, she raised her gaze slightly, and her entire being froze in astonishment. In the three-story villa, before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, two familiar figures stood, Jiang Che and Yu Wan'er. Yiming Yao's mind buzzed with disbelief. She had never anticipated that Jiang Che would be in the company of Yu Wan'er. Chapter 33. Yi family proposes marriage? Once again, an extraordinary choice is triggered. Yiming Yao felt a surge of terror. Since recently coming to terms with her feelings for Jiang Che, she had been fervently attempting to mend their relationship, constantly encouraging herself that with enough sincerity, she could once again move Jiang Che's heart. With reluctance, she wiped away her tears, but when she looked again, she found only Jiang Che standing at the window. Could it be that my obsession with Jiang Che has led to an illusion? It must be. Although Jiang Che seemed to have grown closer to Wan'er lately, she knew her friend well. After all, she had already declared her claim over Jiang Che. How could Yu Wan'er dare to engage in such treachery behind her back? Absolutely not. In the bedroom, Jiang Che sat calmly in a chair, fiddling with a butterfly hairpin. Yu Wan'er's small face reflected her anxiousness. This is a disaster. I'm doomed. Sister Yao Yao has seen me. I'm going to be ruined. What will Sister Yao Yao think of me? Humph, it's all your fault, you despicable guy. The little girl placed all the blame squarely on Jiang Che. Yet, Jiang Che was not one to indulge her. He swiftly brandished his versatile phone. It seems you are quite peculiar as well. You absolute weirdo. Yu Wan'er had grown accustomed to Jiang Che's eccentricities, feeling a mix of annoyance and resignation. Soon, familiar voices echoed from downstairs. Yiming Yao's family was conversing with Jiang Che's parents. What do we do, Jiang Che? If Yiming Yao discovers me? Yu Wan'er felt an urgency, even contemplating hiding in a wardrobe. Jiang Che, please help me out when the time comes. Yiming Yao is rather naive and easily deceived. Your words will surely suffice. Jiang Che crossed his arms, unconvinced. Why should I assist you? Yu Wan'er bared her teeth in a playful snarl. Humph. You've already taken advantage of the situation. What's wrong with helping me a little? Hey, I've paid for this. You're trying to bargain with me now? Please. Jiang Che, dear brother. The little girl resorted to charming him, wrapping her arms around his. Honestly, it's hard for any man to refuse the innocent charms of a little girl. Spare me your antics. Stay here and wait. I'll head down first. Whether you get discovered is entirely up to fate. Oh, the little girl found a wardrobe to hide in. She didn't want this predicament. But with Yiming Yao currently pursuing Jiang Che, their ambiguous relationship felt like an act of betrayal. Once Yiming Yao found out, she would surely harbor resentment against her. In the living room on the first floor, Yiming Yao's parents were engaged in conversation with Jiang Che's parents. They expressed immense gratitude, for without Xiao Che, Mengyao could have found herself in peril. Not at all. Our Xiao Che is an upright individual. He would rescue anyone in need, even a mere classmate, they replied. Yi Changkong and his family could distinctly sense the growing estrangement between Jiang Yuan and his wife, as if they were deliberately drawing a line. Particularly, Jiang Yunli's gaze toward Yiming Yao was laced with an inexplicable disdain. This girl had been a source of torment for their son for several years, and in her eyes, Yiming Yao had long been branded a manipulative seductress. Lowering her head, Yiming Yao refrained from speaking, sensing that Jiang Che's mother harbored an aversion toward her. Brother Jiang Yuan, is Xiao Che not at home? Yi Changkong inquired. Oh, Xiao Che is studying upstairs, Jiang Yuan responded. Just as he was about to elaborate, a figure slowly descended the staircase. There's no need for further gratitude, Jiang Che remarked, readopting his aloof demeanor as he made his way to the center of the living room. His gaze briefly skimmed over Yiming Yao before settling on Yi Changkong and his wife. Yet, he remained silent, conveying volumes without uttering a word. Xiao Che, we have come not only to express our thanks. Our Mengyao holds a fondness for you, and you have pursued her in the past. If a union could be arranged, Yi's mother directly articulated their intentions, revealing their desire for a match. Jiang Yunli let out a cold snort, remarking, not long ago, Your daughter looked down upon my son. What brings you to discuss marriage now? The Jiang family's door is not so easily opened. With a fierce glare directed at Yiming Yao, she embodied the archetype of a cruel matriarch. Yiming Yao felt tears welling in her eyes. The atmosphere turned palpably awkward, leaving her family in a precarious position. Though they were incensed, they recognized that Jiang Che had saved Yiming Yao, necessitating a facade of civility. Yi Chongkong cleared his throat, suggesting, "Let the children resolve their own matters, shall we, Xiao Che?" In an instant, all eyes turned to Jiang Che. Should he express any affection for Yiming Yao at this moment, it was likely that she would soon become his fiancée. Conversely, a rejection would undoubtedly shatter her, as refusing her in front of both families would be akin to a public humiliation. After all, a girl has her pride. Ding. The Yi family has proposed an engagement to the host, triggering the villain selection. Choice 1. Accept with pleasure, becoming the son-in-law of the Yi family. The host will directly gain 100 affection points from Yiming Yao and the title of husband of another. Choice 2. Reject decisively, humiliating the Yi family and shaming Yiming Yao. Yiming Yao's affection points will drop to 80, and the host will receive a reward of 3 years of internal strength. Choice 3. Display exceptional acting skills, leaving your stance for others to decipher. Everyone's affection points will drop to 10, and the host will receive the title reward of Master of the Harem. The villain selection has been triggered once more. Jiang Che surveyed the 3 options before him. The first choice promised to grant him maximum affection from Yiming Yao, yet the subsequent title reward was utterly repugnant. Married man, upon donning this title, Yiming Yao would become completely infatuated with you, but concurrently, you would be unable to garner the affection of any other fated heroines. What a worthless trinket. Fit only for a dog. As a competent eccentric, how could he possibly settle for a mere drop from the vast river of desires? Although Yiming Yao was indeed alluring, the kind of woman who would surely shorten a common man's life by 2 decades, Jiang Che was no ordinary individual. He was no child. Chapter 34. Jiang Che's smile grew increasingly sinister. The second choice entailed outright rejecting Yiming Yao, which would nearly obliterate her affection for him. This was far from the outcome Jiang Che desired. He was merely fishing for her attention. His disinterest was a mere faade. As for maintaining his aloof persona, Jiang Che had already devised a resolution. The upcoming birthday banquet for Yiming Yao at the month's end would serve as a perfect opportunity. Once she fell under the influence of a certain potion, the dilemma would be resolved. It could be said that from the very beginning, the reins of control were firmly in Jiang Che's hands. He had orchestrated everything meticulously. And what of the third choice's reward? A title? Ruler of the harem? Ruler of the harem. Upon wearing this title, the host gains immunity within the harem, allowing for unrestrained behavior without fear of following in the footsteps of Chang'e. Jiang Che. Hey, what do you mean by that? Am I truly so eloquent? Is my emotional intelligence so high? How could I possibly tread the same path as Chang'e? You seem to underestimate me. System reminder. Have you forgotten how you met your demise in your previous life? Jiang Che found himself at a loss for words. Although he had perished in a car accident, it was glaringly evident that it was likely orchestrated by human hands. In his past life, he had indulged recklessly, leading to his own downfall. Coughing, he conceded. All right, you have a point. That title is rather appealing. I choose the third option. Meanwhile, within the room, several individuals awaited Jiang Che's response, especially Yiming Yao, whose gaze towards him was imbued with a sense of humility. Jiang Che activated his heart communication. Lin Shui. Xiao Che's demeanor surely indicates he intends to reject Yao Yao. It seems she may struggle to recover from this. Jiang Yunli. Puffed. Do you really think this little white lotus stands a chance to marry my precious son? Che swiftly reject her. Yiming Yao, Jiang Che. My parents and relatives are all here. I beg you, do not reject me again, or I might come to hate you. Oh? No wonder my refusal would directly diminish her affection by 80 points. Such a fragile heart. Simultaneously, Jiang Che realized that if he publicly rejected Yiming Yao at this moment, the girl would likely succumb to darkness. He inadvertently caught Yiming Yao's gaze, their eyes locking in silent understanding. Her gaze was imbued with a complexity of 4 parts uncertainty, 3 parts melancholy, 2 parts disdain, and a single part affection. It resembled an antiquated pie chart. He uttered not a word, merely exhaling a gentle sigh. His expression tinged with fatigue. I am weary. With that, Jiang Che turned and ascended the stairs once more. Though Jiang Che spoke only 3 words, They were impeccably apt. Notably, Yiming Yao's eyes brightened momentarily, her demeanor reflecting a hint of joy. Although Jiang Che did not acquiesce, he also refrained from denial. Furthermore, the intricate emotions conveyed through his gaze, while incomprehensible to her, still revealed a glimmer of affection. For a girl intent on pursuing Jiang Che, even the faintest sentiment would be magnified, leading her to believe that he still harbored feelings for her. The Yi family departed from the Jiang residence, seated in their vehicle. Yao Yao, the fact that Xiao Che did not reject you earlier signifies that there is still hope. Lin Shui resumed her encouragement of her daughter. Harboring a rather favorable impression of Jiang Che, no one could be more suitable to be her son-in-law than him. Moreover, Jiang Che had saved Yao Yao's life. Yiming Yao nodded enthusiastically, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Mother, you are correct. Jiang Che must still be angry with me. My previous behavior towards him was too harsh. Though he may harbor animosity, he undoubtedly still thinks of me. I still have a chance. One of humanity's great illusions. He still likes me. Yi Chongkong remained silent. The thought of his beloved daughter showing interest in another man pained him. Yet he recognized that Jiang Che had indeed earned his approval through his act of saving Yao Yao. Additionally, he sensed something peculiar in Jiang Che's gaze towards Yao Yao. A hint of something inappropriate, perhaps? Surely, it was merely his imagination. Darling, I do not wish for Yiming Yao to marry into our Jiang family. This girl is full of schemes. Jiang Yunli expressed his concerns to Jiang Yuan. At that moment, Jiang Yuan rubbed his temples in exasperation. His wife was quite the naive soul, her emotional and intellectual acumen nearly non-existent. He had discerned that Yiming Yao was simply a straightforward young girl, not a scheming femme fatale. Her innocence was palpable, her thoughts laid bare upon her countenance. Wife, you are indeed correct. I concur. However, Xiao Che did not outright refuse. Did he? Let the children navigate their own affairs. It must be said that Jiang Yuan was undeniably a commendable husband. I care not. I simply do not like Yiming Yao, the woman pouted. There are countless girls vying to marry into our Jiang family. Does it matter if one less is Yiming Yao? Not to mention Director Wang's daughter, Wang Yinran, who is both beautiful and charming. And what of Yu Wan'er, who has been frequently coming to our home to tutor Xiao Che? She is delightful. She is my favorite. However, upon mentioning Yu Wan'er, Jiang Yunli glanced at the time with surprise. Oh, as the clock approached 10 in the evening, the anticipation grew. Why had they not yet concluded? Jiang Yunli seemed to have an epiphany, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. It was evident that Yu Wan'er was still ensconced in Jiang Che's room. Darling, it's time to take action. Jiang Yuan's lips twitched in confusion. What action? I hold Yu Wan'er in high regard. We must create an opportunity for our son. Consider this. It is already past 10. That young lady will surely wish to return home soon. Let us simply invite her to stay. Allowing her to live with our son. Surely, some sparks will fly. Jiang Yunli's face radiated excitement, even rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Jiang Yuan struggled to comprehend his wife's line of reasoning, yet he was profoundly astonished. However, as a devoted husband, he supported whatever his wife proposed. Darling, I'll head upstairs shortly. Wait, is this a bit excessive? Jiang Yuan interjected. Let us not cause any undue trouble. Fear not, it will be fine. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor, Yu Wan'er emerged from the wardrobe, having created a delightful mess within. A pair of Jiang Che's shorts perched comically atop her head. Disgusted, she pinched the shorts between her fingers and tossed them aside. No, Jiang Che replied, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the petite girl before him. Chapter 35. Yu Wan'er, I have you firmly in my grasp. Not even Jesus could intervene. Jiang Che, it's already 10. I must take my leave. But before I do, let us settle the bill. The little girl produced a calculator, diligently pressing buttons. Tuition fee, 700, along with various additional expenses. I have exerted considerable effort to teach you, she began, but her words faltered as she continued. All right, just give me 1,000, and we'll call it even. Yu Wan'er bit her lip, shooting a fierce glare at Jiang Che. This fellow was becoming increasingly outrageous. What's the matter, my little money grubber? Not feeling greedy today? Jiang Che teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Yu Wan'er was indeed an intriguing character, drawing him in with an irresistible charm. He sought to unlock her heart and listen to the secrets nestled within her thoughts. There is no need for that much money. My mother requires over 5,000 for her dialysis each month, and with daily expenses, a little over 10,000 suffices. Jiang Che, that scoundrel. If it weren't for the ease of earning from him, I wouldn't bother tutoring him at all. What a fool, that perverted weirdo. Your entire family will inevitably face bankruptcy, and I'll have you strung up on a lamppost. Yu Wan'er's inner monologue nearly caused Jiang Che to burst into laughter. Truly, she remained a young girl at heart, her thoughts utterly comical. He gestured towards the window. It's well past 10, perhaps you should not return home. Why not stay here with me? Jiang Che, how dare you dream such a thing? Yu Wan'er's cheeks flushed crimson, her face puffed up in indignation, resembling a pufferfish ready to defend itself. Could she truly be oblivious to the thoughts swirling within Jiang Che's mind? The expressions on his face were an open book. Just then, a series of knocks resonated from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Are you there, Che? Are you still studying? Jiang Che gestured for Yu Wan'er to be silent before proceeding to open the door. Jiang Yunli entered with a beaming smile, carrying a platter of freshly cut fruit. Oh, Wan'er, you haven't left yet? Jiang Yunli feigned surprise. Sister, I'm just about to head out. The girl's voice was sweet. Yu Wan'er, having found a glimmer of hope, had avoided leaving when Yiming Yao's family was downstairs, hence her current predicament. Ah, Wan'er, are you really preparing to leave now? Jiang Yunli's expression turned somewhat troubled. Just now, something occurred at your Uncle Zhang's company, and all the cars from the garage have been taken, so I can't drive you back home right now. The woman's demeanor conveyed regret, yet she subtly gestured towards Jiang Che out of the corner of her eye. Jiang Che coughed lightly. Are you truly comfortable orchestrating such schemes against a little girl? Yu Wan'er blinked her large eyes twice and shook her head. Sister Jiang, I can take a taxi home by myself. Clearly, Yu Wan'er was reluctant to remain in Jiang Che's company. She feared that spending even a single night with him would lead to unwanted advances. A taxi? That simply won't do. It's far too dangerous for a young girl like you to take a taxi alone at night. Besides, you are so beautiful and adorable. Jiang Yunli stepped closer, gently taking Yu Wan'er's delicate hand. Why not stay at our home? There's an empty bedroom next door, complete with some girls' nightwear and dresses. Yu Wan'er felt a surge of discomfort, wanting to refuse but finding her voice trapped. Jiang Yunli called her Wan'er with such intimacy. Sister Jiang, then, I suppose I will stay here for the night. The girl finally acquiesced, reasoning that they would be separated by a mere wall. And it wasn't as if she would be sharing a room with Jiang Che. At the very least, she could lock the door at night. Then Wan'er, I shall take my leave. Jiang Yunli, utterly charmed by the petite girl, even planted a kiss on her cheek. How I wish to have such a lovely daughter. Since that was not possible, having an adorable daughter-in-law would suffice. After Jiang Yunli departed, Yu Wan'er shot a fierce glare at Jiang Che. She hoisted her small backpack and exited Jiang Che's room, stepping into the adjacent chamber. Upon entering, she was taken aback, while it was labeled a bedroom. It was far larger than her own home. The room exuded a youthful aura, with pink walls and a massive teddy bear adorning the large bed. In the corner stood a pristine white piano, a clear indication of its considerable worth. This is a girl's room? It seems as though it has been unoccupied for quite some time, yet it is frequently maintained. Yu Wan'er blinked her large eyes, pondering whether there might be other girls residing in Jiang Che's household. How spacious! The girl did not dwell on it for long, and promptly leaped onto the large, soft bed, which enveloped her in a sense of complete relaxation. Wow, there's even a private bathroom in the bedroom? This is excessively luxurious. The Jiang family's villa exceeds the opulence of Yiming Yao's home. The little girl removed her shoes and lay on the bed, swinging her delicate little feet. With 10 adorable toes that were round and smooth, their pallor tinged with a hint of pink. I'm going to take a bath first, Yu Wan'er exclaimed as she hopped off the bed and skipped to the bathroom. After filling the bathtub to the brim, she immersed herself in the water, leaving only her small head above the surface, occasionally splashing playfully. Her skin was fair and smooth, reminiscent of exquisite jade. The girl radiated the vibrant essence of youth, full of energy and vitality. With a look of bliss on her face, this was a lifestyle she had only experienced in the presence of Yiming Yao. Soon enough, she finished her bath, emerging wrapped in a white towel. Yu Wan'er, petite in stature, looked as though she was swathed in a sheet, tightly wrapped like a zongzi. However, just as she had finished bathing and was about to return to bed, she discovered another person lying on the mattress. Jiang Che? Chapter 36. Yu Wan'er's Little Thoughts. Anti-God of War Strikes. Yu Wan'er felt numb. Jiang Che, how did he get here? She had distinctly locked the bedroom door before entering. Yet now, her primary concern should be her own safety. What would be the consequences of a girl, just out of the bath and clad in a towel, being seen by a man? Jiang Che, how did you get in here? The little girl tightened the towel around her. Even her tiny toes curled inwards, revealing only her small head, which she fixed intently on Jiang Che. "Oh, your bedroom connects with mine, didn't he, you know?" Jiang Che said, pointing towards the balcony door. "Goodness, the balcony door directly linked the two bedrooms. You pervert. Get out of here." Jiang Che was clad only in a pair of loose shorts, his torso bare. After several rounds of system enhancement, his physique had approached perfection. His six-pack abs were as solid as stone, not as intimidating as a bodybuilder, but contained a terrifying explosive power, coupled with Jiang Che's handsome features. It was difficult for any girl to resist his presence at that moment. Even Yu Wan'er could not help but swallow hard. "Yu Wan'er, how does this jerk have such a good physique? I haven't seen him work out at all." "Yu Wan'er, a scoundrel is a scoundrel. No matter how good his physique is, it cannot change the fact that he is a scoundrel. What does he want? Jiang Che surely wants to bully me, but I will never let him have his way. If he lays a finger on me, I will simply call the police. But will that even be of any use?" "Yu Wan'er, I think I finally understand why Jiang Che's mother insisted I stay in this room. This must be her intention. What a devoted mother she is." The little girl's innermost thoughts were entirely overheard by Jiang Che. He was quite pleased with this ability of hers. For someone as slightly twisted as Jiang Che, this skill was nothing short of miraculous. Eavesdropping on a girl's heart is far more entertaining than straightforward flirtation. "What's the matter? This is my home. Am I not allowed to come in?" Jiang Che smiled casually. He held a profound interest in the young girl, Yu Wan'er. Upon seeing Jiang Che's shameless demeanor, Yu Wan'er realized that he was an undeniable pervert, and she feared for her safety tonight. "Jiang Che, and I have to take my mother for dialysis tomorrow." The little girl resorted to her signature tactic, acting cute. Honestly, Yu Wan'er had mastered the art of cuteness to an exceptional degree, even making Jiang Che's heart soften a little. "You're not a child anymore. You're 19, a whole month older than me. I should call you sister, right? Sister Wan'er." Jiang Che's words caused Yu Wan'er to lose her composure. How shameless. No, he has no sense of shame at all. "By the way, you must be older than Yiming Yao, right? Why do you call her sister?" Jiang Che asked curiously. Why do you care?" Yu Wan'er retorted crossly. "Yu Wan'er, I don't want to call Yiming Yao sister either, but she insists I look much younger than her, so she forced me to call her sister." "Jiang Che. Ah, I see. Jiang Che, why do you always bully me? I have never provoked you. Why are you so mean? Why don't you pick on someone else? Why not Yiming Yao?" The memories of the past few days made Yu Wan'er feel a lump in her throat. Ever since she met Jiang Che, her boundaries had been repeatedly crossed. She was beginning to fear that she might truly succumb to him, caught in his sweet traps. She didn't want this. At a critical moment, Yu Wan'er seemed to sense something. Her cheeks flushed, but she soon let out a sigh of relief. She was saved. "Jiang Che, my period has arrived. It's really here." Yu Wan'er had never been more grateful for her aunt. Due to her frail constitution and frequent menstrual pains, she had always dreaded her period, but at this moment, the dreaded arrival of her aunt saved her life. "Yu Wan'er, thank heavens. Aunt, I adore you." She was indeed terrified. How could Jiang Che's size 45 feet possibly fit into her size 38 shoes? Jiang Che, leaning against the headboard, lightly caressed his forehead. His expression tinged with irritation as he observed Yu Wan'er darting into the bathroom. "Damn author. Is this the treatment reserved for protagonists? I merely brushed against the female lead, and you bestow upon me a menstrual curse? Why am I not allowed to touch her? Ah, because I am the antagonist. Cursed wretch. I would traverse dimensions to sever your head." Jiang Che muttered his grievances. However, he was not anxious, for Yu Wan'er was already ensnared within his grasp. Although she was cunning, beneath her many layers of pretense, she was merely a fragile girl. "Please spare me. I've been in the little black room 4 times already. Grandpa Shinha, have mercy. I shall bow to you." Soon, Yu Wan'er emerged from the bathroom, clad in a pure white nightgown that was evidently ill-fitting, being more than a size too large. Once outside, she appeared remarkably at ease. Jiang Che, you perverse fiend, what can you do now that my period has arrived?" Yu Wan'er felt elated, even taunting Jiang Che in her thoughts. For her, menstruation served as a protective talisman. Despite her buoyant spirits, her facial expression betrayed her pain. As she truly suffered, the girl clutched her abdomen, her face contorted in discomfort. "Jiang Che, my period has come. My stomach aches so badly," she lamented. "Oh. This pain is unbearable. Is this the price for escaping Jiang Che's clutches? I feel like crying." Upon hearing her thoughts, Jiang Che chuckled softly. Do you see? This is Yu Wan'er. What defines a green tea? This is what it means, a facade on the surface, while her heart conceals a different truth, a pig wearing a ferocious mask. Layers upon layers of deceit. Chapter 37. Eavesdropping on Yu Wan'er's thoughts, the ultimate contrast. I do not require your massage. A bit of hot water will suffice. Yet, the girl, in the throes of menstrual pain, could scarcely move. Though she felt fortunate to have evaded Jiang Che's grasp, her discomfort was palpable. In the past, during her own menstrual struggles, it was her mother who would soothe her aching belly. Despite Yu Weiwei's past as a courtesan and her materialistic tendencies, she remained the gentlest of mothers to Yu Wan'er. Understanding Yu Wan'er's sentiments, Jiang Che realized that her joy was genuine, yet her pain was equally real. Oh, that wretched author has ruined my good intentions. Jiang Che scooped Yu Wan'er into his arms and placed her upon the bed, draping a blanket over her and even preparing a bowl of brown sugar water. The little girl blinked her large eyes in confusion, unable to fathom why the perverse Jiang Che had suddenly turned gentle. What are you trying to do, you scoundrel? Even if you were to become gentler, my feelings for you would remain unchanged. You are nothing but a perverse individual. Despite her disdain, she accepted the porcelain bowl and sipped the sweetened water slowly, all the while cursing Jiang Che as a scoundrel in her mind. The girl curled up at the head of the bed, appearing so diminutive that one might think she could be easily crushed. Have you had enough? Does it still hurt? Jiang Che's gentle voice whispered in Yu Wan'er's ear. She instinctively shook her head, feeling considerably better. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Che draped a blanket over Yu Wan'er. What are you thinking? Though I may exhibit some peculiarities, I am not one to engage in bloody battles. His rare display of tenderness momentarily captivated Yu Wan'er. As night fell, Yu Wan'er nestled beside Jiang Che, her beautiful eyes blinking thoughtfully. It seemed Jiang Che had a point. After he had rubbed her abdomen, her discomfort had alleviated significantly. Normally, it was her mother who would massage her stomach during her menstrual pains, and this was her first experience receiving such care from another, let alone a man. The young girl scrutinized Jiang Che's profile, biting her delicate lip. If only Jiang Che were not so cruel from the start. Perhaps I could have genuinely developed feelings for him. Hearing her unspoken thoughts, Jiang Che almost burst into laughter. He understood a girl's heart all too well. If one were willing to be sincere, most girls would not spare even a glance. Yet, this sensation was unexpectedly pleasant. A girl as endearing yet prideful as Yu Wan'er was likely irresistible to any man. She bore similarities to a little imp, yet her character was far more charming. In essence, she came from humble beginnings, unlike the privileged Miss Yiming Yao, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. However, beneath her layers, she was merely a fragile girl. Jiang Che, someone is calling me, she said. It must be Sister Yao Yao. Please let me explain. In the next moment, Yu Wan'er answered the call, instinctively covering Jiang Che's mouth. Hello? Wan'er, where are you? Yiming Yao's voice made Yu Wan'er instantly tense. Oh, Sister Yao Yao, I've returned home. Oh, Wan'er, did you go to Jiang Che's house to help him with his studies today? Yiming Yao inquired cautiously. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Wan'er replied, yes, I did. Her words sent Yiming Yao into a state of shock, nearly causing her to drop the phone. Could it be that Wan'er truly had a relationship with Jiang Che? Was the scene she witnessed that evening indeed real? Yu Wan'er continued, however, I left in the afternoon. I was planning to come find you tonight, but it seems you are not home. The girl's words flowed with such ease, weaving a seamless lie that few could manage. Upon hearing Yu Wan'er's response, Yiming Yao breathed a sigh of relief. The timing simply did not align. When Yu Wan'er arrived at Jiang Che's home, it was already evening. She realized she must have misread the situation earlier, as Wan'er had left in the afternoon. Wan'er, why don't you come over to my place every weekend? My parents would be delighted to have you, she suggested. No need. Yao Yao, I'll hang up now. Yu Wan'er hastily ended the call, feeling a rush of relief as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. Thankfully, Yiming Yao had not detected anything amiss. Otherwise, their sisterly bond might have reached an abrupt end. Presently, Yiming Yao was utterly captivated by Jiang Che's charms. Humph, you perverted scoundrel, Jiang Che. Chapter 38. Yu Wan'er's heart in turmoil. Yu Wan'er awoke early, as was her custom. She often prepared breakfast for her family. As she twisted slightly, she found herself firmly embraced by Jiang Che. Damn it, do you consider me a mere pillow? Perverted jerk. Despite her mental tirade against him, her little head instinctively nestled deeper into his warm embrace, resembling a small kitten. After all, Jiang Che exuded an overwhelming sense of security that comforted Yu Wan'er immensely. Before she knew it, she had drifted back to sleep. Jiang Che, I need to head home, Yu Wan'er declared after dressing. Grabbing her small backpack without even donning her socks, ready to sneak away. Jiang Che chuckled softly. What is so funny? Don't get cocky. Yu Wan'er playfully kicked his calf. Her once sweet voice now raspy from irritation. Jiang Che wasn't in a hurry. He found her spirited antics rather endearing. Regardless of whether Yu Wan'er was a green tea, her personality was undeniably charming. Do you want me to give you some money? Just ask. Jiang Che's words nearly sent Yu Wan'er into a fit of rage. You scoundrel. What do you take me for? I wouldn't want your money even if I were desperate. Why don't you just disappear? You pervert. You deserve to be hung from a lamppost. With that, Yu Wan'er suddenly remembered something and pulled out 500 yuan in cash from her pocket, tossing it at Jiang Che. Here, this is your payment for services rendered. This unexpected turn of events almost made Jiang Che laugh. Yu Wan'er was genuinely adorable in her innocence. He had no intention of disputing the matter. Money held no real significance for him anymore, as his bank account boasted over 200 million in disposable income. Well, my dear benefactor, you can come find me again next time, Jiang Che said with a smile as he accepted the 500 yuan. You perverted fiend. You would fit right in at a club as a duck. Jiang Che laughed unabashedly. Of course, with my looks and charm, I'd be the king of the ducks there. Yu Wan'er vowed that she had never encountered such a brazen individual. After she and Jiang Che descended the stairs, Jiang Yunli had long awaited their arrival. Wan'er Xiao Che, you've come down. Jiang Yunli surreptitiously scrutinized Yu Wan'er, then smiled broadly. It was settled. Her plans for her daughter-in-law were firmly in place. Moreover, it appeared that Yu Wan'er did not harbor an aversion towards Xiao Che. My dear Wan'er, come here quickly. Sister Jiang has had Aunt Wang prepare a sumptuous breakfast for you. Look, we have lean meat porridge, plain congee, and brown sugar oatmeal. Jiang Yunli's excessive enthusiasm left Yu Wan'er somewhat bewildered. Her perception of Jiang Yunli had transformed. This matriarch clearly wished for her to become her daughter-in-law. She was even willing to resort to any means necessary, claiming that the family car had been taken away. Yet, she could not bring herself to resent Jiang Yunli. This elder sister was genuinely kind to her, as gentle as her own mother. Sister Jiang, thank you, Yu Wan'er murmured, her head bowed as she sipped the porridge delicately. Jiang Yunli cast a glance at Jiang Che, desperately signaling him. Hurry up, go comfort her. What are you standing there for? But all she could do was fret. My dear Wan'er, this is Sister Jiang's heirloom, Jiang Yunli declared, producing a flawless jade bracelet that was evidently quite valuable. This jade bracelet is specially for the daughters-in-law of the Jiang family. I am giving it to you now. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunli thrust the bracelet into Yu Wan'er's hands. The little girl shook her head vigorously. No, Sister Jiang, Jiang Che and I have no relationship. I cannot accept this. However, Jiang Yunli had different thoughts. The shy girl's reluctance to acknowledge her feelings was entirely understandable. Wan'er, just accept it. Consider it a gift from your sister. Isn't that acceptable? Yet, no matter what, Yu Wan'er steadfastly refused to accept it. Ultimately, Jiang Yunli had no choice but to reclaim the bracelet. Nevertheless, her attitude towards Yu Wan'er remained unchanged. Yu Wan'er, of course, could not accept Jiang Yunli's bracelet. She was genuinely frightened of the relationship with Jiang Che progressing further. Last night, she had already shared a bed with Jiang Che. Although nothing had transpired, she was truly apprehensive. Oh, you child. Jiang Yunli sighed, rubbing her temples, her fondness for Yu Wan'er increasing dramatically. Many young women aspired to marry into the Jiang family. Yet girls like Yu Wan'er, who emerged from the muck untainted, were increasingly rare in the present day. Jiang Che escorted Yu Wan'er to the garage, where the Jiang family possessed a private underground parking facility, housing an entire row of vehicles. The Maybach park there could only be deemed average. However, there were no sports cars, given the Jiang family's strength and status. There was no need to flaunt their prowess with ostentatious vehicles. And they claimed that the family cars have all been taken away. Clearly a deception. Yu Wan'er pouted. Seemingly irked, Jiang Che ultimately chose that luxurious Maybach. He harbored a peculiar affection for the vehicle, appreciating its understated elegance. Even a scuffle within its confines would go unnoticed outside. Do not inquire. It is merely a relic of past experiences. Yu Wan'er, you possess quite the prowess. Having swiftly won my mother's favor, he jested as he ushered her into the passenger seat. Wan'er, reluctant to engage in conversation, turned her head away, desiring silence. She was acutely aware that Jiang Che had etched an indelible mark upon her heart. Chapter 39. Is this the pulse that humanity can possess? My dear, what do you perceive our relationship to be at present? Are we lovers, or merely casual friends? As Jiang Che drove, he relentlessly breached Wan'er's emotional defenses. Every word he uttered sent tremors through her, as if countless ants were crawling upon her skin. Jiang Che. Wan'er's voice was resolute as she glanced at him. I am unaware of how I have offended you, but surely you've bullied me enough by now. Would you kindly let me be? I assure you, I shall refrain from berating you in the future. You perverse, shameless fiend. Who do you think you are, my lover? Dream on. Jiang Che chuckled lightly, remarking on her remarkable intuition. What's the matter? Is your little mouth still not weary? Can it still prattle on? His words ignited Waner's ire to the point of gritting her teeth. Jiang Che, is your mind filled with nothing but nonsense? Thus, the two continued their banter as they arrived at the impoverished district. There, Jiang Che encountered Yu Weiwei once more. Young Master Jiang, you have returned, she greeted. Despite the ravages of uremia that marred her appearance, her face consistently adorned with a subtle smile. She cast a fleeting glance at Wan'er, her expression tinged with melancholy. Her discerning gaze revealed that Wan'er remained untouched by the world's harshness. Weiwei felt torn. On one hand, she feared Wan'er would be mistreated if she married into wealth. Yet on the other, she yearned for her to embrace a better life. Oh, Wan'er mentioned you need to go to the hospital for dialysis. I happen to be headed that way, and can take you. Jiang Che's words momentarily stunned Wan'er. What is this scoundrel plotting? Is he truly so benevolent as to drive my mother to the hospital? Weiwei smiled, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Weiwei, we shall not ride in his car. I will take a taxi, Wan'er protested, wishing to minimize contact with Jiang Che. She feared she might truly become ensnared in his allure. Weiwei, astute as ever, saw through Wan'er's trepidations, her lips curling into a slight smile. Why not accept his offer? It is a gesture of kindness from young Master Jiang. Jiang Che, undeterred by Weiwei's past as a courtesan, regarded her with respect. After all, every compassionate mother deserves reverence. Yu Wan'er, when you arrived, you also rode in my car. How can you be so hypocritical? Jiang Che leaned closer to Yu Wan'er's ear, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. As expected, his words left the little girl speechless. Meanwhile, at the central hospital of Hang City, a throng of people had gathered. A young man with an air of arrogance was seated at the entrance, beside a small stall adorned with a wooden sign that boldly proclaimed, Ancestral Healer, cures all ailments. This individual, who could only be Lin Yu, the protagonist, appeared to be in rather poor circumstances. His clothes were tattered, and one of his shoes had a gaping hole that exposed his big toe. Though unkempt, his presence exuded an undeniable charisma. With no medical license, he dared to set up a stall right in front of the municipal hospital? This was not merely competition, it was an unabashed affront. Thus, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered, some even approaching him with inquiries. Young man, can you truly cure all ailments? An elderly man, stooped and frail, asked tentatively. Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile. An old man? He had a particular fondness for such figures, as they often held positions of influence, or had powerful offspring, or at the very least, boasted beautiful granddaughters. Regardless, aiding them would certainly not be a loss, with his medical prowess. He could even snatch someone from the clutches of death, even in cases of advanced cancer, as taught to him by his master. Indeed, I am the heir of the ghost doctor. There is no illness I cannot cure, no person I cannot save, Lin Yu proclaimed, casting a disdainful glance at the four characters emblazoned on the hospital's facade. The ailments the hospital cannot heal, I shall remedy. Those the hospital cannot save, I shall rescue. My guiding principle in medicine is to alleviate the suffering of the world. This declaration stirred quite a commotion, akin to riding brazenly on the face of the hospital. Perhaps influenced by the protagonist's aura, the hospital staff seemed to lose their wits. Merely watching Lin Yu flaunt his bravado, engaging in nothing more than verbal sparring, they made no effort to stop him from continuing his ostentatious display of healing. How can this person be so arrogant? He claims he can cure what the hospital cannot? Surely, he must be speaking nonsense, especially in front of a hospital. I cannot believe it. Traditional Chinese medicine has been so disparaged. Can mere herbs truly heal? Who would believe such folly? A ghost doctor? Perhaps he has read too many novels. As the atmosphere grew charged, onlookers from both the supportive and mocking factions began to chime in, further fueling Lin Yu's confidence. Everyone, Step aside. I am about to showcase my abilities. Old sir, I observe that your complexion seems pale. Just as Lin Yu was reveling in his performance, two figures, one tall and one short, began to converse amidst the crowd. Wow, incredible. Jiang Shao was indeed correct. Could this foolish individual truly have set up a stall? Is he genuinely a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? What should we do? I have a feeling that Lin Yu might actually possess some skill. Should we not take action against him? Isn't that obvious? We must confront him. Then let us promptly report this to the authorities. Jiang Shao mentioned that this fellow lacks a medical practice license, and we can certainly file a complaint. Lu Tai slapped Wang Zheng on the forehead, exclaiming, "Are you daft? Of course, we wait for a moment. I've already hired an actor. Did you see that old man? He is the one I brought." What? That old man is your hired actor? Wang Zheng was utterly bewildered. Of course. Do you think I am as foolish as you? Since this fellow is practicing medicine illegally, we must let him conduct a diagnosis first, and then we can deal with him. Hee. The two of them exchanged sinister smiles, their expressions gradually becoming more twisted. At that moment, Lin Yu had begun to put on an impressive display. After feeling the old man's pulse, Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock. What sort of pulse is this? Why is it so terrifying? This pulse is unprecedented, never before seen. Lin Yu, who had spent over a decade learning traditional Chinese medicine under his master, had never encountered such a pulse. Is this a pulse that any human could possess? Chapter 40. Lin Yu's failed display of brilliance, a second visit. Lin Yu was utterly perplexed. The pulse he had just felt was exceedingly strange. He looked up at the old man, who was grinning at him, then lowered his gaze to continue his examination, furrowing his brow even tighter. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, is there something amiss with your health?" Lin Yu's words immediately sparked a lively discussion among the onlookers. Something amiss? What do you mean? Strangely enough, it seems this fellow's pulse diagnosis is quite convincing, the old man remarked. What is wrong with my pulse? He inquired. Lin Yu fell silent, unsure how to respond. It was not merely a problem. It was a significant issue. Esteemed elder, to be blunt, I feel as though there are 1,000 alpacas dancing inside your body. Excuse me. Esteemed elder, could you please remove your clothing? Lin Yu's words caused the old man's complexion to change. He coldly retorted, What do you intend? I am 80 this year. Do you wish to tarnish my reputation in my old age? Lin Yu felt a wave of irritation. What was this old man thinking? It made him appear as if he intended to harm him. But with so many people around, he could not express his anger. After all, he was a healer at heart. Esteemed elder, you have misunderstood. I merely wish to examine you. Not a chance. You scoundrel. Do you think I cannot see through your intentions? What kind of divine doctor are you? You might as well be deceiving a ghost. The old man, having received his payment, immediately began to perform with great theatrics. Everyone, come and witness. This young man has made such a crude request of an 80-year-old man. What sort of divine doctor is this? As the old man spoke, he angrily shook his sleeves, inadvertently causing a small pink oval ball to fly out, buzzing as it landed on the ground. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. What is this? Why did it fall from me? Lin Yu was taken aback. No wonder he felt something peculiar during the pulse diagnosis, as if something were dancing within his arm. It turned out the old man had concealed such an object within his sleeve. How unsurprising. Old sir, do you not intend to explain this? You have hidden this thing in your arm. Even the great Hua Tuo would be unable to diagnose it. Lin Yu scoffed. At that moment, the old man appeared somewhat flustered and embarrassed. Damn it, this old fool is utterly useless. With a sense of urgency, Wang Zheng and Lu Tai exchanged glances, realizing they had to take matters into their own hands. The mission assigned by Jiang Shao must be completed. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai stepped forward. Hey, do you have a medical license to practice as a doctor? Indeed, from which medical school did you graduate? Their banter left Lin Yu bewildered. Yet, he quickly recognized them. You too, Wang Zheng interrupted. We're asking you, do you possess a medical license? If not, you are practicing medicine illegally, and if anything goes wrong, you could face imprisonment. They spoke with righteous fervor, feeling like champions of justice. Lu Tai continued to make exaggerated gestures towards the old man, the seasoned actor. The old man had made numerous appearances as an extra before being called upon, and despite being over 80, he still harbored dreams of acting. Yes, indeed. He is a quack. Everyone talks about the experience of traditional Chinese medicine. How can one be so young and claim to be a traditional doctor? It's fortunate I didn't let him treat me. Otherwise, I might have been cured to death. Lin Yu was nearly infuriated, his chest heaving with anger. wishing to strike the old man. Following Wang Zheng and Lu Tai's reminders, many hospital staff joined the chorus. Yes, where is your medical license? Today, whether in traditional or Western medicine, a license is required to treat and save lives. What is your name? Which institution did you attend? Faced with this barrage of inquiries, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed. Although he had unshakable confidence in his medical skills, capable of rescuing even a dying patient with his extraordinary abilities, he indeed lacked a medical license. Before descending the mountain, his master had never mentioned that a license was necessary to practice medicine. Where was he to procure such a document? Please, everyone, remain calm. I understand your distrust, but I implore you to grant me the opportunity to prove myself. Yet, the onlookers remained unconvinced, relishing the chaos. How can you possibly validate your claims? You, a man devoid of a medical license, who would dare entrust you with their healing? Are you aware of the grave consequences should you fail and a life be lost? A middle-aged man clad in a white coat and mask emerged, his gaze directed at Lin Yu, brimming with indignation. Having dedicated the majority of his life to medicine, Director Xiao had performed thousands of surgeries and saved countless lives. Although a practitioner of Western medicine, he held a certain respect for traditional Chinese medicine, yet he harbored a deep disdain for charlatans masquerading as healers. To him, Lin Yu epitomized such deceit. Director Xiao, you've arrived. Look at this man. Is it not reckless for someone without a medical qualification to pose as a doctor? Lin Yu, now flustered, thought to himself, I truly possess the ability to save lives. Even the deceased can be revived. At that moment, fortune smiled upon him as an ambulance pulled up outside the emergency room. Quickly, someone. There is a patient in critical condition. Lin Yu smirked inwardly, relishing the opportunity. Step aside. I am about to showcase my prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the ambulance, fully aware that these individuals would not entertain his explanations. Only through the demonstration of his formidable medical skills could he hope to win their respect. What do you think you're doing? Get down from there immediately. Where are the security personnel? We have a lunatic here. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu disregarded their shouts and leapt onto the ambulance. He pulled forth a small fabric pouch filled with silver needles, the hallmark of his expertise, acupuncture. As a prodigious healer, Lin Yu had the ability to cure ailments, even those deemed terminal. However, upon glimpsing the patient inside the ambulance, his expression froze in shock. Pardon my intrusion. The individual before him had suffered catastrophic injuries. Half of an arm was crushed, the left side of the skull was shattered, cerebral fluid oozed from the nostrils, and an eyeball had burst. If it were not for the adrenaline keeping him alive, he would have surely succumbed long ago. Arrest him. This man is a madman. He has escaped from a mental institution. Security personnel surrounded Lin Yu, causing a shiver to run down his spine. If this continued, he feared he would find himself behind bars. Chapter 41. Yu Wan'er's heartfelt stirring. Lin Yu diagnosed with delusional disorder. Damn it. Why must I be so unfortunate? Lin Yu cursed under his breath, unwilling to face imprisonment. He leapt down from the ambulance, preparing to flee. His attempt to impress had failed. It was time to escape. He is making a run for it. Capture him. Lin Yu let out a cold snort. How could these individuals possibly contend with a master of the dark energy like himself? To think they could catch up to him was rather presumptuous. Just as he prepared to flee, a voice reached his ears. Oh, isn't that Lin Yu? Jiang Che emerged from the hospital, with Yu Wan'er trailing behind him. Upon encountering his adversary, Lin Yu's eyes blazed with fury. He wished nothing more than to devour Jiang Che, the very person who had been targeting him from the start. Jiang Che, get out of my way. Don't obstruct me. Lin Yu raised his hand, intending to land a punch on Jiang Che. He had long found this fellow intolerable, and now seemed the perfect moment to vent his frustrations. I know you are merely at the initial stage of dark energy, but I regret to inform you that I have already progressed to the mid-stage, Lin Yu sneered. His fist, propelled by a powerful gust, aimed for Jiang Che's face. Jiang Che responded, You've only been down from the mountain for less than a month, and you've already broken through a minor realm? This is the kind of luck one finds in a light novel, where a protagonist's cultivation stagnates for years on the mountain, yet skyrockets upon entering the city. Unfortunately for you, the higher the path, the stronger the demon. I am at the late stage of dark energy. Without further ado, Jiang Che deftly employed Tai Chi to absorb Lin Yu's punch. With a swift motion, he countered with a solid elbow strike to Lin Yu's face. Boom. Lin Yu was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood, his face contorted in pain. Late stage of dark energy? His shock morphed into fear. The first time he had met Jiang Che, he was just an ordinary person. Yet, within a week, he had transformed into someone at the initial stage of dark energy. And now, in less than a month, he had ascended to the late stage. Was there any speed faster than that of a rocket? However, he had no time for further contemplation, as he was swiftly dragged away by the security personnel, the police likely on their way. Before he was taken away, Lin Yu fixed a fierce glare on Jiang Che. It was undoubtedly the secret realm. This fellow Jiang Che must have acquired tremendous fortune within that realm, allowing him to surpass Lin Yu in such a short span of time. Damn it, all of that was rightfully mine. He considered himself a prodigy in cultivation. Had he been the one to obtain the opportunities of the secret realm, he would surely have reached the pinnacle of dark energy, or perhaps even broken into the transformation stage by now. Damn. It was all because of that wretched Jiang Che, who had repeatedly targeted him, snatched away his opportunities, and even laid hands on the girl he admired. The secret realm's techniques, I must reclaim them. Even Lin Yu, in his foolishness, realized that he had been relentlessly pursued by Jiang Che. If he wished to turn the tide, he had to master the secret techniques of the realm. Given that Jiang Che could elevate himself from an ordinary individual to the late stage of dark energy within a month, he, as a cultivation genius, was bound to soar. Now is the time for fantasy. Yet, just at that moment, the hastily arriving officer once again escorted Lin Yu onto the police vehicle. Jiang Che, thank you, Yu Wan'er said, blushing as she pondered for a while before speaking beside Jiang Che. Just moments ago, after Jiang Che had brought Yu Wei to the hospital, he had sought out the finest doctors and equipment to aid her treatment. For patients suffering from uremia, the quality of the dialysis machine is of utmost importance. Previously, the money Lin Yu managed to obtain from Yiming Yao was entirely spent on Yu Wei's medical care. Each dialysis session costs 400 to 500, and at least a dozen sessions are required each month. With insufficient funds, one can only settle for the most inferior options. However, Jiang Che, with a wave of his hand, provided the best medical environment and facilities. This was Jiang Che's grand strategy, using material wealth to influence himself. His modest contributions were enough to transform the lives of both himself and his mother. Yet, even if Yu Wan'er were aware of this, she would be unable to resist her emotions. Oh, what's wrong? You wouldn't have fallen for me, would you? Jiang Che grinned mischievously, pinching the little girl's cheek, infuriating her to the point where she felt like jumping up to punch him. You perverted scoundrel. There's no way I could ever like you. Well, you better think carefully, for your sister Yao Yao is still contemplating how to pursue me. If you arrive too late, you'll have to settle for being behind Yiming Yao. Jiang Che's words thoroughly provoked Yu Wan'er. Could you just die already? Jiang Che, why don't you go die? I knew this scoundrel still had feelings for sister Yao Yao. Jiang Che glanced down at the fuming little girl, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Though one might say that a little girl can be controlled but not pushed, this was an illegal situation. The three-dimensional alchemist must perish. Yet, Yu Wan'er was a genuine, lawful little girl, soft and fragrant in his arms, softer than any pillow. She would glare at him with the same disdain one might reserve for a mere fish, making her an irresistible temptation for those with peculiar inclinations. The girl lowered her head, sulking in silence. I am so scared. If Yiming Yao discovers the relationship between Jiang Che and me, she will surely be furious. I don't want that. After Lin Yu's second visit to the palace, he was not detained for long. He was confined in the afternoon and released that very evening, but the police had arranged for a psychologist to conduct an evaluation. The conclusion reached was that Lin Yu exhibited a certain degree of delusional disorder, often fantasizing that he was a miraculous doctor and ardently eager to treat others. Damn it. I do not have a delusion. You are the one with delusions. Lin Yu ranted at the police station's entrance. How could a distinguished miraculous doctor like himself be diagnosed with delusional disorder? It was utterly absurd. I should be thankful you didn't find any real issues with me. In his tirade, Lin Yu began to curse Jiang Che again. But the more he thought, the more he felt something was amiss. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Jiang Che had been scheming against him from the very beginning. Perhaps he had already begun his scheming while I was still on the mountain. But how could that be? It simply does not make sense. Lin Yu's gradual overload left him perplexed. He decided to abandon the thought. Now, a grave dilemma lay before him. Hungry and weary, he had lost his shelter and could only find refuge under a bridge. Chapter 42. The New Child of Fortune. The security guard, Chun Hao. Get lost. Don't bother me. Upon returning home, Jiang Che was greeted by his white ragdoll cat, which hurried to his feet, incessantly rubbing against him. The female cat seemed to be in heat lately, persistently nudging his pant leg. Jiang Che, indifferent to the feline, gently nudged her aside with his foot. The ragdoll let out a couple of plaintive meows before retreating under the table. Xiao Che, you're being rather rude, aren't you? Are you this impolite to girls too? Jiang Yunli trotted to the table and scooped up the cat into her arms. You frightened little guai, she chided, gently stroking the ragdoll, which nestled against her chest with a disgruntled purr. Damn it, even a cat has become so manipulative. Jiang Che silently cursed. During dinner, Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yunli convened a meeting with Jiang Che, naturally discussing the subject of Yu Wan'er. Xiao Che, what are you planning to do about Yu Wan'er and Yiming Yao? Jiang Yunli had evidently informed Jiang Yuan about the situation between Jiang Che and Yu Wan'er, which was no trivial matter, especially considering the Jiang family's status as a billion-dollar conglomerate. Jiang Che furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Do you want me to choose between them? Only children make choices. I want them both. As a qualified antagonist, he would inevitably encounter many favored sons of fortune, and naturally, numerous destined heroines. Abandoning any one of them would burden Jiang Che with an immense sense of guilt. However, it was clear that such thoughts were not meant for his parents. He feared they might be alarmed. Instead of responding, Jiang Che adeptly shifted the topic. How is the situation at the company? It should be going well, right? Upon mentioning the company, Jiang Yuan's face lit up with pride. Absolutely. I've recently conducted a major overhaul, replacing many of the old staff and promoting several newcomers. Most importantly, our new product has passed national standard inspections, and its results are exceptionally remarkable. Xiao Che, our company has undergone significant changes. Do you want to come and give it a try? This is the perfect time for you to establish your reputation. Jiang Che resolutely declined. Are you joking? How could I possibly go work at the company? Isn't it delightful to simply be a wealthy second-generation heir? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Wan'er found herself unable to sleep. The girl nestled in her small bed, clutching a faded stuffed bear, dressed in a thin white nightgown. She stared blankly at the night sky outside her window, lost in thought, only blinking when her eyes felt dry, resembling a porcelain doll in her stillness. She reminisced about the events of the previous night, now utterly perplexed about how to confront Jiang Che. If Jiang Che truly harbored feelings for her, things might be easier. Yet, the troubling truth was that she was acutely aware of Jiang Che's nature. He was a mere lecher, driven solely by lust rather than genuine affection. Despite this realization, she found herself gradually succumbing to her feelings. This sensation was terrifying, akin to a traveler ensnared in quicksand, desperately struggling yet slowly being engulfed. It was a predicament she had never dared to contemplate before. Furthermore, Yiming Yao also harbored feelings for Jiang Che. Though she had always played the role of a mere companion to Yiming Yao, her emotions ran deep. Yao Yao, I'm so sorry. Lost in thought. The little girl softly wept, clutching her teddy bear as if it could provide her solace. As she cried, she eventually drifted off to sleep, curled up like a small hedgehog, a posture that epitomized her unease and helplessness. Jiang Che, you wretched pervert, please stop tormenting me, will you? Clearly, Jiang Che had left an indelible impression on Yu Wan'er, even in her dreams, where she cursed him. Achoo! Jiang Che wiped his nose, wondering if someone had been speaking ill of him the previous night. He was astonished, for he was a martial artist at the advanced stage of internal power. How could he have caught a cold? Truly a marvel of the world. Just as Jiang Che was lost in thought, the system's voice interrupted his musings. Ding! The system has detected a new child of destiny. Jiang Che furrowed his brow. A new child of destiny had appeared so quickly? Lin Yu. I haven't even dealt with him yet. Ding. As the host is the main antagonist, you automatically possess the title of villain, greatly enhancing the probability of encountering a child of destiny or a daughter of fortune. Well, it seemed he had indeed become the villain. However, he wondered if the system would throw any absurd protagonist his way. If a demon emperor returned, a celestial sovereign reincarnated, or a divine king were to appear, could he possibly confront them? What a jest! He was immersed in martial arts. Why would he partake in their celestial fantasies? For heaven's sake, just let it all end. Not at the moment. The current world level does not accommodate such high-caliber protagonists. Are you implying that this may happen in the future? Jiang Che's lips twitched. Was it still feasible to sever ties with the system? Forget it. Perhaps he could still encounter a fairy someday. Jiang Che swallowed hard. But soon his lecherous expression faded. Ahem, where might this protagonist be? I don't see anyone. Before long, he spotted a young security guard clad in a uniform, his head adorned with a data panel. Chun Hao, intelligence-dampening aura has been deactivated, 21 years old. Newly appointed security guard at Shirlan School, heir of the Chun family in ancient martial arts, skilled in Tai Chi, and possesses mid-stage internal power. A mere security guard? Jiang Che cast a contemplative glance at Chun Hao, clearly recognizing him as the young master from a prominent family. Now indulging in the experience of a common life as a mere security guard, attempting to impress women and engage in various acts of bravado. In short, it was one word: exhilarating. At that moment, Chun Hao seemed to sense something amiss, turning to glance at Jiang Che's vehicle with a hint of bewilderment, feeling as though someone was observing him. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A female voice cried out ahead, "You all better leave. I've already called the police. Stay away from me." Upon hearing the girl's desperate plea, Chun Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed forward. Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly, his foot pressing the accelerator with determination. Still trying to show off? You are destined to be mistaken. Chapter 43. Let go of that girl. Allow me to intervene. Qin Xiao Qiao felt utterly hopeless. The few thugs before her, with their bleached hair, were notorious ruffians from the neighboring districts, rumored to have ruined many girls. Their misdeeds suppressed by their influence. Hey there, beautiful, why not come into my embrace? We've had our eyes on you for quite some time. You truly are a stunning beauty. Come join us. They jeered, their banter typical of low-life scoundrels. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Che immediately grasped the situation. It appeared to be yet another glitch of a destined heroine being rescued by a hero. Jiang Che couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Beep. The host encounters a hero saving the damsel in distress scenario, triggering a divine choice. Option 1. Beat up Chun Hao, then join the thugs. Qin Xiao Qiao's favorability increases to 100, and a reward medal is granted. Option 2. Wait for Chun Hao to rescue Qin Xiao Qiao, increasing her favorability towards him by 10, and gain 5 years of internal energy. Option 3. Let go of the girl. Qin Xiao Qiao's favorability increases to 20, and a reward of divine disguise skill is granted. What? Jiang Che's lips twitched slightly at the first option. Join the thugs? Medal. Upon donning this medal, the host will unlock 3 forms: bleached-haired youth, greasy middle-aged man with a beer belly, muscular man with a pixelated face, with a 100 probability increase. Wow. 3 fantastical transformations. Even I, a pervert, find this unsettling. Option 1 was out of the question, and option 2 was even less feasible. With a swift motion, Jiang Che executed a drift, the imposing body of the Maybach carving an arc on the road. The sudden change startled both the thugs and Qin Xiao Qiao. Upon seeing Jiang Che emerge from the driver's seat, the thugs furrowed their brows. Though they didn't recognize him, they certainly knew a Maybach when they saw one. Anyone who could afford such a vehicle was either wealthy or influential. What do you want? Kid, don't think we're afraid of you just because you drive a Maybach. Qin Xiao Qiao, spotting Jiang Che, felt a flicker of hope reignite within her. Save me. Please, I beg you, save me. They want to violate me. Jiang Che grinned widely. With a resolute stride, he stood tall, addressing the gang of ruffians with unwavering conviction. Release that girl. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the air as the thugs exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Before they could comprehend the situation, Jiang Che approached Qin Xiao Qiao and drew her into his embrace. Her head buzzed with confusion, her mind blank. What are you staring at? Scram. Jiang Che's voice, laced with a subtle power, instilled a sense of fear in the hearts of the thugs, instinctively placing him in the category of those not to be trifled with. Let go of that girl. At this moment, Chun Hao arrived late to the scene, only to be met with this startling tableau. Rage surged within him as he instinctively perceived Jiang Che as the leader of the thugs. Without hesitation, he launched himself into action. What are you doing? It's not me. Why are you hitting me? We didn't touch that woman. Go after him. The thugs soon found themselves at the mercy of Chun Hao's wrath, swiftly subdued with just a few blows. Jiang Che cast a sidelong glance at Chun Hao, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. He lowered his gaze to the girl, marveling at her allure. Truly, she was the destined heroine. Her heart was awakened. After all, Jiang Che was at the pinnacle of his strength, unperturbed by Chun Hao, the son of fortune in the mid-stage of power. Who is this guy? Which scoundrel is he? Yet, he is undeniably handsome. Wait, isn't he Jiang Che from school? How could it be Jiang Che? Jiang Che is actually like this? Jiang Che is hugging me. Am I dreaming? Jiang Che is so handsome. His scent is delightful, and his embrace is so warm. What is going on? This destined heroine is actually a little fan of mine? How intriguing. Jiang Che leaned closer to Qin Xiao Xiao, whispering in her ear, "Shoo, it's dangerous here. I'll take you away shortly." Qin Xiao Xiao, adorably naive, nodded in agreement. "I told you to let her go." Chen Hao's furious voice rang out once more, ready to throw a punch at Jiang Che. However, Jiang Che simply lifted Qin Xiao Xiao in his arms. At the sight of her face, Chen Hao momentarily froze, entranced by her beauty. A glance felt like 1,000 years, but that was swiftly replaced by a torrent of rage. How dare this scoundrel lay a hand on the girl he fancied? He was incensed. He stepped forward, ready to confront Jiang Che with a clenched fist. "What do you want? Is it wrong for me to hold my girlfriend?" Jiang Che retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Hao. "You're talking nonsense. I heard this girl scream for help. If you're her boyfriend, then I'll eat dirt." Jiang Che tightened his grip on Qin Xiao Xiao's arm. "You can let go. He is my boyfriend," Qin Xiao Xiao said, her cheeks flushed. Boom. Chen Hao was momentarily stunned, utterly unable to believe his ears. Just moments ago, this young girl was crying for help. How could she now be so composed? "I know. He must have threatened you, right? I'll help you," he offered. "Who are you? Can you just leave?" Qin Xiao Xiao retorted in a delicate yet firm tone. Chen Hao's hand froze midair. "Come on, darling, let's go." "This guy just knows how to deceive and take advantage," Jiang Che said, turning to the car, opening the door, and ushering the girl into the passenger seat. With a decisive slam, the car door was shut tight. He pressed the accelerator, leaving Chen Hao staring in disbelief at his retreating figure. "Damn it, who are you?" Chen Hao seethed, fully aware that the girl was undoubtedly being coerced. The image of her flashed in his mind once more, though it was merely a fleeting glance. He had already envisioned her as his future wife. Such a beautiful girl, and he believed only he was worthy of her. Yet, just as he found himself captivated, he was left utterly defeated. Chapter 44. The Rebellious Girl, Qin Xiaoqiao, a stark contrast. After placing the girl in the passenger seat, Jiang Che navigated through several traffic lights before finally stopping on a desolate roadside. He then took a moment to scrutinize her. One must admit, this girl, as a destined heroine, indeed possessed a striking beauty. Clad in the uniform of Sherlon School, with round-frame glasses perched on her nose and a high bridge, she sported bangs and sat tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, clearly the type that exuded innocence. However, Jiang Che did not perceive her as being as virtuous as she appeared. "I apologize for any offense caused earlier. It was merely an attempt to rescue you." He smiled gently. "What is your name, young lady?" Qin Xiaoqiao lowered her head, her cheeks burning, seemingly quite bashful. "Qin Xiaoqiao," she replied shyly. "Qin Xiaoqiao," Jiang Che mused, the name striking a chord within him. After a moment's reflection, he recalled her identity. Qin Xiaoqiao, the president of the student council at Sherlon School. With both parents employed as faculty there, particularly her mother, who happened to be his English teacher. Additionally, she was also recognized as the third most beautiful girl at Sherlon School, with the top two being Yiming Yao and Yu Wan'er. Jiang Che felt a pang of disbelief. The concept of a school belle seemed to exist solely within the pages of novels. In reality, where were all these so-called beauties? High school students were engrossed in their studies, while university students were busy gaming and dating. Who had the time to crown school bells? Qin Xiaoqiao. A lovely name. Indeed very charming. Jiang Che chuckled lightly, prompting Qin Xiaoqiao to lower her head further. "Don't call me charming," she protested. "Charming? Who enjoys being obedient? I've heard that my entire life. I absolutely detest being labeled as a good girl." Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this unexpected side of Qin Xiaoqiao. A smirk formed at the corner of his lips. He understood her now. Girls like Qin Xiaoqiao, whose parents are educators, often face elevated expectations, perhaps even excessively high. Consequently, children from such families are more likely to develop a rebellious mindset, and Qin Xiaoqiao is likely one of them. I am reminded of my former English teacher, an irritable woman in the throes of menopause, perpetually burdened with trivial matters. "Oh, it suddenly strikes me that you are the president of our school's student council, aren't you? If memory serves, your mother is my English teacher, correct? Is your mother named Wang Lily?" Qin Xiaoqiao looked up, nodding in surprise. "Yes, my mother is indeed named Wang Lily." "Indeed, your mother does have an abundance of concerns, to the point of exasperation for our entire class." Jiang Che unabashedly criticized her right in front of Qin Xiaoqiao. Were it any other girl, she might have reacted with anger, but Qin Xiaoqiao was different. Senior Jiang Che is right. My mother is both bothersome and talkative, constantly pressuring me to study and practice the piano. It's simply excessive. Senior Jiang Che, my mother treats all her students this way, and she is quite strict with me at home as well. A stark contrast in her demeanor. Let us not discuss your mother. It's already irritating enough. I fear that if I continue, I might resort to insults. Critiquing her mother in front of Qin Xiaoqiao seems to be a bold move only Jiang Che would dare undertake. Senior Jiang Che, you mustn't speak ill of my mother. She is looking out for your best interests. Who would believe that? My mother, that old witch, is merely a source of annoyance. What do you mean by for your own good? It's all for her own vanity. Jiang Che smirked, her insight into the situation quite impressive. What is the matter? Is it wrong for me to voice my grievances about how your mother often meddles with the minds of us underachievers? Am I not allowed to express my feelings? Jiang Che gradually became more audacious, even unbuckling her seatbelt. But you can't call my mother an old witch. Qin Xiaoqiao pouted, appearing somewhat adorable. Old witch, old witch, old witch. Jiang Che could hardly contain her laughter. This rebellious side of Qin Xiaoqiao was undeniably charming, prompting Jiang Che's curiosity about her other facets. All right. Your mother often influences my mindset. Consider this my form of retaliation today. Jiang Che flashed a grin at Qin Xiaoqiao. She bit her lips slightly. Senior Jiang Che, what are you suggesting? Using me to retaliate against your mother? How could you, Senior Jiang Che? Although, I must admit my mother does take things too far. She won't even let me date before I graduate from university. Humph, I shall date now. Let it infuriate you all. Jiang Che chuckled, finding Qin Xiaoqiao's naive thoughts almost laughable. Jiang Che understood well that the high-pressure environment of Qin Xiaoqiao's family would inevitably foster a rebellious spirit. Senior Jiang Che, I must take my leave. I'm going to be late for morning study. Qin Xiaoqiao hurriedly disembarked from Jiang Che's car, clutching her small backpack as she dashed away. How embarrassing. I must leave quickly. Qin Xiao, this is my number. If you miss me, feel free to call. As Qin Xiao hastily took the note from Jiang Che, she stepped out of the car. Just as she alighted, her knees buckled, nearly causing her to fall. Jiang Che, watching Qin Xiao's retreating figure, couldn't he help but smirk. Hey, Qin Xiao, see you another day. His words made Qin Xiao's cheeks flush crimson. She dared not meet his gaze. Humph. Without another word, Qin Xiao turned and walked away. Jiang Che is so handsome. I like him so much. Jiang Che? Confused. Chapter 45. Qin Xiao. I no longer wish to be the obedient girl. A wise sage once remarked, do not miss a good girl. And do not let a bad girl slip away. Though Qin Xiao is not a bad girl, she is certainly not the epitome of innocence either. How could Jiang Che possibly let her go? A girl like Qin Xiao, who yearns for rebellion yet remains as innocent as a blank canvas. Jiang Che exhaled a heavy sigh. He was just about to knock on the door when the girl fled in fear. Though Jiang Che had his quirks, he couldn't force her, could he? In the school's security office, boss, I promise to uphold the integrity of this profession. As long as I occupy this position, no unauthorized individuals shall ever enter the school. Chun Hao proclaimed, thumping his chest while clad in a security uniform. Good, Xiao Chun, do your best. The portly supervisor patted Chun Hao's shoulder, nodding approvingly. As Chun Hao exited the security office, he couldn't shake off the memory of the earlier encounter. After finally falling for a girl at first sight, she had ended up in another man's car. So what if it was a Maybach? I am the young master of the ancient Qin clan. What luxury car have I not encountered? Despite being a mere security guard now, he was, in truth, a concealed master of the mid-level of hidden strength. Just as he wallowed in his gloomy thoughts, his gaze fell upon the school gate, where a girl in uniform hastily exited a Maybach, nearly stumbling in the process. Chun Hao's heart leapt. Was this not the girl he had been thinking about? Wait a moment. Observing Qin Xiao's flustered demeanor, a terrifying thought took root in his mind. Surely nothing scandalous occurred in that vehicle? The mere suggestion of such a possibility made Chun Hao's heart ache painfully. No, that cannot be. That girl radiates purity and innocence. How could she be the sort to act without discretion? It must be that her knee hurt. Yes, it certainly must be her knee. Classmate, the lesson is about to begin. Hurry up, Chun Hao urged. Qin Xiao, supporting herself with one hand on her knee, was breathless as she arrived at the school gate. Classmate, what is your name? You have arrived late, and I shall make a note of it, rest assured. I will not report this to the school. Chun Hao approached Qin Xiao, and upon witnessing the girl's bashful demeanor, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Is it truly you? Qin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. How had the gallant hero transformed into a mere school security guard? Ahem, I am Chun Hao, currently serving as the school security. May I inquire your name, classmate? Despite the ache in his heart, Chun Hao patiently posed the question. Qin Xiao gradually responded, My name is Qin Xiao, and with that, she stepped into the school grounds. Qin Xiao, how beautiful you are. For a fleeting moment, Chun Hao envisioned names for the children they might one day have together. Hey, security guard, open the gate, I wish to enter. A languid voice disrupted Chun Hao's reverie. He turned to see Jiang Che grinning at him. You are that scoundrel. Chun Hao glared fiercely at Jiang Che, his eyes ablaze with fury. It's this wretched fellow. What are you cursing me for? Hurry and open the gate. Let me in. Jiang Che responded with a playful smirk. Chun Hao clenched his fists tightly, declaring, No unauthorized personnel are allowed entry. Jiang Che had anticipated this obstacle, but remained unperturbed. He produced his student ID, stating, This is my student ID. I should be permitted to enter now, correct? Chun Hao's lips twitched in annoyance. This insufferable brat was indeed a student of Shirlan School. However, you are late. Class has already commenced, Chun Hao retorted, resolutely determined not to let this individual into the school. The school has regulations. Any student may freely enter and exit during class hours, Jiang Che confidently asserted, fabricating a rule to bolster his claim. Do you not believe me? Feel free to verify it yourself. He was well aware that the regulations of most schools could fill volumes, and he doubted Chun Hao would meticulously scrutinize each one. Chun Hao could no longer contain his frustration, glaring intently at Jiang Che. Is it now permissible to open the gate? Though begrudgingly, he eventually unlocked the door. Jiang Che sauntered through the school entrance with an air of entitlement. Ouch, my back. Jiang Che pressed a hand to his waist, frowning. He muttered to himself, Oh dear. I'm utterly exhausted. My back feels as if it might break. Chun Hao's expression darkened. His teeth clenched as he glared at Jiang Che, wishing fervently to eliminate him on the spot. In the past, he would have readily delivered a punch to such an individual, but now he held back. Although he was the heir of the Chen family, a lineage steeped in ancient martial arts, he must abide by the law and refrain from violence. The cultured scholar abides by the law, while the chivalrous warrior respects boundaries. In Longhua, the number of martial artists executed each year for their strength is beyond reckoning. Regardless of one's prowess, all are equal before the might of American-style Aikido. Upon returning to the classroom, Qin Xiao's complexion improved slightly, but her heart was already in disarray. She could hardly absorb anything during the previous 2 classes. Senior Jiang Che was somewhat mischievous and undeniably handsome. Humph, you old hag. You think you can prevent me from falling in love? Soon enough, I shall be with Senior Jiang Che, which will surely infuriate you. No one truly understands the extent of her parents' controlling nature, especially that of her mother. Each day, she must endure her mother watching her do homework. Often late into the night, she recalls her adolescence vividly, when a moment of youthful rebellion led to her mother chastising her harshly, calling her shameless. Since then, Wang Lili had taken to sleeping on the sofa in her own bedroom. She was required to place within the top 10 of her grade in every exam. Otherwise, she would face punishment. This twisted form of love instilled in her a sense of fear and trepidation, and her rebellious spirit had long been deeply rooted within her heart. The young girl cast a glance at the note Jiang Che had passed her, and her resolve began to strengthen. She no longer wished to be the obedient girl. Chapter 46. Yiming Yao. Wan'er, do you fancy Jiang Che? Jiang Che sat in the classroom, beginning to explore the newfound skills he had just acquired. Ultimate Disguise Technique. Ultimate Disguise Technique. This ability enables the host to alter their appearance, height, and physique. With this skill, one could even transform into a girl. Additionally, the system generously provides a complementary skill, master-level mimicry. The ultimate disguise technique was no ordinary makeup skill. It was akin to a supernatural ability. It allowed for a complete transformation of one's appearance from the inside out. It would not be an exaggeration to say that with this skill, Jiang Che could completely become a woman if he so desired. Of course, Jiang Che would never entertain such an idea, as a staunch heterosexual man. The thought of becoming a woman was utterly repugnant to him. While this skill might seem somewhat superfluous, one could argue that having many skills is never a burden. like wanting to push beyond an already impressive height of 18 centimeters to reach 20. Jiang Che, what are you laughing about? At that moment, a shrill voice pierced his thoughts. He looked up to see a middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses pointing at him with a piece of chalk, her hands on her hips, resembling a fierce tigress. Wang Lili, his English teacher, and also Qin Xiaoqiao's mother. In her early 40s, she was only a couple of years older than Jiang Che's own mother. Yet she appeared a decade older, while Jiang Che's mother looked like a youthful 20-year-old. Jiang Che glanced at Wang Lili, recalling a joyful memory. Wang Lili furrowed her brow. If you're happy about something, save it for home. I am currently teaching, so pay attention. Jiang Che chuckled softly, thinking her demeanor was that of a witch. Yet, he couldn't help but add, your daughter is truly beautiful. Wang Lili did not press him further. In her eyes, Jiang Che was a hopeless case. Merely a spoiled rich kid with no ambition. One must resolutely prevent their daughter from marrying such a debauched scion. Wang Lili, though somewhat rigid, has never kept her students beyond the bell. As soon as the class concluded, she departed without lingering for even a moment, having left the lesson half-taught. Jiang Che, have you eaten? Yiming Yao approached him, bearing a breakfast she had prepared herself, her eyes discreetly observing the youth before her, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. Jiang Che, this is a breakfast I made with my own hands. The buns were crafted by me last night. Could you possibly give them a taste? A glimmer of pleading shone in her gaze. When had this sheltered girl ever ventured into the kitchen? However, Jiang Che's attitude toward their engagement the previous night had ignited a spark of hope within her. Perhaps she could indeed win back his heart. Regret weighed heavily upon her, as memories of their past flooded her thoughts each night as she drifted into slumber. Jiang Che cast a casual glance in her direction, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. He did not refuse Yiming Yao's heartfelt offering. Instead, he picked up a small bun and took a bite. Having exerted himself earlier in the car, he found himself rather hungry. Yiming Yao's buns were exquisitely crafted, delicate, soft, and emanating warmth. To his surprise, Jiang Che found them quite delectable, having anticipated something far less palatable from her. Thank you, he remarked, maintaining his habitual demeanor of aloofness, though inwardly he was quite pleased. Did you see that? This is what a true lady is like. This is what women are. A voice chimed in, observing how when one fervently pursues her, she remains indifferent. Yet when one withdraws, she becomes the most proactive, even eager to offer herself. Yiming Yao's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, gently biting her lip. For the first time, Jiang Che had not rebuffed her. Did this not suggest a possibility for reconciliation? Or perhaps he still harbored feelings for her. Jiang Che, could you accompany me this weekend to choose a dress? I would love your help selecting a gown for my birthday party, Yiming Yao timidly requested. Jiang Che replied, you're asking for too much, aren't you? I have no time. I need to have Yu Wan'er tutor me this weekend. Yu Wan'er, caught off guard, widened her eyes in disbelief. Hey, why are you dragging me into this? You expect me to tutor you this weekend? Absolutely not. For next weekend I want to have my aunt's protection, Wan'er exclaimed, her expression a mix of indignation and alarm. Yiming Yao bit her lip tightly, feeling a pang of melancholy as she processed Jiang Che's words. Why did their relationship seem to have transformed so suddenly? Was it merely for the sake of academic assistance? Though she may have appeared naive, she was not entirely oblivious. A woman's intuition whispered to her that the relationship between Wan'er and Jiang Che was far more complex than it appeared. Yet, her trust in Yu Wan'er was unwavering, for she was her cherished confidant. Their bond was so profound that they could share the same straw. Wan'er dear? Yiming Yao gently nudged the studious little girl with her elbow. Sister Yao Yao, what is it? Yu Wan'er feigned innocence, already anticipating Yiming Yao's inquiry. What are your feelings towards Jiang Che? What sort of person do you believe he is? Yiming Yao inquired. Isn't it obvious? A wicked scoundrel, a complete pervert, a despicable rogue, with just a hint of tenderness. Yet, such words could never escape her lips. Speaking them would undoubtedly invite trouble. Jiang Che possesses considerable academic talent, though he lacks the motivation to study. Sister Yao Yao, he is truly intelligent. I can teach him once, and he grasps it instantly, yet he simply refuses to learn. How could Yiming Yao possibly outmaneuver Yu Wan'er? If Yiming Yao's emotional intelligence were at 0, then Yu Wan'er's would soar to 100. I simply evaded the question, leaving no room for suspicion. Yiming Yao felt a twinge of frustration. That was not her intended inquiry. Alas, her lack of eloquence had led to Jiang Che's heart being wounded. Wan'er, what I wish to ask is whether you like Jiang Che. In resignation, Yiming Yao decided to be direct. Yu Wan'er's expression instantly froze, her heart in disarray. Chapter 47. Jiang Che in disguise. Chun Hao's misfortune. Yu Wan'er was in a state of panic. Yiming Yao's words struck at the core of her vulnerability. In an instant, the young girl felt as though her heart had been laid bare. Sister Yao Yao, how could you think that? How could I possibly like Jiang Che? The smile on Yu Wan'er's face appeared slightly rigid. Yet, deep within her, a voice emerged. Do you truly not harbor any feelings? Clearly, she could not be devoid of emotions towards Jiang Che, despite her intense loathing for him, wishing to leap forth and deliver a fatal bite. She had to admit that there were indeed feelings for him. Oh, Wan'er, hearing you say that brings me relief. If you like Jiang Che, I shall step aside. Since you do not, I shall certainly pursue him. Yiming Yao raised her arm, bolstering her resolve, her gaze now more steadfast. Yet, she remained oblivious to the despondent expression on Yu Wan'er's face. At noon, the homeroom teacher, Zhu entered the classroom. I have an announcement to make. This afternoon, leaders from the province will be visiting our school for a discreet inspection, so you must be on your best behavior. When encountering individuals clad in administrative jackets, carrying briefcases, and wearing polished shoes, please exercise restraint. Zhu words elicited a wave of murmurs from the other students. Once again, the specter of formalism loomed, as even students in an elite institution could not escape its grasp. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Che pondered briefly before breaking into a sinister chuckle. The recently acquired mastery of disguise was about to prove invaluable. Chen Hao, you little security guard, today I shall show you my strength. In the security office, he exclaimed, did you hear that? This afternoon, keep your eyes peeled. A high-ranking official from the provincial government is coming for an inspection. Speak cautiously, do you understand? The rotund principal personally arrived at the security office to converse with Chen Hao. I understand. Chen Hao nodded eagerly, though internally he felt profound disdain. What kind of esteemed leader would require a mid-level practitioner of dark energy to bow and scrape? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. A master of dark energy deserves respect. Moreover, he had the formidable backing of the ancient martial arts Qin family. Nevertheless, Chen Hao recognized that, at this moment, he was merely a lowly security guard and needed to maintain a low profile. Xiao Chen, work diligently. I have high hopes for you. If you perform well, I will promote you to security team leader. The principal began to weave grand promises. Thank you, principal. Safe travels. Chen Hao bade farewell to the principal, and once alone, he scoffed. What are you to make me bow down? Do you know who I am? I am the heir of the ancient martial arts Chen family. My father is a grandmaster of Tai Chi. Chen Hao seethed with frustration, the earlier incident involving Qin Xiaoqiao being sullied by that scoundrel still gnawed at him. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the air. Xiao Chen, what did you say? The haunting voice startled Chen Hao, causing him to jump. Looking up, he was astonished to see the principal returning. Principal, why have you come back? Did you change your clothes? Chen Hao rubbed his eyes in confusion, recalling that the principal had not been clad in this attire moments ago. What? Does my change of clothes bother you? Or do you find me displeasing? The principal retorted with a cold snort. And no, it's nothing. Please, go on, principal. Chen Hao quickly adopted a more humble demeanor. Well, just now, someone from the Education Bureau called and informed me that the provincial leaders will not be coming after all. The principal paused before continuing. Recently, our school has seen an influx of small-time vendors, clad in administrative jackets and carrying briefcases, pretending to be respectable. In reality, they are infiltrating our school to sell stationery. You must keep a vigilant eye on them, understood? Never let me down. Chen Hao felt somewhat bewildered. His mind was overwhelmed. Just moments ago, he was told to adopt a humble approach, and now he was being instructed to chase people away? Truly, these foolish leaders were utterly clueless. Yes, I assure you. No one will get past, especially those petty vendors. I will deal with each one I encounter. Chen Hao vowed resolutely, thumping his chest. The principal nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Xiao Chen, your future is bright. I will notify the finance department soon to arrange a salary increase for you. After speaking, he casually patted his backside and left. Watching the principal's departing figure, Chen Hao felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Although this principal was rather foolish, at least he had granted me a raise. Indeed, Chen Hao was the heir of the ancient martial arts Qin family. But now that he was striving in the outside world, he could not rely on his family's support. Thus, he valued his salary significantly. Ha! I could burst with laughter. Jiang Che found a secluded spot, dispelled his masterful disguise, and promptly discarded his suit into the jade pendant space. Indeed, the principal he had just encountered was merely a guise he had assumed. When it comes to manipulating people's mindsets, Jiang Che was a true expert. Campus life didn't seem so dreary after all. Spending time with girls and occasionally mentoring the chosen one of destiny was endlessly delightful. Alas, how wonderful it would have been if Lin Yu were still at school. Had I known, I shouldn't have been so harsh on him. With one less source of joy, Jiang Che found himself missing Lin Yu, who was simply a simple-minded brute, making him exceedingly easy to deal with. Achoo! Damn it! I seem to have caught a cold. At that moment, Lin Yu, looking disheveled and in tatters, appeared to be in dire straits. Who knows what he has endured these past few days? He planned to set up a stall by the roadside to help others, yet every time he was on the verge of showing off, some individuals in the crowd would shout "Quack doctor." They always brought up his lack of a medical license, scaring away all the patients he had managed to convince. There are indeed malicious people among the crowd. Just as he was growing frustrated, a commotion erupted in the throng ahead. Where's the ambulance? Where has it gone? Someone has fainted here. Oh no, I forgot to bring my father's speedy heart-saving pills. I must quickly call for an ambulance. Lin Yu slowly lifted his gaze, a wicked smile creeping across his face. At last, he had been waiting for this moment. After descending the mountain for so long, an opportunity to show off had finally arrived. Who is he? He is the successor of the ghost doctor. A mere case of heart disease should be child's play. Chapter 48. Chun Hao spat at the provincial leaders, leaving the fainted principal in a stupor. At Sherlan School, Chun Hao lounged in the security room at the school gate, his legs leisurely propped up on the table. Smoking a cigarette and watching videos of beautiful women, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Damn, these female streamers are all high-tech marvels. Chun Hao remarked, recalling Qin Xiaoqiao. Girls like her are the true natural beauties, innocent, lovely, and charming, far surpassing those streamers by miles. However, the moment he thought of Qin Xiaoqiao stepping out of a Maybach, his heart ached with intensity. Damn it, was it that student named Jiang Che who bullied her? You have chosen your own demise. Just then, several middle-aged men appeared at the entrance. Is the security guard here? Open the door. Let us in. Chun Hao squinted slightly as he turned his gaze towards the sound. Dressed in an administrative jacket, polished leather shoes, and clutching a briefcase. While balancing several teacups filled with water, they might have appeared to Chun Hao as dignitaries on an ordinary day. However, the principal had recently reminded him that these individuals were not leaders, but petty vendors from outside the school. Frustrated, Chun Hao clenched his fists and flung open the window. Hey, who the hell do you think you are? Don't you realize it's class time? If you're not teachers or students of this school, you'd better leave. His mood was already soured by the fact that the girl he had fallen for was entangled with another man, leaving him with a sense of betrayal. Thus, it was only natural for him to vent his frustration on these provincial officials. The officials exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that a mere security guard would dare to scold them. Sherlan School is truly an elite institution. Even the guards exhibit such vigilance regarding student safety, remarked one of the leaders with an awkward smile. Security officer, we only wish to take a stroll around the school. We've already communicated with your principal. Would you kindly let us in? They smiled, seemingly unfazed by his outburst. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear? Do you think just anyone can waltz in here? Chun Hao retorted sharply, showing no regard for their authority. The officials, taken aback by his audacity, felt their composure slipping. One of them, visibly agitated, questioned, Young man, is this how you speak? Do you not understand the basic tenets of respect? Chun Hao scoffed. You're nothing but a bunch of petty vendors. Respect? For what? He even spat, and with a forceful flick, the phlegm, a poetic gesture reminiscent of Wang Wei, soared through the air, landing squarely on the leader's face. A peculiar silence enveloped the scene. Where is your principal? I demand to see him. The officials, unable to contain their frustration, felt humiliated, as they had not even crossed the threshold of the school before being subjected to such indignity. Secretary Lin, I'm calling immediately. One of them hastily dialed a number. Chun Hao, with a mocking grin, observed, Oh, look at you, pretending to make a call. I doubt anyone will answer, huh? You have one last chance to apologize and allow us entry. Then we can let this incident slide. Secretary Lin seethed, wiping the spit from his face with a tissue. A wave of nausea washing over him. Apologize to you? What are you even? Do you expect an apology from me? Chun Hao remained arrogant and unrestrained. Secretary Lin exclaimed, This is truly unprecedented. Even a security guard can intimidate them. Hello, is this Wang Liwen, the principal of Sherlon School? Our inspection team has been intercepted by your school's security at the gate. You need to come here immediately. On the other end, Wang Liwen's brow furrowed upon answering the call. How could this happen? Hadn't he prearranged everything with the gate security? What was going on? Nevertheless, he rushed out in haste. Upon realizing that the call had indeed connected, Chun Hao's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Although he was arrogant, he was not a fool. These individuals did not seem to be feigning their authority. If they were mere vendors, they would have fled at his provocations. Yet these individuals stood resolutely, visibly agitated. Are you truly leaders sent from above? Chun Hao queried tentatively. However, Secretary Lin and the others offered no reply. The scene at the school gate had also attracted the attention of numerous students. Wow, this little security guard is impressive. Those people clearly look like high-ranking officials. And he dares to confront them? He must not fear for his life. Shortly thereafter, Wang Liwen hurriedly arrived. Secretary Lin, what on earth is happening? What has transpired? Wang Liwen wiped the sweat from his brow. He was merely a principal, his authority even less than that of the school's board members. Upon realizing that the principal had indeed been summoned, Chun Hao felt a twinge of panic and quickly stood up. Principal Wang, why have you come? Principal Wang ignored him. Swiftly grasping the situation's context, he nearly gasped in disbelief. Secretary Lin, please come inside. Chun Hao, what are you doing? Hurry and open the door. At that moment, he wished he could strangle Chun Hao, yet as a principal, he could not publicly lose his temper. In schools, it was customary for principals and vice principals to remain composed, leaving the more unpleasant tasks to the head teacher and class teachers. Chun Hao nodded vigorously, his mind a blank slate, utterly confused. I will be addressing this matter with you later. Secretary Lin remarked as Wang Liwen shot a stern glance at Chun Hao before bowing and scraping before the leaders. Your school's security is quite imposing. Do you look down upon small vendors? Not at all. Chun Hao clenched his fists, cursing silently. Foolish principal. What on earth is wrong with you? He was completely bewildered, wondering if the principal had lost his mind. I followed your instructions precisely. Yet, Chun Hao was acutely aware that if he did not take action soon, this security guard would be in deep trouble. I cannot lose this job. There are so many beautiful women on campus waiting for me to pursue. Chapter 49. Confrontation with Wang Lili, Qin Xiao's boldness. Ultimately, Chun Hao was not dismissed. He continued to rely on the influence of the ancient martial arts Qin family, which allowed him to remain at the school as a security guard. Yet, despite being the young master of the Qin family, how could there be only one heir? Several members of the Qin family had long harbored discontent towards him. Damn it, I do not wish to return to the Qin family. Chun Hao clenched his fists tightly. Initially, he had distanced himself from his family, and his father had granted him 3 years to carve out a path for himself. If he failed to achieve anything substantial, he would have to return to the family. The family had promised to assist him only 3 times. To his astonishment, Chun Hao found that the first act of assistance was squandered on such a trivial matter. It was indeed akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Jiang Che, won't you accompany me to choose a dress? Yiming Yao's large, watery eyes brimmed with hope as she clutched the corner of Jiang Che's clothing. Jiang Che, however, firmly grasped the delicate hand of the girl and unceremoniously pushed her away. I'm sorry, but Wan'er is going to tutor me this afternoon. You may go alone. With that, he took hold of Yu Wan'er's slender hand. Yu Wan'er exclaimed, What do you mean, Wan'er? Jiang Che, please do not speak carelessly. Oh no, Mengyao will surely develop animosity towards me, and I certainly do not wish to go to a tutoring session. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Che's casual reference to Wan'er, Yiming Yao's expression shifted dramatically. Wan'er, is it that close? She bit her lip, gazing at Jiang Che. Yu Wan'er, quick on her feet, chimed in, Sister Mengyao, if he is unwilling to accompany you, I will go with you, if that is acceptable. Her tactic was simple. She used charm and cuteness, and Yiming Yao quickly succumbed to the little girl's sweet bombardment. Very well, Wan'er, let us go together. Yiming Yao took Yu Wan'er's hand and left, turning back briefly to give Jiang Che a playful grimace, as if mocking him. Oomph, you pervert. How could I not know what you were thinking? I curse you to remain single for life. A glimmer of danger flickered in Jiang Che's eyes. As a hunter, it was infuriating that the prey, blissfully unaware, continued to taunt him while already ensnared in his trap. In the office, Qin Xiao. What on earth did you achieve in this mock examination? You scored only 142 in English? You managed to get 2 reading comprehension questions wrong? Do your eyes serve no purpose? Wang Lili scolded the obedient girl while holding the examination paper. Qin Xiaoqiao, trembling with fear, lowered her head, too frightened to speak. Mom, I was wrong. I promise I will improve in my next English exam. The girl stammered, nearly on the verge of tears, clutching her clothing tightly. Improve? I expect full marks. Wang Lili retorted. Mom, I will definitely score full marks in the next exam. Qin Xiaoqiao nodded vigorously. But a flicker of barely detectable resentment passed through her lowered gaze. Just then, the office door swung open. A figure clad in white entered. And who else could it be but Jiang Che? Teacher Wang, I forgot to submit my English assignment. Here it is, he said. Wang Lili was reprimanding someone when she glanced up at Jiang Che, her displeasure clearly painted across her face. How could you forget to submit an assignment you merely copied? Jiang Che refrained from countering Wang Lili's remarks. Although he excelled in all subjects, he had indeed copied this particular assignment. No, it was not merely copied. He had not written a single word himself. Yu Wan'er had done it all for him. Jiang Che cast a glance at the tearful Qin Xiaoqiao, realizing why this young lady was so rebellious. With a domineering and overbearing mother like Wang Lili, remaining sane was already a commendable feat, dear girl. Blind obedience will not serve you well. Observe how your brother Jiang conducts himself. Teacher Wang, you are mistaken. I did not copy the assignment. I did not write it at all. Someone else did it for me. I did not touch a single word. Jiang Che shrugged, unperturbed. Wang Lili was taken aback. She had never encountered such an audacious student. Who wrote it for you? Bring her to me. Jiang Che smirked. What is this? Shouldn't you be punishing me? The errant student? Why seek out someone else? Or are you wary of my background? Afraid to offend me? His words left Qin Xiaoqiao wide-eyed, her swollen eyes brimming with excitement. Jiang Che dared to confront his mother directly, showing no regard for her authority. It was exhilarating. A manifestation of the defiance she wished to embody but lacked the courage to express. Wang Lili was infuriated. Jiang Che's assertion held merit. Despite her disdain for his privileged upbringing, she was acutely aware of the repercussions of crossing him. Considering his father was the wealthiest man in Hangzhou and a prominent figure at Shirlan School, a single word from him could jeopardize her standing in the educational community. Jiang Che, I do not wish to debate this with you. If you do not want to write, then you need not complete assignments from now on. Let us see how you fare in the national exams, Wang Lili retorted, but her words failed to provoke Jiang Che. Haha, Teacher Wang, I don't need to study. My monthly allowance surpasses what you will earn in a lifetime. Study? What is the point? Jiang Che's retort left Wang Lili speechless. Silence enveloped the room like the calm evening at Cambridge. Mom, can I go back now? Qin Xiaoqiao tentatively inquired. Get back. Wang Lili's face was flushed with humiliation. Individuals like her who lost face in public would invariably seek to regain it at home. Qin Xiaoqiao dashed out, relief washing over her, and a fleeting glance of infatuation flickered in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Che. After humiliating Wang Lili further, Jiang Che swaggered out of the office. He had always found her insufferable. Who did she think she was? He was displeased, and a mere word from him could render her career in Hangzhou untenable. As Jiang Che departed, Wang Lili, consumed by anger, swept everything off the table, scattering it across the floor. Just as Jiang Che reached the stairway, a soft, delicate figure leaped into his embrace. The fragrant aroma enveloped him, causing the corners of his lips to curve upward. The rebellious young girl was indeed audacious. Qin Xiaoqiao summoned her courage, gazing up at Jiang Che with eyes that shimmered with hope and a hint of wild defiance. Chapter 50. Triggering Choices. Chun Hao's frustration. Qin Xiaoqiao's boldness was remarkable. Yet, while unexpected, it was also quite fitting. Ding. Triggering villain choices. Choice 1. Immediately push her away and slap her as a warning. Earn the title, Turtle Slave. Choice 2. A fleeting kiss to seal the bond. Gain 3 years of inner strength. Choice 3. My anger is quite immense. Gain the reward, Super Self-Healing Factor. Once again, I choose the third option. Jiang Che felt he no longer needed to deliberate. Henceforth, whenever villain choices were presented, he would simply opt for 3 without a second thought. Turtle Slave. In ancient times, the men who washed women's lingerie in brothels were the lowest of the low, each yearning to become a true man. Once the host dons this title, they shall forever remain unable to rise. The first choice is one even a dog would not select. I choose 3. The Super Self-Healing Factor is undoubtedly a prized possession. Old Witch. Old Witch. I demand you instruct me. You want to allow me to fall in love? Then I shall do so regardless. Though Qin Xiao could not articulate her thoughts, her heart had been utterly shattered. The obedient girl's contrasting side was not something everyone was privy to. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor, startling Qin Xiao. Jiang Che, someone is coming. Jiang Che smiled, leaning closer to her ear, draping his clothing around the girl to conceal her figure. Xiao, come with me. In a daze, Qin Xiao nodded. The two then exited the classroom in succession. As Jiang Che left, Wang Lili approached with a cup, ready to refill it. Did I just catch a glimpse of Xiao? Was it merely an illusion? Wang Lili rubbed her eyes and frowned. Jiang Che, where are you taking me? Qin Xiao inquired. Her cheeks flushed with curiosity. Jiang Che whispered softly into her ear, and in an instant, her face turned crimson. This is too exhilarating. Why do I feel an inexplicable anticipation? That wicked old witch. Not only will I fall in love, but I shall also do everything you forbade me. Her heart truly possessed divine skills, akin to holding 4 bombs while the opponent lays their cards bare before her. Having reached this point, Qin Xiao could only tisk in disbelief. Jiang Che playfully pinched her cheek. Xiao, I imagine you harbor resentment towards your mother, yes? Would you like to seek retribution? Qin Xiao is no fool. She understands the implications of Jiang Che's words regarding revenge. Yet, she muses quietly. Isn't this ultimately to your benefit? Jiang Che feels a twinge of embarrassment, akin to a child trying to deceive a little girl with a lollipop, only to find her entirely unimpressed. Turning the tables on him. Xiao, how many opportunities in life do we have to indulge ourselves? Especially considering how strictly your mother oversees you? Jiang Che's words leave Qin Xiao momentarily speechless, stirring her emotions. Though I may suffer losses, as long as it causes that old witch distress, I will find joy in it. Moreover, Senior Jiang Che is undeniably handsome. It's settled. A smile graces Jiang Che's lips as he takes Qin Xiao by the hand, leading her toward the school gate. He deliberately chooses to exit through the main entrance. After all, our little security guard Chun Hao is on duty, isn't he? In the security room, although Chun Hao is engrossed in his phone, his mind is filled with thoughts of Qin Xiao. As the young master of the Chen family, his standards are typically high, and few women capture his interest. Yet he has inexplicably fallen for Qin Xiao at first sight. Just as he indulges in his daydreams, a knock on the security room's glass interrupts him. Hey, security uncle. Could you open the door? A cheeky voice pierces through to Chun Hao's ears. Who the hell do you think you are? Chun Hao bristles with anger before even looking up. At just over 20, he certainly does not resemble a grandpa. Upon finally lifting his gaze, the sight before him nearly sends him into a fit. Jiang Che, that scoundrel, has his arm around Qin Xiao, and their demeanor is exceedingly intimate. Not a grandpa. My apologies, I meant to say uncle. Jiang Che's apology is laced with sincerity. Chun Hao's expression darkens, far more than being called grandpa or uncle. He is troubled by the sight of Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, isn't this the guy who bullies you? How can you associate with someone like him? Qin Xiao slightly raises her gaze. Who are you? Chun Hao's face contorts with discomfort, akin to a constipated expression. All right, security uncle, please open the door. We have urgent matters to attend to. Jiang Che appears rather anxious. No way. It's during class hours. Students cannot leave the school freely. Chun Hao is resolute. He cannot allow Jiang Che to escort Qin Xiao out of the school. Once they leave, who knows where they might go? Security uncle. Have you forgotten the rules of Sherlan School? Students are permitted to come and go as they please. Do you really think a prestigious school operates like an ordinary one? Jiang Che's words render Chun Hao speechless. He has heard this statement twice. Earlier, he did indeed look up the school regulations. But upon encountering the lengthy tome of over 500 pages akin to a dictionary, he promptly abandoned the endeavor. No means no. You young ones should focus on your studies. Hurry back and get to learning. Jiang Che finds amusement in Chun Hao's authoritative stance. Whispering softly in Qin Xiao's ear. I urged, quickly say a few words. If we delay any longer, others will surely arrive. Qin Xiao quivered slightly. She relished the thrill of rebellion, yet knew that if her mother discovered this, she would undoubtedly face a scolding and punishment. Security uncle, I truly have matters to attend to with Senior Jiang Che. Please allow us to leave. Chapter 51. Qin Xiao's shyness and the acquisition of a super healing factor. Chun Hao felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. The girl he admired was right before him, Yet he could only watch helplessly as she nestled beside another man. He opened the school gate for her, feeling his heart ache as he saw her drift further away with someone else. No, it felt as though a piece of his heart was missing. Swiftly, he removed his security uniform and stealthily followed after them. Senior Jiang Che, where are you taking me? Qin Xiaoqiao feigned ignorance, though her heart raced with anticipation, maintaining an innocent demeanor. Shoo, Jiang Che replied with a smile, one hand expertly gripping the steering wheel, a sight that left Qin Xiaoqiao somewhat mesmerized. Damn it, they were driving away. Chun Hao felt a surge of anxiety as he watched Jiang Che whisk Qin Xiaoqiao away, his heart shattering. Though he was a formidable practitioner of dark energy, how could he possibly catch up to a Maybach on foot? Glancing around, he focused on a shared bicycle parked by the roadside. Thus, Chun Hao hopped on the shared bike and pedaled furiously after them. The physique of a dark energy practitioner was undeniably remarkable. The originally slow bicycle was propelled forward at an astonishing pace. Have you ever seen a shared bike reach 50 miles an hour? Well, today you have. Naturally. Jiang Che noticed Chun Hao hot on their heels and nearly burst into laughter. Could a shared bicycle really chase a Maybach? He pressed the accelerator, further increasing their speed. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of a five-star hotel, and Qin Xiaoqiao stood momentarily stunned. Silently, she followed Jiang Che inside, her wide eyes darting around. For she had never set foot in such a luxurious establishment before. Wow, this is so extravagant. A five-star hotel, she thought, feeling a rush of nervous excitement. Senior Jiang Che is not only handsome but also wealthy. Perhaps this is truly worth it. After all, I am determined to defy that old witch. Although Qin Xiaoqiao remained silent throughout, her mind was abuzz with thoughts. Before long, the hotel's lobby manager approached them. Good day, young Master Jiang. I am Su Sheng, the manager of Junhua Hotel. You may call me Xiao Su. Manager Su was taken aback. As the manager of a five-star hotel, he was well acquainted with the elite of Hangzhou. Though this young heir was modest, he was still the son of a tycoon. Hello, I am in need of a suite. Jiang Che embraced Qin Xiaoqiao and cast a glance at the lobby manager, Su Sheng, who seemed to sense a chill in the air for reasons unknown. Very well. We shall assist you promptly. We happen to have one premier suite available, Su manager stated with a surprisingly cordial demeanor. Observing this, Jiang Che felt a pang of melancholy. Indeed, power and status possess an undeniable allure. Emerging from the bathroom clad only in a robe, droplets of water cascaded from the tips of his hair, glistening on his handsome visage. His muscular contours were sculpted to perfection, embodying the ideal balance between youth and maturity, captivating Qin Xiaoqiao to the point of salivation. How stunning he is. Those abs are simply flawless. Oh dear, I'm drooling. The young woman covered her face, brushing past Jiang Che and retreating to the bathroom. At that moment, Chun Hao arrived late, riding a shared bicycle. His last glance captured the sight of Jiang Che entering the hotel, arm in arm with Qin Xiaoqiao. Damn it, Chun Hao felt his heart shatter. What could a man and a woman entering a hotel possibly be up to? The thought was painfully evident. Can I enter? That man was with my girlfriend. In a flurry of desperation, Chun Hao attempted to fabricate a tale of betrayal to elicit sympathy from Su manager. However, Su manager merely frowned. Is it possible that young Master Jiang has taken a liking to your girlfriend? Chun Hao nodded vigorously. Yes. I'm here to catch them in the act. That damned rich heir has stolen my girlfriend. Su manager scrutinized Chun Hao, realizing he was merely a powerless little scoundrel. Then it's of no concern. The woman young Master Jiang desires, regardless of whether she is your girlfriend or even your mother, is beyond your reach. Su manager glared at him. And do you take me for a fool? Dressed so poorly and looking so unattractive. The girl would have to be blind to find you appealing. Now be gone. With that, the security team forcibly escorted Chun Hao away. Indeed, Qin Xiaoqiao was exceptionally beautiful. Once she removed her round-framed glasses, her previously concealed allure surged forth. Dressed in a delicate white camisole nightgown, she appeared flawless. Jiang Che observed her as she shyly lowered her head, her delicate hands clutching the hem of her dress, exuding an air of innocence. Her long hair cascaded down, dripping with water droplets, while a faint mist still enveloped her. Barefoot, her flawless legs resembled the most exquisite of sculptures. A subtle smile graced Jiang Che's lips. Ding! The host has completed the villainous choice. Rewards have been granted. The host has acquired the super self-healing factor. Chapter 52. Jiang Che's power and affairs within the hotel. Jiang Che was thoroughly pleased. Jiang Chai. Qin Xiao Xiao fumbled in a fluster, her hair still in disarray. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and school was about to be dismissed. If I were to return home in this state, my mother would undoubtedly notice something amiss, and she would surely punish me severely. At this moment, Qin Xiao Xiao began to feel a pang of fear due to her momentary rebellion. Although she was eager to witness her mother's furious reaction, she knew that Wang Lili truly would strike her. She could vividly imagine the scene where Wang Lili berated her as a wretched girl while wielding a feather duster to chastise her. Jiang Che let out a light chuckle. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Isn't it a bit late to be scared now? Qin Xiao Xiao's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head. But if my mother finds out, she will really beat me, she whispered softly. Despite her rebellious nature, she was deeply intimidated by her mother. Jiang Che chuckled again. What are you afraid of? Your parents probably won't be returning home tonight. His words left Qin Xiao Xiao momentarily stunned. What did he mean? Shortly thereafter, Jiang Che took out his phone and composed several messages, sending them out before long. Soon, Qin Xiao Xiao's phone rang. My mother's calling? She exclaimed, her face turning pale. Surely, the affair with Senior Jiang Che wouldn't be exposed. The young girl trembled as she answered the call. On the other end, Wang Lili's irritated voice came through. Xiao Xiao, your father and I have some urgent matters to attend to. We need to go on a business trip to another school for a few days, so we won't be home tonight. Make sure to get something to eat. Remember, we will have a video call every night at home. After a lengthy monologue from her mother, Qin Xiao Xiao finally managed to interject. All right, I'll hang up now. Yes, I'll call you anytime during these nights. After ending the call, she let out a sigh of relief. Gently placing a hand on her chest, she said, Senior Jiang Che, I almost gave us away just now. What's this? I kindly helped you get rid of your parents, and now you're blaming me? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. Huh, did you arrange for my parents to go on a business trip? She asked, bewildered. Who else could it be? Jiang Che replied with a smirk. His family was the largest benefactor of Sherlon School, so it was merely a matter of a word from him to make things happen. Oh, thank you then. Qin Xiao Xiao replied, lowering her head, a warm feeling blooming within her. With your parents away, you'll be home alone for the next few days, right? Jiang Che asked with a smile. You're being suspicious. Qin Xiao Xiao could easily grasp the underlying implications of Jiang Che's words. No, that won't do. My mother installed surveillance cameras at home, and if you come over, you will surely be discovered. Her expression turned dark and resentful. She had long been fed up with such a mother. Generally, homes with surveillance cameras were for families with elderly or infants, but she was already grown up. Wang Lili's desire for control is excessively strong, and this distorted love is suffocating. Jiang Che lowered his gaze, remaining silent. At present, Qin Xiao Xiao is merely rebellious at heart. Having long been submissive in front of her parents, she dares not confront them directly. Coincidentally, these days are the weekend. Qin Xiao Xiao felt a shiver of dread. Jiang Che, however, did not dwell on it too much. He began to explore the extraordinary ability he had just acquired. Super healing factor. Upon utilizing this skill, your body's self-healing capacity will experience a significant enhancement, allowing even highly differentiated cells to regain the ability to replicate. With this capability, you will be akin to an indestructible cockroach. Indeed, this skill is evidently a life-saving technique. Yet, he wondered if it would provide an immortality akin to that of Deadpool. It seemed unlikely, but he planned to test its effects at a later time. Meanwhile, Chen Hao, still lurking at the hotel entrance, was utterly bewildered. The thought of Qin Xiao Xiao being bullied by Jiang Che caused his heart to ache incessantly. Having lived for over 20 years, he finally encountered a girl who made his heart flutter, only to be thwarted. It was not until after 7 in the evening that the two emerged from the hotel. After being hungry for most of the day, Chen Hao suddenly felt invigorated. But upon seeing Qin Xiao Xiao's demeanor, his heart shattered. He yearned to rush over and separate them. Yet he could only seethe in impotent rage as he watched Jiang Che usher Qin Xiao Xiao into a car, leaving him to wonder where they were headed. Just as he prepared to chase after them on a shared bicycle, his phone rang. Hello? Chen Hao, where the hell have you been? Weren't you on duty in the security room? The voice on the other end sounded furious, startling Chen Hao. What happened? Get back here quickly. There's been a burglary at the school. The entire teaching building has been robbed. Those thieves managed to break in through the front door. Where the hell were you? The words from the school security department darkened Chen Hao's expression. He had left in such a rush that he hadn't even said goodbye. But what were the odds? He had just stepped out when the school was hit by thieves. This was too coincidental. Chun Hao glanced at his phone, then at the departing figures of Jiang Che and the others, ultimately wearing an expression of resignation. He could not afford to lose this job. Chapter 53, Yiming Yao's Desolation. Lin Yu's return to school. If there were no surveillance cameras at Qin Xiaoqiao's home, Jiang Che might indeed have taken her to a hotel for 3 days. Senior Jiang Che, the community is just ahead. I can get out here. If the neighbors see me, they'll surely inform my parents. Qin Xiaoqiao's residence was an ordinary apartment complex. Although the relationships among neighbors were not particularly good, disembarking from a luxury car would undoubtedly spark gossip behind her back. All right. Qin Xiaoqiao's expression changed in a flash as she swiftly grabbed her backpack and alighted from the vehicle. The young girl darted back to her home with remarkable speed. Jiang Che licked his lips, his gaze momentarily sharpening. Not only had he caused the fated son Chun Hao anguish, but he had also managed to discomfort the old witch Wang Lily. Truly, it was a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a delightful outcome indeed. As for what sort of girl Qin Xiaoqiao was, it was indeed a stark contrast. On the surface, she appeared to be a soft, adorable, obedient girl, yet internally, her psyche was a perplexing enigma. Jiang Che had once hesitated to tap into her thoughts for fear of uncovering her innermost voice. That night, within the Yi family villa, before a grand floor-length mirror, a young girl clad in a black evening gown twirled in front of the glass, clutching the hem of her dress. Wan'er, do you think I look beautiful in this outfit? At that moment, Yiming Yao donned a stunning black gown, her long hair elegantly styled, her budding figure perfectly complementing the attire, straddling the line between youthful innocence and mature allure. The black lace gloves added an extra touch of sophistication that belied her age. Undoubtedly, Yiming Yao was breathtakingly beautiful. As the leading lady, she resembled an ethereal sprite. Even Yu Wan'er, standing nearby, was momentarily entranced. She was aware of Yiming Yao's beauty, yet she had never anticipated it to be so striking. A pang of envy flickered within her. She had never celebrated her birthday with a grand feast or donned such exquisite attire. However, she refrained from harboring jealousy, for some things were simply not meant for her. Besides, she was loved in her own right, as evidenced by her mother's thoughtful gift of a large cake. Sister Yao Yao, you look so beautiful, Yu Wan'er exclaimed, causing Yiming Yao to feel a sense of elation, akin to a proud swan, even performing a brief ballet in her gown. As the daughter of a prominent family, Yiming Yao excelled in various arts, from music to painting. Wan'er, could you take a photo for me? I want to send it to Jiang Che. I refuse to believe he won't be captivated, Yiming Yao said with a playful smirk. Upon hearing Jiang Che's name, Yu Wan'er's expression dimmed slightly. Yet she picked up her phone and captured several stunning shots of Yiming Yao. Upon viewing the photos, Yiming Yao excitedly cupped Yu Wan'er's face and planted a kiss on her cherubic lips. Wan'er, your photography skills are incredible. I absolutely adore you. With that, Yiming Yao sent the picture to Jiang Che, writing, Jiang Che, this is the gown for my birthday banquet. Do you think it looks good? Clearly, Yiming Yao was gradually falling for Jiang Che. However, Jiang Che responded with indifference. This trivial matter is not worth my time. Instantly, the excitement on Yiming Yao's face faded, replaced by a poignant melancholy as she bit her lip to suppress her tears. Sister Yao Yao, what does Jiang Che, that dense man, know? He is like a wild boar, incapable of appreciating the finer things. Yu Wan'er began to console Yiming Yao. However, only Yu Wan'er herself knew that upon seeing Jiang Che's words, a flicker of joy unexpectedly surged within her heart, despite her awareness that Jiang Che was with Yiming Yao. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Che had inadvertently ascended to a pivotal position in Yu Wan'er's heart, where her emotions could sway from joy to sorrow based on a single word or decision from him. Wan'er, you are right. Jiang Che is nothing but a foul boar. Here I am, dressed so elegantly, and he dares to tell me to leave, Yiming Yao exclaimed, embracing Yu Wan'er. The tender heart of the little girl had suffered a wound, and only the comforting presence of her dear Wan'er could alleviate her distress. Jiang Che, confronted with the stunning evening gown photos sent by Yiming Yao, could not help but react. There are myriad ways to assess a girl's beauty. Yet Jiang Che opted for the most straightforward approach. The charming dress, the petite figure, truly befitting the leading lady, utterly captivating. A twisted expression began to form on Jiang Che's face, his lips curving upwards into a smile. He gazed at the photo sent by Yiming Yao, moistening his lips. Who could remain unfazed by such allure? However, Jiang Che did not linger long on the image. He merely allowed his eyes to feast upon it for a fleeting moment. as Yiming Yao had already become his prized possession. Meanwhile, the fabled son of fortune, Lin Yu, was faring better than anticipated. After all, being the favored child of destiny had its advantages, and he had once again found a supportive ally. At the Su family residence in Hang City, Lin Yu, despite his tattered attire, exuded an air of confidence. "Old Master Su, how do you find my acupuncture skills?" The elderly gentleman seated in a grand chair, with a white beard, looked upon Lin Yu with gratitude. "Young man, you truly live up to the legacy of the renowned physician Lin. Your skill mirrors that of the great master himself. It was through such acupuncture that he extended my life for many years." Lin Yu couldn't help but swell with pride at Su Jintian's words. "Of course, I also possess considerable personal capabilities. Might I inquire if you have a granddaughter in need of protection?" "None. I have but one son." Lin Yu's smile faltered momentarily, and he cleared his throat. "Then I suppose that is that." "Excuse me, Lin Lao. I require assistance with enrolling in Sherlan School. Could you help me secure a place there?" Lin Yu remained undeterred by the girls like Yiming Yao, scheming to leverage the Su family's influence to return to school, defeat Jiang Che, reclaim his rightful opportunities, and perhaps even embrace the likes of Yiming Yao and Yu Wan'er. "Sherlan School? That is indeed feasible. My son happens to be the director of the Hang City Education Bureau. What a fortunate coincidence. I shall speak with him tonight and request his assistance in facilitating your admission." Lin Yu expressed his gratitude fervently. "Thank you, Old Master Su." The following morning, as Jiang Che stepped outside, he encountered both Yiming Yao and Yu Wan'er. Perhaps Yiming Yao had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Today, the young girl donned her school uniform. Sporting a single ponytail and a pair of pristine white shoes paired with bubble socks, a look reminiscent of the heroines in Japanese school-themed anime. This ensemble truly caught Jiang Che's attention. It revealed the remarkable versatility of Yiming Yao. Her allure to men was no less potent than that of the sweet and innocent Yu Wan'er. "Jiang Che, what a coincidence. Would you like to share a ride to school in my family's car?" Yiming Yao nervously suggested, pulling Yu Wan'er closer, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Coincidence? You two are practically blocking my front door. How can that be called a coincidence?" Jiang Che replied, maintaining his characteristic icy demeanor. It was evident that despite both the Yi and Jiang families residing in the same district, they were nearly a kilometer apart, rendering Yiming Yao's words rather dubious. "No, I'll drive myself," Jiang Che stated coolly. Yet, Yiming Yao did not waver. She had grown accustomed to his frosty visage and was convinced that her fervent heart would eventually win him over. "Of course, you can drive. But Wan'er and I will ride with you to school," Yiming Yao insisted, her boldness shining through. Just days prior, she had sought her mother's counsel, who had advised her that to rekindle Jiang Che's affection, she would need to be audacious. Otherwise, hope was futile. Turning to the chauffeur, Butler Li, she waved her hand. "Butler, you may return home. Wan'er and I will ride with Jiang Che to school." Butler Li nearly stumbled at Yiming Yao's sudden exuberance. "Jiang Che, you wouldn't just let me and Wan'er walk back to school, would you?" Yiming Yao asked, linking arms with Yu Wan'er, the duo of beautiful girls drawing attention, especially with Yiming Yao's playful tone. "Just get in. You two sit in the back," Jiang Che replied, his eyes filled with disdain. Yiming Yao paused momentarily, but soon her heart soared with unbounded joy. She had not anticipated that Jiang Che would actually allow her to join him in the car, especially given his previous aversion towards her. Now, Yiming Yao was thoroughly enamored with Jiang Che. Any hint of tenderness from him was magnified in her mind, ultimately leading her to the realization, he still likes me. Once inside the car, Yiming Yao hesitated to engage in conversation, fearful that a misstep might provoke Jiang Che's disfavor. "Jiang Che, about the dress photo I sent you yesterday, was it really unappealing?" She finally ventured after much deliberation. Jiang Che's lips twitched. "How could it possibly be unappealing? Miss Yi, your choice of attire is your own concern. Why ask me?" Yiming Yao, so frustrating. "Yu Wan'er, perverse creep, trying to deceive my sister. Sister, this man only seeks to steal your heart." The two girls harbored distinct thoughts as they continued their journey, arriving at the school gates. Chun Hao is currently feeling quite vexed. Last night, his unauthorized absence resulted in a theft at the school. Although most of the stolen items were recovered, he was penalized with a deduction of 3 months' salary, rendering his efforts during this period seemingly futile. This predicament is indeed disheartening. After leaving the Chen family, he was already destitute, and this situation has only exacerbated his woes. Cursed be it. If it were not for that Jiang Che, would I have left my post without permission? That girl surnamed Qin was so stunning, Truly, a beautiful cabbage trampled by a swine. A pang of anguish shot through Chun Hao's heart, and at that moment, the lingering voice echoed in his ears. "Security, uncle. Please open the door. Thank you." Chun Hao had dreamt of this voice all night. Looking up, he found, to his surprise, Jiang Che. Wait, why has the girl beside him changed? It's no longer Qin Xiao Qiao. They are both extraordinary beauties, one of whom is a little lowly. Damn it, this wretch. Jiang Che has ascended to the top of Chun Hao's list of grievances. Oh, security uncle, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Jiang Che's words struck a nerve deep within Chun Hao. Little wretch, it's all because of you. How could I sleep soundly after you stole the woman I cherished? Despite his anger, Chun Hao gritted his teeth and opened the door. Jiang Che, I didn't expect you to care about the security guard. Yiming Yao interjected, simultaneously delivering a jab at Chun Hao. Humph, you foul Jiang Che. You care for the security guard, but not for me. I've been quite sleepless lately as well. Jiang Che, difficult to endure. Upon returning to school, Jiang Che was surprised to encounter a familiar face in the corridor. Lin Yu. This fellow has actually returned. Lin Yu, noticing Jiang Che's gaze, was filled with resentment, wishing nothing more than to eliminate Jiang Che. However, he refrained from engaging in conflict for now. He must endure. Oh, is that not Lin Yu? Were you not expelled from school? How have you returned? Jiang Che provocatively approached him. In truth, Jiang Che was genuinely curious about the opportunity that allowed this individual to return after expulsion. Lin Yu, feeling a sense of pride, had indeed leveraged his exceptional medical skills to save an elder from the Su family. The elder's son is the current director of the Education Bureau in Hangqing. Now, Lin Yu effectively has the director's backing. Who would dare to expel him? Since descending the mountain, Lin Yu had faced numerous setbacks, but finally having turned the tide. How could he not flaunt his newfound status? He Jiang Che, I saved the elder of the Su family, and his son is the current director of the Hangqing Education Bureau. Lin Yu's expression was one of arrogance, hands clasped behind his back, reveling in his triumph. Remember how you once looked down on me due to your status? I now possess a background as well, one that is the director of the Education Bureau. Tell me, are you afraid? With someone backing him, Lin Yu felt no pain in his head, no fatigue in his legs. He could walk with an upright posture once more, transforming back into the arrogant little divine doctor he once was. Jiang Che gazed at Lin Yu, somewhat bewildered, realizing the truth. So, he had attached himself to the director of the Education Bureau. It became clear why he had suddenly grown so confident, even daring to show off in front of him. However, Lin Yu was indeed foolish to so openly reveal that the director of the Education Bureau was his supporter. TSK, a blatant abuse of power, one might say, especially for someone of such high rank as the director of the Education Bureau, who typically exercises caution, as many eyes are on his position. To flaunt such a connection while being helped through the back door, as if he were eager for everyone to know about his influential backing. Yet, this was convenient for Jiang Che, sparing him the effort of investigation. He hadn't even played his cards yet, and Lin Yu had already revealed his trump card. Chapter 55. The Downfall of the Education Bureau Director, Lin Yu in tears. At times, Jiang Che found himself genuinely envious of Lin Yu. Being the protagonist certainly had its perks, with opportunities falling from the sky. Just walking down the street, he could save an elderly man, only to discover he was the father of the Education Bureau Director. Truly, it seemed as if the heavens were feeding him. Oh, so you have the director of the Education Bureau supporting you? I must admit, that frightens me. Jiang Che shrugged, feigning fear. Upon seeing Jiang Che concede, Lin Yu spoke haughtily. Jiang Che, you'd best return my jade pendant and scroll to me right now. Otherwise, your fate will undoubtedly be miserable. Naturally, Jiang Che would not heed his words. Oh dear, I am genuinely frightened, he replied, pulling out a piece of pale yellow jade and waving it before Lin Yu. Lin Yu instinctively reached out to snatch it. You can't get it. I'm only showing it to tease you. Jiang Che's taunting voice provoked Lin Yu's nerves. However, Lin Yu dared not act against Jiang Che now, fully aware that he could not defeat him. Jiang Che had already reached the late stage of the hidden strength realm, while Lin Yu had merely just entered the mid-stage. Jiang Che, do you know who my master is? He is a peak master of the transformation realm. The day my master emerges will be your end. Lin Yu spat out a fierce threat. As a result, a few classmates nearby could not contain their laughter. Haha, you really know how to boast. A peak master of the transformation realm? Why not claim your master is a grandmaster? All right, everyone ignore him. This guy is just a lunatic. Have you all forgotten how he acted in the review meeting? How could we forget? It's the first time in my life I've seen someone dare to bark like a dog in public. Lin Yu's composure faltered, his teeth clenched in frustration. Just then, a graceful figure approached Jiang Che. Jiang Che, I've finished writing your homework for you, Yiming Yao shyly announced as she stepped in front of him. Lin Yu's gaze was instantaneously captivated by Yiming Yao, his expression gradually becoming somewhat entranced, his eyes reflecting a certain dazed admiration. How beautiful! Yiming Yao seemed to radiate an even greater allure. Naturally, Yiming Yao noticed Lin Yu's gaze. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she inquired, "Are you the bodyguard my father hired?" Lin Yu's heart leaped with joy. Yiming Yao had taken the initiative to speak to him. "Yes, indeed. I am the bodyguard hired by your father to ensure your safety." However, Yiming Yao scoffed, "Huh? Do you really think I need someone as useless as you for protection? What were you doing when I was kidnapped?" In a panic, Lin Yu exclaimed, "Yao Yao, I was the one protecting you. I fought desperately against the assailants, even sustaining a gunshot wound. Jiang Che is nothing but a despicable coward." As he explained, he cast a fierce glare at Jiang Che, wishing he could eliminate him on the spot. Yiming Yao's anger flared. Her feelings for Jiang Che were unshakable. "Shut your mouth. You should take a good look at yourself. What a disgrace you are." Yiming Yao's demeanor had yet to lower itself to such vulgarity. The young lady would never utter such crude words. Lin Yu stood frozen, realizing that Yiming Yao's disdain was akin to a sharp blade compared to Jiang Che's loud insults. "Yao Yao? You dare to call me Yao Yao? I haven't even bothered to remember your name. And stop looking at me like that. Your gaze disgusts me." Although Yiming Yao detested Lin Yu, she would not go so far as to hurl such humiliating words at him. Yet, it was evident to all that he had a conflict with Jiang Che, and naturally, she would align herself with Jiang Che. At that moment, Yu Wan'er passed by Lin Yu's side, muttering under her breath, "Fool, just look at yourself. You resemble a wilted onion. How dare you think you are worthy of pursuing my sister Yao Yao?" Lin Yu felt an unprecedented wave of anguish, as if the entire world were filled with malice directed at him. Ultimately, this supposed child of fortune was so upset that he fled in tears. After Lin Yu's departure, a smirk curled upon Jiang Che's lips. The mentality of this so-called favored one was rather fragile. Jiang Che's smile caught Yiming Yao's eye, and the young girl, accustomed to self-aggrandizement, began to ponder, "What does it matter if you have a master at the pinnacle of martial prowess? Both of your masters are currently unavailable. Even if they were, I wouldn't fear them, for I have my own backing. My mother's lineage is anything but ordinary. She is the young lady of the esteemed Jiang family in the capital. Though Jiang Yunli may not practice martial arts herself, she is supported by a formidable force." In the original narrative, her reckless provocation of Lin Yu had resulted in her demise at his hands. Jiang Yunli, in despair, had incited the wrath of the Jiang family, nearly leading to Lin Yu's demise, were it not for his master sending him abroad to escape the storm. Otherwise, he would have met his end long ago. Later, Lin Yu returned from abroad, having attained the revered status of a war god, and, through a designated marriage contract tied to a jade pendant, became a favored son-in-law of a reclusive family, ultimately annihilating the Jiang clan upon his return to the Dragon Kingdom. The essence of it all can be distilled into a single word: exemplary. At noon, as school let out, Lu Tai and Wang Zheng approached Jiang Che to report on the ongoing situation. "Jiang Xiao, this morning, while Lin Yu was momentarily distracted, I mischievously tampered with his water cup. Though he caught on, he still took a sip." Wang Zheng chuckled, his face jiggling with mirth. "Get away from me, you glutton. I can never look at a water cup the same way again." Lu Tai grimaced, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Zheng. "Nevertheless, Jiang Xiao, we followed your instructions from a few days ago, and this fellow has yet to successfully flaunt his superiority," Lu Tai continued. Jiang Che regarded the duo. Although they appeared somewhat dim-witted, they were indeed adept at executing their schemes. "Surely, you both heard this morning that Lin Yu claimed he was brought in by the head of the Education Bureau?" Jiang Che initiated. Lu Tai quickly grasped the implication. "Jiang Xiao, are you suggesting that the Education Bureau chief has abused his power? Is he plotting to undermine Lin Yu?" Jiang Che nodded. Appreciating Lu Tai's swift comprehension, he possessed the makings of a minor antagonist. "By chance, I have acquaintances working in the news agency. Given the current digital landscape, we could easily expose him online and purchase trending topics to ruin him. Moreover, anyone who ascends to the position of Education Bureau chief likely harbors some unsavory secrets. They surely exploit their authority for personal gain. After all, navigating human relationships often entails such compromises. While these matters may seem trivial on the surface, they can escalate significantly. Jiang Che regarded Lu Tai thoughtfully, clearing his throat. Ahem, I have not uttered a word. Lu Tai shared a knowing smile. Jiang Xiao, I've long found Lin Yu to be insufferable. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng remained bewildered, having perhaps gone too far in their prank on Lin Yu that morning. He felt somewhat weakened and could hardly comprehend their conversation. His mind momentarily stalled. Chapter 56. The Education Bureau Chief is stunned. Damn it. Who the hell tampered with my water cup? Lin Yu fumed, hurling his cup away in frustration, having just realized something was amiss after taking a large sip. Above all, this is infuriating. And to make matters worse, he could not even identify the culprit, leaving him utterly exasperated. Damn it, everything seems to be going awry lately. Yiming Yao, are you truly so shameless? I once thought you were a virtuous girl, yet here you are, throwing yourself at other men. Lin Yu was indignant, utterly perplexed as to where he fell short compared to Jiang Che. Was it merely a matter of possessing a modicum of wealth? Was Jiang Che's handsomeness the sole advantage? What more did he have? The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. Yiming Yao and Yu Wan'er were undeniably the women he had his sights set on. How could they so readily offer their affections to another? At that moment, Lu Tai and Wang Zheng commenced their own endeavors. Monkey, how do you suppose Lin Yu managed to ingratiate himself with the Su family? Su Shan is indeed the director of the Education Bureau, while Lin Yu is merely an ordinary, impoverished individual. I suspect that Lin Yu possesses some skills in traditional Chinese medicine. Do you not recall what Jiang Xiao mentioned previously? Lin Yu is known for his altruistic endeavors, saving lives and forming connections, prompting us to disrupt his practices. It appears that he has rendered a favor to the Su family, which is why Su Shan has chosen to provide Lin Yu with a discreet path. The rotund man nodded, acknowledging that Su Shan's background is far from pristine. I once overheard individuals in our circle speak of an incident involving his cousin's son, who had bullied a female student in the same class. Ultimately, it was Su Shan who intervened to suppress the matter. We could exploit this angle. Are we really going to take such extreme measures? What is there to fear? The internet is so advanced nowadays. We can enlist numerous private investigators to gather evidence. Let's first alert the press about his abuse of power, then invest in trending topics. And when the heat rises, we shall expose him entirely. I refuse to believe we cannot bring him down. You're quite clever, aren't you? Already securing a vantage point? The rotund man chuckled, scratching the back of his head, feeling somewhat dizzy. Lu Tai appeared speechless, merely envisioning the idea of urinating in Lin Yu's cup, while Wang Zheng's outrageous antics left him in awe. Soon enough, individuals began posting online, accusing the director of the Hangzhou Education Bureau of abusing his authority by coercively enrolling individuals without academic status. Furthermore, substantial funds were spent to hire numerous online influencers to create a buzz. The evidence was laid out with crystal clarity. It was indeed Lin Yu. Despite having been expelled, he was inexplicably returned to the campus, and a deeper investigation would undoubtedly reveal ties to Director Su Shan. The situation erupted. The Education Bureau director is abusing his power, forcing an individual without academic status into an elite school. I can attest to the truth of this matter. I am a student at Shirlan School, and Lin Yu was forcibly inserted into our class. In reality, he is nothing more than a delinquent. Brothers, let us amplify this. It is imperative that more people take notice. I eagerly await the unfolding drama. Once again, we find ourselves in the spectacle that netizens adore, a certain celebrity embroiled in scandal, a popular influencer facing backlash during a live stream, a high-ranking official brought down. What is happening? Who is spreading these rumors about me? Within the Hangzhou Education Bureau, Su Shan felt a wave of panic. However, upon comprehending the full extent of the situation, he furrowed his brow. Lin Yu? Is he the young man who saved my father? Just days prior, his father had suffered a heart attack, and it was Lin Yu who had acted swiftly to save him. Following the incident, Lin Yu had provided subsequent treatment, demonstrating extraordinary medical prowess that endeared him to Su Jintian. Lin Yu's request was simple, to be admitted as a student at Shirlan School. For Su Shan, the director of the Education Bureau, this was an exceedingly straightforward task. Though he was hesitant to assist someone of questionable origin, Lin Yu had, after all, saved his father, and it was his father's heartfelt plea that prompted him to utilize his connections to enroll Lin Yu at Shirlan School. Yet, how could this matter have been reported so swiftly? Su Shan furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was rather complex. Those who ascend to the position of director of the Education Bureau are never simple individuals. Is someone attempting to frame me? At that moment, Lin Yu flashed through Su Shan's mind. Could it be that his appearance was no mere coincidence? Was there a deliberate intent behind his saving of Su Shan's father? Perhaps his political adversaries were orchestrating this to expose a flaw in him. He contemplated numerous possibilities, yet reason eluded him. Director Su. There is a considerable buzz surrounding you online. It is unlikely to subside in the short term. Would you like to clarify the situation? Su Shan sighed. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the issue. In this era of rapid information dissemination, evasion was impossible, especially with the opposing party holding substantial evidence. He had indeed provided Lin Yu with a shortcut, but what of it? Soon, Su Shan recorded a clarifying video, accompanied by a written statement. I admit that I was the one who recommended Lin Yu to Sherlan School. However, he also saved my father's life. Without Lin Yu, my father might have perished. I have also learned that Lin Yu, despite being of school age, has no school to attend, which stirred my compassion. This eloquent rhetoric managed to sway public sentiment online. Oh, I see. This could indeed explain things. If someone saved my father's life, I would certainly feel compelled to repay him. I believe Director Su acted appropriately. Wait a moment. Is that where the issue lies? The real problem is that Director Su is abusing his power. I assent it. He could have supported Lin Yu through other means. Why must it be under the guise of personal favor? Regardless, I remain skeptical and anticipate a reversal of fortunes. In his office, Su Shan sipped his tea, seemingly unfazed. Did they think such clumsy tactics could undermine him? It was utterly laughable. Moreover, everything he stated was true. Lin Yu had indeed saved his father. At least, in this matter, he had not uttered a single lie. Goodness, Su Shan is indeed a tough nut to crack. Monkey. Escalate the pressure on him. All right, I just happen to have some dirt on this fellow. He truly believed that his cover-up of his nephew's misconduct would remain undiscovered? Ha ha ha. Soon, a sensational news story erupted online. The director of the Education Bureau in Hangzhou, Su Shan, was accused of shielding his own nephew. The transgressions of his nephew were brought to light, revealing a history of bullying and even the assault of female classmates. This news detonated like a submerged bomb. Chapter 57. Qin Qiao Qiao's Self-Strategy. Su Shan's confidence was shattered overnight. With irrefutable evidence, higher authorities promptly dispatched personnel to detain him. The online discourse became a tumultuous roller coaster. My father has misled me. This was the last sentence spoken by Su Shan before he was taken away for tea. Initially, he had no intention of wading into such murky waters. After all, harboring a criminal nephew could lead to imprisonment. Yet, he succumbed to his father's heartfelt pleas, who even went so far as to kneel before him, insisting that family must lend a hand. Consequently, he unwittingly implicated his son, who likely found himself devoid of anyone to support him in his old age. Following the downfall of the Su family, Lin Yu found himself expelled from school once again. A once illustrious son of fortune, a fierce dragon descending from the mountains, and the protector of campus beauties. He had spent a total of no more than 3 days in school after being expelled twice. Lin Yu had even spent 5 or 6 days in a detention center. Cursed be the Su family. What a bunch of incompetents. How could someone like the head of the Education Bureau be so utterly useless? They were nothing but the dregs of society. Now, with renewed determination, Lin Yu began to pack his bag, preparing to leave. Oh, is that Lin Yu? What happened? Expelled again? As a villain, mocking the protagonist was inevitable. Jiang Che's mocking voice reappeared. You, Lin Yu, are losing your composure. Wait a moment. It was you who brought down the Su family, wasn't it? Lin Yu wasn't completely foolish. However, Jiang Che said little more, merely grinning even more smugly. I swear I'll kill you. He had finally latched onto a powerful ally, only to have that support severed before he could even warm up to it, leaving him cast aside. Fuming with rage, Lin Yu's eyes burned red as he could no longer contain himself. He charged forward, fists raised. However, how could he possibly match Jiang Che now? In terms of both speed and strength, the mid-stage of hidden power was no match for the late stage. Jiang Che delivered a swift kick, requiring no skill whatsoever. Bang! Lin Yu was sent flying, crashing into several tables before collapsing to the ground. Huh, Jiang Che, you're finished. You hit me. Lin Yu, in a frenzy, grabbed his phone and mimicked what he had seen, dialing emergency services. Police. Police. Someone is trying to kill me. He has almost beaten me to death. Hurry, come save me. Jiang Che quipped. Oh. Oh, oh, has the fierce dragon protagonist learned something from me? But young man, this trick isn't effective for everyone. After hanging up, Lin Yu burst into laughter, pointing menacingly at Jiang Che. What can you do? You beat me to this state. Yet you'll still end up in prison. That kick of yours has surely left me gravely injured. Just wait and see you rot behind bars. Jiang Che, unfazed, ignored him, recognizing that Lin Yu was nearing madness. The police arrived swiftly, led once again by Captain Li. Young Master Jiang, we meet again. Captain Li nodded in acknowledgement toward Jiang Che. Hey, I'm right here. It was Jiang Che who did this to me. He has severely injured me. I suspect several of my ribs are broken. Lin Yu lay on the ground, wailing in agony, trying to elicit sympathy and attention. Captain Li furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Lin Yu sprawled on the ground. Isn't this the same individual I apprehended last time? You mean to say that young Master Jiang was responsible for this? Captain Li inquired. Yes, indeed. He was the one who did this. Lin Yu replied, his voice trembling. But where is the evidence? Captain Li pressed. Can't you see the state I'm in? I've spat blood. Lin Yu exclaimed. Nonetheless, evidence is essential. There are surveillance cameras. Where are they? Lin Yu raised his hand, intending to point towards the classroom camera, only to find that the camera was missing. The atmosphere turned exceedingly awkward. There are witnesses. All these students saw Jiang Che assault me. Lin Yu shouted frantically, his gaze pleading with his classmates. Please, corroborate my account. Jiang Che was the one who attacked me. Most of those he appealed to were female classmates, predominantly from middle-class families, and they showed little interest in Lin Yu, whom they perceived as a mere pauper. I didn't see anything. Did you see Jiang Che strike him? One girl asked, shaking her head in response. I didn't see it either, echoed several others. Lin Yu, utterly defeated, collapsed in despair. All right, young man, you're coming with us to the police station, Captain Li stated. Why? Why is it always me? Shouldn't Jiang Che be the one in custody? Lin Yu protested, exasperated. It was Jiang Che who had committed the assault. Yet it was Lin Yu who faced the consequences. Is there still a sense of justice? Is there still law? Jiang Che, however, chuckled softly, then approached Lin Yu, slowly crouching down beside him. He patted Lin Yu's shoulder and whispered in his ear, to survive in this world, one must possess influence and connections. You, a mere wretch. Jiang Che's words were the final straw, causing Lin Yu's vision to darken as he fainted. Let us take him to the hospital, someone suggested. Here lay the so-called son of fortune, a practitioner of dark energy, brought to the brink of collapse by Jiang Che. This incident was indeed unprecedented. Chapter 58, A Distant Cousin, Gu Lingfei, another female protagonist? In the morning, Jiang Che exited Qin Xiaoqiao's home, offering to escort her to school. Although her home was replete with surveillance, it could hardly confine Jiang Che. Seated in the passenger seat, Qin Xiaoqiao appeared obedient, gazing vacantly out the window, overwhelmed by the absurdity of recent events. Yet, she found them exhilarating. Having played the role of the dutiful daughter for over a decade, subjected to her mother Wang Lily's nearly draconian upbringing, prohibited from playing video games, inundated with extra classes, and even reprimanded during her adolescence for innocently crossing her legs, Qin Xiaoqiao had always acquiesced to her domineering parents. However, Jiang Che's presence awakened her to the realization of her mother's inadequacy. Unable to accept her own mediocrity, her mother had staked everything on Qin Xiaoqiao. Ultimately, her family was but an ordinary one, not even reaching the status of the middle class. The wealth accumulated by one's parents throughout their lifetime might scarcely suffice to purchase a single Maybach. At Sherlon School, where one might teach, Wang Lily, despite her somewhat irritable nature, dares not offend her students. Her bravado is merely a fade. Recently, Yiming Yao has been in high spirits, for her birthday is approaching, and a grand celebration awaits her, filled with numerous guests eager to commemorate the occasion. She envisions herself adorned in an exquisite gown, certain to captivate Jiang Che. A smile blossomed on the corners of her lips as she took hold of Yu Wan'er, preparing to enter the school. Yet, her smile quickly faltered. Jiang Che? Not far from her, she observed a graceful figure disembarking from Jiang Che's car, engaged in light-hearted conversation. The girl beside him was familiar to her. The president of the student council, Qin Xiaoqiao, an archetypal good girl and the third school belle. But how could Jiang Che possibly have any connection with Qin Xiaoqiao? Undoubtedly. Jealousy surged within her, accompanied by a piercing ache in her heart. So, Jiang Che is this popular among girls? The previous police officer, Wang Yanran, and now Qin Xiaoqiao. Indeed, with his striking looks and undeniable charm, how could he not attract admiration from the fairer sex? Sister Yao Yao, let us depart swiftly and ignore him, Yu Wan'er thought. Her heart a tumultuous mix of emotions, cursing Jiang Che as a perverse flirt who simply entices young girls. Yiming Yao also made a determined effort to turn away, battling the urge to confront Jiang Che about his relationship with Qin Xiaoqiao. Yet, what position does she hold to do so? Would she simply rush over only to be ridiculed by Jiang Che? Absolutely not. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to well in Yiming Yao's eyes, a thin veil of mist clouding her vision. In the afternoon, upon returning home, Jiang Che found his mother, Jiang Yunli, already waiting for him. Cradling a ragdoll cat in her arms, she scrutinized her son with her keen eyes, while the cat, tilting its head, curiously observed Jiang Che. Jiang Yuan was also present, feeding the fish in their aquarium. Upon noticing Jiang Che's return, he turned towards him. Xiao Che, where have you been these past few nights? Jiang Che nonchalantly tossed his backpack aside and replied, I went to a female classmate's house. His straightforwardness caught both Jiang Yunli and Jiang Yuan off guard. Is it truly that blunt? Jiang Yunli coughed lightly, adding, Xiao Che, even if you indulge, you must consider the young lady's feelings. Although her expression was somewhat strained, as Yu Wan'er was her chosen daughter-in-law, she felt compelled to refrain from voicing any objections. Truth be told, Jiang Yunli harbored a tinge of guilt towards Yu Wan'er. Jiang Yuan cleared his throat and interjected, Xiao Che, do not always visit her home. Why not bring her over to ours? I've inquired into that girl's background and family situation. It doesn't seem very favorable, does it? Tomorrow, my mother and I shall move away. After deep contemplation, Jiang Yuan has reached a decision. With the Jiang family's wealth and status, acquiring such a luxurious villa is merely a matter of desire. However, Xiao Che, you must exercise restraint. Do not let matters escalate to tragic consequences. That girl is still but a child, and should she become pregnant? Jiang Che's lips twitched. His parents are indeed deeply concerned for his happiness. He found himself at a loss for words. Yet, as the conversation flowed, their topics shifted elsewhere. Do you remember your sister Fei Fei? Jiang Yunli inquired gently. Jiang Che, what? I have a sister? Noticing Jiang Che's silence, Jiang Yunli continued, Guling Fei. Do you not recall her? Jiang Che scoured his memory and eventually recognized the name. Guling Fei. She was a distant cousin. Though the familial bond was so tenuous it could scarcely be acknowledged, perhaps several generations removed, to the extent that even Mindel would require multiple sheets of notes to elucidate their connection. In the original narrative, her role was minimal, merely brushed over. She had lived in the Jiang family villa during her childhood, later studying abroad and establishing a company, now a colossal enterprise valued in the billions. The former female bedroom occupied by Yu Wan'er was reserved for Guling Fei. Previously, Jiang Che had not given her much thought, but now his expression shifted to one of intrigue. A company worth billions? A poised and aloof female CEO? This description seemed straight out of a novel. Is Guling Fei coming? Jiang Che inquired. Yes. She plans to relocate her company's headquarters back to the country and develop her business here, came the affirmative response. Perfect. A candidate for the next female protagonist. Mother, are you acquainted with Guling Fei's recent circumstances? It has been quite a while since I last saw her, and I wish to inquire about her well-being. Jiang Yunli rested her chin on her hand. You've come to the right person. I am indeed her closest confidant. Sharing everything. It seemed Jiang Yunli could refer to women of any age as sisters. Guling Fei is truly remarkable. It would be wonderful if she were to become my daughter-in-law. Ahem. She certainly possesses the qualities of an ideal daughter-in-law. Her stature suggests she would be capable of bearing children. However, Ache already has Wan'er, which complicates matters. Jiang Yunli inadvertently voiced her thoughts. What I mean is, Guling Fei is like a daughter to me. Do you know what her company has been renamed to? Ling Che Group. It seems you hold a significant place in her heart. Furthermore, she has yet to experience romance. However, she has been frequently expressing her frustrations to me about a man pursuing her. Well then, Jiang Che was now certain. It appeared yet another protagonist was about to emerge. In the realm of foreign development, what sort of protagonist might emerge? Aside from the Dragon King War God, could there be others? My goodness, the chaos outside is overwhelming. With battles raging everywhere. The man pursuing my sister Fei Fei surely cannot be a mercenary, can he? Jiang Che jested. Jiang Yunli's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, you might just be right. It does seem he is a mercenary. Jiang Che chuckled internally, realizing that the Dragon King war god was ubiquitous. Now that Gu Lingfei had returned to the Dragon Kingdom, it seemed the war god would soon follow. Ah, Xiao Che, I have been arranging for daily cleaning in the room next to yours. When Feifei arrives, she can simply stay with us, Jiang Yunli suggested. Jiang Che noted the subtle intentions written all over Jiang Yunli's face, while even Jiang Yuan remained silent. It was perplexing how, at work, a mere conversation with the secretary would prompt extensive inquiries, yet when it came to his own son, he wanted to introduce every beautiful girl he met. Such blatant double standards. How frustrating. The following morning, as Jiang Che awoke, he felt utterly dazed. Jiang Yunli and Jiang Yuan had actually moved out overnight, leaving him with nothing but a ragdoll cat. The feline, seemingly hungry, nuzzled against Jiang Che's ankle, gazing up at him with its large blue eyes, as if seeking affection. Go away. I'm not a cat person, Jiang Che retorted, though he couldn't deny the cat's beauty. After breakfast, he glanced down to find the cat staring at him with longing eyes. Fine, fine. I'll get you some cat food. But don't expect me to cater to your whims. He scooped some cat food into a bowl and left without a backward glance. Damn it. I'm the one who is supposed to be recuperating. At the hospital entrance, Lin Yu, clad in a patient gown, vented his frustrations. Jiang Che had inadvertently caused him to break 3 ribs with a single kick, and while Jiang Che had emerged unscathed, Lin Yu found himself hospitalized for several days, with a kind-hearted police officer covering his medical expenses. Now, with no money left, he was unceremoniously discharged. Just then, 2 figures, one stout and one lean, appeared before him. Get lost. What are you doing in a hospital without any money? Wang Zheng, with a face full of indignation, pointed at Lin Yu. They had now become professional errand runners, following Lin Yu wherever he went, relishing in his discomfort. It was all part of Jiang Xiao's assignment. Lin Yu could hardly contain his anger at the sight of these two. They were nothing more than Jiang Che's lackeys. This is a hospital, not your personal establishment. Why should I leave? Wang Zheng, however, merely laughed. Oh, I'm sorry. This hospital, the Bomei Hospital, is indeed owned by my family. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask the doctors here. A nearby doctor chimed in, chuckling. Young Master Wang, you jest. Lin Yu, exasperated, exclaimed, Why? Why is even fate conspiring against me? Fine, I'll leave. In a rather disheartening display, the esteemed hospital had the audacity to expel a patient, devoid of any semblance of medical ethics. Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully. He was different, a descendant of the legendary healer, possessing a heart dedicated to alleviating the suffering of the world. At that moment, Lu Tai let out a derisive laugh. What? You possess medical ethics? How impressive. Always targeting the affluent and powerful. If you truly wish to save lives, why not venture into the remote mountains and serve as a barefoot doctor? Ask yourself. Among those you have rescued, who were the ordinary people? Were you not drawn by their status and influence? Lu Tai's words struck a nerve, leaving Lin Yu vulnerable. He yearned to articulate his intentions, insisting that his motives were pure. Yet, he found it impossible to clarify. For every time he saved someone, their identity was invariably notable. As for becoming a barefoot doctor in the hinterlands, preposterous. He still harbored dreams of mingling with the ladies in the city. With a huff, Lin Yu turned to leave. Just then, a remark from Wang Zheng shattered his composure. You despicable creature, a monster who feasts on the misfortunes of others, a murderer. And you don't even have the decency to apologize. Wang Zheng dug into his nose, producing a sizable lump, which he flung at Lin Yu's forehead, adhering stubbornly. Lin Yu stood dumbfounded, but soon a realization struck him. You filthy scoundrel, you vomited in my cup. In an instant, he was overwhelmed with rage. That morning had been an inescapable nightmare, and even now, the memory made him feel nauseous. I will kill you. Lin Yu felt the urge to strike back. But he lacked the home advantage, and the hospital security, armed with electric batons, swiftly escorted him away. Damn it! Cursed be this fate. Lin Yu lay penniless by a narrow path, feeling as though the entire world had forsaken him. Yet, he was, after all, a favored child of fortune, destined for greater things. Soon, a new opportunity presented itself. Do not rob me. I will pay you, just do not harm me. Lin Yu quickly regained his footing. Venturing into an alley, he witnessed a middle-aged man in a suit being brutally assaulted by a group of thugs. Release him. The protagonist sprang into action, quickly demonstrating his prowess despite suffering a few broken ribs, easily overcoming the gang of ruffians. The middle-aged man slowly rose from the ground, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Yu intently. Young man, my heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for you, I fear I would have met a grim fate today. Your skills are remarkable, yet your attire suggests otherwise. Are you not in need of financial assistance? The man's words struck a deep chord within Lin Yu. Indeed, he was in dire need of money. That fellow Jiang Che exuded confidence solely because of his wealth. Can you help me become wealthy? Lin Yu inquired tentatively. Certainly. With your abilities. It would be a waste not to enter the underground fighting circuit. The words of the suited man left Lin Yu momentarily stunned. Underground boxing? Indeed. It is illicit fighting. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, realizing at once that this was an unlawful endeavor. Illegal affairs were not something he wished to engage in. Winning a single match could yield 500,000. With a burgeoning reputation, the stakes could soar even higher. A victory might even bring in millions. Lin Yu's pupils dilated sharply. Such a swift influx of wealth was astonishing. He found himself intrigued. Chapter 60. Yiming Yao's birthday gift, The Infatuated Fangirl by Jia. 3 days later. It was the weekend. This particular weekend held significant importance for Yiming Yao. The celebration was set at the largest five-star hotel in Hangzhou, attended by numerous prominent families and those of lesser renown. After all, the Yi family's wealth in Hangzhou was considerable, and the birthday of their cherished daughter was an event of great magnitude. Yiming Yao donned a stunning black gown, her makeup delicately applied, her fair and smooth skin rendering her akin to a princess emerging from the pages of a fairy tale. She appeared almost flawless. Many guests were engaged in hushed discussions. Isn't the Yi family's daughter strikingly beautiful? If only she could become my son's bride. What are you dreaming about? With your son's disposition, does she even have eyes for him? I've heard that the young master of the Jiang family has been pursuing her, but he has been turned down repeatedly. If even the son of the wealthiest family cannot win her favor, what chance do we stand as a lesser family? It must be said, Yi Chongkong has indeed raised a true lady of elegance. The air of nobility she possesses is something our modest families utterly lack. At that moment, Yiming Yao clutched the hem of her dress, her gaze sweeping across the banquet hall as if searching for someone. Could it be? Jiang Che had promised he would come. Would he truly go back on his word? Anxiety gnawed at her heart. She could not discern Jiang Che's feelings. His attitude towards her fluctuated between warmth and coldness, though the warmth she referred to merely meant he was not harsh with her. However, her eyes soon landed on a young man clad in white. Jiang Che. Today, he appeared impeccably clean and handsome, causing Yiming Yao's heart to flutter in an instant. After spending so much time with him, she had never realized how striking he could look when he dressed up. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to his presence, so his attractiveness had previously gone unnoticed. But now that he was indifferent to her, she found him undeniably charming. With this thought, a wry smile crept onto Yiming Yao's lips. Am I being foolish? Virtually all the notable families from Hangzhou had gathered. Zhang Yuan engaged in lively conversation with Yi Chongkong, discussing matters pertaining to their respective companies. Although Zhang Yunli held little fondness for Yiming Yao, it was her birthday, and he could only muster a polite smile before seeking out Yu Wan'er. Dear Wan'er, this is a card from Sister Jiang, with the password 123456. It contains 10 million. Consider it as private funds from your sister. Zhang Yunli pulled Yu Wan'er to a corner of the banquet and immediately made her generous offer. Today, Yu Wan'er looked exquisite in her elegant white gown, though it was evident that it was the smallest size. Yiming Yao, with her innocent disposition, would naturally not be stingy with her close friend. She had directly commissioned a professional designer to craft a tailored outfit for Yu Wan'er, without a thought of whether Yu Wan'er might overshadow her. No, Sister Jiang. I cannot accept this. Yu Wan'er was taken aback. Upon touching the golden bank card, she felt an almost scalding sensation. 10 million? Even if she were sold, she would not be worth that much. Previously, when she kissed Jiang Che, it had only cost 200 yuan. If Jiang Che were to use this to blackmail her, wouldn't she have to kiss him 50,000 times to repay it? Yu Wan'er was frightened, yet Zhang Yunli seemed resolute in her intention to bestow the card upon her. Wan'er, my little Che might be reckless. Take this money to buy something nice. Your family could also use some assistance, right? Yu Wan'er finally grasped the intention. It seemed Sister Jiang believed she was being comforted due to Jiang Che's actions. Not that she had been bullied by that perverse Jiang Che. Even if she had been, she would never accept such a sum. Sister Jiang, I truly cannot accept this. If you insist on forcing it upon me, I shall cease to call you Sister Jiang. Jiang Yunli sighed. This girl was exceptionally stubborn, yet her fondness for Yu Wan'er grew. My dear Wan'er, if Xiao Che dares to bully you, just tell me, and I will take care of him. Jiang Yunli embraced Yu Wan'er. Her warm and ample hug was suffocatingly comforting. Yu Wan'er thought it merely a light-hearted remark. She certainly would not take it seriously. Jiang Yunli was undeniably indulgent towards Jiang Che. Otherwise, she would not have exerted so much effort to arrange for them to live together. Sister Jiang, I must take my leave now. Jiang Yunli sighed once more, pondering how such a beautiful and delightful girl was not her daughter. She dreamed of having a daughter someday. Meanwhile, Jiang Che sat in a corner of the banquet, quietly sipping his drink. His gaze occasionally flickered over to Yiming Yao, who looked stunning in her gown, adorned with light makeup that could hardly conceal her natural beauty. At her age, she was at the pinnacle of her youth, and dressed in black, she exuded a mature elegance, much like a ripe berry. Soon, several young ladies approached Jiang Che one after another. Young Master Jiang, I am Bai Jia. Do you remember me? I am also a student at Shirlan School, and you have helped me before. A girl of similar age to Jiang Che stepped forward, extending her hand with a bright smile. Bai Jia? Jiang Che raised his gaze and cast a glance at the young lady, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Her beauty was rather lacking. Farewell. If Yiming Yao and Yu Wan'er are both paragons of beauty starting at a score of 95, then Bai Jia could barely scrape an 85. And her heavily applied makeup made it seem as if the foundation could be scraped off and consumed as a meal. One could only wonder how she looked without it. Nonetheless, she would likely still qualify as a beauty in public. The name Bai Jia resonated loudly in his mind. Although she was merely a minor character in the original narrative, one could hardly forget such a striking name. During Yiming Yao's birthday celebration, a girl from a second-rate family harbored jealousy towards the flawless Yiming Yao and secretly slipped a drug into her cup, intending to embarrass her. Ultimately, the scheme was uncovered, dragging the entire Bai family into the ensuing chaos. But should she not have attempted to drug Yiming Yao? Could it be that Bai Jia was an infatuated admirer? In the script, her envy towards Yiming Yao stemmed from Jiang Che's unwavering pursuit of her. Yiming Yao, what gives you the right to repeatedly reject Brother Jiang Che? Who do you think you are? Brother Jiang Che belongs to me. I encountered him first. What right do you have to steal his heart? Ah, indeed. A delusional little admirer. Shoo, I am watching Yao Yao. Jiang Che gestured for silence and gazed at Yiming Yao with deep affection. As anticipated, Bai Jia could no longer maintain her composure, biting her lip fiercely as she followed Jiang Che's gaze towards Yiming Yao, the girl whose perfection made her feel utterly inadequate. The flames of jealousy ignited within Bai Jia's eyes, threatening to engulf her. Aren't you the perfect young lady? I will drug you to humiliate you in public. Cursed woman. Jiang Che cast her a sidelong glance. The show was finally about to begin. Chapter 61. Yiming Yao is drugged. Jiang Che, save me. Outside the hotel entrance. I apologize, sir, but you do not have an invitation and cannot enter. For security guards blocked a man with electric batons. Let me in. I am Lin Yu. I was once Yiming Yao's bodyguard. Why can't I attend her birthday banquet? Indeed, this was none other than our little wild dragon, Lin Yu. The security guards exchanged glances. Although Lin Yu's attire was quite humble, those who could serve as five-star hotel security would not stoop to looking down upon others. After all, they had encountered many wealthy individuals dressed in oversized coats and flip-flops. One guard went inside to relay the message, but soon returned. Mister, you said he does not recognize this Lin. He is merely a penniless fool. Get lost. Lin Yu was bewildered. How could this be? Surely, Yi Chong Kong would not forget their past bond. After all, he was the one who had saved Yiming Yao. Why was he barred from even attending her birthday banquet? Why don't you leave already? The security captain brandished his baton, ready to pounce. I'm going. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and turned to flee. 5 minutes later, a young man clad in blue overalls, sporting glasses and carrying a ladder, attempted to enter the hotel. Hey, stop right there. Who are you? I'm the plumber here to fix the pipes. Take off your glasses. You little rascal, it's you again. Get him. Lin Yu fled in a panic. 10 minutes later, a man in a suit, with a protruding belly and wearing sunglasses, attempted to pass himself off as a hotel executive, but was halted once more. I'm the hotel manager. Please don't hit me. Don't hit you? The security captain, filled with suspicion, exclaimed, It's you again. Get him. Thus, half an hour passed as Lin Yu darted in and out. Ultimately, he successfully infiltrated the hotel. In a restroom, Lin Yu, now donned in a female cleaning uniform, set down his mop, straightened his back, and tossed his wig. Damn the doorman, looking down on others. Fortunately, as a master of concealed strength, those security guards couldn't touch a single hair on him. Yiming Yao, wait for me. Lin Yu's gaze grew resolute. Deep down, he wasn't entirely sure why he had come to the hotel. It felt as if he were driven by instinct. If he hadn't come, he sensed he would lose something crucial today. Once again disguised as a cleaning staff, he endeavored to blend into the banquet. Meanwhile, Yiming Yao's birthday celebration was nearing its conclusion. Her eyes frequently darted toward Jiang Che. She yearned to confess her feelings before all the guests, but feared rejection. This was, after all, her birthday party. Yet, Jiang Che had not spoken a single word to her, while numerous other girls exchanged glances with him. You women from those small families. How dare you flirt with Jiang Che when I am far more beautiful? Indeed, jealousy coursed through her veins. At that moment, a girl approached her, holding a glass of wine. Miss Yi, happy birthday. Bai Jie greeted Yiming Yao with a gentle smile. Yiming Yao casually nodded. Countless young ladies from various families had attempted to ingratiate themselves with her, yet she recognized none of them. Oh, Miss Yi is drinking juice. Really, on your birthday? You can't have a sip of wine? Bai Jie remarked, pouring a little white wine from her glass and offering it to Yiming Yao. What? Drink wine? I've never had any. Yiming Yao shook her head repeatedly. She had never tasted alcohol in her life. Bai Jie chuckled softly. Surely you jest? Miss Yi, today is your birthday banquet. You must indulge a little. The wine is harmless. She took a sip herself, licking her lips and smiling slightly at Yiming Yao. Yiming Yao hesitated. She had never tasted wine before, and now that she was an adult, she indeed wanted to try it. Then I shall thank you for the wine. Yiming Yao smiled, taking the glass from Bai Jie's hand. She sipped delicately, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. This is exquisite. The flavor surpasses that of juice by a great margin. Soon, she drained the glass entirely. Bai Jie's gaze narrowed slightly, pondering the innocence of Yiming Yao. Did she truly thank me? A flicker of regret surfaced within her, but she swiftly cast it aside. Miss Yi, one mustn't indulge too much. Overindulgence can lead to inebriation, Bai Jie remarked nonchalantly, reclaiming the glass from Yiming Yao's grasp without leaving a trace. This scene did not escape Jiang Che's observant eyes. Indeed, it wasn't long after that Yiming Yao began to feel a pleasant dizziness, her complexion flushing with an unusual crimson hue, as if a wave of heat surged within her. She clenched her fists tightly, biting down on her delicate lip. Is this the feeling of drinking? The potency of the wine is quite overwhelming. The naive Yiming Yao believed that she was merely tipsy. Sister Yao Yao, what's wrong? Yu Wan'er noticed Yiming Yao's unusual demeanor and approached her, taking her hand with concern. Yiming Yao's gaze grew increasingly dazed as she looked at Yu Wan'er. Sister Yao Yao, your hand is so hot. Are you unwell? Yiming Yao shook her head, dismissing it. It's nothing, just a bit dizzy from drinking too much. I'll wash my face in the restroom, and I'll be fine. Yu Wan'er, still uneasy, asked, Sister Yao Yao, do you need me to accompany you? No, I'm all right, Yiming Yao replied, and she proceeded alone towards the restroom. Jiang Che, unbeknownst to her, had also left the gathering. So hot. Yiming Yao bit her lip hard, feeling as if a fierce flame ignited within her, scorching every nerve. I shall never drink again. At this moment, she remained oblivious, still believing that her discomfort stemmed solely from the wine. What is happening? Why do I feel so feverish? Yiming Yao felt as though she were on the brink of collapse. Just then, a familiar figure appeared beside the sink in the restroom. Jiang Che, is that you? Chapter 62. Miss Yi, you've come of age. Is that you, Jiang Che? Yiming Yao's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip, her innocent gaze meeting his. Jiang Che cast a sidelong glance at Yiming Yao, his mind swirling with thoughts. Bai Jie is truly ruthless. What kind of concoction did she administer? Is this the treacherous heart of a woman? How wicked. But fortunately, as a villain, I am devoid of morals. Jiang Che, may I embrace you? Jiang Che remained silent. Yet, given Yiming Yao's current state, he doubted she would comprehend anything he said. Jiang Che, I was wrong. I should not have referred to you as a poor student, nor should I have looked down upon you. In truth, I have only now realized how deeply I cherish you. Please do not leave, and please do not dislike me. I implore you. Yiming Yao murmured a series of incoherent words. Jiang Che glanced around before lifting Yiming Yao into his arms, unable to resist the urge. He made his way to the nearest elevator leading directly to the top floor. Before departing, Jiang Che cast a glance toward a corner at the stairwell. A cleaning lady with long hair, clad in a uniform, was glaring at him with evident indignation. It was clear that this was Lin Yu, and Jiang Che recognized him instantly, yet he chose not to shy away. After all, what could it matter if I openly take Yiming Yao away? Jiang Che, have you drugged Yiming Yao? Where do you intend to take her? Lin Yu shouted in fury. Jiang Che, dismissive of any need for explanation, stepped into the elevator and, before the doors closed, mouthed the words fool. Lin Yu was incensed, but he felt utterly powerless. He understood all too well that he could not match Jiang Che's strength and could only watch as he absconded with Yiming Yao. In a fit of extreme rage, Lin Yu's frustration peaked. He was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Damn it! What could transpire between the drugged Yiming Yao and Jiang Che was all too predictable. As a masterful physician, he had previously felt no concern when Yiming Yao and Yu Wan'er had approached Jiang Che so closely, for he had discerned that both women were still virtuous. However, now, if he did not take decisive action, he would undoubtedly find himself wearing the proverbial green hat. With no time to lose, he burst into the banquet. Yi Chong Kong. Yiming Yao has been taken by Jiang Che after being drugged. Lin Yu's words captured the attention of everyone present. All eyes turning to the man in the cleaning uniform, mop in hand, adorned with a wig. Yi Chong Kong's gaze sharpened immediately. Who dares to spread such slander? As he looked at Lin Yu, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind, and after a moment, he recalled this was the incompetent bodyguard he had previously hired for Yiming Yao. He dares to show his face here? What nonsense are you spouting? Today is my daughter's birthday banquet, and you come here to tarnish her reputation and purity? Yi Chong Kong exclaimed, his anger palpable. Lin Yu quickly pressed on. Look around. Is there any sign of Yiming Yao or Jiang Che? I truly saw Jiang Che carrying Yiming Yao away. He even drugged her. This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yunli, the couple, to become restless, for it appeared that Jiang Che had indeed departed. Do not attempt to tarnish my dear Xiao Che's reputation, Jiang Yunli admonished sternly, determined to defend his son. Among those present, none were more astounded than Bai Jia, who had drugged Yiming Yao. Her head spun, nearly causing her to collapse. How could Yiming Yao have encountered brother Jiang Che? Did this imply they had already? A pang of anguish gripped Bai Jia. However, the situation appeared increasingly unfavorable for brother Jiang Che, compelling her to step forward. It was I who offered a toast to Sister Yao Yao earlier. Perhaps she merely drank too much and left prematurely. Bai Jia's words alleviated the tense atmosphere, providing a means of escape for all present. Naturally, Yi Chong Kong and his wife refrained from further comment. Even if Yiming Yao had indeed become entangled with Jiang Che, what of it? They might even welcome such a development. Yet Lin Yu, lacking in discernment, persisted in his outburst. You're talking nonsense. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You can check the surveillance. Jiang Che and Yao Yao were clearly enough. Yi Chong Kong thundered. Where are the security personnel? Remove this lunatic at once. Lin Yu, bewildered, retorted, damn it, Yi Chong Kong. Your daughter is being taken advantage of by another man, and you feign ignorance? You all are blind. Do you not realize that when Yiming Yao awakens, she will loathe you? His incessant clamor was swiftly silenced as security forcibly escorted him out. Faced with a dozen trained security personnel wielding electric batons, even his formidable strength faltered. Yi Chong Kong's expression softened slightly. He then raised his glass and addressed the guests. The individual earlier was Lin Yu, a madman. The young lady from the Bai family is correct. My daughter Yao Yao simply cannot hold her liquor and has intoxicated herself. His statement effectively dispelled the guests' concerns. Chapter 63. Yiming Yao's embarrassment and Lin Yu's breakdown during the banquet. Yi Chong Kong grew increasingly anxious upon realizing Yiming Yao was missing. Could she truly be intoxicated? With this thought in mind, he attempted to contact Jiang Che. Xiao Che, is Yao Yao with you? Uncle Yi, Yiming Yao is quite inebriated and has taken refuge with me, Jiang Che replied, reclining at the head of his bed, his tone somewhat frigid. Hearing that Jiang Che had taken Yiming Yao away, Yi Chong Kong sighed in relief, yet a pang of bitterness soon followed. He could not possibly believe Lin Yu's clumsy fabrication that Jiang Che had drugged Yiming Yao. However, he understood all too well the implications of a young, beautiful girl being alone with a man, especially one who had often feigned disinterest in her. Who could resist such temptation? Xiao Che, how is Yao Yao faring? Yi Chong Kong inquired with concern. Jiang Che spoke with irritation, having indulged in excessive drinking, persistently requesting that I narrate stories to her. and now she had succumbed to slumber. Yi Changkong, the quintessential doting father, was utterly unconvinced about entrusting Yiming Yao to Jiang Che, this grown man. "Where are you? I shall come over immediately." Meanwhile, Lin Shui snatched Yi Changkong's phone with determination. "Little Che, we are placing our Yao Yao in your care. She cannot hold her liquor, so please look after her." With that, she swiftly ended the call. Yi Changkong was left bewildered. "What are you doing, dear?" "Yao Yao is with Jiang Che. What if something happens?" Lin Shui shot him a disapproving glance. "Mind your own business regarding the affairs of the youth. This is a pivotal opportunity for Yao Yao and Jiang Che to grow closer. If you meddle, she may not only be ungrateful, but could even harbor resentment towards you." Yi Changkong grew increasingly anxious. "What if they get carried away? She is my daughter." Lin Shui, however, wore an expression of confidence. "I know Jiang Che well. He is a principled young man who would not engage in any impropriety. Have you ever considered that Yao Yao might have deliberately gotten herself intoxicated?" "What? Is that even a possibility, my dear?" The two intelligent individuals found themselves spiraling into confusion. Yet, their calculations were evidently misguided. Who exactly was Jiang Che? Although Yiming Yao's birthday celebration had concluded, many remained burdened with unspoken thoughts. Take Bai Jia, for instance, who had drugged Yiming Yao. She was filled with regret. While others might assume Yiming Yao was merely intoxicated, she knew all too well that Yiming Yao had been drugged. When a man and woman are alone together, and the girl is under the influence, one need not ponder the potential consequences. At that moment, Yu Wan'er was also feeling anxious. She understood Jiang Che's character all too well. Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor and apparent disinterest in Yiming Yao, he was, in essence, a super pervert. With a drunken Yiming Yao now in his grasp, it was impossible not to contemplate the implications. This left her in a state of turmoil. Although Jiang Che left a poor impression on her, she couldn't deny that she had begun to develop feelings for him. Pervert, scoundrel, despicable wretch. The young girl was on the verge of tears, cursing Jiang Che silently in her heart, her foot tapping in frustration. Yiming Yao spent her 19th birthday in a dreamlike state, sleeping from Saturday afternoon until the following morning. As she slowly opened her eyes, she felt the warmth of her covers enveloping her. Yiming Yao gradually blinked awake, instinctively furrowing her brow. However, as her gaze focused, she was instantly struck dumb. No way. What on earth happened last night? She recalled only taking a sip of alcohol, feeling unwell enough to visit the restroom. And then the subsequent events eluded her memory. A wave of dread and fear nearly brought her to tears. Yet, when she caught sight of the figure beside her, she was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Che? How could it be Jiang Che? This realization greatly assuaged Yiming Yao's previously anxious emotions. Thankfully, it was not someone else. In fact, a subtle feeling of delight stirred within her. With Jiang Che by her side, she felt a profound sense of security. Thus, she nestled next to him, secretly admiring the profile of the young man. He was indeed quite handsome. This thought reminded her of her aversion to men. It turned out that what she despised was not men in general, but rather those who were unattractive. While she indulged in her musings, Jiang Che opened his eyes. Yiming Yao, Chapter 64, The Completely Darkened Yiming Yao. In truth, Jiang Che had long been awake. With his current prowess, he could sense even the flutter of a mosquito's wings from several meters away, let alone the girl beside him. That insufferable man. Taking advantage of me while I was drunk. Just wait until I tell my parents. I'll arrange a forced marriage for you, huh? Jiang Che, it seems this young lady is not too bad after all. However, do you really think you can force a marriage upon me? What a joke. Deciding not to feign sleep any longer, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes. Yiming Yao had been gazing at his profile, her heart racing. Upon realizing he was awake, she panicked. She remembered nothing from the previous night. Jiang Che furrowed his brow in annoyance, raising a hand to rub his temples, and inadvertently caught sight of the girl beside him. His expression shifted from bewilderment to shock, disbelief, and finally to one of disdain. One cannot deny that Jiang Che's acting skills were top-notch. Even the Oscars would have to personally award him a little golden statuette. To think he would take the initiative to pursue Yiming Yao? Impossible. Perhaps if you were to chase after me, I might reluctantly consider it. Naturally, Yiming Yao noticed the look in Jiang Che's eyes, her heart sinking. Yet she resolved to take the initiative. Yiming Yao racked her brain, recalling lines from the domineering CEO novels she had read, particularly those involving soft and adorable heroines after losing their innocence to their overbearing suitors. Hesitantly, she spoke, Jiang Che. You need not feel responsible for me. Jiang Che almost laughed. He had never intended to take responsibility. After all, you should be the one responsible for me. He scoffed. Responsible for you? What are you thinking? Jiang Che shot her a cold glance before pulling out his phone. At the crucial moment last night, a system task had been triggered, presenting him with 3 options. Option 1. Take a photo of Yiming Yao to prevent future extortion. Reward: 10 years of inner strength. Option 2. You possess nimble hands. Reward: the right hand of God. Option 3. My apologies, young lady. Reward: advanced piano skills. He had not captured her full figure, only her stunning face. Jiang Che had no intention of taking a full-body shot, as smartphones were not entirely secure, and the infamous incident involving Guixia still lingered in memory. After all, Yiming Yao could be considered his own, and Jiang Che was not the type to betray the trust of his woman by exposing her photographs to others. A proud young lady like Yiming Yao only needed a gentle reminder. He would never truly ruin her. Jiang Che opened the video on his phone and presented it before her, maintaining a composed demeanor. Take a look for yourself at what transpired yesterday. Yiming Yao was momentarily stunned, her large eyes fixated on the image of herself within the phone. She could hardly believe it. Impossible. That cannot be me. The realization left her feeling utterly overwhelmed. After a few moments of dazed silence, she finally regained her composure, biting her lip tightly as her mind went blank. Jiang Che, I will take responsibility for this. Her expression turned serious, her gaze drifting toward his upper body, before she nervously lowered her head. Jiang Che tucked the phone away, his face devoid of emotion, and retrieved his white shirt from the bedside. You need not take responsibility for me. Yiming Yao froze, desperately trying to suppress her tears. Jiang Che, can't you forgive me? You wretched Jiang Che, she lamented, her youthful emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet the more she felt this way, the deeper her obsession with him grew. Did she truly evoke such disdain in him? As this thought crossed her mind, Yiming Yao's not-so-bright intellect began to churn. Wait a moment. If Jiang Che did not harbor feelings for her, he could have easily rejected her yesterday. After all, it is not difficult for a man to refuse a girl. He could have simply walked out. Therefore, Jiang Che must still have some feelings for me. Seemingly grasping at a lifeline, her conviction strengthened, and a faint smile began to grace her lips. She realized she had but one advantage left. Jiang Che, observing Yiming Yao's radiant smile, came to understand her transformation. This young lady from the Yi family had likely succumbed to darkness. Dear brother, you speak of emptiness yet keep your eyes closed. If you were to open them and gaze upon me, I refuse to believe your eyes are devoid of emotion. Chapter 65. Lin Yu's underground boxing arena, 9 consecutive victories, to be sold? By the time Yiming Yao awoke, the afternoon sun had already graced the sky. Leaning against the headboard, her gaze was slightly averted, lost in thought, until a glimmer of a smile flickered in her eyes. Jiang Che, one day I shall make you fall in love with me. She picked up the pillow that Jiang Che had rested upon, inhaling its scent gently before closing her eyes once more. The illustrious daughter of the Yi family had fully embraced her darker side. Just then, her phone rang. Answering the call, she discovered it was her father, Yi Changkong. Father, what is it? Yiming Yao's voice was slightly hoarse from overuse. Yi Changkong, unfazed, inquired, Yao Yao. Did you not return home last night? Where are you? They are now somewhat anxious, for as far as they know, Jiang Che did not return home last night. A man and a woman alone outside are bound to ignite a spark. Although Yi Changkong has a rather favorable impression of Jiang Che, after all, that is his daughter. His precious little girl has just begun to bloom, only to be whisked away by someone. How can he remain calm? Oh, Dad, I'm fine. Jiang Che dropped me off at the hotel last night and left. I had a bit too much to drink and slept the entire day. On the other end of the line, Yi Changkong let out a slight sigh of relief after hearing Yiming Yao's explanation. Thankfully, his little cabbage had not been ravaged. Yiming Yao has never lied to them in her entire life, so he naturally trusts his daughter's words. Dad, I'll hang up now. I'm not coming back tonight. I'll stay at Wan'er's house. After her transformation, Yiming Yao has also learned the art of deception. During the banquet yesterday, Jiang Che triggered a villainous choice, completing it and receiving a decade's worth of internal strength enhancement alongside a level of piano skills. In an instant, Jiang Che's power surged, elevating him from the late stage of dark strength to the pinnacle of dark strength. He has thus accumulated a total of 15 years of internal strength, which means, given his talent, He would need at least 15 years of arduous training to reach the pinnacle of dark strength. By that time, his children would likely be grown. Thus, the system truly is a blessing. The level of piano skills is utterly superfluous for Jiang Che, a man of brawn. What need does he have for piano skills? Jiang Che is satisfied, yet there is one who is deeply troubled. Lin Yu has once more arrived at the underground boxing arena. Ever since he encountered that suited man a few days ago, he has followed him into the underground boxing scene to engage in illicit fights. With his formidable mid-level dark strength and the protagonist's halo, he has emerged victorious against all challengers. He has now adopted a new moniker, Emperor Yu. In the span of a week, he has fought and won 9 matches, rapidly becoming a rising star in the underground boxing world. However, at this moment, Emperor Yu is in a state of deep despondency. He instinctively feels that he has lost something of immense importance. It has been a day and a night, and Yiming Yao has undoubtedly lost herself to Jiang Che. Damn Jiang Che, how dare you bully my beloved woman? I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Yu clenches his fists, consumed by a desire to eliminate Jiang Che without delay. Yao Yao, I will not forsake you. I know you do not truly like Jiang Che. I am working hard now. Soon I will build my own career. Lin Yu has begun to envision accumulating his initial wealth through the underground boxing ring, swiftly establishing connections, and ultimately overwhelming Jiang Che, standing before Yiming Yao as a triumphant victor. Amidst the multitude of battles, he had faintly grazed the threshold of the late stage of hidden strength. He firmly believed that once he crossed into this phase, Jiang Che would undoubtedly be no match for him. However, as he indulged in his fantasies, a voice shattered his reverie. You are next to compete. Prepare yourself, for you shall face the reigning champion of the last tournament, a late-stage practitioner of ancient martial arts. Lin Yu's expression tightened. Late-stage hidden strength? Given his current prowess, facing such an opponent would undoubtedly put him at a disadvantage. Yet, he felt no fear. He was convinced that confronting the most perilous situations was essential for him to achieve a breakthrough. The art of burning bridges had always been his forte. Very well. I shall take this match. The man in the suit grinned broadly. He was aware of Lin Yu's abilities, having introduced him, and knew he was merely at the mid-stage of hidden strength, yet he was boasting about him being at the late stage. Thus, Lin Yu stood no chance against his opponent. Nevertheless, he had inflated Lin Yu's reputation with extravagant claims, even suggesting he could defeat a master of late-stage hidden strength with a single strike. He planned to wager 5 million on the opposing fighter, certain of a lucrative return. In the face of wealth, what did it matter if he sold Lin Yu out? Meanwhile, in the backstage of the boxing arena, 2 figures, one stout and one slender, were engaged in casual conversation. Wang Zheng, flanked by 2 scantily clad boxing beauties, munched on sunflower seeds. Although Wang Zheng was not particularly handsome, his wealth and influence were undeniable. Hey, monkey, look at that guy. He seems familiar. Wang Zheng's expression grew serious. Beside him, Lu Tai sat up straight, narrowing his eyes. Lin Yu? It's been days since we visited the boxing arena, and Lin Yu has made his way in? I initially thought a new fighter was joining, and to my surprise, it's Lin Yu. Lu Tai nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jiang Shao's astuteness. Previously, Jiang Che had predicted Lin Yu would set up a stall, and now he foresaw Lin Yu entering the boxing scene to engage in underground fights. Lu Tai's admiration for Jiang Che ascended to new heights. So, monkey, shall we have some fun with him? A twisted smile crept across Wang Zheng's face. Hee hee. Chapter 66. A world where only Lin Yu is hurt reaches consensus. What do you plan to do? Lu Tai inquired, stroking his chin, curiosity piqued. When it came to pranks, he humbly acknowledged his inferiority to Wang Zheng, who had once dared to tamper with Lin Yu's drink, something Lu Tai believed he could never accomplish. If it were a stunning beauty, perhaps, Wang Zheng frowned. I haven't figured it out yet. Lu Tai then suggested, what if we report him? Expose him for fighting underground? At that moment, Wang Zheng could no longer contain himself and kicked out in frustration. Are you out of your mind? This boxing arena belongs to me. Am I an idiot to report myself? If my father finds out, he would kill me. Lu Tai offered a sheepish smile, reflecting the notion that the 2 of them could hardly muster a complete brain between them. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to deal with a protagonist as foolish as Lin Yu. Their objective was clear, to thwart Lin Yu's ambitions and humiliate him in the process. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zheng revealed a sinister grin. Wasn't Lin Yu about to face Su Pejun in the next match? To my knowledge, Su Pejun is a formidable figure at the late stage of dark energy, a former champion. While Lin Yu is merely at the mid-stage of dark energy, there was no way he could defeat Su Pejun. Let us have Su Pejun take care of him and leave him battered, he chuckled wickedly. As soon as Wang Zheng uttered these words, he received a sharp slap from Lu Tai. Young Master Jiang has instructed us to proceed with utmost caution. I believe Su Pejun could very well stumble in this match. We must devise a ruthless strategy. Go fetch Su Pejun. Wang Zheng commanded with a wave of his hand. Soon, a robust man entered, exuding an air of confidence. Su Pejun, the reigning champion of the underground boxing arena in Hangzhou, boasted an impressive record of 49 wins and no losses, earning him the nickname Great Treasure due to his remarkable victory rate. Su Pejun cast a disdainful glance at Wang Zheng and Lu Tai. Being at the late stage of dark energy, he regarded these young scions with contempt. Although he was there to fight, boxing was not his livelihood. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai opted to remain silent, acknowledging the arrogance of a true expert. Brother Su, do you have confidence in your upcoming match against Lin Yu? Wang Zheng inquired. Su Pejun erupted into laughter. That skinny monkey? What a joke. He claims to have a technique that can annihilate someone at the peak of dark energy. He is merely a novice at the mid-stage of dark energy. I could dispatch him with a single slap. Lu Tai shook his head, then spoke patiently. Brother Su, I recognize your confidence, but I sense something is amiss with Lin Yu. Take this bag of lime powder and keep it in your pocket. If you find yourself struggling, you might need to employ a trick. Su Pejun's expression soured. Are you questioning my strength? Lu Tai forced a smile and stuffed the lime powder into Su Pejun's pocket. It's not a question of your prowess. It's merely a precaution. After all, this is unrestricted mixed martial arts. Any trick is fair game. If you incapacitate him in the ring, I'll reward you with an additional 1 million. Although Su Pejun felt displeased, the temptation of such a reward was too enticing to resist. Besides, it was just a bag of lime powder, not a significant issue. Wang Zheng, harboring concerns, rummaged through his pocket to produce a small packet of medicated powder. He patted the thigh of his alluring boxing companion. This is imported aphrodisiac. Use your charm to entice Lin Yu into consuming it. The boxing beauty pouted playfully and swayed her hips as she departed. Wang Zheng and Lu Tai exchanged knowing smiles, revealing their sinister intentions. The beverages delivered by this enchanting lady are quite delectable. Lin Yu drained his drink, savoring the taste, reflecting on the explosive figure of the boxing beauty that nearly made his eyes pop out in astonishment. With no defenses against the beverage she had delivered, he soon found himself embroiled in a contest with Su Pejun, with fervor coursing through him. Lin Yu felt no trepidation despite facing a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the darkness strength stage. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, and it was evident that Lin Yu was at a disadvantage. Yet, being the chosen one, he swiftly broke through in the heat of battle. I too have reached the pinnacle of darkness strength. Lin Yu laughed heartily, but his mirth soon took a troubling turn. The aphrodisiac took effect. A rush of warmth surged through his body, coalescing in a specific area. He had reached a new height. In an instant, the entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Even Su Pejun, his opponent, was bewildered. Never had he witnessed someone in a boxing match react so peculiarly to being struck. His gaze toward Lin Yu was rife with disdain, wondering if this fellow might be a masochist. Among the spectators were several wealthy ladies, seeking excitement in their otherwise idle lives. Is that all he has? They murmured. What a pitiable display. I had considered hiring him for a night, but he seems utterly worthless now. Confounded, Lin Yu struggled to comprehend his sudden predicament, even as an intense wave of heat surged within him. Damn it, I've been drugged. His expression shifted. As a skilled physician, he was acutely aware of his condition. Hey, are you still going to fight? You seem to have broken through. What internal technique are you practicing? Su Pejun mocked. Lin Yu, unable to endure the taunts, erupted in fury. He disregarded everything, opting for a swift resolution. What does it mean to be the protagonist? Invincible among peers. Soon, Su Pejun found himself on the receiving end of a relentless assault. Damn it! How has he become so powerful? Su Pejun thought as he was knocked to the ground, Lin Yu's fists raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He hastily retrieved a pouch of lime powder from his pocket, gritting his teeth. You scoundrel, I'll throw some dust in your eyes. With a swift motion, the arena was engulfed in a cloud of white mist. My eyes! Lin Yu cried out in agony, seizing the opportunity. Su Pejun scrambled to his feet. As he rose, he inadvertently caught sight of Lin Yu's legs, which seemed to mock him, igniting a surge of anger within him. He then executed a swift and underhanded strike. Oh no! Lin Yu screamed as he tumbled off the stage. One hand clutched his eyes while the other shielded his groin, his plight looking utterly pitiful. In that moment, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence. No one had anticipated that the reigning champion would resort to such despicable tactics to secure victory, employing lime dust and underhanded strikes. Who could withstand such antics? However, after a brief silence, the crowd erupted into cheers. The majority had placed their bets on Su Pejun. After all, Lin Yu was merely a novice, while Su Pejun was a seasoned champion. Moreover, this was an unrestricted fight, and underhanded tactics were not off the table. Thus, the world of Lin Yu, marred by injury, was once again realized. Chapter 67. The discovery of Qin Xiao Xiao and Jiang Che's affair. The distressed Qin Xiao Xiao. With a chuckle, Jiang Che laughed heartily upon witnessing Lin Yu's woeful state on his phone. It was truly a source of delight. These two individuals possessed some ability. Although their connections were lacking and their intellect not particularly sharp, they certainly excelled in the art of manipulation. He contemplated cultivating them into his own minor antagonists, specifically to vex the destined child of fortune. You're doing well. Continue in this vein, but I must advise you to engage in some legitimate business as well. Lu Tai's family was relatively stable. However, Wang Zheng's family had its share of involvement in dubious enterprises, dabbling in underground casinos and illicit fights. Fortunately, they had not ventured into drug trafficking, leaving room for redemption. But should they ever cross that line, there would be no hope for redemption. Only a grim fate awaiting them. Indeed, he was a major villain, but not a fool. It was said that a master-level expert who had attained formidable prowess fell victim to a high-caliber anti-material sniper rifle due to drug involvement just a few years prior. Young Master Jiang, our family is also in the process of cleansing our reputation. Rest assured, we are transitioning our ventures towards real estate, Wang Zheng replied, his expression turning serious. He had come to understand that young Master Jiang intended to recruit him as a subordinate, rather than as mere cannon fodder. This revelation nearly brought him to tears of gratitude. Well, you know what to do, Jiang Che concluded, hanging up the phone. Yet, just after disconnecting, his phone buzzed with several new messages. Yiming Yao? Jiang Che felt a flicker of curiosity about what she had sent him. Upon opening the chat, his lips twitched in surprise. It was, astonishingly, a selfie from Yiming Yao. The young lady was clad in a thin, delicate sleepwear. Hee, please don't show these photos to anyone else. Jiang Che thought to himself. This transformation is tenfold more intense. Who could have anticipated that the girl in the photo was the esteemed daughter of the Yi family? On the other end, Yiming Yao sat cross-legged at the head of her bed, cradling her phone, her defiant yet tear-filled eyes reflecting her emotional turmoil. Heaven only knew how much mental preparation she had undergone to share these photos with Jiang Che, only to receive a lukewarm response in return. She was indignant. I refuse to accept it. Humph, hypocritical man. After sending that message, the young lady angrily tossed her phone onto the bed. Yet fearing she might miss any replies from Jiang Che, she switched her phone to vibrate mode. The young girl struck her pillow in frustration, lamenting the arduous journey of pursuing love. Yet, she could sense a subtle shift in Jiang Che's feelings towards her, although he remained somewhat dismissive. He had begun to regard her with a more earnest gaze. As night fell in a certain building within Chrysanthemum community, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Qin Xiao Xiao. Wang Lili burst into her daughter's bedroom, her voice sharp and unyielding. Startled, Qin Xiao Xiao trembled at the sound of her mother's voice. Instinctively aware of the tension that accompanied it, for her mother had never bestowed upon her a smile, and her tone always resonated with severity. Mom, what is it? Wang Lili's expression contorted with incredulity as she brandished a pair of men's shorts. Whose are these? How could there be men's clothing in our home? Your father lives in the staff dormitory at school. Qin Xiao Xiao's complexion shifted dramatically as she stared blankly at the shorts. They belonged to Jiang Che. This was disastrous. Her mind went blank. She had thoroughly checked. How could there still be a pair of his shorts here? Mom, I truly don't know whose they are. Qin Xiao Xiao insisted vehemently. Wang Li, exasperated, pointed towards the surveillance camera. A few days ago, while I was away on business, the power kept cutting out at home. Did you sneak that wild man in? It must be said, Wang Lili's intuition was rather astute. I didn't. I really didn't. But the domineering Wang Lili was not inclined to heed her daughter's protestations. She approached Qin Xiao and rolled up her sleeves. The girl's delicate skin reddened easily at the slightest pinch. Fortunately, more than half a week had passed, and most of the previous marks had faded. Wang Lili remained skeptical, intent on tearing open Qin Xiao's clothing for further inspection, only to be met with fierce resistance from her daughter. Wang Lili. Qin Xiao shouted her mother's name in exasperation. Wang Lili was momentarily taken aback, but fury soon consumed her, and she struck her daughter across the face, leaving clear imprints of her fingers. What did you call me? Qin Xiao covered her swollen cheek, tears streaming down her face. She glared defiantly at her mother, wanting to voice her thoughts but hesitating to speak. Please, mother, don't pressure me any further. This is suffocating me. I have strived my whole life to become the perfect child you desire, yet you have never considered my feelings. Clearly, Qin Xiao's heartfelt lament fell on deaf ears. The stereotypical image of a mother like Wang Lili is deeply entrenched, and such parents are not uncommon in Longhua. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many students succumbing to the unbearable pressure and taking their own lives each year. I am doing this for your own good. Wang Lili shouted vehemently. Qin Xiao, tearfully wiping her eyes, chose not to offer any explanations. I truly do not know whose shorts these are. Even if you were to beat me, I couldn't tell you. Enraged, Wang Lili turned and slammed the door behind her. A bitter smile crossed Qin Xiao's lips. Senior Jiangche, I ultimately cannot resist as you do. Though she harbored a myriad of complaints about her mother, disparaging her as an old witch. The thought of severing ties with Wang Lili remained an insurmountable hurdle. Chapter 68 Jiangche, did you cover for Baijie? Watching Wang Lili's departing figure filled Qin Xiao with sorrow. Retreating into her blanket, she began to reach out to Jiangche. He had become her sole emotional anchor. Whenever she encountered distress, he was the first person to come to mind. Senior Jiangche, are you asleep? On the other side, Jiangche was feeding his cat. Having neglected to replenish its food during his recent nights away from home, almost leading to its starvation. Are you a reincarnated glutton? How can you eat so much? Jiangche muttered under his breath, then playfully flicked the cat's rear. The ragdoll let out a yowl and scurried into the wardrobe. How delightful. Oh, why is Qin Xiao messaging me? Jiangche's gaze sharpened. Missing me? Upon receiving Jiangche's reply, Qin Xiao's previously dull expression brightened slightly. Yes, Senior Jiangche. I miss you so much. Do you know? I almost got scolded by my mom just now. She found your shorts at home and slapped me. It hurt so much. The girl seemed to be playfully whining, seeking the affection she lacked from her parents in the warmth of Jiangche's companionship. Jiangche was momentarily taken aback. Underwear? That is why I was missing a pair. I must have left it at Qin Xiao's house. This explanation felt somewhat implausible, considering he was a formidable expert. How could he forget something so trivial? Fine, perhaps it was intentional. Xiao, she hit you? Does it hurt? I'll have the school board expel her tomorrow. Jiangche's words brought a sudden warmth to Qin Xiao's heart, revealing that she was indeed cherished by someone. But Wang Lili has raised me. Qin Xiao replied with a bittersweet smile. Yes, Xiao, you must be more confident. If anyone bullies you, just let me know. Jiangche consoled the young girl effortlessly, as if it were second nature. For a competent charmer, such sweet nothings flowed easily. After all, uttering them cost him nothing. The crux of the matter is that young women are particularly fond of such tender words from warm-hearted men, although warm-hearted individuals may rank below dogs in some respects. This assertion is predicated on the notion that one's standing in another's heart may indeed be inferior to that of a canine. Qin Xiao, cocooned within her blankets, was nearly moved to tears. Brother Jiangche, I miss you, she texted. Shall I arrange for your parents to be away for a while? The young girl felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could she possibly remain oblivious to Jiangche's insinuations? No, you're incorrigible. On the other side, Jiangche chuckled softly. Qin Xiao's thoughts were exceedingly naive. Girls of her disposition are often the easiest to win over, and they frequently possess what one might call a love-stricken mentality. Of course, Jiangche could never truly fall for any one girl. He was, after all, a person of universal affection. The following day, Yu Wan'er approached Jiangche's desk, her brow furrowed, and lowered her voice to speak. You pervert, what have you done to my sister Yao? It was Monday, and Yiming Yao had not attended school, raising Yu Wan'er's suspicions. Ever since Jiang Che and Yiming Yao had simultaneously vanished during her birthday celebration on Saturday, it had been 2 days, and Yiming Yao seemed to have gone missing. Yu Wan'er even pondered whether Jiang Che had clandestinely imprisoned Yiming Yao in some underground chamber. Given Jiang Che's peculiar tendencies, such an act did not seem beyond the realm of possibility. Jiang Che, however, had absorbed every innocent thought from the little girl, causing several dark lines of concern to cross his forehead. Am I truly as depraved as you imagine? What is the matter? Are you missing your sister Yao Yao? He inquired with a smile. Just tell me. Stop being so cheeky. Although Yu Wan'er was aware that Jiang Che often spoke in jest, she still yearned to know whether anything had transpired between him and Yiming Yao. Is this how you inquire? Jiang Che shrugged. If you dare to bully Yao Yao, I shall never speak to you again. Yu Wan'er puffed her cheeks in an attempt to sound formidable, but upon reflection, she realized that her means of intimidating Jiang Che were quite limited. Nonetheless, her words did hold some sway over him. Yu Wan'er was soft-spoken and exuded a sweet charm. No man could resist such an endearing young lady. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a figure appeared outside the classroom. Jiang Xiao, someone is looking for you. A gasp escaped Yu Wan'er's lips. Wasn't he that by Jie from class 3? Why would she be seeking out Jiang Xiao? Jiang Che furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards the classroom door, where a girl in a school uniform with a single ponytail stood. Her hands clasped behind her back, epitomizing youthful vitality. This rascal Jiang Che, how could he have entangled himself with yet another girl? Yu Wan'er cursed him repeatedly in her mind. For reasons unknown, ever since Jiang Che had threatened her in the resource room, he had seemed to become significantly more flirtatious. In the small grove behind the school's teaching building, she approached him. Who are you? Jiang Che scrutinized the innocent young lady before him and, in an instant, recognized her identity. It was Bai Jie, the very woman who had administered drugs to Yiming Yao, as well as a fervent admirer of his, exhibiting signs of mild obsession. To be candid, Jiang Che found it difficult to reconcile the youthful girl before him with the heavily made-up woman clad in a revealing gown at the banquet. I am Bai Jie, don't you remember? You helped me before, brother Jiang Che. Through her telepathic ability, Jiang Che comprehended the meaning of her words. Several years prior, while she was still in middle school, he had intervened when she was being stalked by thugs on her way home from school. Oh, a smile graced Jiang Che's lips. One must adopt different personas for different women. Before Yu Wan'er, he was the rogue. Before Yiming Yao, he was the aloof, abstinent heartthrob. Before Qin Xiao, he was the warm-hearted senior. And before this somewhat obsessive girl. Chapter 69, an obsessive? Merely a coward. Are you padded? Jiang Che inquired. Bai Jie's mind nearly halted in its tracks. She could hardly fathom that such teasing words had escaped Jiang Che's lips. Padded? That night, in an effort to capture Jiang Che's attention, she had indeed worn 3 layers. Yet, being so directly exposed left her feeling quite embarrassed. Brother Jiang Che, what are you saying? Jiang Che chuckled lightly, realizing how hard this woman had tried to win his affection. Do you see? This is what it looks like when a girl takes initiative. He felt entirely at ease with this somewhat deranged young lady. What do you seek from me? Jiang Che feigned ignorance. Bai Jie hesitated for a moment, then asked, Brother Jiang Che, I am friends with Yao Yao. Why didn't she come to school today? Jiang Che struggled to maintain his composure. Friends? What kind of friend drugs another at a birthday banquet? It was evident that she was probing for information. Ah, friends. Quite the good friend indeed, to humiliate Yiming Yao at her birthday celebration. Jiang Che's words drained color from Bai Jie's face. Brother Jiang Che, you know? Without regard for the consequences, the young girl grasped Jiang Che's hand, anxiously inquiring, What about Yiming Yao? I saw you take her away. What is your relationship? A smirk played on Jiang Che's lips as he reveled in the impending madness of this obsessed girl. Indeed, just as you suspect. A thunderclap of realization. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Bai Jie's emotions spiraled beyond her control. Why? Are you deceiving me? Brother Jiang Che, I love you too. Is it because I am not as beautiful as Yiming Yao? That wretched woman, I will kill you. The little obsessive was on the verge of a breakdown. Jiang Che has now acquired formidable strength, and naturally, he is unafraid of Bai Jie going mad and attacking him. Moreover, let us not forget that he possesses a title, the Master of the Harem. With this title, he is undoubtedly as steadfast as a mountain. What's wrong? Are you perhaps feeling jealous? Jiang Che smirked. As expected, Bai Jie was utterly bewildered. She never anticipated that Jiang Che would utter such words to her. In truth, Bai Jie, without heavy makeup, still boasts considerable beauty. Although she may not rival the perfection of Yiming Yao or Yu Wan'er, her attractiveness begins at a score of 90, placing her among the rarest of beauties. Furthermore, she is adorned in a natural look that Jiang Che does not disdain. However, given her delicate disposition, should she be left unchecked in the world, who knows what troubles may arise? While he himself is unafraid of being harmed, Yiming Yao and the others are merely ordinary girls. They are the leading ladies, now as women, and he cannot allow them to encounter danger. Brother Jiang Che, what do you mean by that? Bai Jia blinked her eyes. He chuckled, leaving Bai Jia's thoughts in disarray. Brother Jiang Che, I have to attend class. The girl panicked and fled. TSK, with such a timid disposition, she dares to play the role of a Yandere? A few flirtatious remarks, and she runs away? Jiang Che scoffed. This is what a Yandere is? You wish to confine me in a dark room? What a feeble attempt. Outside Hangqing General Hospital. Doctor, I implore you, please save me. I feel as though I am losing sensation below. I have already sealed my meridians with silver needles. If there is any hope, please perform a surgery for me. I beg you. At this moment, Lin Yu appeared quite wretched. He limped, having been brutally beaten in the underground fighting arena, resembling a discarded dog. One of his testicles had been crushed. A formidable opponent in the late stages of the dark energy realm, with a single, forceful grasp, could easily deform even the toughest of flesh. The ferocious dragon, once powerful, had now become a solitary, pitiful creature. He may indeed be a miraculous healer, but even the most skilled traditional Chinese physician cannot mend such injuries. Now, the efficacy of Western medical intervention becomes apparent. Lin Yu's demeanor was exceedingly humble. One of his testicles had already been destroyed, and without prompt medical attention, the other was likely to become infected, which would render him a eunuch. Yet, he was penniless and could only beseech the hospital. Ironically, this very general hospital was the one he had previously mocked while peddling his wares. The emergency department's doctors recognized Lin Yu, their expressions filled with astonishment. How could the once arrogant man now appear so wretched? However, it was quite fitting. The wicked eventually faced their comeuppance. Despite their disdain for Lin Yu, they had sworn an oath to Hippocrates and, as physicians, could not turn a blind eye to suffering. At most, they might substitute iodine with alcohol during the emergency treatment. Hurry over and lie down here. Lin Yu felt as if he were on the verge of tears. He had braced himself for a rejection from the hospital, never imagining they would actually save him. This brought to mind the words of his enigmatic physician master before his descent. To rapidly cultivate connections, one must not save the common folk. For the first time, he began to doubt his master's words. It hurts so much. Don't move, I'm disinfecting you. Lin Yu let out a pained cry and promptly lost consciousness. Chapter 70. Lin Yu's debt of 150,000. Sir, the surgery was a resounding success. You are now a girl. This was the first statement Lin Yu heard upon regaining consciousness, leaving him utterly thunderstruck. Haha, just kidding. A nurse chirped with a smile, though not particularly attractive. She was far from ugly. Otherwise, Lin Yu might have truly believed he had encountered a demon. He exhaled in relief, realizing he had not actually lost his manhood. As a man, the thought of such a loss would be a true nightmare. Being a solitary warrior was still preferable to being a neutered superhero. Mr. Lin, however, one of your testicles has completely succumbed, and we have removed it. The function of the other is also deteriorating, with minimal hope for recovery. We advise you to consider sperm preservation, as you are still young and may want to contemplate future IVF options. The nurse's words left Lin Yu's mind reeling. What did this mean? Would he be unable to procreate in the future? Yet, he keenly picked up on the nurse's key phrase. The function of the other was deteriorating, indicating there was still a chance for salvation. Lin Yu's confidence was rekindled. Who was he? The heir of a ghostly physician, possessing unparalleled skills in traditional Chinese medicine. As long as one testicle was not entirely defunct, he could restore it. Sir, no need to elaborate. I can heal myself. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Already contemplating the herbal concoctions he would prepare to nourish his body. The nurse appeared somewhat exasperated. Sir, when will you settle your surgical fees? The total for your operation and hospitalization amounts to 110,000. Lin Yu was taken aback. 110,000. Indeed. Do you have medical insurance? No, I don't. When will you make the payment? The nurse inquired. Lin Yu began to panic, rummaging through his belongings until he hastily unearthed a bank card. This was the money he had earned from underground boxing matches over the past few days. He had fought 9 matches, accumulating over 6,000 yuan. Having been used as a pawn by someone in a suit who had promised him that becoming a boxing champion would yield greater wealth. He had believed it. After exhausting himself, he had only earned a meager 6,000 yuan. Even capitalists would shed tears over such a pitiful sum. "This is all the money I have," Lin Yu exclaimed, feeling rather embarrassed. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. "My proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine is exceptional. I hail from a lineage of practitioners, with 9 generations of imperial physicians passed down through my family. I could serve as a consultant in your hospital, albeit without a formal medical license. Yet I truly possess the capability." Lin Yu refrained from boasting about being a descendant of some legendary healer, as such claims would be met with skepticism. It was far more credible to present himself as a member of a distinguished family of traditional Chinese medicine. However, it was evident that no one was inclined to believe his words. "Mr. Lin, you jest. You still owe our hospital nearly 100,000 in medical fees," they retorted. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What kind of hospital was this, fixated solely on finances? As Lin Yu wallowed in his discontent, a man in a suit approached with a faint, composed smile. "Is it merely a matter of medical fees? Allow me to cover your expenses," he offered. Lin Yu looked up, momentarily bewildered by the impeccably dressed individual, but instinctively nodded in agreement. "Hand me your phone," the man said with a reassuring smile. Lin Yu, still in a daze, complied and handed over his device. After a series of deft maneuvers, the man returned the phone, and Lin Yu stared in astonishment at the screen. 15,000? Where did this money come from? His voice trembled with disbelief. He had never encountered such an amount before. The suited gentleman nodded. "This is your emergency fund, which you have liberally borrowed from the platform. Whenever you find yourself in need of cash, feel free to withdraw as necessary." With that, he patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and departed, leaving no trace behind. Lin Yu was left in a state of confusion. He sensed he might have been ensnared in some trick, yet he could not articulate why. As a neophyte healer recently emerging from seclusion, his understanding of urban life was still rooted in the black and white televisions of a decade ago. He had never heard of online lending. Nevertheless, receiving 15,000 did bring him immense joy. "Nurse, let us settle the bill. I now have sufficient funds." Lin Yu grinned widely, revealing a set of pristine teeth. The nurse remained silent, feeling a pang of sympathy for this individual who had inexplicably accrued a debt of 15,000, all while remaining blissfully unaware. She had heard of such online lending institutions, notorious for their predatory practices, despite the relatively modest sum of 15,000. It could double within a month. Did he not fear the implications? Bai Jie found it impossible to focus on her lessons that morning. Jiang Che had begun to flirt with her. This realization flooded her with unbounded joy. It was well known that Jiang Che's heart had once belonged solely to Yiming Yao, and he wouldn't even spare her a glance. Occasionally, when she watched him play basketball, merely handing him a bottle of water would elate her for days. Did Jiang Che harbor feelings for her as well? But what of Yiming Yao? Could it be that Jiang Che wished to tread 2 paths at once? This notion surpassed her comprehension, as she always perceived Jiang Che to be a remarkably devoted individual. Yet, she truly yearned to capture his heart. "Bai Jie, oh Bai Jie, why are you so ineffectual, so easily cowed?" The girl silently lamented, offering you an opportunity that proved futile. When Jiang Che encountered Yiming Yao once more, he noticed a stark transformation in her demeanor. She seemed to have shed the innocence of youth, her attire now leaning towards a darker aesthetic. He recalled that the former Yiming Yao favored white or pale yellow garments, yet now she adorned herself entirely in black. Her once singular ponytail had cascaded down, her long hair flowing freely, exuding an aura that delicately balanced between youthful exuberance and poised maturity. "Yao Yao, why do you look so stunning?" Yu Wan'er sensed a change in Yiming Yao, yet struggled to pinpoint its exact nature. Yiming Yao smiled softly, then leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Yu Wan'er's cheek. Despite her newfound darkness, she held a deep affection for this adorable little friend. After all, with Yu Wan'er's captivating looks, it was impossible to resist such a charming little girl. "Where have you been these past few days? You scared me. I just had a little too much to drink at the party and ended up having an allergic reaction to alcohol, so I took a few days off." Yiming Yao replied. Yu Wan'er nodded, her expression adorably perplexed. "That scoundrel Jiang Che, what did you say to Yao Yao? Otherwise, she could not have changed so dramatically." "You despicable man, why don't you just disappear?" Yu Wan'er was no fool. Her keen intellect allowed her to discern the subtle shifts in Yiming Yao's demeanor. She inwardly berated Jiang Che for his perverse and despicable actions. Chapter 71. A throng of reporters flooded into the hospital. Yiming Yao had invited Jiang Che for a private conversation at a restaurant. Jiang Che, we need to talk, all right? Yiming Yao appeared quite earnest. About what? You're not suggesting I take responsibility, are you? Jiang Che maintained his lofty demeanor, though a hint of tenderness seeped through his arrogance. After your previous aloofness towards me, is it not my right to seek some form of retribution? Naturally, Jiang Che could not remain aloof indefinitely, for she was now part of his life. Yiming Yao's eyes flickered, but she quickly forced a playful smile, boldly settling beside Jiang Che and wrapping her arm around his. How about this? We establish a regular weekly study session. Your grades are lacking, and I can assist you with your studies. Surely, you wouldn't refuse? Yiming Yao's words were audacious. She had calculated her approach, almost daring Jiang Che to respond. So, what do you intend to do? Jiang Che feigned ignorance, adhering to his principle of not initiating, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. Yiming Yao licked her lips, leaning closer to Jiang Che's ear, and suddenly found him rather endearing. I'll help you with your studies. This was the only method she could conceive to draw closer to Jiang Che. Yiming Yao noticed that Jiang Che seemed inclined to refuse her and quickly spoke up in a flurry. Jiang Che, if you dare to turn me down, I shall inform my parents and our relatives so they can arbitrate this matter. After all, in situations like this, it is invariably the girl who suffers. Who knows? Perhaps I might already be carrying a baby. Yiming Yao pouted, throwing a minor tantrum. Jiang Che was at a loss for words. It was his first encounter with such a demand. You are being unreasonable. Jiang Che blushed and shot a glare at Yiming Yao. This is simply hilarious. Even the Oscars would deem you worthy of an award. He. Can I call you husband? Yiming Yao, believing she had gained the upper hand, displayed a victorious demeanor and boldly planted a kiss on Jiang Che's cheek. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Che had already ascended to a higher realm of composure. Thus, the agreement with Miss Yi was joyfully established. Jiang Che, where are you taking me? I refuse to ride in your car, you scoundrel. Yu Wan'er struggled, her fear palpable. Jiang Che, you wicked fellow, one Yiming Yao is not enough for you. Do you wish to lay hands on me as well? I shall never allow it. What should I do? Jiang Che was exasperated. What do you think of me? Do you believe my mind is filled with inappropriate thoughts? Yu Wan'er tilted her head to glance at Jiang Che. Is it not? Enough, follow me. We shall visit a patient shortly. A patient? Yu Wan'er frowned. Jiang Che snapped his fingers. Indeed, a patient. Do you remember Lin Yu? Yu Wan'er's brow furrowed even more, and after a moment of searching her memory, she shook her head. Her impression of Lin Yu was rather vague. They had barely met a few times. He's on the verge of losing his sanity. This fortunate fellow is consumed with thoughts of his little heroines. Upon hearing your name, he would remember you for a lifetime, yet you cannot even recall his name. Oh, the transfer student, Yiming Yao's bodyguard. Oh, now I remember, that arrogant guy? Yu Wan'er nodded. I heard that Lin Yu has recently suffered a rather unfortunate incident. Shall we go visit him together? Yu Wan'er squinted slightly. You scoundrel, do you really have such good intentions? Jiang Che wrapped an arm around her waist. The little girl squirmed but eventually lowered her head, secretly not minding Jiang Che's touch. Yet, she felt a sense of indignation, disliking how Jiang Che bullied her. Darling, behave yourself, and together we shall make him infuriated. In the hospital room, Lin Yu was in a rather foul mood, lying in bed, reminiscing about his lost dignity. As a protagonist of a light-hearted narrative, the loss of one of his vital attributes was an immense blow. He thought of Yiming Yao and Yu Wan'er, both stunning beauties, and wondered if he would ever be able to stand again. During this period, he attempted to restore his health through traditional Chinese medicine, yet the results were negligible. His brother appeared to be in a permanent slumber, utterly unresponsive. Even his cherished collection of films failed to elicit any reaction from him. Now, a stark and bloody reality lay before him. He felt as though he was truly on the verge of ruin, a sensation that ignited a sense of panic within him. At that moment, the sound of chattering voices emanated from outside the ward. Was it true that the vendor who had set up shop at the hospital entrance had been incapacitated? This could potentially make headline news. Remember the former director of the Education Bureau in Hangzhou? It seemed he was somehow involved. Wouldn't it be even better? Tomorrow's headline could read, shocking. The lone Eggman has such a background. Personally, I find the first eunuch since the founding of the nation to be a more fitting title. A throng of reporters had gathered outside, And for some unscrupulous journalists, money could fabricate any story. They could twist black into white, much less the tale of a man with a shattered egg. Indeed, these reporters had been summoned by Jiang Che. Lin Yu's senses were acutely attuned, and an instant of panic washed over him. Surely, these individuals were not coming for him? Chapter 72. I heard you were finished, so I brought you an egg. Lin Yu had evidently guessed correctly. All these reporters were indeed there for him. Jiang Che had spent a bit of money to bribe various journalists, demanding they provide sensational scoops. In today's media landscape, with sufficient funding, any story could trend. Even the news of a billionaire finding a son could dominate the headlines for days. Moreover, for Jiang Che, such an expense was but a drop in the ocean. A horde of reporters burst into the ward. Upon seeing Lin Yu, their faces broke into grins reminiscent of blooming flowers, leaving him with an uncomfortable sensation. Please do not enter. That is the patient's room. A few nurses attempted to intervene, but they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of journalists. The leading bald man approached Lin Yu, thrusting a microphone towards him. May I interview you? Is it true that you have lost a testicle? A blunt and shocking inquiry. Lin Yu had initially assumed these individuals were drawn to him due to his exceptional medical skills. He had even prepared himself to bask in the glory of his expertise. However, it turned out they were there to expose his vulnerabilities. His underlying sorrow now felt exacerbated, as if salt were being rubbed into his wounds. But the reporters, having been paid, were relentless. What caused your testicle to shatter? Was it the result of losing a fight? Invasive questions continued. What was your sensation at the moment of your testicle's rupture? Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. How dare they be so presumptuous? They were the epitome of audacity. Indeed, it seems you had prior connections with the former director of the Education Bureau. I wonder what sort of relationship you had with him. After losing a testicle, is your functionality still intact? Where are your parents? Lin Yu wished to interject. My parents have long passed away, but found himself unable to speak. With the advancements in gender reassignment surgery in our country, have you ever contemplated undergoing such a procedure? Upon hearing an outrageous remark from a certain reporter, Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. How dare you? The atmosphere fell into an uncomfortable silence, albeit only for a few fleeting moments. My mother is already 70 this year. However, despite her age, she still retains a certain charm. Unprincipled journalists are devoid of conscience. Their integrity has long been fed to the dogs, and one can hear all manner of absurd statements from their lips. Lin Yu was utterly overwhelmed. You wretched scoundrels! Get out of my sight! He shouted, fuming. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his hand, the formidable force of his latent energy erupted, sending several individuals sprawling across the room. Yet, having just undergone surgery a few days prior, he recklessly employed his strength, resulting in his stitches bursting open. A sharp pain radiated from the affected area, causing him to convulse in agony. The reporters sensed that matters had escalated enough. They feared for their safety. Click, click. The sound of cameras filled the air. Lin Yu, on the brink of tears, pleaded, Please, leave me be. Stop taking pictures. He was driven nearly to madness. And it was only when the hospital security appeared at the entrance that the reporters hastily retreated, leaving Lin Yu, despondent and devoid of hope, lying in bed. Just then, there was a knock at the door of his ward. Get out, Lin Yu shouted in anger. However, the exertion caused him to pull at his wound, inflicting excruciating pain. Jiang Che entered, leading Yu Wan'er directly into the room. Upon seeing Yu Wan'er, Lin Yu felt his pain dissipate and his spirits lifted, as if he had transformed back into his former self. As for Jiang Che, he was subconsciously disregarded. Wan'er, did you come to see me? Am I dreaming? Yet, before he could finish, Jiang Che interrupted. It is I who have come to see you, Lin Yu. Jiang Che carried a basket of food, walking to Lin Yu's bedside and setting it down. Only then did Lin Yu truly notice Jiang Che's presence, and his mood plunged to the depths of despair. Cursed man, what brings you here? I shall end you. Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, and an overwhelming hatred threatened to consume him. He genuinely wished to eliminate this detested individual. Had it not been for him, he would never have faced such tribulations. Lin Yu, my dear classmate, I heard you were injured. Is it not permissible for me to check on you? You truly lack appreciation. Jiang Che stated with utmost seriousness. Leave me alone. Do you truly possess such a kind heart? All my miseries are a result of your actions, Jiang Che lamented, subsequently seating himself at Lin Yu's bedside. He began to extract various items from the basket of provisions. I am uncertain of your culinary preferences, so I procured a selection for you. Jiang Che retrieved bananas, cucumbers, and sausages from the fruit basket, along with chicken, duck, goose, and even quail eggs, an assortment of eggs, alluding subtly to the situation at hand. Lin Yu was bewildered, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Jiang Che, you have gone too far. Jiang Che effortlessly regarded Lin Yu with disdain. I heard you were in trouble, so I brought you some eggs. After all, one should consume what one wishes to restore. Lin Yu, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, this is utterly humiliating. I am truly finished. Jiang Che, I swear I shall kill you. For reasons unknown, Lin Yu, having broken an egg, seemed to weaken considerably. His mental resilience diminished. Jiang Che was at a loss. How could Lin Yu be so easily brought to tears? Brother, you must learn to take things lightly. It's merely an egg. You still have another, don't you? Even if you were truly finished, I would never look down upon you. As Jiang Che spoke, he could no longer contain his laughter, covering his mouth. What are you laughing at? Lin Yu could no longer maintain his composure. Ahem, I am not laughing. You are lying. I clearly saw you laugh. You must have seen wrong. Lin Yu, exasperated, rolled his eyes, and then turned to Yu Wan'er beside Jiang Che. Wan'er, you must not associate with this scoundrel Jiang Che. He has already been involved with Yiming Yao. I witnessed him bringing her to a hotel. Lin Yu raged impotently. Upon hearing his words, Yu Wan'er's gaze dimmed slightly. She had suspected as much. Given Jiang Che's lewd disposition, it was unlikely he would refrain from taking advantage of the intoxicated Yiming Yao. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, her heart ached painfully, as if it were being torn apart. Chapter 73. The Fainting Lin Yu, Another Heroic Rescue? Yu Wan'er was acutely aware of Jiang Che's intentions. He sought to use her to drive Lin Yu to despair, while she berated Jiang Che in her mind. She nevertheless stood on her toes and planted a kiss on his cheek. Lin Yu felt as if his heart were shattering into pieces. Yu Wan'er. Jiang Che is nothing but a two-timing scoundrel. Yu Wan'er cast him a sidelong glance, a trace of disdain flickering in her eyes. Yet, I still love him. Her words were akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Yu promptly fainted from rage. Jiang Che remarked, Lin Yu truly cannot handle it. A once fierce dragon falls to pieces at the slightest provocation. Such resilience pales in comparison to that of a son-in-law. I wonder when I might encounter a fortunate child of destiny akin to the son-in-law. When that time comes, let us proceed. Wan'er. The protagonist has already fainted in exasperation. What more is there to do? He took the little girl's hand and casually removed the basket of vegetables from beside the bed. He had spent over 200 on so many eggs. He must not let Lin Yu benefit from this, for these eggs were meant for Lin Yu to see, not for him to consume. He would sooner feed them to a dog than give them to Lin Yu. At least a dog would bark at him in appreciation, while Lin Yu might just insult him behind his back. You truly are a pervert, murmured Yu Wan'er softly. Indeed, I am quite the pervert. Come to my home, and I shall prepare a feast for you. Yu Wan'er immediately flared up, shaking off Jiang Che's hand. Who would want to go to your house? The little girl retorted angrily. Jiang Che merely shrugged lightly. Yu Wan'er fell silent. Do you wish to bully me? I advise you to abandon that notion. Since you have already crossed paths with Sister Yao Yao, you must take responsibility for her. I could never commit such a betrayal against my close friend. She was frightened. Watching Yu Wan'er's retreating figure, Jiang Che licked his lips. Did this little one truly think she could escape? Recently, the cancer medication from the Yuan Che group was launched, causing its market value to rise by several percentage points within the group. Such a level of cancer treatment must surely involve collaboration with the state. This essentially grants the Yuan Che group a clear path, and Jiang Yuan has been exceedingly busy during this time. For Jiang Che, this is indeed auspicious news. After all, he now possesses the favor of fortune, something that even the most fortunate protagonist could scarcely rival against national luck. Such a comparison is evidently impossible. Not long after his arrival in this world, Jiang Che had conducted some investigations. Certain companies from his previous life did not exist here. His experience is considerable, allowing him to replicate and adapt those strategies, leveraging his solid family background. While he may not become the wealthiest, he could at least become quite prosperous. Yet, there is no need, for he is already regarded as a top-tier second-generation wealthy individual. Is it not admirable to aspire for greatness like one's father? After all, this is a world of low martial arts. Rather than spend time in entrepreneurship, he would prefer to torment the child of destiny and enhance his own strength. He recalls Lin Yu's two masters. The assassin master undoubtedly possesses a level of cultivation that has achieved great perfection in the transformation stage. They have revealed their strength several times throughout the narrative, making their power no secret. The physician master, however, remains enigmatic, with the text never disclosing the extent of his abilities. Let us assume he is above the transformation stage. At the level of transformation, one's internal energy can be released outwardly, allowing even the slightest touch to wound an enemy. A mere chopstick in their hand could rival a bullet. Beyond the transformation stage lies the formidable energy stage, often referred to as the master level. At this stage, one's internal energy can coalesce into protective energy, capable of withstanding gunfire. However, this is of little consequence. Before the might of a large-caliber sniper rifle, all are rendered equal. The masters, each more compliant than the last, proclaim that they seldom take action. But once they cross the red line, they must turn back. Although there remains a considerable narrative distance before his esteemed mentor's return to the mundane world, Jiang Che must prepare in advance. If necessary, he could borrow some bodyguards from his mother, preferably attractive female bodyguards. Jiang Yunli, as the young lady of the Jiang family in the capital, belongs to one of the 4 ancient martial arts families of Long Country. On the surface, there is only one master-level powerhouse, yet who knows how many lurk in the shadows. Otherwise, after his untimely demise at the hands of Lin Yu in the original narrative, he would not have been pursued so relentlessly by the Jiang family, ultimately fleeing abroad. One day, perhaps a trip to the capital could yield a skilled female bodyguard. Why not take advantage of his status? In a bar in Hang City, a fellow with dyed yellow hair clapped Chun Hao on the shoulder, his face flushed with intoxication as he guzzled a bottle of beer. Surrounding him were several lackeys. "Brother Chun, they say you can't truly know someone without a fight. I genuinely regard you as a brother now." Chun Hao's expression softened. Sometimes, men are rather simple. The group before him consisted of local ruffians, with the yellow-haired leader known as Brother Dao, the chief of this band of miscreants. After a minor altercation following work, he had fought them off, effortlessly overpowering the small-time thugs with his mid-level hidden strength. Thus, he successfully established his own faction, akin to the traditional narratives where the protagonist methodically gathers his followers. Brother Chun, I sense you carry a burden," Brother Dao remarked as he patted Chun Hao's shoulder. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Hao spoke. "There's a girl I admire. She has become enamored with another man and feels nothing for me." Brother Dao's anger ignited immediately. "Which scoundrel dares to touch the woman my brother fancies?" Chun Hao remained silent. "How about this, Brother Dao? Would you assist me in staging a scene?" Chun Hao recalled the first time he encountered Qin Xiaoqiao, when he had chanced upon the ruffians and attempted to intervene, only to be thwarted by Jiang Che. Could a heroic rescue allow him to win back Qin Xiaoqiao's heart, and perhaps deliver a resounding slap in the face to that scoundrel Jiang Che? Chapter 74. Yiming Yao becomes a fierce protector, confronts Wang Lili. Though the present days are somewhat arduous, Shirlan School remains an elite institution. Nearly half of its students are affluent, rendering the need for relentless study and competition unnecessary. Upon graduation, they merely need to take the TOEFL and attend a prestigious foreign university to return and inherit their family businesses. Even in prestigious institutions, performance is paramount. Thus, a segment of common students is tasked with achieving commendable results, exemplified by figures such as Qin Xiaoqiao and Yu Wan'er. This creates a stark dichotomy. Some indulge in leisure while others toil relentlessly. However, individuals like Yiming Yao, who hail from affluent backgrounds yet excel academically, are truly rare. Of course, Jiang Che is an exception. After all, his transformation from an underachiever to an academic prodigy is facilitated by a system that bestows knowledge upon him in an instant. Take, for instance, the recent mock examination where Jiang Che astonished everyone with an impressive score of 600, catapulting from the bottom ranks to the top 10 of his class. Leaving his peers in awe, "Brother Jiang, we agreed to struggle together, yet you have stealthily risen above us." Wang Zheng lamented as he gazed at his own dismal score of 21 in English, contrasting it with Jiang Che's 140, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. As Jiang Che's devoted follower, he was acutely aware of his friend's academic prowess. Typically, their combined scores barely surpassed that of a single subject's comprehensive exam. Yet now, Jiang Che had inexplicably soared. "Indeed, Brother Jiang, your score is astonishingly high. It casts a shadow on our own efforts." Lu Tai expressed his frustration, recalling how he once took pride in his marginally superior scores over Jiang Che. "Was I truly performing well? I must reflect on my own commitment to studying and attentiveness in class. Jiang Che's remarkable achievements only deepened their dismay. Congratulations, Jiang Che, on such a remarkable improvement. Yiming Yao was equally astonished by Jiang Che's ability to score over 600, especially since he had previously struggled to surpass 100. Has he truly ascended so rapidly? It's almost as if he is riding a rocket. As for the notion that Jiang Che might have cheated, she dismissed it entirely. After all, she had become wholly invested in him. Even if Jiang Che had scored 750, her faith in him would remain unshaken. My progress has nothing to do with you. Jiang Che replied coolly, favoring this dynamic with Yiming Yao. She had grown accustomed to his aloof demeanor and even approached him with a smile. I always knew you were clever, she remarked, believing her guidance had played a part in his success. Could knowledge possibly be disseminated through some shortcut? Jiang Che was nearly taken aback by Yiming Yao's whimsical thoughts. My improvement is entirely unrelated to you. It is Yu Wan'er's weekly reviews that have facilitated this progress. Initially resting her head on the desk, Yu Wan'er felt a surge of pride upon witnessing Jiang Che's meteoric rise, for he was indeed a product of her diligent instruction, and she took great pride in her role as his mentor. However, at this moment, Yu Wan'er felt a slight chill running down her spine. Yiming Yao's expression darkened as she glanced at Yu Wan'er beside her, her gaze flickering. Sister Yao Yao, Jiang Che is actually quite intelligent. He merely lacked motivation before. This insufferable fellow must be secretly studying behind our backs. I only teach him for 2 hours each week. And even a master teacher would struggle to impart knowledge so swiftly. Yu Wan'er, being astute, refrained from outright denying her relationship with Jiang Che. To declare, Sister Yao Yao, I have nothing to do with Jiang Che, would be as transparent as a blatant lie. Thus, she deftly steered the conversation in another direction. Observing this, Yiming Yao chose not to press further. Jiang Che, how about this? My grades are quite good as well. I could come to your home each week to tutor you. What do you think? Though Yiming Yao's words seemed innocuous, Jiang Che was acutely aware of the underlying implication. Yu Wan'er's feelings became rather complicated. On one hand, she feared tutoring Jiang Che, while on the other, she did not want Yiming Yao to usurp the role of tutor. It was a conundrum. The three of them appeared to be entangled in a delicate and tense situation. Yet, this tension was soon shattered. The ringing of the class bell echoed through the air. A middle-aged woman entered, wearing a pair of old spectacles and clutching a stack of examination papers. It was none other than Wang Lili. Her expression clearly reflected her displeasure. I trust you all are aware of the results from the recent mock exam. Many students in this class have shown improvement, with one student astonishingly increasing their score by 119 points. An unparalleled feat. Wang Lili's tone dripped with sarcasm, as she undoubtedly believed that Jiang Che's remarkable progress was the result of cheating. How absurd. With a total of 150 points on the exam, you managed to improve by 119 points. The miraculous achiever is our very own Jiang Che. If memory serves, didn't you score a mere 26 points on your last English test? Could you perhaps share your study strategies with us? Wang Lili held a grudge, remembering how Jiang Che had confronted her in the office, leaving her dignity in tatters. To her, he was nothing more than a worthless underachiever. Someone who would never gain admission to a prestigious institution and would inevitably become a layabout in society, a spoiled rich kid she had always looked down upon. As Wang Lili spoke, the classroom fell into a hushed silence. The students could certainly discern her mocking tone and began to murmur amongst themselves. Jiang Che remained unfazed. He understood that Wang Lili was merely experiencing her own midlife crisis, and he knew that a single word from him could easily lead to her downfall. What expression would Wang Lili wear if she discovered the truth about his relationship with Qin Xiaoqiao? He found himself rather curious. Jiang Che, did you hear my question? Will you share your study tips with us? Wang Lili pressed again. Just as Jiang Che was about to respond, someone could no longer contain themselves. With a resounding bang, a hand slammed down on the desk. Yiming Yao rose to her feet, her gaze fiercely fixed upon Wang Lili. Teacher Wang, I fail to comprehend why you are so relentlessly targeting Jiang Che. Are you insinuating that he achieved his grades through deceit? Wang Lili appeared momentarily bewildered, staring at Yiming Yao, who was, after all, her English class representative. I did not state such a thing. I merely find it curious how one person's performance could improve so dramatically. In over 20 years of teaching, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Yiming Yao let out a cold laugh. Ultimately, Teacher Wang, you are still suggesting that Jiang Che has resorted to plagiarism, are you not? If my memory serves me correctly. This examination paper was authored by you, was it not? Where, pray tell, could he have procured the answers? Moreover, considering the difficulty of this paper, I only managed a score of 138 myself. Surely, there can be but a handful of students in the entire school who outperformed Jiang Che? Transformed into a fierce defender of her partner, Yiming Yao was a stark contrast to her previously obedient self, leaving Wang Lili at a loss for words. In the presence of all the teachers in the office, Wang Lili felt overwhelmed. Yiming Yao was her chosen English class representative, yet here she was, pressing her so fiercely. However, she truly dared not offend Jiang Che, nor could she afford to antagonize Yiming Yao. Although she had always prided herself on her strictness, she was, in truth, rather soft-hearted. Very well, I did not say that. Yiming Yao, please take your seat. I am well aware that Jiang Che did not cheat. The other students in the classroom looked on with mocking smiles directed at Wang Lili, causing the middle-aged woman to break into a sweat, frequently wiping her brow. Meanwhile, Yiming Yao covertly cast glances at Jiang Che, a smile tugging at her lips. Hee, you insufferable man, I've stood up for you this time. I wonder how pleased you are feeling. Bah, I have long seen through your true nature. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the office as Wang Lili slammed her cup onto the table, nearly beside herself with rage. That insufferable brat is undoubtedly cheating. Who could possibly improve by over 100 points in a month? Wang Lili began to mutter angrily. At that moment, a young girl entered. Clad in a school uniform and wearing round glasses, her delicate bangs obscuring her eyebrows. She held a test paper in her trembling hands. Mom, the English results are out. How many points? Wang Lili, upon seeing Qin Xiaoqiao, furrowed her brows and took a sip of water. Her demeanor only served to heighten the girl's anxiety. 139 points. As she spoke, her voice trembled, for she had been scolded harshly by Wang Lili for scoring 142 previously. As expected, Wang Lili was taken aback. How much? Qin Xiaoqiao jumped in fright, her body trembling. 139, but Mom, I ranked second in the entire school for English, with only one person scoring above 140. Upon hearing her daughter's explanation, Wang Lili's expression darkened further. As for who that student with a score above 140 was, there was no need for speculation. Slap. A resounding slap landed squarely on Qin Xiaoqiao's face, leaving the girl momentarily stunned, her glasses knocked askew. What a useless thing you are. Have you learned anything useful? Or is it all wasted on the dogs? Where have all those vocabulary words you've been reciting at dawn gone? Wang Lili's voice was piercing. Her anger fueled by the fact that her daughter's grades paled in comparison to those of that debauched scion, Jiang Che. Qin Xiaoqiao merely covered her face, her body shaking with quiet sobs. Although she had grown accustomed to such treatment, her heart still ached. She had strived earnestly to learn. Yet she continually fell short of her mother's expectations. Suddenly, thoughts of Jiang Che flooded her mind. Whenever she felt wronged, he was the one she always remembered. Wang Lili's tirade continued for several minutes, ceasing only when her throat felt parched. Stay here and don't move. I'm stepping out, she declared, turning on her heel and exiting. Once Wang Lili had departed, the other teachers in the office began chattering amongst themselves. Honestly, what is wrong with Wang Lili? Her daughter's grades are commendable, yet she resorts to violence? If I had such a sweet and obedient daughter, I would wake from dreams with a smile. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Jiang Che, from a distance, could hear the silent lamentations of Qin Xiaoqiao, his heart aching for her plight. She was now his girl. He had always been the one to make her cry. What was Wang Lili, after all? Even as her mother, she had no right. Jiang Che, I miss you so much. I can't take this anymore. Mother, you're driving me to the brink. As Qin Xiaoqiao's spirits plummeted, Jiang Che enveloped her from behind. Ah, she gasped, but upon realizing it was Jiang Che, the tears she had been holding back flowed freely. Jiang Che, woo woo woo, she cried, burying her face in his embrace. Jiang Che said little, simply offering gentle pats on her shoulder. After a moment, it dawned on the girl that they were in the office. Sure enough, a glance around revealed the teachers frozen in disbelief, their expressions a tapestry of incredulity. Jiang Che scanned the room, silently warning, anyone who dares speak of this will find themselves out of a job. Ahem, continue with your work. I'll grant you some fresh air. A young female teacher sitting by the window coughed awkwardly, deliberately ignoring the scene. After all, who did not know of the esteemed Jiang Che? He possessed the power to send them all packing. Jiang Che, emboldened, leaned in and kissed Qin Xiaoqiao. Zhang Che, not here. The teachers are watching, she exclaimed, panic rising. Wang Lili, you old witch, you'll be the death of me. Meanwhile, the other teachers lowered their heads, too intimidated to utter a word, merely reflecting on the beauty of youth. Qin Xiaoqiao, after a while, let us confront Wang Lili. How about you move in with me? The two conspired loudly, entirely disregarding the presence of the teachers in the office. Qin Xiaoqiao's delicate face flushed to her neck, and she playfully pinched the soft flesh at Zhang Che's waist, realizing they were being observed. The young girl, lowering her gaze to avoid looking at her toes, embodied an ethereal beauty, a fitting description for someone like Qin Xiaoqiao. Just then, the supervising teacher called out, "Oh no, the royal army is here." This elicited laughter from both Zhang Che and Qin Xiaoqiao. Senior Zhang Che, I'll take my leave first. Me too. The two slipped away, one through the front door and the other through the back, watching their departing figures. The young female teacher supervising them wore a knowing smile, reminiscent of a fond aunt. Youth is truly a splendid time, she mused, as several older teachers also smiled, perhaps reminiscing about their own youthful days. Upon returning in a huff, Wang Lili discovered that Qin Xiaoqiao had mysteriously vanished. Where has that troublesome girl gone? Wang Lili fumed, yet the atmosphere in the office was oddly peculiar. Why is no one speaking? She inquired, furrowing her brow as she glanced at her colleagues. They were all at a loss for words, knowing her daughter was likely being whisked away by young Master Jiang. The young couple appeared to be planning an elopement. Yet everyone tacitly agreed to keep the earlier events from Wang Lili. Even if Zhang Che had not threatened them, it was improbable that they would divulge any secrets. After all, who hasn't experienced youth? Chapter 76. Qin Xiaoqiao's shyness. Chunhao's awkward entrance after school. Qin Xiaoqiao sought out Zhang Che. Senior Zhang Che, were your words this morning true? Of course they are. Why do you ask? Do you wish to elope with me? Zhang Che playfully nudged the tip of her nose with his finger. Yes. She resolutely nodded, overwhelmed by her mother's pressure. She longed to be by Zhang Che's side every day. It was only with him that she could truly feel that love, one that required no price. Of course, it's no problem. My home is empty. You can stay with me if you wish. But I'm scared. My mother is a teacher at the school. If I stay at your house every day, will she create a scene? Will I trouble you? Qin Xiaoqiao felt conflicted. Oh, come now, would she dare? Zhang Che teased. I could have her removed in an instant. No, please don't. My mother has it hard enough as it is. Qin Xiaoqiao replied softly. Wang Lili was, after all, her mother, and her nurturing love outweighed everything, even if it sometimes manifested in an extreme manner. Oh, my dear, you are simply too adorable. Zhang Che gently ruffled her hair. Should I walk you home? No, that won't be necessary. It was not a pleasant sight to be seen. Zhang Che gently placed Qin Xiaoqiao in the passenger seat, oblivious to the fact that, hundreds of meters away, a girl in a Bentley was staring in disbelief, her features twisted in dismay. Zhang Che, so you are this kind of person, by Jim used, having believed him to be devoted to a single girl. Yet, it seemed he was not merely straddling two boats. Zhang Che, since you are so enamored, do not even think of rejecting me. A daring thought began to take shape in her mind, accompanied by a tinkling laughter that echoed within the car. Meanwhile, Chunhao's credibility was in question. Was that girl, Qin Xiaoqiao, truly passing by here? In a narrow alley, a group of tattooed delinquents were smoking and exchanging banter, led by the imposing Dao Gu. This time, Dao Gu had truly honored his brother Chunhao by bringing along his entire crew, a formidable dozen, fully equipped for whatever lay ahead. They are bound to come. We shall simply wait, he assured, casting his gaze towards a corner of the alley where the timid security guard, Chunhao, squatted, responding with a confident glance. They had rehearsed the script beforehand. When Qin Xiaoqiao approached, the delinquents would create a disturbance, and he would emerge as the gallant hero, winning her heart in the process, an impeccable plan. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, disappointment lingered in the air. The last cigarette was nearly finished, and still, no sign of their subject. At that moment, Zhang Che's vehicle brushed past, and he keenly spotted Chunhao and the group of ruffians. What on earth is Chunhao doing mingling with those thugs? He pondered, realizing they seemed to be lying in wait. Casting a glance at Qin Xiaoqiao beside him, understanding dawned upon him. He was well aware of Chunhao's intentions. He slowly halted the car, preparing to indulge Chunhao in his little performance. You wish to act? Then allow me to let you play your part to the fullest today. Zhang Che, is it all right to get out here? My neighborhood is just ahead, Qin Xiaoqiao said with a smile as he opened the door for her. Once they exited the vehicle, Chunhao was left in a state of shock. Damn it, has Qin Xiaoqiao grown so close to him already? However, upon seeing Jiang Che's face, fury welled within him. The girl he had barely dared to hope for was already snatched away by this insufferable man. Dao Gu, that girl is Qin Xiaoqiao, the one I like. And the guy next to her. You must help me deal with him. Dao Gu and his crew followed Chunhao's voice and indeed spotted a couple, a boy and a girl, the latter clad in the uniform of Shirlan School. To be frank, upon laying eyes on Qin Xiaoqiao, they could not help but swallow hard. Incredible. What a stunning girl. One of the underlings exclaimed in a hushed tone. How about we take a shot at her ourselves? I find myself utterly astonished by the purity of this young lady. She is leagues above those salon women. Even Brother Dao is swallowing hard. What are you all thinking? Could I, Brother Dao, ever engage in the despicable act of taking a brother's woman? Moreover, you are all aware of Chunhao's formidable prowess. Collectively, we would struggle to match him, illustrating a case of lustful intentions without the courage to act. In a moment, we shall collaborate with him in this charade, but we must refrain from confronting the man beside him. After all, he drives a Maybach, and his license plate reads 99,999, an entity we cannot afford to offend. This foolish Chunhao expects us to eliminate that man. It is not you who would face imprisonment. Even the small-time delinquents possess some discernment. It is challenging enough to be a rogue these days, let alone the necessity of reading the room. There was once a brother who suffered due to his lack of education. Upon seeing a car emblem, he mistook it for a BYD and attacked the owner, only to discover that the vehicle was a Bentley, resulting in severe repercussions for him. Qin Xiaoqiao also sensed the unusual atmosphere, her delicate body trembling slightly. These dozen or so ruffians were clearly not to be trifled with. Senior Jiang Che, should we call the police? Shall we leave? Jiang Che shielded her behind him, seemingly unconcerned. Meanwhile, Chunhao, concealed in the shadows, was eagerly preparing for a heroic rescue. This endeavor would not only win Qin Xiaoqiao's heart, but also allow him to deliver a sound thrashing to Jiang Che, killing two birds with one stone. Yet, as Brother Dao and his crew approached, they were taken aback. Young Master Jiang? Brother Dao dropped the iron rod he had been wielding and hurried to Jiang Che with an ingratiating demeanor, causing Jiang Che's lips to twitch in disbelief. Brother Dao's subordinates were equally bewildered. Their leader was not adhering to the script. However, they dutifully followed his lead and discarded their weapons. Who are you? It is quite normal for young Master Jiang not to recognize me. I am merely a small-time thug. You may call me Little Dao. I associate with Brother Long, who, in turn, is under Brother Chong, and Brother Chong is the enforcer for young Master Wang. Jiang Che remarked. Who else could this young Master Wang be but Wang Zheng? It is truly laughable. Wang Zheng being referred to as young master is just a reflection of the food chain. Dao, Long, Chong, Wang Zheng, Jiang Che. What is the purpose of your gathering? Do you intend to rob me? Jiang Che inquired. Oh, not at all. How could we dare to rob you? Allow me to explain the situation in full. Brother Dao recounted the events leading up to this moment, confirming Jiang Che's suspicions. However, Qin Xiaoqiao appeared confused. Senior Jiang Che, who is Chunhao? I have no recollection of him. Meanwhile, Chunhao was becoming increasingly anxious. Why were these individuals so unreliable? Why were they straying from the established script? I instructed you to teach Jiang Che a lesson, and yet here you are, engaging in idle chatter. Chunhao, slightly displeased, realized that these small-time thugs were simply not up to par. Nonetheless, he was now prepared to take matters into his own hands. A thunderous sound echoed through the sky as Chunhao made his grand entrance. Halt! Under the bright light of day, what do you ruffians intend to do? Chapter 77. Chunhao enters the police station. Qin Xiaoqiao and her mother sever ties. The atmosphere is somewhat awkward. Chunhao seems to be lost in his own world, completely oblivious to the fact that events have taken a different turn. Beautiful lady, do not worry. I shall swiftly deal with these ruffians, he declares, charging towards Brother Dao and his gang, landing a punch on a scrawny green-haired thug, claiming the first kill. He has always despised those who dye their hair green. As Brother Dao and his cronies process what just happened, they glance at Jiang Che and then back at Chunhao. The hierarchy is clear. Brothers, attack. Beat him to a pulp. This brat dares to covet young Master Zhang's woman. Brother Dao leads the charge, picking up a metal rod from the ground and rushing forward. Chunhao is momentarily bewildered. How have the lines changed? However, as long as the plot remains intact. He is aware that Brother Dao and his gang are no match for a master of the hidden energy realm like himself. To avoid causing them harm, he must hold back. Yet, while he intends to restrain his strength, Brother Dao and his gang do not share that sentiment. A blow from the iron rod lands squarely on him, nearly sending him to meet his ancestors. Before he can utter a word, the rod rains down upon him like a storm. After enduring several blows, Chun Hao erupts with fury. The formidable strength of a hidden energy master surges forth, sending several thugs flying with a single punch. Blood seeps from his head, and his eyes blaze with rage. "You scoundrels, do you truly wish to kill me?" Chun Hao is on the verge of exploding. He cannot believe he has been played. How could mere ruffians possibly contend with a master of hidden energy? Regaining his composure, Chun Hao swiftly overpowers them, advancing step by step towards Jiang Che. "Xiao Qiao, Jiang Che is not a good person. You must distance yourself from him." Initially fearful, Qin Xiaoqiao becomes enraged upon hearing Chun Hao insult Jiang Che. The wrath of a young goddess can be quite terrifying. She rushes to Chun Hao's side, and he is elated. It seems that the age-old tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress holds true. Yet, in the next moment, he feels a sharp pain in his groin. Qin Xiaoqiao delivers an excruciating blow, exclaiming, "How dare you insult Senior Jiang Che? You perverted fool. I do not even know you, and you wish to weave a foolish tale of heroism?" Chun Hao is left in despair, clutching his groin and collapsing in agony. Just then, the police arrive, albeit belatedly. Who called the police? 2 police cars pull up, and a team of officers emerges, led by none other than an acquaintance of Jiang Che. "Hey, Yinran, long time no see," Wang Yinran remarks, directing her gaze towards Jiang Che, or more accurately, towards Qin Xiaoqiao beside him. "You scoundrel. To become such a cad at such a young age. What will become of you in the future? You should have had your teeth knocked out as a child." Wang Yinran's heartfelt sentiments truly left Jiang Che astounded. "Officer, it was I who reported the incident." Qin Xiaoqiao raised her small hand as Wang Yinran approached her, scrutinizing the young girl once more. "What a situation. A brawl, perhaps?" Qin Xiaoqiao recounted the events leading up to the altercation. "You all must accompany me back to the police station. Take them away." "Yinran Jia, must I go as well?" "Indeed, you must." Wang Yinran felt a shiver run down her spine under Jiang Che's gaze, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head away. As for Chun Hao, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness from a well-placed kick to the groin. Even a master of hidden strength would fall when struck in such a manner. Following Lin Yu, Chun Hao was also taken in, bearing the brunt of the blame, as he had initiated the confrontation with the ruffians. Despite the thugs having laid down their weapons, he had recklessly knocked one out with a punch. And what of Brother Dao and his companions? They faced a far more dismal fate due to their involvement with organized crime, with sentences starting at a minimum of 5 years. During Qin Xiaoqiao's time at the police station, Wang Lili naturally became aware of the situation. It was nothing short of explosive. This woman stormed into the precinct, furious. Upon seeing Qin Xiaoqiao, she nearly fainted from rage. "Qin Xiaoqiao, what on earth are you doing? I spend so much on your education, and instead of studying, you end up here?" To her, being in the station was synonymous with criminality, potentially leading to a permanent record that could severely impact future opportunities, such as graduate school or civil service exams. Her hope was that Qin Xiaoqiao would one day grow into a teacher or a doctor, securing a stable job. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, marching up to Qin Xiaoqiao with her hand raised, ready to strike. Yet, a large hand firmly intervened. "You?" Upon seeing Jiang Che's face, Wang Lili's fury only intensified. How could this scion of privilege be here? It was evident that a young man like Jiang Che frequently found himself in trouble, and she vowed her daughter must keep her distance from him. Qin Xiaoqiao trembled as she opened her eyes, bracing herself for the impending blow. However, that slap was thwarted by Jiang Che. "Senior Jiang Che?" Jiang Che cast a sidelong glance at Wang Lili. "Ms. Wang, is this how you, as a teacher, demonstrate your upbringing? To resort to violence without understanding the circumstances?" It was absurd. Qin Xiaoqiao had already become his own, and he would never permit anyone to bully her, let alone others. Jiang Che possessed an overwhelming sense of possessiveness, a trait common to most men. Wang Lili was taken aback, glancing between Jiang Che and Qin Xiaoqiao. "Ah, so this is why you've become so rebellious lately. Qin Xiaoqiao, you are romantically involved with Jiang Che, this playboy. Did I not tell you that you must not date before graduating from university?" Wang Lili was nearing her breaking point. Yet, Qin Xiaoqiao is no longer a soft persimmon, having just delivered a swift kick to Chen Hao. She raised her gaze, emboldened by the presence of Senior Jiang Che beside her. It was time to confront her mother. Mom, you are far too controlling. You dictate my studies, oversee my life, and even attempt to dominate my thoughts. Do you realize you are driving me to the brink of madness? You and Dad incessantly profess your love for me. Yet I have never felt a trace of that affection from either of you. All I receive is pressure. I am not merely your daughter. I am but a tool for your display. Moreover, Senior Jiang Che is not the spoiled rich kid you envision. He is the one I truly care for. You do not understand him at all. The girl cried out with all her might, tears streaming down her face, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Chapter 78. Has Qin Xiaoqiao developed depression? Wang Lili let go. Wang Lili was taken aback. She had never anticipated that her typically obedient daughter would utter such words. Her eyes reflected disbelief, quickly morphing into anger. Qin Xiaoqiao, how dare you? There are so many police officers here, and you speak as if I am some irredeemable woman. Qin Xiaoqiao, I am your mother. Am I not permitted to care for you? Besides, Jiang Che is truly not suitable for you. A rich second generation like him is merely toying with you. He will never truly care. Everything I do is for your own good. You two exist in entirely different worlds. Do you understand? Qin Xiaoqiao fell silent, her shoulders trembling, tears cascading to the ground as she clenched her fists tightly. Deep down, she knew that she and Jiang Che were not from the same world. The girl named Yiming Yao was both beautiful and came from a distinguished family. Yet, she had genuinely fallen in love with Jiang Che. She cherished the affection he bestowed upon her and adored the essence he exuded, dreaming of holding him close every night. She was acutely aware that she was unworthy of Jiang Che. Jiang Che could no longer contain himself. Why must you berate your daughter and drag me into this? Is it such a crime to have taken your daughter away? Is it really necessary to react this way? He wrapped his arms around Qin Xiaoqiao's waist, casting a fierce glance at Wang Lili. Teacher Wang, you have never given her what she truly desires. All you have brought her is pressure and pain. Do you not realize that Xiaoqiao has developed depression? Jiang Che's words were shocking, even causing Qin Xiaoqiao to pause in surprise. He then produced a medical diagnosis from his pocket, revealing Qin Xiaoqiao, severe depression, accompanied by suicidal tendencies. Wang Lili stood frozen, her hands beginning to tremble. Though she was old-fashioned, she was not ignorant. While other parents dismissed depression as mere sentimentality, Wang Lili, being well-educated, understood that when depression escalates, it can lead to dire consequences. When did this happen, Xiaoqiao? Why didn't you confide in your parents? Wang Lili's voice trembled. However, Qin Xiaoqiao was equally bewildered. Do I have depression? How was I unaware of this? Though she felt utterly desperate under her parents' relentless pressure, it hardly seemed like depression, let alone any suicidal tendencies. She was determined to gain admission to a prestigious university to break free from her parents' control. How could she possibly be so frail as to consider ending her life? Yet, being an academic prodigy, Qin Xiaoqiao quickly grasped Jiang Che's intention. This medical diagnosis must be a fabrication of his own making. United in purpose, Xiaoqiao and Jiang Che prepared to put on a grand performance for Wang Lili. The young girl displayed a look of sorrow, gazing hopelessly at her mother. You think I wouldn't tell you? Would you even listen if I did? Mother, you have constantly pressured me to excel academically. I have truly exhausted my efforts. Yet I still fall short of your expectations. I am so weary. Wang Lili became anxious. Severe depression is not a trivial matter, and she genuinely feared that Qin Xiaoqiao might do something reckless. Someone was indeed alarmed, though their identity remained undisclosed. Mother, you have pushed me to the brink of despair. Sometimes, as I pass by the river in front of the school, I contemplate jumping in. No, I won't pressure you any longer. Wang Lili shook her head. You won't, but once I return home, you will resume your relentless pressure. I feel as though I have reached the end of my rope. My life was already shrouded in darkness until I encountered Senior Jiang Che. He illuminated my existence like a beacon of hope. Following this, Qin Xiaoqiao unleashed her acting prowess, so remarkable that even Jiang Che felt a shiver run down his spine. In essence, she extolled Jiang Che's virtues, claiming she could not survive without him. After a fervent 10-minute monologue, she successfully ensnared Wang Lili's attention. In truth, without Jiang Che's fabricated diagnosis of depression, no amount of persuasion from Qin Xiaoqiao would have sufficed. It would merely have earned her mother's ire. Mother, please stop pressuring me. Graduation is approaching. And with my current grades, I could easily gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University without further study. I won't pressure you any longer. Let us go home. Wang Lili attempted to take Qin Xiaoqiao's hand, but the girl recoiled as if jolted by electricity. I refuse to go home. You will hit me. In an instant, the police officers, who had been watching the unfolding drama, narrowed their eyes, their smiles fading. They sat up straight. Domestic violence? Perhaps they could secure another case before the end of their shift. A rare glimmer of concern flickered in Wang Lili's eyes, yet she felt no remorse. For her strictness was solely for Xiao Qiao's benefit. Xiao Qiao, I will be more lenient with you from now on. I won't hit you anymore. At this moment, Jiang Che realized it was his time to intervene. He swiftly pulled Qin Xiaoqiao behind him, regarding Wang Lili with an indifferent expression. Teacher Wang, while Xiao Qiao may feel anguish in your presence, she experiences happiness by my side. Therefore, for her sake, I propose that Xiao Qiao resides in my home for the time being. This is the culmination of our elaborate charade. The prolonged act between myself and Qin Xiaoqiao was intended for this very moment, was it not? Wang Lili's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she permit her daughter to live in the household of a debauched scion? This is utterly inconceivable. No, Xiaoqiao. This Jiang Che is nothing more than a spoiled rich kid. Mother, if you insist, I shall resort to extreme measures. Wang Lili, for the first time, felt an insurmountable distance growing between her and her daughter. Auntie, Xiaoqiao is now an adult. If you refuse to let her go, I fear that her condition may drive her to contemplate drastic actions. Jiang Che's address of Auntie nearly sent Wang Lili into a fit. Was this not an overt declaration? Wang Lili felt utterly defeated. How could she allow her obedient daughter to cohabit with Jiang Che, a frivolous heir? What calamities might ensue? It was unthinkable. You cannot stay together. Mother, please do not force me. Qin Xiaoqiao's voice echoed with resolute conviction. After a tense standoff that lasted nearly 10 minutes, Wang Lili sank to the ground, feeling as though she had aged several years in an instant. You may go, Xiaoqiao. Your father and I will bring you meals daily. Jiang Che promptly declined. Auntie, that will not be necessary. Are you joking? You think I want to be a third wheel? Absolutely not. Naturally, Qin Xiaoqiao dared not gaze at her mother any longer, yet her heart brimmed with uncontainable excitement. How wonderful! Am I eloping with Senior Jiang Che? But will my mother's current state lead to unforeseen consequences? Mother, your love for me is too extreme. It frightens me. Jiang Che took Qin Xiaoqiao's hand, ready to return home. Wang Lili, Xiaoqiao, your mother will no longer pressure you. Please come back, all right? Wang Yanran, how could you, Jiang Che? Are you really planning to bring a woman home? Are you trying to create a hidden paradise? I will go speak with Aunt Jiang about this immediately. Chapter 79. The cat witnesses everything. Darling, you performed admirably. Tonight, I shall treat you to a special meal. Jiang Che lifted Qin Xiaoqiao into the passenger seat. The young girl blushed. Wasn't it you who first conceived of this mischievous plan? I am merely playing along with your act. Senior Jiang Che, may I pose a question? Qin Xiaoqiao suddenly assumed a serious demeanor, even grasping one of Jiang Che's hands. Let us discuss any questions once we arrive home. Jiang Che's car had already entered the Jiang family villa, which, aside from Aunt Chun, was devoid of any intruders. His parents had relocated to create a more suitable environment for him. Welcome to your new home. Jiang Che swept Qin Xiaoqiao off her feet, causing her to blush once more. I can walk on my own. Jiang Che carried her directly into his home, and Qin Xiaoqiao, feeling shy, discreetly admired the grandeur of the villa. It was truly expansive and opulent, clearly indicative of immense value. This realization starkly highlighted a naked truth. She and Jiang Che belonged to entirely different worlds. It was impossible for him to marry her, despite her mother's harsh words. It was indeed a reality. Her unreciprocated affections were akin to a moth drawn to the flame. The mere thought of Yiming Yao instilled in her a profound sense of inferiority. Yiming Yao was not only stunning, but also excelled academically, a true heiress, embodying the concept of social compatibility that was anything but superficial. What are you thinking about, Xiaoqiao? Nothing at all. Qin Xiaoqiao's cheeks flushed. At that moment, Aunt Chen entered, carrying a large bag of groceries. She was responsible for preparing meals at regular intervals each day. Upon noticing Jiang Che with the young girl, Aunt Chen smiled and quietly retreated. Aunt Chen, let us have some porridge for dinner, Jiang Che said, taking Qin Xiaoqiao by the hand as they ascended the stairs. Aunt Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. She had watched Jiang Che grow up and felt a bittersweet nostalgia witnessing his maturity. Rest assured, Aunt Chin will leave once the meal is prepared. Meanwhile, Wang Lili returned home in a state of distress. Lily, where is Qiao Qiao? Where has she gone? A bespectacled man inquired, setting down his newspaper with a furrowed brow. Wang Lili remained silent for a moment before slowly revealing the truth. After sharing the news, her agitation resurfaced. My daughter absolutely cannot be with that Jiang Che. I will bring her back in a few days. That Jiang Che is nothing but a frivolous wastrel. Observing his wife's indignation, Qin Shou sighed. Lily, I've long advised against putting too much pressure on our daughter. Now look what has happened. It's not like I did it for my own sake. Wang Lili exclaimed, nearly in tears. My Qiao Qiao will be ruined by that Jiang Che. Enough. If you insist on bringing Qiao Qiao back, she will surely cause an uproar, Qin Shou replied, adjusting his glasses, his demeanor reflecting the seriousness of a literature teacher. What about Xiao Qiao? Are you just going to stand by as Jiang Che ruins her? What do you propose we do? Wasn't this all you're doing? I did it for Qiao Qiao's benefit. Trust me, the young man wouldn't dare act inappropriately. After all, Qiao Qiao is still a virtuous girl. Qin Shou, it seemed, was woefully unaware of his daughter's true disposition. Let us hope for the best, he mused. Though it was evident that neither of them would find rest that night. Chen Hao had been released on bail by the ancient martial arts Chen family, having expended one of his opportunities to leverage family influence, leaving him with but one remaining chance. Damn Jiang Che, I will make you pay. He had never harbored such murderous thoughts before. How could a formidable master at the mid-stage of the dark energy realm be so utterly outmaneuvered by an ordinary individual? The thought that his beloved had been defiled by this man was simply unbearable. If he exhausted his 3 opportunities, his family would forcibly summon him back to undergo rigorous training. Should he ascend to the realm of transformation, the position of family head would undoubtedly be secured. Yet, Chen Hao was acutely aware that he had once been a martial arts prodigy, entering the dark energy realm at the tender age of 9 and reaching the mid-stage by 11. However, his progress stagnated abruptly at 12, leaving him ensnared for 12 long years. A fortune teller had once proclaimed that his destiny lay beyond, warning that returning to his family would likely render him unable to progress in his martial arts for a lifetime. Fortunately, he had a younger sister. The mere thought of her gradually soothed his agitated spirit. An extraordinary talent who had achieved the transformation realm by 18, his sister had afforded him ample time for development. Chen Hao's aspirations were straightforward, to seek opportunities in the secular world, to break through to the transformation realm, and perhaps even to tread the legendary path of a master. Then he would return to his family to reclaim his honor. Chapter 80. The Ancient Martial Arts Chen Family. Chen Ningshuang. A quaint plaque adorned with a single character, Chen. This character, inscribed by a master, exuded an indescribable aura. The Ancient Martial Arts Chen Family, a second-tier clan within the Dragon Nation, could only ascend to first-tier status with the presence of a master-level expert. Once, Chen Hao had risen to fame at a young age, entering the dark energy realm at 9 and achieving the mid-stage by 11. The Chen family had pinned their hopes on him. Our Chen Hao possesses the potential of a master. Yet, fate played its cruel hand, and his cultivation stagnated, causing him to plummet from the heights of genius to the depths of mediocrity. Conversely, his own sister had eclipsed him, emerging as a dazzling prodigy. Is this Chen Hao becoming increasingly inept? How could he continuously attract trouble upon venturing into the world? Grumbled the bearded elder. I've heard he got into a brawl with local ruffians? A scion of an ancient martial arts family engaging in fisticuffs with thugs? It's utterly ludicrous. And what more? Chen Hao even took a job as a security guard after entering the secular realm? It's simply laughable. Dark energy realm practitioners serving as guards? Clearly, many within the Chen family harbored grievances against Chen Hao. Had he not been the son of the previous family head, his reckless behavior would have led to his demise long ago. Presently, the family head was entrenched in seclusion, striving to break through to the master realm, with his survival remaining uncertain. Amidst the chatter, a girl clad in a white training outfit emerged, tall and poised. With a sleek ponytail and a countenance as frigid as frost, she embodied the essence of a cold beauty. Chen Ningshuang, Chen Hao's younger sister. A prodigious girl who had attained the transformation realm at 18, held a position of immense significance within the ancient martial arts Chen family. Uncle, do you believe that our family's lineage is faltering? Is that why you aspire to supplant us? Chen Ningxiang, wielding a taiji sword, seemed to merge seamlessly with her surroundings. The Chun family boasted several formidable practitioners of transformation, at least 5 or 6, yet the early-stage Chun Ningxiang compelled their attention. Moreover, at the tender age of 18, barring any unforeseen calamity akin to that which befell Chun Hao, she was destined to attain mastery within a decade. Had Chun Ningxiang been a boy, they would not have dared entertain any treacherous thoughts. Alas, she was a girl, and the position of family head could scarcely be entrusted to one of her gender. Ningxiang. Chun Hao is no longer the prodigy he once was. Furthermore, the late patriarch harbors a hidden ailment, rendering his chances of breaking through to mastery less than 20%. It is time to make a decision regarding the position of family head. Chun Daoguan, a stalwart member of the Chun family, did not waver, but instead met Chun Ningxiang's gaze head-on. A bead of perspiration formed on his brow. As an early-stage practitioner himself, he felt an inexplicable fear confronting this 18-year-old girl. Had Chun Ningxiang experienced a breakthrough in her abilities? Ultimately, Chun Ningxiang subdued her aura and turned to depart. Please be patient regarding my brother's situation, uncle. I am confident he will undergo a transformation and return. The young woman lowered her gaze, burdened by the weight of uncertainty regarding her father's fate, with all the pressure now resting upon her shoulders. Unless she could immediately transcend to the stage of mastery, she would have no choice but to endure. I believe in you, brother. She reminisced about her younger days when he was a promising talent, brimming with vigor, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, she steadfastly believed that her brother would not remain dormant forever. He would surely make a triumphant return. Brother, once I reach the mid-stage of transformation, I will undoubtedly come to your aid in the mundane world. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, a fallen leaf drifting before her. With 2 slender fingers, she plucked the leaf and, with a swift flick, sent it soaring. Whoosh! The leaf darted towards a tree trunk several meters away, piercing through the bark with remarkable ease, a chilling aura permeating the air. After being dismissed from Shirlan School, Chun Hao found himself unemployed once more. A school would never permit an individual with a criminal background to serve as security. Thus, Chun Hao was once again a man without a profession. Cursed Jiang Che. One day I shall take my vengeance upon you. He attributed all his misfortunes to Jiang Che, a sentiment that, in truth, held some validity. Qin Xiaoqiao. Once I attain the stage of transformation and reclaim the Chun family's power, I will certainly return to seek you out. Chun Hao clenched his fists. At that moment, he chanced upon a recruitment advertisement. The overseas company Lingche Group is returning to the country and establishing a branch in Hangzhou, currently seeking temporary security personnel. Security? Chun Hao skillfully extracted the keywords, as if an unseen voice was persistently guiding him. Security. He must become a security guard. The school's security personnel had been dismissed. Working as a guard in a multinational corporation was also an option. In the hospital, Lin Yu, as Chun Hao's kindred spirit, was also experiencing profound distress. He had completely lost contact with his younger brother. Why? I am the heir to the ghost doctor legacy. Why has my ghost gate's 13 needles failed? During this time, he had attempted numerous methods, yet it appeared he was truly impotent. Mr. Lin, your epididymis is also undergoing atrophy, and it is highly likely that you will cease to produce sperm in the near future. I advise you to consider sperm preservation. It won't cost much. Merely a few thousand. The doctor's words struck Lin Yu like a thunderbolt. Not only was he impotent, but he was also facing the prospect of infertility. This was absurd. He still intended to build a harem and dreamt of marrying into a prominent family. As a skilled practitioner who had descended from the mountains to revel in the vibrant city, how could he, in just over 2 months, find himself in such a desolate situation? Infertile? Impossible. Why were my acupuncture techniques ineffective? My master has misled me. The promise of the ghost gate's 13 needles healing all ailments has turned to naught. The attending physician, witnessing Lin Yu's despair, sighed. Mr. Lin, the function of your reproductive system has been irrevocably lost. Whether through traditional or modern medicine, there is no remedy left. You must come to terms with this. How can I come to terms with this? I am only 20. Lin Yu's spirit was fracturing. He was merely 20, yearning to pursue romance. What fault lay in that? Mr. Lin, please remain calm. You can still approach sperm preservation. If your other epididymis also atrophies, it will be entirely too late. Lin Yu fell silent. Though anger simmered within him, he recognized the necessity of serious contemplation. Chapter 81. Lin Yu's last glimmer of hope extinguished. Jealous Yiming Yao. Ultimately, Lin Yu succumbed to the harshness of reality. The legendary medical techniques imparted by his master could revive the deceased and conquer ailments such as cancer and uremia, even encompassing various female physiological treatments. Yet, knowledge regarding male reproductive health was scant. Only tonics for enhancing virility existed, which left him in despair. My master has deceived me. Lin Yu, in a daze, followed the doctors to the hospital for sperm preservation. Given his impotence, he was left with no choice but to undergo a puncture procedure. Please preserve it for 10 years. Here is the fee. The cost for a decade of preservation amounted to 20,000 yuan, instantly draining Lin Yu's finances. He had just been duped into a loan of 150,000, and now it was all gone. Doctors, you must ensure that it is preserved properly. Lin Yu gazed at the several test tubes, his voice trembling with the weight of despair. These were his final hopes. They stirred memories of a phrase he had once inadvertently overheard. In his youth, he had been oblivious to the preciousness of vitality, and now, in his desolation, he could only weep for his descendants. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, our hospital's sperm bank is professional. Each specimen is meticulously numbered. Then I must entrust this to you. Lin Yu wept. Ever since the tragic loss of a testicle, his once robust demeanor had withered into a fragile state, rendering him prone to tears at the slightest provocation. Just as he sank into sorrow, a group of tattooed thugs stormed into the hospital. "Hey, be careful!" exclaimed a nurse, holding Lin Yu's test tube. As she was jostled by the unruly men, her hand trembled, and with a sharp crack, the glass shattered on the floor. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's heart shattered as well. No. He could no longer contain himself, collapsing onto the ground, overwhelmed by the weight of his lost progeny. The doctor had informed him that his sperm quality was dismal, barely meeting the standards. As his condition worsened, both quality and vitality would inevitably decline. "Where's Lin Yu?" demanded the burly leader of the group. A menacing scar etched across his cheek. "Is this not the fellow who borrowed 150,000 yuan from us? Surely he hasn't fled with our money?" It was evident these men had come to collect their debt. Once one fell prey to usury, they would relentlessly pursue repayment as if it were a matter of life and death. "You scoundrels!" Lin Yu rose slowly, fury igniting within him. Those test tubes contained his every hope, now utterly shattered. How could he not be enraged? "Hey, Brother Long, this brat seems to be that Lin Yu, right?" "Indeed. You better return the money." They jeered. "You borrowed 150,000 a week ago. Now, with interest, it totals 170,000. You can defer the principal for now, but pay back the 20,000 interest first." "I shall not pay you." Lin Yu, on the brink of exploding with rage, could no longer restrain himself. He swung his fist in retaliation, disregarding the consequences. However, the femininity he had adopted seemed to have sapped his fighting spirit, leaving his punches weak and flaccid. Despite being a practitioner of mid-level dark energy techniques, he found himself no match for these thugs, especially as they brandished electric batons. These batons appeared specifically designed to counter martial artists. The violent current could instantly disperse a dark energy practitioner's internal force, rendering it as fragile as dust. Without internal energy to bolster his dark techniques, were they still deserving of the name? A piercing scream escaped Lin Yu's lips as he was mercilessly beaten once more. Well, who would have thought? This kid is actually a master of ancient martial arts. Thankfully, we brought electric batons. Otherwise, we might have truly struggled to subdue him. Brother Long furiously kicked Lin Yu twice. At this juncture, Lin Yu was barely clinging to consciousness. "Brother Long, this fellow seems somewhat familiar. Is this the infamous lonely egg guy reported in the news a few days ago? I must admit, I hadn't realized it until now. How delightful. This seems to be precisely what Brother Chong favors." Although Lin Yu possesses a somewhat fiery temperament, his appearance is rather distinctive, and Brother Chong should surely find him appealing. After the unfortunate incident that befell Lin Yu, his visage began to adopt a more feminine quality, with softer features. Unconscious of the trials that awaited him, Lin Yu remained oblivious. "Awake now, you little sleepyhead," Jiang Che called out to Qin Xiaoqiao. "Good morning, Senior Jiang Che," the young girl replied, seated at the edge of her bed, rubbing her eyes. Her hair was tousled, and her gaze was still hazy from slumber. "Good morning." After freshening up, Jiang Che descended the stairs with Qin Xiaoqiao. "I must say, having a sweet and charming girl like Qin Xiaoqiao by my side is quite pleasant. No man can resist a beautiful girl whose heart and eyes are filled with affection for him. Should you reject her, prepare for regret." Aunt Chen had already prepared breakfast. "Jiang Che, I'm feeling rather hesitant about returning to school. In the car, Qin Xiaoqiao covered her face, her cheeks flushed deep red. My father is my Chinese teacher. And my mother also works at the school. I don't know how to face them. Grandpa Butler, please follow that Maybach in front. Yes, Mississippi. Yiming Yao sat in the back seat of a Bentley, biting her lip anxiously. She had risen early, intending to surprise Jiang Che at the Jiang family villa. However, she was met with a scene that nearly shattered her heart. Jiang Che and Qin Xiaoqiao emerged from the villa, hand in hand. Yiming Yao was acutely aware that Jiang Che's parents had already moved away, meaning he and Qin Xiaoqiao had spent the night alone together. How could Jiang Che be so wicked? What am I to him? Yiming Yao was on the verge of tears. I will never give up. I will prove to you that I am better and more beautiful than Qin Xiaoqiao. Chapter 82. Aunt, you think too highly of yourself. She is already my Xiaoqiao. Jiang Che had comprehended all of Yiming Yao's subtle feelings. Yet, he was entirely unconcerned, recognizing that even if she were to become vindictive, she would still be that naive girl. Even if he flirted with other girls in her presence, she would merely sulk and seek reasons within herself. Seated in the classroom, Yiming Yao pondered for a long time before composing a text message to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, what is your relationship with that Qin Xiaoqiao? Jiang Che chuckled softly, bemused by Yiming Yao's overwhelming jealousy. Why does it concern you? He maintained a sour expression, knowing the dynamics had shifted. Yiming Yao felt both furious and aggrieved. Why couldn't this rascal simply appease her? He constantly wore that sulky demeanor, the very embodiment of someone whose words belied their actions. Yiming Yao soon understood that there was but one way to capture Jiang Che's heart, to leverage the last vestiges of her advantages. Sister Yao Yao, what troubles you? Yu Wan'er, standing beside Yiming Yao, gently prodded her. Recently, Wan'er had also been feeling rather disheartened, as Jiang Che had not come to see her in quite some time, leaving her with an indescribable heaviness in her heart. Regardless of how she tried to articulate it, she simply felt unwell. Wan'er, I must confide in you about something, but promise you won't be shocked. Yiming Yao whispered conspiratorially into the little girl's ear. Sharing a few hushed words, Yu Wan'er's expression dimmed slightly. She had long suspected this, yet she feigned astonishment nonetheless. Covering her mouth with her small hand and widening her beautiful eyes, she lowered her voice. Sister Yao Yao, it can't be that you and Jiang Che. Yiming Yao remained oblivious to Wan'er's subtle shift in demeanor, perceiving her merely as the adorably naive little friend. However, Wan'er harbored a deeper side known only to Jiang Che and Yu Weiwei. Wan'er, darling, what do you think I should do? He is still sulking, and I don't know how to handle it. Yu Wan'er gritted her teeth, fully aware of Jiang Che's character. This fellow was clearly enamored with Yiming Yao. He must be reveling in his secret amusement. Yet, on the other hand, her heart ached as she considered her own position. With Yiming Yao and Qin Xiaoqiao by Jiang Che's side, what was she to him? She found herself at a loss on how to face Jiang Che, let alone offer Yiming Yao any advice. Consequently, she opted for silence, bowing her head in resignation. During English class, Wang Lili frequently cast glances at Jiang Che. Her daughter had returned home with him last night. Would she be mistreated? It was quite distressing. Finally, as the class concluded, Wang Lili called Jiang Che aside. Jiang Che, come with me for a moment, she instructed, leading him to a secluded corner of the teaching building, her face a mask of concern. Jiang Che, last night my daughter Xiaoqiao. Annie, you misspoke. She is now my Xiaoqiao, Jiang Che interjected playfully. He held no affection for Wang Lili, a selfish and domineering middle-aged woman who dared to reprimand Qin Xiaoqiao in his presence. He wouldn't even entertain the idea of chastising Xiaoqiao. And though Wang Lili was her mother, that did not grant her any authority. Wang Lili nearly suffered a stroke from Jiang Che's words. When had her daughter become his? Yet, simultaneously, she grasped the underlying message in his tone. Jiang Che, my daughter is only 18. You, a reckless young man, will ruin her. At this rate, won't you soon be giving her a grandchild after graduation? Auntie, Xiaoqiao and I share a genuine love. What exactly do you mean by calling me a reckless young man? Wang Lili was on the verge of fury but dared not lash out. I am taking Xiaoqiao home today. By all means, do try, and see whether Xiaoqiao is willing to leave with you. She retorted coldly. She will leave, whether she wants to or not. Wang Lili scoffed. Are you certain you wish to force her into submission? Without exchanging further words, Wang Lili turned and departed. Fuming, Wang Lili stormed into the classroom where Qin Xiaoqiao was situated. Qin Xiaoqiao, come out here. In a similar manner, she dragged Qin Xiaoqiao out. But her demeanor towards her daughter was far from calm. She seized her by the ear and pulled her along. Qin Xiaoqiao bit her lip in silence, too afraid to face her mother. Qin Xiaoqiao, be honest with me. Wang Lily's face turned ashen, her voice trembling slightly. Under the pressure from her mother, she had initially planned to deny everything. However, she no longer wished to be the obedient girl who bowed her head in submission. She had her own thoughts and someone she cherished. With newfound determination, the girl lifted her head and met her mother's gaze. Yes, I live with Senior Jiang Che. He is very gentle with me. Are you happy now? Wang Lily could hardly believe that such crude words could come from her daughter's lips. Where had her obedient and adorable daughter gone? Anger surged from the depths of her heart. How could I have given birth to such a wretched child? You have no shame. She raised her hand, ready to slap the girl, but Qin Xiaoqiao stood her ground, lifting her face defiantly, tears shimmering in her eyes as she fought to hold them back. Wang Lily's hand hovered in midair, memories of her daughter's severe depression flooding her mind. Relenting, she said, Xiaoqiao, why don't you just come home? Your father and I will not pressure you anymore. I want to go back. The girl, clearly influenced by Jiang Che, had learned to climb the social ladder. Since Wang Lily had backed down, she felt compelled to assert her dominance. Wang Lily lamented, after raising you for over a decade, you just run off with someone I despise, a frivolous rich kid with no skills. Xiaoqiao, listen to your mother. Ignoring her, the girl covered her ears and ran away, leaving Wang Lily standing alone, a wave of regret washing over her. Chapter 83. Yiming Yao's evening visit. Qin Xiaoqiao hides in the wardrobe. Senior Jiang Che, do you know? This morning, my mother came to find me. She wanted to take me home. Qin Xiaoqiao clung to Jiang Che's arm, resembling a couple in the throes of young love. Oh, and what did you say? I resolutely refused her. I was quite brave. Xiaoqiao, you're amazing. Jiang Che chuckled, ruffling Qin Xiaoqiao's hair. Aunt Chen prepared sweet and sour ribs for dinner, accompanied by 3 dishes and a soup. Her culinary skills surpassed those of many 5-star hotel chefs, utterly captivating the young girl's taste buds. Shortly after dinner, Qin Xiaoqiao took a bath, curling up in the tub with only her little head peeking out. Her cheeks flushed from the steam. Her long hair floated in the water like seaweed. The wealth of Jiang Che's family was evident. This bathroom alone was more than twice the size of her own bedroom. The Jiang villa boasted 4 such bathrooms, though Qin Xiaoqiao was reluctant to admit it. She had indeed gradually fallen in love with this way of life. After all, it is easy to transition from modesty to luxury, but difficult to descend from luxury to modesty. Senior Jiang Che had once remarked that he liked her. Qin Xiaoqiao encouraged herself, yet soon found herself feeling disheartened once more. She truly lacked confidence. She was merely an ordinary girl, hailing from a commonplace background. Though she had been labeled the campus beauty, she did not perceive herself as particularly attractive. In fact, she felt quite insecure. Families like Jiang Che's, with their billion-dollar fortunes, undoubtedly valued social status and compatibility in marriage. After her shower, Qin Xiaoqiao felt quite elated. Senior Jiang Che, do you need me to help you review your studies? Just then, the doorbell rang from downstairs. A slight smile curled Jiang Che's lips. He didn't even need to look to know who had arrived. Her heart could sense the thoughts of all women within a 50-meter radius. Xiaoqiao, someone is here. Someone is here? Qin Xiaoqiao exclaimed, suddenly flustered. Who else could come to Jiang Che's home? It had to be his parents or family. As an ordinary girl, if Jiang Che's parents discovered her presence, they would surely be determined to tear them apart. Mother Jiang, here is $1 million. Take it and leave my son immediately. Qin Xiaoqiao, no? Snowflakes drifting down. Jiang Che felt a headache coming on. What was this girl thinking? Don't overthink it. Just know that I will never abandon you. You will always hold a special place in my heart. Though these words were quite cliché, they had a remarkable effect on a love-stricken girl like Qin Xiaoqiao. Yiming Yao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she clenched her hands tightly. Dressed in a long-sleeved coat, her long hair cascading naturally, she had specifically come to find Jiang Che. She was acutely aware that the Jiang family villa currently housed not only Jiang Che, but also Qin Xiaoqiao. Knock, knock, knock. Yiming Yao rapped on the door again. Shortly after, the door swung open. Jiang Che stood there clad only in a pair of shorts, his perfectly sculpted physique on full display. It's you? Jiang Che feigned a look of disdain and was about to close the door when Yiming Yao nimbly slipped inside, ignoring his expression. Jiang Che, I'm here to tutor you. Yiming Yao carried a small backpack, her eyes brimming with hope. Do I need your tutoring? Jiang Che frowned. Yiming Yao's expression turned sulky as she stealthily glanced into the living room. A pair of shoes belonging to another girl was placed in the shoe rack by the door. Qin Xiaoqiao was undoubtedly here. She had not only come to profess her feelings for Jiang Che, but also to declare her intentions. Jiang Che, if you don't agree to my request, I might just tell uncle and auntie about us. Jiang Che was speechless. So you've learned to threaten now? Chapter 84. Yu Weiwei weaving a beautiful future for Yu Wan'er. Urban village. Night. In a modest, low-rise building, Yu Wan'er sat beside her bedside table, engrossed in her homework. Despite her petite stature, she resembled an elementary or middle school student from behind. The little girl, barefoot, swayed her delicate, porcelain-like feet while nibbling on the pen, gazing out at the full moon, seemingly pondering the questions before her. Yet, she was not truly contemplating her assignments. Her mind was in disarray. Earlier that day, Yiming Yao had confided in her about mustering the courage to secretly entice Jiang Che and declare war on Qin Xiaoqiao. She even engaged Wan'er in discussions about what type of clothing would best capture Jiang Che's attention. Wan'er had remained silent, merely accompanying Yiming Yao as she selected a beautiful sailor outfit. Wan'er had to admit that when she saw Yiming Yao donning the sailor outfit, a pang of jealousy struck her. Although Yiming Yao's figure could not be described as exaggerated, it was certainly far more appealing than her own. In comparison, Wan'er felt like a withered bean sprout, utterly unremarkable. Most troubling was the fact that Yiming Yao had begun approaching Jiang Che, leaving Wan'er feeling insignificant. How would she face Yiming Yao in the future? It was all so bothersome. All of this was Jiang Che's fault. If he hadn't bullied her, this predicament would never have arisen. Her poor sister Yao Yao was so brainwashed that she remained oblivious to it all. Wan'er, what's the matter? Are you troubled by something? Yu Weiwei asked gently from her seat on the balcony's rattan chair, her voice soft and soothing, completely at odds with the fact that she was a late-stage uremia patient. Although Wan'er's home was small, measuring only 70 or 80 square meters, it was well-furnished. The balcony not only housed a rattan chair, but also a few pots of flowers. Mom, it's nothing. I'm just working on my problems, the little girl replied, pouting slightly. You hardly seem like you're studying. To Yu Weiwei, Wan'er's little worries were as transparent as glass. Where's Jiang Che? I haven't seen him around lately. Don't bother with him. He's just a fickle-hearted playboy. He flirts with girl after girl. I once thought he was some great romantic when he pursued Sister Yao Yao. But turns out he's just a scoundrel. Wan'er pouted, her cheeks puffed with indignation as she poked her textbook with the pen's tip. Yu Weiwei chuckled softly. Aren't all wealthy people like that? But I think Jiang Che is actually quite a decent kid. He may be a bit of a flirt, but he treats girls well and can at least ensure they live a life free from financial worries. Wan'er realized that conversing with her mother was infuriating. Who needs his financial security? I can live a comfortable life through my own abilities. Wan'er resembled an angry pufferfish, brimming with frustration. All right, dear girl. It is unwise to harbor too much anger. It is detrimental to your well-being. A splendid child like our Wan'er, who is both beautiful and academically accomplished, will undoubtedly thrive without relying on a man. Yu Weiwei gently tucked a strand of dry, yellow hair behind her ear, her face perpetually adorned with a soft smile. Though she had once walked a shadowy path in her youth, she had meticulously shielded Yu Wan'er from harm. After adopting her, she relocated to a different city, severing ties with the unsavory men of her past. She may have been deeply flawed, but her precious daughter was to be safeguarded. Upon encountering Jiang Che once more, Yu Weiwei had entertained the thought of having Yu Wan'er cling to the wealthy heir's coattails, engaging in a brief romantic dalliance that would secure their financial future. However, she soon dismissed the idea, recognizing that a life dependent on a man could be fraught with challenges. Wan'er, do you recall your childhood? You adored nurturing little kittens and puppies. Perhaps you may consider becoming a veterinarian, opening a pet shop, and surrounding yourself with a multitude of furry companions. She chuckled lightly, though her humor fell flat as she observed Yu Wan'er's earnest expression, which rendered her a bit awkward. Yu Wan'er bit her lips softly. Mother, once I earn money, I will ensure you receive the finest medical care. Yu Weiwei fell into silence for a moment before her face broke into a serene smile. The following day, Qin Xiaoqiao and Yiming Yao exchanged fierce glances, each unwilling to yield to the other. Especially Qin Xiaoqiao, who could hardly believe that the esteemed young lady of the Yi family, a paragon of elegance, could be so unrefined. Yiming Yao, on the other hand, lowered her proud head. The thrill of tormenting her ex was fleeting. The path to rekindling her romance with Jiang Che would require a gradual approach. Soon, Jiang Che entered, carrying breakfast, casting an assessing gaze upon both Yiming Yao and Qin Xiaoqiao. Both were destined to be heroines, each possessing a natural beauty that would score a perfect 95 at the very least, akin to rare treasures. After placing the breakfast on the table, he directed his attention toward Yiming Yao. Yiming Yao, please refrain from dressing like that when you come to see me. Jiang Che's words caused the color to drain from her face. As a distinguished young lady, she wondered why her efforts to lower her pride had not elicited a more favorable response from him. Curse you, Jiang Che. I shall never harbor feelings for you again. She thought, even if I were to leap from the 18th floor, I would never utter another word to you. Seeing Yiming Yao on the verge of emotional collapse, Jiang Che continued, dressing like that could attract the wrong kind of attention, which would be perilous. His tone was serious. Yiming Yao, nearly overwhelmed, blinked in confusion. Wait, what just happened? Jiang Che, were you actually concerned about me? She ventured, suppressing her excitement. Jiang Che merely pressed his lips together. Just eat your breakfast. He could hardly keep Yiming Yao hanging indefinitely. After all, she was now his own person. It was impossible to continue tormenting her, and a touch of affectionate indulgence would yield surprisingly positive results. Previously, Yiming Yao had perpetually kept him on edge. Did he not deserve a chance to retaliate? Jiang Che glanced at the time. There was no need for him to attend school today. I will grant you all a leave shortly. Qin Xiaoqiao also lowered her head. As for Yiming Yao, she was enveloped in a joyful mood, nibbling on the bun in her hand, her heart brimming with sweetness. It was the taste of love. Chapter 85. The Jealous Rivalry of Two Women and the Misery of Lin Yu. After Aunt Chen prepared breakfast, she was ready to leave when she spotted Jiang Che leading Qin Xiaoqiao and Yiming Yao down from upstairs. Although she was not particularly familiar with Qin Xiaoqiao, she certainly knew who Yiming Yao was, the esteemed young lady of the Yi family. This revelation was nothing short of explosive, yet Aunt Chen remained composed, bowing her head and retreating. Although she had watched Jiang Che grow up, she was acutely aware that she was merely a servant. Brother Jiang Che, this soybean milk is quite hot. Let me cool it for you. Although they had already eaten their fill, Jiang Che had yet to partake. Yiming Yao felt an overwhelming desire to converse with Jiang Che. He had shown genuine concern for her. He even worried that her revealing attire might attract unsavory characters. He must be jealous. How delightful. Qin Xiaoqiao furrowed her brow, glaring at Yiming Yao as she blew on the soybean milk for Jiang Che. Filled with a sense of resentment, she had discerned the true nature of this so-called young lady yesterday. Her audacity was astounding. Senior Jiang Che, you must try this bun. It is utterly delicious. With that, Qin Xiaoqiao shot a provocative glance at Yiming Yao. Qin Xiaoqiao. Humph, Yiming Yao, are you truly a young lady? You were the one who kept Jiang Che hanging. No wonder he doesn't fancy you. Yiming Yao did not harbor deep animosity towards Qin Xiaoqiao. After all, she had embraced her darker side. Now that she was aware of Jiang Che's fickleness, her heart had grown more expansive. Moreover, she had come to understand his feelings. Despite often treating her coldly, Jiang Che still held her in his heart. That was sufficient. Jiang Che, what a battlefield. It is said that 3 women create a drama, and these 2 have begun their rivalry. System, is this halo of mine of any use? Wasn't it promised that the harem would remain harmonious? The system, rare as it was, offered a response. Dear host, the heroines possess their own thoughts. They will indeed compete with each other. The harem lord's aura merely ensures that your heroines do not become completely deranged, and they will not resort to unscrupulous means to possess you alone. Understood. Regardless of whether it's Yiming Yao or Qin Xiaoqiao, they must both be pampered. Lost in thought, he found himself reminiscing about Yu Wan'er, eating from his bowl, gazing at the pot, and contemplating the fields. This perfectly encapsulated Jiang Che. After dawdling through the morning, Jiang Che finally found a moment of leisure. He felt utterly drained, as though his very essence had been siphoned away. Now I understand why ancient emperors met their demise so prematurely. However, Jiang Che was not overly concerned, for he possessed a remarkable self-healing ability. This unparalleled regenerative talent extended far beyond mere wound recovery. After stretching his back, Jiang Che approached the litter box, resuming his duties as a caretaker. The ragdoll cat, affectionately named Xiao Guai, scampered over upon seeing him, eagerly licking his fingers and even rubbing her rear against his hand. It was evident that she had entered heat. Go away, do not tease me. If you could transform into a cat girl, perhaps I could assist in alleviating your discomfort, he mused. The cat nuzzled his fingers and mewed a few times. How absurd. Should I send you for spaying, do you believe? Jiang Che lamented, feeling a headache coming on. This cat seemed to have become overly stimulated in recent days, and her nightly cries were driving him to distraction. The ragdoll lay on the floor, wagging her tail. With no other recourse, Jiang Che retrieved a cotton swab, a remedy he had learned about online, purported to aid female cats in heat. In Hangzhou, within a certain nightclub, Lin Yu found himself shackled by iron chains. Before him stood a bald man, his head gleaming under the lights. This formidable figure was none other than a henchman for Wang Zhong, the second in command of the underground forces in Hangzhou, known colloquially as Bald Chong. He wore a lewd grin upon his face. Release me. I am a master of the dark energy realm, with 2 mentors, one the leader of the Ghost Doctor sect, the other the 19th ranked assassin in the dark world, possessing consummate mastery of the transformation stage. If you dare to lay a hand on me, they will not let you off easily. Lin Yu's heart raced with terror. He was numb from the harrowing experiences of the past few days, events that would leave most men reeling. The pain was excruciating. Once a proud heir to the Ghost Doctor legacy, a formidable practitioner of the mid-dark energy stage, he had expected to dominate the world upon descending the mountain. Yet, why had his journey been fraught with such misfortune? Not only had his beloved been taken from him, but every attempt at bravado had ended in failure, culminating in his current predicament. It felt like a surreal nightmare. Since his downfall, his appearance had become increasingly effeminate, his hair now cascading down his shoulders, as if he were on the brink of becoming a soft-hearted figure. Even if he were a master of dark energy, the notion of breaking free from his chains was nothing more than a delusion. Truly, he is indeed a master of ancient martial arts. Brother Chong swallowed hard, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Let me take a look. Chapter 86. Gu Lingfei returns to the country, Wolf King Su Han. Chun Hao has embarked on a new job. He donned a fresh set of security attire, accompanied by 2 new pieces of equipment, a riot baton and a tactical shield. The word security seemed to be etched into his very being, merging seamlessly with his existence. Security, safeguarding a realm of peace. It would not be an exaggeration to say that without the role of a security guard, Chun Hao felt utterly unbalanced. Now, he found a sense of comfort as he observed the newly established company bustling with visitors, a smile inadvertently lifting the corners of his mouth. Setting aside thoughts of Qin Xiaoqiao, he felt quite content. However, the mere notion of her languishing in the embrace of Jiang Che soured his mood in an instant. Humph. Jiang Che, just you wait. I've already discovered the reason for my stagnant cultivation. Soon, I shall break through to the transformation realm. And even if you are the son of a tycoon, I will silence you without a sound. A fierce glint flickered in Chun Hao's eyes. At that moment, a group of company executives entered the premises one after another. President Gu is truly capable, having just relocated the headquarters to Longhua. The company's market value has risen several percentage points. Indeed, the market is ever-changing, yet President Gu possesses remarkable business acumen. Enough with our simple minds trying to comprehend President Gu. She single-handedly brought the company to the public within 5 years. And she's a stunning beauty too, a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. One could only wonder who might win the heart of such a formidable woman. TSK. Chun Hao gazed at the retreating figures, swallowing hard. From their lengthy conversation, he had extracted 2 key phrases, superb beauty and female president. In an instant, excitement surged through Chun Hao. It was clear that he was destined for the role of a security guard. Encountering a charming school belle in school, and now a poised female president in the company. What a stroke of luck. Filled with exhilaration, he took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He was determined to win over this aloof female president. Meanwhile, across the ocean, how frustrating. Why can't I reach Ache? She sighed. Never mind. I'll surprise him when I return. I wonder if Ache has changed. What should I bring as a gift? A tall, stunning woman bit her lip lightly, her chestnut waves cascading elegantly. Dressed in a white blouse adorned with a black blazer. She wore half-framed silver glasses, embodying a perfect blend of sensuality and intellect. Perhaps a transformer? I almost forgot. It's been 7 or 8 years since we last met. Ache is no longer that little brat. Gu Lingfei chuckled to herself, calculating that he should be 19 now. Should I buy him a sports car? But Uncle Zhang isn't short on money, is he? Then I shall purchase a limited edition vehicle. So be it. With a snap of her fingers, the the woman concluded. After tidying up in the office, Gu Lingfei prepared to depart. Just as she exited the company's main entrance, a young man hurriedly approached her. Fei, are you truly returning to Longhua? As soon as the youth appeared, a group of bodyguards surrounding Gu Lingfei swiftly closed in, drawing their firearms. Su Han, aware that Gu Lingfei, a stunning beauty, would naturally be accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards while running a business in America, pressed on. Fei, are you really going back to Longhua? If so, I shall accompany you. Gu Lingfei furrowed her beautiful brows and replied, Su Han, could you cease your relentless pursuit of me? If it were not for the life-saving favor you once bestowed upon me, I would have long since had you forcibly removed. Is 200 million not sufficient to repay the debt of my salvation? Su Han spoke hastily. Fei, that 200 million is a loan. I will certainly repay it. You know I genuinely care for you. You need not return the money. You may leave. Gu Lingfei's bodyguards stepped forward, their guns cocked. Su Han fell silent. Despite his formidable fighting skills, they were of little use in this situation. With firearms, distance mattered. Within 7 steps, the guns were both swift and precise. He could only watch helplessly as Gu Lingfei's figure disappeared, a flicker of infatuation in his gaze. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he was hopelessly enamored. Fei, wait for me. Even if you go to Longhua, I shall protect you from the shadows. I will surely win your heart through my actions. With this thought in mind, he dialed a number. Hello? Lord Wolf King, this is Monkey. Is there a new mission? No, I merely wish to announce that I am preparing to withdraw from the Wolf King Mercenary Corps. What? Monkey exclaimed in surprise. Lord Wolf King, are you jesting? Our mercenary group is thriving. As our leader, you are the embodiment of our spirit. Why would you choose to leave? Su Han sighed deeply. I have grown weary of this life of constant violence. I intend to return to Longhua. Moreover, after the massacre of my family, I must uncover the truth. Understood. Monkey replied. Let us discuss this further upon your return. After hanging up, Su Han looked toward the shores of the ocean. His decision to return with Gu Lingfei was only one motivation. He had not forgotten the blood feud that weighed heavily upon him. Jiang Che remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Lingfei had attempted to contact him multiple times. Upon seeing her call, an international one, he dismissed it as a scam and promptly hung up. The methods for fostering camaraderie among girls are straightforward, through conversation. They often become close friends. Although Qin Xiao and Yiming Yao still held some animosity towards each other, their relationship had improved significantly. The 3 of them were seated in the living room, enjoying a meal together when the sound of a key unlocking the front door echoed from outside. In recent days, Jiang Yunli entered with a smile, only to be rendered speechless upon witnessing the scene in the living room. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she wondered if she was mistaken. It appeared that her son was having breakfast with 2 young ladies. Surely, she must have misinterpreted the situation. She resolved to take another look. Closing the door behind her, she opened it once more, only to find herself utterly confounded. What was going on with Xiao Che? Jiang Yunli scrutinized the 2 girls, initially believing that after she and Jiang Yuan left home, they had created a little love nest for her son and Yu Wan'er. Yet, Yu Wan'er had not arrived. And instead, other girls had come, one of whom was Yiming Yao, the young lady from the Yi family. Jiang Yunli felt her mind racing to comprehend the unfolding drama. Chapter 87 Yiming Yao. I'm sorry, Wan'er. Jiang Che has confessed his feelings for you. Qin Xiao was somewhat bewildered, as she did not actually know Jiang Yunli. This unexpected visitor appeared quite youthful. Surely, she must be Jiang Che's sister. Yet, Jiang Che had never mentioned having an elder sister. Yiming Yao, quick to react, understood that she had already shared an intimate moment with Jiang Che. Thus, she endeavored to win over this prospective mother-in-law. Jiang Yunli had never held her in high regard. Auntie, I was quite drunk at the last birthday party, but I genuinely like Jiang Che now. As she spoke, she lowered her head in a gesture of humility. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao quickly grasped the situation. This beautiful young woman was actually Jiang Che's mother. It was astonishing. They appeared so alike that one could hardly believe she was his mother. Auntie, my name is Qin Xiao. 15 minutes later, Jiang Yunli began to piece together the events that had transpired, feeling a surge of confusion. She had thought her son was infatuated with Yiming Yao for years, assuming him to be quite the romantic. However, it seemed that Yiming Yao was the one who was apprehensive. Jiang Yunli had never been fond of her, and Jiang Che had only recently shown her a modicum of kindness. Auntie, I truly like Jiang Che, Yiming Yao asserted. her pride having been thoroughly humbled by her affection for him. Sighing, Jiang Yunli reflected on how she had never anticipated that her son would actually take Yiming Yao away during her birthday banquet, especially after she had so earnestly defended him, insisting he would never engage in such behavior. If given another chance, she would still stand by her convictions. Well, since you like Jiang Che, I shall not say anything further. Although Jiang Yunli had previously harbored animosity towards Yiming Yao, she now recognized the girl's earnestness and perceived that she may have suffered at Jiang Che's hands. Yao Yao, come here for a hug. If Xiao Che bullies you, do let me know. After comforting Yiming Yao, she turned her attention to Qin Xiao. Xiao Xiao, come here for a hug. Jiang Yunli felt a twinge of confusion. What was her son up to? Yet, she held an unwavering affection for Jiang Che, believing that having many girls around him simply showcased his charm. Others could only envy such allure. Little Che, what are your plans with Wan'er? Jiang Yunli inquired, recalling Yu Wan'er. Jiang Che thought to himself that his mother's emotional intelligence was nearly non-existent. He had just managed to navigate the tumultuous situation with Yiming Yao and Qin Xiao. And now she had dragged Yu Wan'er into the mix. In Jiang Yunli's eyes, it seemed that Yu Wan'er had already fallen for her son. Yiming Yao was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief evident. Auntie, the Wan'er you mentioned, is it Yu Wan'er? Jiang Yunli nodded affirmatively. Do you know Wan'er? She asked. Jiang Che had initially hoped to use Yiming Yao to pressure Wan'er, thinking, surely, you wouldn't want our affair to reach your sister Yao, would you? Yet now, that plan had crumbled. Yiming Yao forced a wry smile. After all, she was my closest confidant. At that moment, Jiang Yunli began to realize the implications. Cough, cough. It's true that Xiao Che and Yu Wan'er don't have anything substantial, she said. But how could Yiming Yao believe that? She recalled her recent visit to the Jiang household and the scene she had witnessed. It seemed too vivid to be mere imagination. But how could Wan'er be involved? She had clearly stated her intentions to pursue Jiang Che, and Wan'er was aware of this. Why then this entanglement? In Yiming Yao's mind, Yu Wan'er was an innocent, vibrant girl, her dearest friend. How could she possibly be the one attempting to encroach upon their friendship? I'll take my leave now. Xiao Che, take care, Jiang Yunli said. Clearing her throat, she decided to leave this mess for her son to handle. Once again, the spacious living room was left with just Jiang Che, Yiming Yao, and Qin Xiao. Yiming Yao wanted to ask something but hesitated, especially since she had yet to solidify her own standing with Jiang Che. He had only recently shown a slight increase in his favor towards her, and she did not wish to plunge their relationship back into coldness. I haven't touched her. But I do like her, Jiang Che stated, his persona consistently composed. His fluctuating warmth towards Yiming Yao was unmatched by anyone else. Of course, this statement had an underlying meaning, one that depended on whether Yiming Yao could decipher it. A pang of sorrow struck Yiming Yao's heart. Jiang Che professed his affection for Yu Wan'er. Did that mean Wan'er held a higher position in his heart than she did? Their relationship had only recently blossomed. Had she not squandered Jiang Che's affections, it should have been her receiving his tenderness now. Jiang Che, if you truly like Wan'er, I can assist you. Qin Xiao offered, though she was somewhat bewildered, nonetheless feeling greatly astonished. She recalled the words that Yiming Yao had just spoken to Jiang Yunli. Yu Wan'er is my best friend. Is there truly such a sister who betrays her best friend? Although Jiang Che did not voice it, Yiming Yao could roughly surmise his feelings. He harbored affections for Yu Wan'er, but due to her being her close friend, Yu Wan'er decisively rejected Jiang Che. She understood Wan'er well. She was certainly not the type to encroach upon her friend's territory. Yet now, Jiang Che was so enamored with Yu Wan'er. Forgive me, Wan'er. Jiang Che has professed his love for you. Chapter 88. Sister Yao Yao, please stop testing me. Am I not confessing enough? Her husband, why do you appear so nonchalant? If Yi Changkong and his wife were to discover that Xiao Che had completely claimed their daughter, wouldn't my previous words become a mere jest? Jiang Yunli, the daughter of Lin Shui, who is a close friend of Yiming Yao's mother, now felt hesitant to speak with Lin Shui, fearing she might inadvertently reveal too much. Jiang Yuan, however, possessed a rather strong capacity for acceptance. Oh, this young man is quite impressive. He has accomplished what I dared not in my youth. Jiang Yuan, once an ordinary youth, gradually transformed into a billionaire, undeniably a protagonist in his own right. Surely, he must have had a few close female companions in his youth. Yet in the end, he was firmly bound to Jiang Yunli. Despite having the makings of a harem, he ultimately became a champion of pure love. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Jiang Yunli furrowed her beautiful brows, and pinched his ear with a somewhat fierce expression. What's this? Do you wish to tread on 3 boats? Jiang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? I was merely jesting. Should he dare to entertain such notions, his formidable father-in-law, who had reached the mastery level, would undoubtedly arrive with a 40-meter-long sword to confront him. What shall we do then? Does the proposed union with the Yi family still stand? Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow in resignation. Union? What nonsense! If Xiaoqie were to become engaged to Yiming Yao, how would other young ladies perceive that? Think a little. Why do you think I haven't thought it through? In my view, our Xiaoqie must have been stimulated while pursuing Yiming Yao, awakening some extraordinary attribute. This may just be the beginning. However, that is of little consequence. After all, the Jiang family is affluent enough. Let Xiaoqie indulge as he wishes. It would be best to have more children, ensuring the Jiang family flourishes. Jiang Yunli wished to voice her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. The following morning, after taking 2 days off, Yiming Yao and Qin Xiaoqiao returned to school. During their absence, many had been left in a state of anxiety. The notion that both Yiming Yao and Zhang Che could take leave at the same time for anything virtuous seemed implausible. For Qin Xiaoqiao's parents, it was even more agonizing. They had attempted to reach her by phone over a dozen times in these 2 days. Thankfully, Qin Xiaoqiao had answered, or they would have surely considered alerting the authorities. Although Qin Xiaoqiao claimed over the phone that she was merely visiting Zhang Che to assist him with his studies, both Wang Lili and Qin Shou were well aware of the underlying truth. Yet, they found themselves powerless, as they were the ones who had inadvertently driven their daughter to this state. Wang Lili felt an overwhelming sense of regret. During the break, she secretly summoned Qin Xiaoqiao. Upon seeing her somewhat haggard mother, Qin Xiaoqiao felt an indescribable sorrow. Mom, I've been doing well these past few days. Zhang Che has been truly kind to me. Wang Lili gazed earnestly at her daughter, finally letting out a long sigh. She raised her hand and gently caressed the girl's cheek. Xiaoqiao's expression indeed did not seem faint. Xiaoqiao, it was my mistake before. Your father and I have thoroughly reflected on our past errors. We were indeed too harsh on you. Qin Xiaoqiao's eyes became slightly misty. After all, wasn't he sulking at her parents a form of self-torment? Mom, I met Zhang Che's mother recently, and she really likes me. Qin Xiaoqiao spoke softly. Oh, Xiaoqiao, please pay attention to your health. The very scion she once looked down upon had, in a twist of fate, taken away her cherished daughter, whom they had nurtured for 18 years. What a grand irony this was. Oh, as a mother growing old, I only hope to see you thrive, Wang Lili remarked, her gaze towards Qin Xiaoqiao fraught with complexity. Qin Xiaoqiao felt guilty. After all, she had eloped with Zhang Che for over a week, deceiving them by claiming to suffer from depression, which weighed heavily on her conscience. Wang Lili continued, Your father's health has not been good lately. We are preparing to move into the school's faculty dormitory. Dad is sick? Qin Xiaoqiao exclaimed in alarm. Oh, just the old ailments. It's nothing serious. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiaoqiao offered, Mom, why don't I come back with you? A faint smile crept onto Wang Lili's lips. Her husband Qin Shou's suggestion had indeed proven astute, as their daughter was clearly susceptible to emotional manipulation. Oh, that's unnecessary. Your father and I have come to terms with it. After all, a daughter grows up and must eventually be let go. We merely wish to see you as much as possible while we are still alive. The naive Qin Xiaoqiao had once again been swayed by her parents' words. Meanwhile, in the classroom, when Yiming Yao encountered Yu Wan'er again after a 2-day interval, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She had come with a purpose. Zhang Che's request was rather peculiar, even somewhat unsettling. Sister Yao Yao, have you been unwell these past few days? Yu Wan'er asked knowingly. Though she was fully aware of where Yiming Yao had been, yet as a good friend, she felt compelled to inquire. Yiming Yao's gaze wandered, betraying her unease. Sister Yao Yao, you wouldn't have there's nothing of the sort. I've just had my period these past few days and haven't felt well, which is why I didn't come to school, Yiming Yao replied, her heart heavy with compassion. Wan'er is truly her own best friend, akin to sisters bound by fate. Thus, she decided to subtly gauge Yu Wan'er's sentiments. Wan'er, do you harbor feelings for Zhang Che? The moment the words escaped her lips, Yu Wan'er was rendered speechless, akin to a cat whose tail had been inadvertently stepped on. Though she was loath to admit it, she had indeed developed feelings for Zhang Che, that insufferable man who had tormented her relentlessly. What a perverse scoundrel. Yet, with Yiming Yao already involved with Zhang Che, it was only prudent for her to withdraw. In Yu Wan'er's worldview, the notion of a harem did not yet exist. Sister Yao, why do you keep asking such questions? I certainly do not like Jiang Che. If I did, wouldn't that mean I'm encroaching on your territory? We are the best of friends. Yu Wan'er implored. Chapter 89. Jiang Che's overbearing demands. Yu Wan'er's reluctant submission. Sister Yao, please, no more probing. I assure you, I will have no further contact with Jiang Che. Yu Wan'er lamented inwardly, perceiving Yiming Yao's jealousy as a clear indication that their relationship had crossed boundaries, prompting her envy. My dear Sister Yao, you once regarded me as your closest confidant. I have sacrificed so much, serving as your human pillow for 2 or 3 years. Now that your aversion to men has subsided and you've fallen for Jiang Che, you begin to resent me for being the third party? The affection had faded. It had truly waned. It's all your fault, Jiang Che, you insufferable scoundrel, you vile wretch. Yiming Yao cast a glance at Yu Wan'er, a wave of melancholy washing over her. She genuinely cherished her little friend, so sweet and tender. If she were a man, she too would undoubtedly be smitten with Yu Wan'er. Thus, she bore no ill will towards Jiang Che for developing feelings for her. Assisting Jiang Che in pursuing Yu Wan'er was a decision she had pondered deeply. Yet, the thought of Jiang Che's script, which dictated she first create a rift with Wan'er, was disheartening. Wan'er, as long as you do not like Jiang Che, all is well. Otherwise, I truly would not know how to face you. Yiming Yao smiled gently, then stealthily kissed Yu Wan'er's delicate cheek. Yu Wan'er's heart fluttered, but she resolved to maintain a distance from Jiang Che henceforth. Sister Yao, rest assured, we are the best of friends. Yu Wan'er's gaze gradually firmed. Jiang Che, you wretched scoundrel, consider yourself fortunate to have one Sister Yao's affections. Do not dare to touch a single hair on my head again. Jiang Che, you rogue. By the car door, Yu Wan'er desperately pushed Jiang Che away, glaring at him with the ferocity of a puffed-up kitten. You already have Sister Yao. Why do you persist in clinging to me? Tears threatened to spill from Yu Wan'er's eyes. Jiang Che was truly insufferable. This could not continue. She must decisively sever ties and avoid any further ambiguity with Jiang Che. Otherwise, if Yiming Yao were to discover this, their friendship might face an irrevocable end. Jiang Che, let us consider this the conclusion of our entanglement, shall we? Please, do not pursue me any further. The sight of the little girl with tear-filled eyes is enough to tug at anyone's heartstrings. Yet, can Jiang Che be considered an ordinary person? Very well, I shall not pursue you any longer. Jiang Che's words left Yu Wan'er momentarily speechless, only for her to soon furrow her brow. Is he really letting go of me this easily? How is that possible? Could it be that he has lost interest in me? Humph. I knew this perverse scoundrel was nothing but a huge playboy, easily forgetting the old for the new. Very well, but I have a condition. A wicked smile danced at the corners of Jiang Che's lips. Yu Wan'er's heart skipped a beat. She knew he would not let her off so easily. What condition? Jiang Che whispered a few words into Yu Wan'er's ear. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Heh. If you agree that I shall no longer seek you out. How does that sound? Yu Wan'er fell silent. Although she harbored some feelings for Jiang Che, they were but a vague sentiment. Now, she was eager to sever ties with him, lest she find herself sinking deeper. Are you serious? The girl raised her tearful eyes, her beautiful gaze glistening with unshed tears, biting her rosy lip. Indeed, I am serious. After all, I have invested considerable effort in you during this time. Would it not be a tremendous loss for me to walk away empty-handed? Jiang Che's lips curled into a smirk. It was evident that Yu Wan'er had developed feelings for him. After contemplating for several minutes, Yu Wan'er finally nodded heavily. Very well, I agree. But you must not threaten me with recordings or speak of this to Sister Yao Yao. From this day forth, you shall no longer pursue me. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. No problem. Jiang Che pulled Yu Wan'er into his embrace and opened the door to his Maybach. Yu Wan'er had been in Jiang Che's car many times, but this time her emotions were exceptionally complicated. Gazing out the window, she felt utterly lost. Had it been her usual self, she would never have agreed. She ought to have scolded him instead. Jiang Che glanced at the pensive little girl. Although Yu Wan'er was quite cunning, at her core, she remained a naive girl. Rather than taking Yu Wan'er home, Jiang Che led her to a 5-star hotel. Yu Wan'er felt a surge of anxiety, her entire body tensing up. Jiang Che, I am at a disadvantage here. You owe me money. Yu Wan'er clutched her clothing tightly. If she were to allow Jiang Che to take advantage of her so easily, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? After all, her mother's illness would require substantial medical expenses. Oh, how much do you want? Jiang Che, freshly bathed and clad in a loose robe, surveyed Yu Wan'er with a smile. Though she appeared clever, in reality, she was a little fool, thinking she could step off his ship after boarding? How could that be? Yu Wan'er was torn for a moment. 200,000? No, 50,000. She recalled her first meeting with Jiang Che's mother, during which Jiang Yunli had gifted her a card rumored to contain 10 million. Had she known this day would come, she would have accepted that 10 million without hesitation. 50,000. Jiang Che observed Yu Wan'er with an amused smile. Indeed, given Yu Wan'er's beauty, she was worth that price. After all, she was the destined female lead and a rare Loli-type protagonist. Did he seem to be jesting? Moreover, 50,000 was akin to $5 for him. Chapter 90. Collaborating to toy with Yu Wan'er, the little Loli cries in despair. Outside the hotel, Yiming Yao glanced at her phone, gently closed her eyes, and took a few deep breaths. According to the script Jiang Che had provided her, she was tasked with catching the cheating pair. Jiang Che, you truly are a scoundrel. If you dare to mistreat Wan'er, I will make you pay dearly. The thought of her innocent and lovely best friend being deceived and bullied by Jiang Che pained her heart. Furthermore, had she not been responsible for catching the cheating couple, this would have been exceedingly cruel to Wan'er. One was her dearest friend, and the other was her man. Ultimately, Miss Yi chose to side with Jiang Che. Wan'er, I am so sorry. Jiang Che, I am terrified. Yu Wan'er was genuinely frightened. Jiang Che licked his lips and revealed a smile. I have already requested a 3-day leave for you from school, so do not worry about that. Yu Wan'er had fallen ill. This little girl was quite delicate, frequently succumbing to fevers. Her small face was flushed red, resembling a little furnace, with steam rising from the quilt, enveloping her in a fragrant warmth. Jiang Che sighed helplessly, realizing he would have to care for Yu Wan'er, as he had not anticipated her fever. After toiling for half the night, administering alcohol wipes and medication, he finally managed to bring down her high fever. I am truly exasperated with you. Jiang Che leaned against the headboard, watching as Yu Wan'er fell into a deep sleep, rubbing his temples in resignation. The next day, Yu Wan'er awoke early. Her fever had subsided, but she still felt quite unwell. Nestled in bed with no desire to move even a finger, the color of her face appeared slightly pale. Her rational mind urged her to rise and immediately draw a line with Jiang Che, yet another part of her longed to remain nestled beside him forever. For this outing would mean a definitive severance with Jiang Che. Although she had been somewhat delirious last night, Jiang Che's care for her had been meticulous, akin to that of a mother. Since she could remember, aside from her mother, only Jiang Che had treated her with such kindness. Now, she found herself feeling a twinge of reluctance. Just then, the door of the hotel room was pushed open. Jiang Che, you all. Yiming Yao steeled herself as she opened the door, ready to begin her performance. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Yu Wan'er was momentarily taken aback, but soon her spirits plummeted into despair. Sister Yao Yao? What is she doing here? She had just sworn to Yiming Yao that she would never encroach upon her best friend's romantic interests. Desperate, Yu Wan'er curled up tightly, burying herself in the covers beside Jiang Che, hoping to avoid detection by Yiming Yao. Jiang Che and Wan'er, how could you be together? Yiming Yao exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Jiang Che, groggy and confused, wondered which fool had disturbed his slumber. But soon, he realized that it was merely the script he had orchestrated, and everything was under control. The curtain was about to rise on a splendid performance. Yiming Yao was the quintessential love-struck individual, completely under his spell, and now even exhibiting a darker side. Otherwise, how could she possibly heed his words and engage in such treacherous behavior against her friend? As for Yu Wan'er, who had previously been bouncing around, internally cursing him as a pervert, she now realized that failing to confront Jiang Che, the antagonist, would render her efforts meaningless. Yiming Yao, who permitted you to enter? Jiang Che demanded. Wan'er, didn't you say? A series of awkward performances ensued, revealing Yiming Yao's lackluster acting skills. However, Yu Wan'er, in her days, was oblivious to the minor flaws in the act. The betrayal of her friendship was now undeniable. If there were a crevice in the wall, she would have wished to crawl through it, overwhelmed by despair. Sister Yao Yao, I didn't mean to. I never intended to encroach upon your relationship. The girl, unable to withstand the pressure, peeked out from the covers, her tear-filled eyes conveying a heart-wrenching vulnerability. Both the living and the spectral were showcasing their talents, while only Wan'er remained deceived. Jiang Che pulled Yu Wan'er closer, asserting, Mengyao, please leave. All right, Yiming Yao replied, her tone tinged with irritation. It seems my role as a supporting character has come to an end. Could I possibly receive a fee for my performance? She turned and walked away, visibly perturbed. At that moment, Yu Wan'er, already in tears, choked out, "Sister Yao Yao, it's not as you think." Although she had clung to Yiming Yao like a parasite, the bond of sisterhood they shared was undeniably genuine. Watching Yiming Yao's retreating figure, Yu Wan'er felt as if her only true friend had completely abandoned her. She broke down, weeping inconsolably. Chapter 91. Exerting every effort to comfort Yu Wan'er was utterly distraught. While she acknowledged her longing to be a clingy companion, her feelings for Yiming Yao were undeniably sincere. Yiming Yao was her sole confidant, and now, she felt that her cherished friend had vanished from her life. The image of Yiming Yao's profoundly disappointed gaze lingered in her mind. "Sister Yao Yao, it's not as you perceive," the young woman murmured. Curled up at the head of her bed, tears streaming down her face like a deluge, appearing utterly pitiable. Jiang Che leaned against the edge of the bed, feeling a twinge of sympathy for this unscrupulous villain. After all, Yu Wan'er had endured both physical and emotional torment. It was no wonder she was in tears. "Yet, dear one, though you may have lost your best friend, you still have me." In truth, Yiming Yao could never truly sever ties with Yu Wan'er. "Enough of the tears. It's just Yiming Yao. Once I find a moment, I shall teach her a lesson," he reassured her. "Get away from me. It's all your fault." Yu Wan'er struggled fiercely to escape Jiang Che's embrace, maintaining a distance from him, her eyes swollen like a rabbit's. "You pervert, leave me alone. Mengyao doesn't want me anymore," she lamented. "How am I supposed to face her now? Sob, sob, sob. Mengyao must hate me so much. If it weren't for you brainwashing her, we would still be good friends." It was evident that Yu Wan'er was genuinely heartbroken. She cried incessantly, feeling an ache within her that she had never experienced before. Jiang Che, attuned to her emotions, understood that her pain was sincere, not feigned. He could hardly bear to see a girl cry. Surely he must comfort her. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his forehead. "Look, this is the medicine your Mengyao bought for you. Let me apply it. Get away. I don't want your help." Yu Wan'er raised her foot, attempting to kick Jiang Che away, but she was no match for him. He easily grasped her delicate ankle. "You vile pervert," she sobbed, her emotions spilling forth like a dam bursting, the grievances she had suppressed for so long flooding out in tears. After all, forcing her size 39 foot into a size 38 shoe proved quite the challenge. "What kind of medicine is this? It's so cold." She kicked her legs and glared at Jiang Che. "From now on, let us pretend we don't know each other. Don't come looking for me. I can't even bear to face Mengyao anymore. I will transfer schools in a few days," she stated seriously after much contemplation. Given her academic prowess, even without any influential background, numerous schools would welcome her should she leave Sherlon Academy. Although she despised Jiang Che, she had to admit that as her first love, he left an indelible impression on her, and there was a flicker of genuine affection for him. "Oh, you wish to transfer? Do you think other schools would accept you?" Jiang Che teased. "Once you've boarded my ship, how could you disembark?" "Of course they would." "Jiang Che, Yu Wan'er seemed to have an epiphany, shooting him a fierce glare. "Is this scoundrel implying that no school will take me? I don't want this. I don't know how to face Mengyao anymore." "You pervert, sob, sob, sob." Seeing her distress, Jiang Che couldn't help but smile softly. He then reached out to pinch her cheek. Who could resist such an adorable little girl? "Do not touch me. I wish to return home." Yu Wan'er struggled to rise from the bed, only to collapse onto the floor, her already crimson knees nearly scraped. Jiang Che sighed, then descended from the bed to lift her up. "I mentioned yesterday that I secured a 3-day leave for you. However, my mother requires my care. Please be obedient. I will arrange for the most professional medical team to transfer her to the hospital. End-stage uremia is not beyond treatment. A kidney transplant could extend her life by another decade." Jiang Che's words rendered Yu Wan'er momentarily speechless. Her beautiful large eyes blinked twice, remnants of tears still adorning her cheeks, giving her an adorably innocent appearance. "What's the matter? Do you not believe me?" Yu Wan'er lowered her gaze. How could she possibly doubt him? Given Jiang Che's affluent background, acquiring a kidney would be a trivial matter. In those melodramatic novels, where the CEO's beloved requires a kidney and the foolish male lead sacrifices the female lead's organ for her, such scenarios are utterly implausible in reality. True wealthy individuals possess extensive networks that ensure they never lack organ sources. If one still frets over finding a suitable kidney, it only indicates a lack of wealth and power. Moreover, what is the purpose of Lin Yu, the miraculous healer? Is he not meant to serve as a tool? Such a talent should not go to waste. Yet, Sister Yao Yao, I truly do not know how to face her. She will surely resent me. The thought of Yiming Yao's disappointed gaze as she departed filled Yu Wan'er with trepidation. I believe Yiming Yao is not the type to hold grudges. Simply return and explain the situation to her. Yu Wan'er retorted, it's easy for you to say. She is now the other woman. The one who has intruded upon my best friend's relationship. Darling, your sister Yao Yao is quite generous. Jiang Che interjected, you know Qin Xiaoqiao, right? The little girl nodded, clearly aware of who Qin Xiaoqiao was. Yiming Yao and Qin Xiaoqiao seemed to get along rather well. Yu Wan'er responded with confusion. Jiang Che, however, chose not to elaborate further, merely covering Yu Wan'er with a blanket. Rest well over the next few days and nourish yourself properly. Chapter 92. Residing with Wan'er in the villa, Gu Lingfei calls late at night. For Yiming Yao, this period was excruciatingly tormenting. Her mood was scarcely better than Yu Wan'er's. Yu Wan'er was her dearest friend, and Jiang Che was the object of her affections. Both were immensely significant to her. She was at a loss as to whom to feel jealous of. So vexing, Yiming Yao exclaimed, stamping her foot, her mind wandering during classes these past few days. Sister Yao Yao, what are your plans? Yu Wan'er, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out the window and gently inquired. Hey, what do you think? Yu Wan'er widened her eyes in disbelief. Do you fancy yourself an emperor of ancient times? Jiang Che chuckled lightly. With his family standing. Being the only son of Hangzhou's wealthiest man, and his mother's Jiang family wielding immense power, he was well aware of his formidable lineage. With his grandfather being a legendary figure in the ancient martial world of Longhua, Yu Wan'er fell silent, her emotions growing increasingly complicated. Stupid Jiang Che, perverse scoundrel. I knew you were a cad, a playboy. The deep affection you feigned while pursuing Sister Yao Yao was all a fade. Upon returning to school and encountering Yiming Yao once more, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Sister Yao Yao, I'm truly sorry, Yu Wan'er murmured. Her head bowed, tears brimming in her eyes, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment, appearing pitiful. This display of sorrow was the only strategy she could conceive. Yiming Yao was enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain of how to respond. Wan'er, Sister Yao Yao, I sincerely apologize, I truly do. Yiming Yao refrained from elaborating further. Her priority was to bring Wan'er onto her side. Wan'er, please stop crying. Speak honestly. Do you harbor feelings for Jiang Che as well? This inquiry was not scripted by Jiang Che. She genuinely sought the truth. If Wan'er had feelings for Jiang Che, then perhaps there was hope. However, if Wan'er did not reciprocate, then a forced affection would yield no sweetness. Yu Wan'er lifted her gaze to meet Yiming Yao's. She pondered. Did she indeed like Jiang Che? Perhaps she did, but more so, she felt wronged, for that insufferable fellow frequently bullied her. And she recalled the various threats he had made, which only added to her sense of injustice. Sister Yao Yao, I do have a slight affection for him. Wan'er confessed before quickly averting her eyes, too afraid to meet Yiming Yao's gaze. Oh no, I am destined to lose Sister Yao Yao entirely. Upon hearing Wan'er's admission, Yiming Yao's expression shifted to one of complexity, soon giving way to a tinge of melancholy. A smile crept to her lips. Darling Wan'er, do you remember our previous conversation? What? At the endearing term darling, Yu Wan'er could scarcely believe her ears. We made a pact, remember? We vowed to attend the same school and marry the same man. Yu Wan'er's cheeks flushed crimson. What had once been a jest now seemed to be materializing. Initially, it was Yiming Yao who had proposed it. And in her eagerness to befriend the esteemed Yiming Yao, she had readily agreed. Indeed, one should be cautious with their words. So, does this mean Sister Yao Yao has forgiven me? You aren't angry with me anymore? Hee, we promised to be lifelong best friends, Yiming Yao said, embracing Yu Wan'er and playfully kissing the little girl's cheek. A warmth blossomed within Yu Wan'er's heart. Jiang Che was a man of his word. He promptly brought Yu Weiwei to the hospital, where she enjoyed the finest medical facilities, attended by several caregivers. Each month, her medical expenses soared to several $100,000. Yet for Jiang Che, it was merely a trifling sum. Xiao Che, you are so considerate, Yu Weiwei remarked, her face adorned with a warm smile, radiating an infectious joy. Despite her body being ravaged by uremia, Yu Weiwei is undoubtedly one of the gentlest women Jiang Che has encountered in his 2 lifetimes, a gentleness that transcends mere appearance. She may have once donned a facade of insincerity, yet her love for Yu Wan'er is undeniably genuine. Little Che, I entrust Wan'er to you. Yu Wei is acutely aware that Jiang Che's assistance to her is solely out of consideration for Yu Wan'er. Her discernment has always been remarkable, and indeed, Jiang Che is a responsible young man. While he may not be worthy of a lifelong commitment, Wan'er will certainly not be subjected to mistreatment in his company. Most importantly, Wan'er harbors genuine affection for him as well. Qin Xiaoqiao has secured a leave of absence for Jiang Che, meaning she can only visit him on weekends from now on. This leaves Jiang Che somewhat resigned, as Xiaoqiao has, after all, been persuaded by her parents to return home. However, this is of little consequence to Jiang Che, for he has managed to win over Yu Wan'er. While Qin Xiaoqiao and Yiming Yao must return home, Yu Wan'er has no such obligation. She is solely under the care of her foster mother, who has been brought to the hospital. Yu Wan'er bears the responsibility of tutoring Jiang Che in his studies. Aunt Shun, who comes to cook at noon, feels a sense of deja vu. Why has the young master brought another girl home? She vaguely remembers that he was quite devoted to someone before. Yet, she simply bows her head, recognizing that if she wishes to continue working in the Jiang household, she must feign ignorance. Jiang Che, may I sleep in the room next door? Yu Wan'er blinks her large eyes, attempting to charm her way through, and it is evident that she has developed a psychological shadow regarding Jiang Che. What do you think? Just then, a phone call interrupts. Jiang Che mutters under his breath. Which fool is calling me at this hour? However, upon glancing down, his brow furrows slightly. It's her? Gu Lingfei. Chapter 93. Going to pick up Gu Lingfei? The Wolf King Su Han returns. Gu Lingfei, a distant cousin, albeit one with a blood relation that has long since become negligible. She is likely another destined protagonist. After all, a beautiful CEO, everyone understands the implications. Shu, someone is calling. Jiang Che gestures for Yu Wan'er to be silent before answering the phone. Little Che, why have you taken so long to answer? The voice on the other end carries a hint of reproach. Sister Feifei, is there something you need? Oh, didn't T-Uncle and Aunt mention it to you? I'm back in the country now. Could you come pick me up at the airport? Jiang Che chuckles. You expect me to come pick you up just because you asked? Am I supposed to forsake my sleep in the middle of the night to fetch you? Who do you think you are? Apologies, Sister Feifei, but I'm at home trying to catch some sleep. How about this? I'll find someone else to pick you up. Gu Lingfei remains silent for a moment before teasingly responding. What's this? Little Che, you wouldn't have gotten a girlfriend and forgotten your old sister, would you? It must be said, women's intuition can sometimes be remarkably accurate. All right, I can take a taxi home. However, I have no place to stay. Please help me tidy up that room at home. I will return to the Jiang residence. Gu Lingfei's words left Jiang Che somewhat speechless as he glanced at Yu Wan'er beside him. Wasn't this rather awkward? However, Sister Feifei, it would be better if you didn't take a taxi. I will send a driver to pick you up. Gu Lingfei is most likely a fated heroine. Having just returned to the country and taking a taxi alone could attract a child of destiny. Jiang Che had to prevent such possibilities from occurring. Very well, I will heed your advice. After hanging up the phone, Yu Wan'er stared blankly at Jiang Che. At that moment, she was clad in a brown bear pajama set, her hair disheveled, and her expression somewhat anxious. Is someone coming over? Jiang Che had the phone on speaker, so she heard everything clearly. The voice on the other end seemed to belong to a mature woman. Well, you don't need to know so much. Jiang Che couldn't concern himself with such matters and was unsure who had purchased this adorable bear pajama set for Yu Wan'er. It suited her so perfectly it could make anyone swoon. At Hangzhou Airport, Gu Lingfei, just disembarked from her flight, was seated in the VIP lounge, sipping coffee. Her stunning visage was as cold as frost, exuding an air of aloofness that discouraged approach. Yet, a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of her lips. After 7 or 8 years apart, Xiao Che had indeed become quite distant. Gu Lingfei had grown up in the Jiang household, being 5 or 6 years older than Jiang Che, and had always been immensely fond of her younger brother. However, after studying abroad for several years, she had successfully carved out a career of her own. As Gu Lingfei pondered, a portly man in a suit approached her, his gaze tinged with lewdness. However, before he could reach her, several individuals clad in black arrived at Gu Lingfei's side. Miss Gu, I am Jiang Che's driver. Jiang Che has matters to attend to, and I am here to escort you home. Gu Lingfei nodded slowly and then rose to leave. Before she departed, the driver and several bodyguards cast a cold glance at the bald man, whose expression soured as he clenched his fists. He had intended to have a moment of intimacy. Not long after Gu Lingfei left, a youthful figure rushed into the VIP lounge. Feifei, where are you? Su Han scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of Gu Lingfei. Only a greasy, overweight man who inexplicably irritated him, igniting an impulse to punch him in the face. In fact, he did exactly that. Approaching the corpulent man, he pressed him firmly down, demanding, "Have you seen a beautiful woman?" As a super soldier of the Wolf King Mercenary Corps, Su Han had blood on his hands and was a master of profound internal strength, nearly frightening the man out of his wits. I don't know. Useless. Su Han unleashed a fierce barrage of blows upon the rotund man. The hefty fellow wept, pleading, "I harbor no grievances against you. Why strike me?" Su Han retorted, "Indeed. Why strike him?" In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. "You deserve it." It was evident that Jiang Chei's thoughts were astute. Had he not dispatched someone to escort Gu Lingfei away in advance, the portly man would undoubtedly have attempted to provoke her, thus providing Su Han an opportunity to showcase his prowess. However, it was now clear that such a scenario was no longer feasible. After delivering a sound thrashing to the man, Su Han exited the VIP room and dialed a number. "Monkey, have you managed to ascertain the location of Feifei's company?" With the Wolf King back in the country, he would undoubtedly be accompanied by a few trusted comrades from the mercenary group. There would certainly be a hacker among them, a subordinate adept at managing finances, and perhaps a beautiful woman secretly enamored with the Wolf King. Whatever it took to ensure the Wolf King was comfortable. That was the way to proceed. "Lord Wolf," Su Han interrupted Monkey, "since I have returned to the country, there is no need for formal titles. Simply refer to me as boss." "Boss, Gu Lingfei," Monkey began, only to be cut off again by Su Han. Su Han coldly interjected, "Is she someone you can address so casually? You should refer to her as sister-in-law." Monkey replied, "The headquarters of sister-in-law's company has recently relocated to Hangzhou, and to my knowledge, she has connections with the Jiang family there." Su Han fell silent for a moment, contemplating, "I must devise a means to approach Feifei. Only then can I win her heart." He urged Monkey, "Think of a way for me to get close to her." Monkey, again silent, couldn't fathom why the typically decisive Wolf King seemed to have lost his wits lately. Yet, Su Han's words stirred memories of a novel he had recently been reading. The Wolf King's bodyguard of the female CEO. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "Boss, I believe you could start by working as a security guard at sister-in-law's company, gradually winning her affection from that position." Su Han's eyes lit up, precisely hitting the keyword, security guard. "Monkey, arrange this for me." "Boss, you previously asked me to investigate the annihilation of the Su family from over a decade ago, and I have uncovered some leads. Let's set aside the matters of the Su family for now. I find myself somewhat fatigued," Su Han replied. Monkey thought to himself that he had never felt so speechless in his life. What was this about investigating the Su family's downfall? It seemed more like an excuse to return home to chase after girls. Yet, such thoughts were only safe within the confines of his mind. He dared not voice them in Su Han's presence, for the name of the iron-faced Wolf King was not to be trifled with. Chapter 94, Gu Lingfei's Vulnerability. A night without sleep. Ding dong. Outside the Jiang residence, Gu Lingfei knocked on the door. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Jiang Chei descended from his bed, while Yu Wan'er buried her head beneath the covers, choosing to play the ostrich. Gu Lingfei had envisioned numerous scenarios for her encounter with Jiang Chei, yet reality left her utterly astonished. As the door swung open, Jiang Chei was dressed merely in a pair of flamboyant floral shorts and a shirt, his physique exuding an abundance of charm, accompanied by a subtle, enchanting fragrance. Gu Lingfei, although she had never tasted pork, certainly had witnessed a pig's gallivanting at some point. "Jiang Chei, you mischievous little brother. Why haven't you come to fetch me? So, you've been here indulging in the company of a fair maiden," she teased. "Humph. With a girlfriend now? You've forgotten your sister. I even prepared a hyper-luxurious sports car worth $500 million as a gift, and this is how you welcome me? Let me see which young lady has captured the illustrious Jiang Chei's attention. It must be that girl from the Yi family, right? I recall she and Jiang Chei were childhood sweethearts," she mused. Clearly, Gu Lingfei was 6 or 7 years Jiang Chei's senior, holding only sibling affection for him. "What's this? Jiang Chei, aren't you going to welcome me inside?" A smile, akin to a thawing iceberg, graced Gu Lingfei's frosty visage. This was the aloof female CEO. Outsiders witnessed only her cold demeanor, unaware of the tenderness that lay beneath. Jiang Chei cast a glance at Gu Lingfei, who indeed was striking, a figure that was undeniably the most exquisite he had ever encountered. She resembled a ripe, sweet fruit, the intoxicating aroma wafting through the air, beckoning one to pluck it. While the lithe figure of Officer Wang Yanran was already quite impressive, it paled in comparison to Gu Lingfei's allure. "You little rascal. Where are your eyes wandering?" Gu Lingfei remarked, having encountered such gazes from many men, yet she bore no resentment towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che chuckled lightly, then stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. Despite having fought her battles in the world for 7 or 8 years, upon returning to the Jiang household, she relaxed entirely, shedding her high heels and reclining on the sofa, unencumbered by even slippers. Her flawless, delicate feet rested upon the wooden coffee table, accentuating her long, elegant legs. Though the claim of them being a meter long might be exaggerated, they certainly approached 90 centimeters. A quintessential display of leggy allure. In Jiang Che's presence, Gu Lingfei exhibited no reservations, casually removing her stockings to reveal her fair, tender feet, an exquisite Roman foot shape, akin to a work of art. She tossed her stockings aside carelessly on the sofa. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your little girlfriend?" Gu Lingfei inquired, a smile playing at her lips. She sighed. Little Che has grown up and begun dating. Here I am, 7 years his senior, still single. Am I destined to consume dog food in the future?" Jiang Che showcased his eloquence, regaling her with an array of risque jokes. "Where did you learn such things, little Che? I recall you were quite the honest boy. Surely, your classmates have led you astray." Gu Lingfei, unable to endure any longer, retreated to her bedroom. Originally, her bedroom was a complete mess, but now it has been tidied up. As the woman gazed upon the room, identical to her memories, warmth blossomed within her heart. She leaped onto the bed, rolling about like a carefree teenage girl. Gu Lingfei then changed into a pure white nightgown once worn by Yiming Yao. Although it was somewhat snug on her, she found it acceptable as comfort was her priority. The piano is still here?" In a whimsical mood, she decided to play a piece. And soon the soothing melodies echoed throughout the villa. However, as she immersed herself in her musical reverie, the sound of music emanated from the adjacent bedroom. "What is that noise?" Gu Lingfei had a sleepless night. The following morning, Gu Lingfei, sporting prominent dark circles under her eyes, approached the dining table, her demeanor visibly weary. Clearly, someone had been awake all night. Upon seeing Gu Lingfei, Yu Wan'er lowered her head, unable to meet her gaze. "Perverse creep, stinky Jiang Che. I am utterly shameless now." Yu Wan'er felt completely exhausted, wishing for the world to vanish. "Dear sister, what is your name? How old are you?" Gu Lingfei was taken aback upon meeting Yu Wan'er. "Sister, I am Yu Wan'er, and I am 19 years old," she quickly replied. "Goodness, older than Che? She doesn't seem like it." Chapter 95, Security Assessment, Mashup of Fortunes. What a delightful little girl, Gu Lingfei mused after Jiang Che and Yu Wan'er left. Yu Wan'er's charming appearance effortlessly garnered everyone's affection, akin to an adorable kitten that everyone wished to pet. She was universally appealing. "Oh dear, how could I forget?" Gu Lingfei suddenly smacked her forehead. "Yu Wan'er is now Jiang Che's girlfriend. In our first encounter, as an elder, I forgot to present her with a red envelope. With a net worth in the billions, her notion of a red envelope certainly transcended mere monetary value." Sighing, she felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of last night's events. "I can't continue living next door. I shall move downstairs. Or else I will be sleepless night after night." Meanwhile, the director of human resources at Ling Che Group was experiencing considerable stress. The company had recently relocated to Long Country and was in a phase of reconstruction, facing a scarcity of talent. They were in search of specialized high-level technical professionals, graduates from prestigious universities, and master's and doctoral candidates, but few caught her discerning eye. Conversely, the number of applicants for the security department exceeded her expectations. Although they were only hiring one individual, a multitude had come for interviews. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the majority of these individuals are predominantly young, each claiming to possess unique talents. Alas, what has become of today's youth, so lacking in ambition? To choose to become a security guard at such a tender age, is it truly a means to circumvent 40 years of hardship? Zhao Yu helplessly rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of overwhelming frustration. Thus, the only recourse is to filter through them. What? An assessment? Chun Hao furrowed his brow upon receiving the notification. Is it now a requirement to undergo an evaluation to be a security guard? Indeed, large companies are truly distinct. Even security personnel must face scrutiny. However, he felt little trepidation, for the assessment would likely revolve around combat skills, and he is a master of Tai Chi from the Qin family. having recently advanced to the late stage of internal strength. Moreover, those applying for the position were likely to be elderly men, and he held no fear. Yet, upon arriving at the assessment site, he was rather taken aback. There were at least 20 to 30 candidates, among whom only a few were elderly, while the rest were all young, each exhibiting a rebellious demeanor, as if to declare themselves the rulers of their domain. Su-han was among them, and he too felt somewhat speechless at the sheer number of applicants. How could there be so many? This organizer is truly incompetent. Why is there even an assessment? The professional evaluators from the security department were also perplexed. They had never encountered such a situation before. I will call out names, the assessor announced. Yi-chun, present, present, present. 3 young men stood up, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. I called for Yi-chun, yet 3 individuals have risen? The evaluator scratched his head in confusion. Indeed, I am Yi-chun. How dare you claim to be Yi-chun? One of them scoffed. Huh, what a laugh. The name Yi-chun is so common that anyone can adopt it. The 3, Yi-chun, Yi-chun, and Yi-chun, refused to back down, exchanging hostile glances as if on the verge of a brawl. The amusing part was that the evaluator glanced at the list and indeed found 3 individuals with the surname Yi, leaving him quite speechless. Ahem, you all wait to the side. Once I have called the roll, you will be assessed in groups, and only those with superior strength will remain at Ling Che Group as security personnel. I must remind you, though, that despite Ling Che Group being a multinational corporation, the monthly salary for security is merely 5,000. Nevertheless, it is evident that none of you are ordinary, who would concern themselves with mere finances. Wealth breeds opportunity, and where there are beautiful CEOs, there also thrive the children of fortune. In Long Country, exceptional beauties like Gu Lingfei are exceedingly rare, making the competition quite fierce. Each of these fortunate scions harbored lofty ambitions, seemingly dismissive of one another. Before long, the formal assessment commenced, and the criteria were relatively straightforward. It was a matter of who could fight. I, Yi-chun, stand at the pinnacle of Ming's strength. With my mastery of the 8 extremes fist, I am invincible. Who dares to challenge me? Can a mere trifler at the peak of Ming's strength dare to boast? I, Lin Feng, could dispatch you with a single strike. The 20-odd rebellious youths smirked in unison, creating a striking tableau. Upon the encounter of the children of fate, the inevitable contest revolved around whose fists held greater might. Cursed be it. Was that truly a master of the hidden strength? I too have ascended to the realm of hidden strength. What do you think you can do to me? You have also broken through? I refuse to be outdone. Humph. This grudge is firmly etched in my memory. I, Qin Feng, shall return without fail. The elimination proceeded with remarkable swiftness, and soon, less than half of the participants remained. As for Chun Hao, who had reached the latter stages of hidden strength, and Su-han, who had attained the pinnacle of this realm, their advancement was effortless. What a spirited and exhilarating battle it was. I feel as though I am on the verge of grasping the threshold of the pinnacle of hidden strength. A smile involuntarily crept onto Chun Hao's lips. A mere gathering of lesser beings, incapable of even providing me with the opportunity to unleash my second strike. The overwhelming might of Su-han at the pinnacle of hidden strength was nothing short of a total domination over the others. In the final duel, it was an undisputed clash between Chun Hao and Su-han. Even the examiners appeared dumbfounded. Was this a film in the making? How could there be so many masters of ancient martial arts? Moreover, they seemed to possess considerable strength. One must wonder, are security personnel in such high demand nowadays? Have so many martial arts experts come forth to apply for security positions? The irony lies in the fact that the remuneration for security work is quite modest. Merely a few thousand a month. A master of hidden strength could effortlessly earn no less than tens of thousands at any bodyguard agency. Have they lost their senses? The pinnacle of hidden strength? Humph, I too am capable of standing my ground. Chun Hao clenched his fists. In that moment, he reminisced about his youthful self, recalling his sister who bore the weight of the family alone. After this wave of nostalgia, he felt a surge of strength, having crossed a minor threshold, elevating from the later stages of hidden strength to the ultimate limit of the same. Alas, the opponent he faced was none other than the protagonist-level Su-han. His memories proved utterly futile. With a single punch, Su-han sent him crashing into the wall, rendering him incapable of even a counterattack. You insignificant trash. Do you think you are worthy? A spittle of contempt found its way into Chun Hao's mouth, accompanied by a wicked smile from Su-han. Congratulations, Mr. Su-han. You are now a security guard for our Lingche group. These individuals are your colleagues." The examiner gestured toward a few elderly gentlemen clad in security uniforms and addressed Su Han with a grin. "Ah, the Wolf King is indeed proud." He scarcely deigns to cast a glance at anyone else. Chun Hao stood there, bewildered, glancing at the elderly men. "Why? Did you not say the company was hiring only one person? Why are there 3 more old men?" "Oh, they are relatives of the company's executives." Chun Hao felt a crushing despair. "Why? I am a formidable master of hidden strength. How can I possibly be outdone by a few old men?" A disdainful smile spread across Su Han's face. "Practice more if you are weak. If you can't handle it, then don't play. You are unworthy of speaking." Chun Hao was rendered unconscious by the indignation, compounded by the exhaustion from the previous battles, and was unceremoniously tossed out by the company personnel like a mere dog. Having barely held a job for 2 days, Chun Hao once again faced the specter of unemployment. Chapter 96. Breaking Through to Transformation, Encountering the Wolf King Su Han, and Su Han's murderous intent. Jiang Che gazed at the 30 years of internal energy within his system, taking a few gentle breaths. Previously, when he consumed Yu Wan'er, he inadvertently triggered the villain's choice, but at that time, his impatience led him to overlook the options presented. Subsequently, he acquired an additional 30 years of internal energy, which he had entirely forgotten to examine. System, utilize internal energy. Soon, a surge of pure power coursed through his body. It felt as though a layer of meridians had been violently torn apart by the powerful force. Transformation. With the infusion of 30 years of internal energy, Jiang Che advanced from the pinnacle of dark strength to the mid-stage of transformation. For practitioners of ancient martial arts, dark strength and transformation represent a fundamental distinction. Dark strength allows one to circulate internal energy within the body, delivering damage through physical strikes, while transformation enables the external projection of internal energy, turning petals and leaves into lethal projectiles. Jiang Che had now truly entered the ranks of experts, easily overpowering individuals like Lin Yu and Chun Hao, who were but trifles in comparison. Though, in truth, Lin Yu and his companions had been consistently at the receiving end of his prowess. "Jiang Che, you perverse fiend. Why are you grinning so happily, you filthy creep?" Yu Wan'er seethed with anger upon seeing Jiang Che, though she couldn't articulate a reason for her ire. It was simply an overwhelming frustration. Presently, Yiming Yao no longer showered her with the same affection as before. Once, Sister Yao Yao had doted solely on her. But now Jiang Che had entered the picture. The dynamics among the three had become rather awkward. While Yiming Yao seemed unaffected, could she truly remain so? Yu Wan'er, with her delicate sensibilities, found it impossible to compare herself to the transformed Yiming Yao. "Ah, how vexing. I can feel jealousy too. How could that be? I do not envy Wan'er. My jealousy lies with Jiang Che. Alas, Wan'er, do not forget your dear Yao Yao sister amidst your pursuit of wealth and fortune." Yiming Yao's internal monologue was quite elaborate. Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle at her musings. "Jiang Che, I shall alight here. I heard that Sister Gu is returning these days, correct? I shall refrain from staying at your abode." Yiming Yao clearly knew Gu Lingfei well and was quite familiar with her, since Jiang Che had already brought Yu Wan'er home. It was only natural that she would not accompany them. Jiang Che cast a faint glance at Yiming Yao as she departed. The transformation of this young lady was indeed profound. "Jiang Che, you detestable pervert." Yu Wan'er forcefully pushed Jiang Che away. After Yiming Yao left, her true nature emerged. Before Yiming Yao, she was the soft and adorable Wan'er, but in Jiang Che's presence, she shed all pretense. Jiang Che smiled and playfully pinched her cheek. "Do not pinch my face." Jiang Che merely pressed his lips together, reveling in the thrill of playing the villain. The freshly emerged destined heroine was utterly delectable. He simply had to partake. Quickly, deliver her to young Master Jiang. At that moment, Gu Lingfei sent him a message. "Ah Che, come to the company and take me home." Jiang Che was at a loss for words. Did this woman lack legs? What purpose did her long limbs serve if she could not even ride a bicycle back? Nevertheless, despite his complaints, Jiang Che decided to take a look. "Su Han, I do not require your assistance. Depart." Gu Lingfei shot an irritated glare at Su Han, wondering why this fellow was so persistently annoying. Had he followed her from the United States to the Dragon Kingdom? If her memory served her right, Su Han was the leader of a mercenary group. What was this? Had he forsaken his mercenary duties just to pursue her? Fool. Su Han, with a shameless grin, retorted, "Fei Fei, you truly missed out today. I single-handedly defeated hundreds of applicants vying for security positions. It was quite a spectacle. Gu Lingfei rolled her eyes, glancing at several elderly gentlemen sitting outside the security office, munching on sunflower seeds. So, you take pride in defeating 100 old men? Su Han hastily denied, absolutely not. They are all formidable opponents, each a master of the hidden strength. However, Gu Lingfei had no desire to engage further with him. Fei, as a CEO of a major corporation, how can you not have a driver? Perhaps I could serve as your chauffeur? Gu Lingfei remained silent. She indeed had her own driver, but for some reason, he seemed to be indisposed today, prompting her to ask Jiang Che for a ride home. Su Han, undeterred by Gu Lingfei's frosty demeanor, felt no anger, having been her devoted admirer for years. Just then, a sleek, black Maybach rolled into the company entrance. Su Han frowned, wondering who dared to disrupt his attempts at courting. Yet, recalling his responsibilities as a security guard, he knew he had to grant the vehicle access. Fei, wait here a moment while I let the car through. His posture resembled that of a devoted dog. Gu Lingfei's expression was one of disdain as the Maybach parked beside her. Jiang Che emerged from the car alongside Yu Wan'er. Che, you have arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Che, a gentle smile broke through Gu Lingfei's previously frosty visage, illuminating her beauty. Her smile was captivating, leaving Su Han momentarily dumbfounded. Throughout the years he had spent as her admirer, Gu Lingfei had always maintained an icy demeanor, never once smiling before. He had not anticipated such a captivating transformation. However, it was not long before Su Han regained his composure, narrowing his eyes as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Jiang Che. A man? The fleeting glimmer of malice in his eyes vanished. How dare he? The Wolf King Su Han, compete for a woman? You have paved your path to demise. In Chapter 97 of No More Empty Promises, Su Han finds himself in disarray amidst the wind, beginning to lick his wounds regarding Jiang Che. With a cold gaze, he scrutinizes Jiang Che, daring to compete with him. The Wolf King for a woman? You have sealed your fate. In his mind, he has devised nearly 100 ways to dispose of this ungrateful individual, utilizing his profound mastery of covert energy to eliminate him discreetly. Simultaneously, his attention is drawn to Yu Wan'er, who stands behind Jiang Che. His pupils slightly constrict. What a delightful young lady. He is utterly defenseless against such a Loli-type beauty. Moreover, this little girl is clinging to that fellow's arm. Damn it. The good cabbage has been trampled by a pig. Excellent. This provides yet another reason for him to eliminate Jiang Che. Naturally, Jiang Che senses the murderous intent emanating from Su Han and begins to assess this child of fortune. Su Han, the returning king of soldiers, leader of the Wolf Fong mercenary group, known as the Wolf King. His return to the Dragon Country is not merely for romance, but also to investigate the tragic demise of the Su family. Age, 27, mastery of covert energy at its pinnacle, capable of unleashing strength comparable to that of a half-step into the transformation phase. It appears this is the fervent pursuer of Gu Lingfei. Achieving only half-step transformation upon maximum exertion is indeed impressive. However, if I possess strength in the mid-transformation phase, how would you respond, sir? With all your talk of being a wolf king, I shall soon turn you into a dead wolf. Che, you have finally arrived. Let us return home together. Gu Lingfei's icy demeanor melted in an instant as she approached Jiang Che. This gentle visage was one Su Han had never witnessed before. Fei, who is this? Su Han asked, suppressing his murderous desire, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. What does it matter to you? Gu Lingfei offered no kindness in her tone. Su Han felt as though he had swallowed something distasteful, struggling to find his words. Gu Lingfei seemed to recall something. Su Han was no good, having engaged in dirty work abroad, and it was rumored that several suitors who had pursued her mysteriously vanished. Su Han, I warn you, Che is my brother. If you dare lay a hand on him, I guarantee you will regret it. Gu Lingfei's tone bore a hint of chill. She harbored no goodwill towards Su Han, but she would not allow any danger to befall Jiang Che. Su Han was taken aback, glancing between Jiang Che and Gu Lingfei. This is your brother? Gu Lingfei offered no further words and turned to enter her vehicle. Well, no blood relation, but anyone younger than oneself can be considered a brother, right? Su Han regarded Jiang Che, his lips twitching in surprise. Who would have thought this fellow was Gu Lingfei's brother? Naturally, he was no longer a rival. In an instant, all animosity toward Jiang Che dissipated, replaced by a facade of obsequiousness. It is evident that Gu Lingfei dotes on her younger brother. Since she is reluctant to converse with me, I suppose I can approach her brother instead. Hee, little brother, what is your name? I am Suhan, in Hangzhou. Mentioning my name will surely be effective. Suhan's smile radiated like a blooming chrysanthemum. Unable to win over Gu Lingfei, he turned his attention to Jiang Che. A smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Che's lips. Was this really a wolf king? It resembled more of a sheepdog, to be honest. Oh, you wish to pursue my sister Feifei? Hee, Suhan displayed a knowing grin. Upon realizing that Jiang Che was not his rival, Suhan's demeanor toward him underwent a complete transformation. Well, since you wish to chase after my sister Feifei, I possess a profound understanding of her nature. Perhaps I could offer you some strategies to help you win her heart sooner rather than later. Jiang Che's words widened Suhan's eyes in astonishment. What a good person. He felt an urge to slap himself. How could he have harbored ill intentions towards such a kind and handsome youth? I truly deserve a reprimand. Are you genuinely willing to assist me? Naturally, Jiang Che was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. He had not anticipated Suhan to be so easily swayed. With such intelligence, how could he possibly be a mercenary leader? It would be fortunate if the organization hadn't collapsed. Well, I am immensely grateful to you, Jiang Che. Suhan grasped Jiang Che's hand tightly, nearly kneeling to forge a brotherhood. Hush, I perceive that pursuing Sister Feifei will be quite challenging for you. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Suhan's eyes brightened. What advice do you have, Brother Jiang Che? The reason Sister Feifei does not favor you is that you lack adaptability. As for how to become adaptable, it revolves around a core issue, which lies within yourself. You understand this, right? This is something you must comprehend on your own, but today, I am prepared to elucidate it for you. Simply follow my instructions. First and foremost, this is a crucial point. The window of the Maybach rolled down. Ah Che, let us go. Do not engage with this fellow. Ahem, my apologies. I must conclude our discussion here, as Sister Feifei is calling me home for dinner. Jiang Che flashed a grin, abruptly leaving mid-sentence, leaving Suhan in a state of disarray in the wind. He detested individuals who left conversations unfinished, especially when he had nowhere to vent his frustration, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Thankfully, Jiang Che and Feifei are siblings. Surely, I shouldn't be envious of her brother. Suhan endeavored to calm his racing heart, and his gaze gradually grew resolute. To capture Feifei's affections, Jiang Che was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. Gu Lingfei showered Jiang Che with affection, often revealing smiles in his presence. Despite her usual demeanor as the IC CEO, if only Feifei could bestow upon him such a smile, it would be a dream from which he would wake laughing. Meanwhile, Gu Lingfei, driving, felt a wave of irritation. Oh, Jiang Che, do you all consider me non-existent? Umph, even the little lecher dares not to avoid me? How irritating. After dealing with work for so long, I'm already annoyed, and now I have to endure dog food. Sister Feifei, what are you planning to have for lunch? I'll have Aunt Chin prepare it, Jiang Che said with a smile. I'm full. I've had my fill of dog food. Gu Lingfei exclaimed playfully. Chapter 98. The $1 Million Necklace. Yu Wan'er's moment of heartfelt emotion. Aunt Chin prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Gu Lingfei and Yu Wan'er each harbored their own thoughts. Particularly, Yu Wan'er could distinctly sense that during her recent interactions with Jiang Che, she had changed for the worse. This realization frightened her. She genuinely feared that she would completely succumb to this transformation. Clearly, Yu Wan'er had yet to gain a clear understanding of her predicament. She had already boarded the pirate ship. Ahem, you're called Yu Wan'er, right? After finishing her meal, Gu Lingfei turned her gaze toward Yu Wan'er. A gentle warmth stirred within her. Yu Wan'er was simply too adorable, evoking an instinctive desire to ruffle her hair. To put it plainly, Yu Wan'er would undoubtedly be the captivating heroine in any romantic narrative. Unfortunately, she had encountered Jiang Che. Yu Wan'er lowered her head, resembling a well-behaved girl. Gu Lingfei magically produced a delicate box and retrieved a necklace from within. It shimmered with a silvery hue, and the pendant was adorned with a flawlessly carved blue crystal. This is, Yu Wan'er's eyes widened in astonishment. Gu Lingfei smiled gently. This is a little gift for our first meeting, a mere trifle. Yu Wan'er vigorously shook her head. Although she was a poor girl, having spent years by Yiming Yao's side, she possessed a discerning eye. The necklace was clearly of considerable value, and she simply could not accept it. Oh, it's just a small item, hardly worth much, Gu Lingfei insisted, firmly placing the necklace around Yu Wan'er's neck. It truly was beautiful, perfectly complementing her. Sister, this is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Accept it. Otherwise, I shall give you a cold shoulder every day from now on. Gu Lingfei feigned anger. Yu Wan'er, feeling conflicted, remained silent. Jiang Che said nothing. A girl as delightful as Yu Wan'er was a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens. Some exquisite jewelry adorning her only served to accentuate her perfection. Oh, by the way, Xiao Che, I've prepared a gift for you too, Gu Lingfei said, smiling mysteriously at Jiang Che. I specially asked a friend to custom order a limited edition Bugatti Veyron from Italy, air freighted just for you. Jiang Che, however, remained indifferent. To be honest, he felt no excitement for sports cars. Given his current status, what kind of car could he not acquire? In his previous life, he had already lost interest in such vehicles. After all, what wealthy individual had the leisure to drive around flaunting their wealth? What about the girls? The sports car accommodates only 2 seats. If there are 2 young ladies, wouldn't that be quite awkward? Who would you ask to leave? Jiang Che, unable to bear the sight of a girl in distress, concluded that a larger vehicle would be more suitable, preferably an extended version. Sister Feifei, thank you, Jiang Che smiled, his lips curving into a grin. Although the car he received would undoubtedly end up gathering dust in the garage, it was imperative to maintain appearances, especially when receiving a gift from a beautiful woman. After dinner, Gu Lingfei ascended the stairs to play the piano for a while. Meanwhile, Yu Wan'er was secretly toying with the necklace around her neck, her youthful eyes sparkling with delight. No girl can resist something that glimmers. Although Yu Wan'er possessed a keen intellect, at heart, she remained an innocent girl. Isn't it beautiful? She asked, her eyes instinctively nodding in agreement. However, she quickly shot a fierce glare at Jiang Che and tucked the necklace beneath her collar. Jiang Che reached out, retrieving the necklace from within Yu Wan'er's clothing. You should give it back to me. It's a gift from Sister Gu. Yu Wan'er's face flushed crimson, her small hands attempting to snatch it back. Isn't this necklace exquisite? Do you know its price? Yu Wan'er remained silent. She dared not venture a guess. The heart of the sea. The Piece d'Or assistance auctioned at an overseas gala last year, sold for $7 million. Yu Wan'er's complexion paled instantly. She had suspected the necklace was expensive, but she never imagined it could be worth so much. This necklace was worth more than her life. I don't want it. Please return it to Sister Gu. Yet Jiang Che merely chuckled, placing the necklace back around Yu Wan'er's neck and leaning down to gently kiss her forehead. Wan'er, you are more beautiful than this necklace. You deserve to have it. Yu Wan'er lowered her gaze, her cheeks burning to the roots of her neck. What a pervert, you scoundrel. Why do you have to spout such sweet nothings? Ugh, I don't want to hear your cheesy lines. Humph, do you think I would forget how you used to bully me? You want to seduce me with sweet words. Jiang Che understood the nuances of subtle persuasion. The necklace had no connection to him whatsoever, nor was it a gift he had purchased. Yet, with just a few heartfelt words, he moved Yu Wan'er, making it seem as if he were the one who had bestowed the necklace upon her. Midnight. Jiang Che leaned against the headboard, a contemplative glint in his eyes, as though he had transcended to a higher realm, feeling momentarily akin to an enlightened sage. It's time to attend to serious matters, he thought. Jiang Che was not merely a creature of base desires. After all, he was primarily a villain. Please investigate the new security guard of the Ling Che group, Su Han. But be careful not to alert him. The Jiang family wielded considerable power in Hangzhou and possessed their own intelligence network. Soon enough, Jiang Che uncovered some information about Su Han. After all, Su Han had previously been the leader of a foreign mercenary group. Upon his return to Longhua, he would undoubtedly need to report to the military in advance, lest he fall afoul of espionage laws. Su Han's identity may sound impressive and enigmatic, yet it holds little significance in the eyes of those who wield true power. Soon, Jiang Che gradually acquired all pertinent information regarding Su Han.